At first, people thought it was just a common viral flu. But a mysterious virus experiment accidentally leaked, exacerbating the mutation of the influenza virus. In an instant, the virus swept across the world like a typhoon. 80% of the human race turned into hideous zombies. The once prosperous city has been reduced to a living hell, with the streets littered with abandoned vehicles and ruins. The survivors are hiding in fear and despair. They don't know where the future lies, but they have to fight for survival. A few minutes ago, I was in a car accident, but I didn't expect that my soul would travel to another world now. What I didn't expect was that the first time I traveled through time, God threw me into this dilapidated world. When I suddenly opened my eyes, I found myself in a strange and terrifying place. Surrounded by dilapidated buildings, the streets were filled with a pungent, rotten smell. I watched all this in horror, filled with despair. Where is this? Why am I here? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Although I tried hard to remember what happened before, I only remember a strong flash of light, and then I came to this doomsday world. In order to survive, I started wandering the streets looking for supplies. In this apocalyptic world, I might not even be able to defeat an ordinary zombie. I don't even know how long I can hold on. While I was struggling in the doomsday world, I accidentally opened the mysterious infinite army system. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed through, and I seemed to see the dawn of hope. I began to summon various powerful legions, including the knights wearing heavy armor and being brave and fearless, and the legions of magicians who were proficient in magic and mysterious. With the emergence of powerful legions, it means that I will be able to rise quickly in the doomsday and lead them in a fierce battle with zombies and evil forces. This world looks somewhat similar to Earth, but it is several times larger than Earth. The population here is also incredibly dense. In China, where I live alone, there are over 10 billion people. Before traveling through time, I vaguely remember that I was a college student. I stayed up late playing games and didn't go to class yesterday. I was surprised. Who would have thought that after waking up, the whole world would have changed so drastically? Is this lucky or unlucky? I shook my head with a wry smile. Now that I'm here, I can only accept reality. I quickly checked my body, and fortunately, I was not infected with the virus. At this moment, the voice in my mind rang out. Survivors of the apocalypse get an initial chance to draw a lottery. Kill monsters, and you have a chance to get a prop card. Hearing this, I felt a little more relaxed, thinking that maybe the lottery could bring me some life. After all, in countless time travel stories, lottery draws always bring unexpected good luck. So, I started the initial lottery with hope. A huge turntable appeared in front of me. There were 10 grids on it, and the rewards in it were shining with dazzling light. Devouring Talent, Pyroblast Dragon Egg, Ice Dragon Thunder Spell. Each reward was extremely attractive, except for one grid, blank. Blank space. My heart instantly sank. This ominous premonition made me very nervous. The pointer slowly turned. I held my breath and prayed in my heart that I would get even the most ordinary reward. However, I only saw that the pointer finally stopped on that empty space. Ding! The lottery is over. Please keep trying. The mechanical voice announced my failure without any emotion. I was stunned. I was looking forward to the lottery, but in the end I got nothing. Countless times of being teased by the system while playing the penguin game flashed through my mind. I didn't expect that this world would still not let me go. Just when I was about to fall into despair, a sudden voice sounded in my mind. It is detected that the host has lost the lottery. It meets the conditions and activates the Infinite Legion system. Do you want to bind? I was stunned for a moment and then immediately reacted, bind? Of course bind. At this moment, I felt like I had returned to heaven from hell. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the Infinite Legion system. The Novice Gift Pack has been distributed. Please go to your backpack to check it. I can't wait to open the system panel, and a concise message appears before my eyes. Name, Guanli. Strength, 1 star. Ability, none. Legion, none. Points, 0. Evaluation, a very weak host. When I saw this comment, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. I hurriedly opened the Novice Gift Pack, looking forward to the surprise inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random Legion Summon Card X1. Although it was random, at least I didn't return empty-handed. With a glimmer of hope, I chose to use this summon card. I realized I was on. As the system prompt sound ended, a card with a skeleton soldier depicted on it appeared in the air. I held the card gently and finally felt a little calmer. Although they were just ordinary skeleton soldiers, At least they had the power to protect themselves. The moment the card was crushed, 10 skeleton soldiers appeared in the dormitory, blue flames burning in their empty eye sockets. Although their armor and weapons were worn out, they finally brought a sense of security. Among this group of skeletons, there is also a skeleton with a taller stature, who seems to be the leader. I was thinking about how to use the skeleton army I just summoned. At this moment, a strong aura suddenly came from the air. The tall skeleton commander slowly stood up, and the skeleton soldiers around him all knelt on one knee. There was no emotion in the skeleton's eyes, which were burning with blue flames, but the murderous aura emanating from it made my heart tighten slightly. In a moment, my heart beat faster, as if something was surging up from deep inside, and my blood was boiling. The 10 skeleton soldiers in front of me are my only support at the moment. Although they look shabby and outdated, these skeletons can continue to recover in battle and even advance. This characteristic gives them infinite potential. But now, I must save my life first, so that I can have a chance to stand out in this apocalypse. I opened the system panel and chose to view the capabilities of the Skeleton Legion. The basic information was displayed on the Legion page. Although these skeleton soldiers were not very strong, their tenacious vitality was enough to make up for it. I observed them carefully, thinking about how to make them more useful in the next battle. The system prompt sounded again, reminding me that I could extract the Legion's skills. I chose bone armor without hesitation. In this world full of unknown dangers, defense is obviously the most critical. After acquiring the skill, I felt a layer of cold bone armor faintly emerging from the surface of my body. The protective feeling made me feel a little more at ease. Now, with the Skeleton Legion in hand and a little power to protect himself, the nervous feeling in his heart that he might be defeated at any time seems to have eased a little. But just as I was about to step out of the house with the skeleton soldiers, there was a sudden commotion outside. A man in white appeared downstairs of the dormitory building, holding a long sword, standing in the air with the sword flashing. He swung his sword and chopped off the heads of several zombies. However, with a scream, the man was besieged by the zombies and fell down in an instant. His torn flesh and blood scattered all over the ground and eventually became food for the zombies. As I watched this scene, my stomach began to churn. I quickly ran to the bathroom and dry heaved a few times. The cruel scene of zombies wreaking havoc made me realize that in this world, one can die if one is not careful. I no longer dared to act rashly and kept reminding myself in my heart, in this doomsday, I must develop slowly and not act impulsively. Just as I was adjusting my mindset and preparing for the next step, the system prompt sounded again. This time, it brings 3 choices. Rush out to fight the zombies, get the title, I'm super brave, okay, and slightly increase your strength. Stay in the house and wait for rescue to get 100 Old 8 secret hamburgers. Leave the house, clear the zombies on the floor, and get a chance to upgrade your skills. Obviously, the first option is too risky, and confronting hundreds of zombies head-on is tantamount to suicide. Although the second option seems safe, those secret burgers are not a long-term solution in this doomsday. Ultimately, I decided to go with option 3, clearing the floor of zombies and upgrading their skills, which was the most appropriate strategy for the moment. I quickly sorted out the supplies in the dormitory, stuffed the few remaining packets of instant noodles and a few bottles of mineral water into my backpack, picked up a fruit knife, and prepared to leave the dormitory. The skeleton soldiers served as my vanguard and were the first to rush into the corridor for reconnaissance. There were a few zombies scattered in the corridor. They moved slowly but were very dangerous. Once the skeleton soldiers appeared in their sight, they immediately attracted their attention. 2 skeleton soldiers rushed forward with their swords in hand and chopped the zombie's neck with the blades, but because the swords were severely rusted, they broke. For a moment, my heart jumped into my throat, but the skeleton soldiers did not hesitate. They threw away the broken knives in their hands, and the bone blades stretched out from their arms, flashing with cold light, and cut off the heads of several zombies one after another. I stood at the back, silently observing the battle, and gradually relaxed. Although the equipment of the skeleton soldiers was worn out, their bone blades were unexpectedly powerful. This made me realize that when I upgrade skills next time, I should focus on improving the combat capabilities of the Skeleton Legion. Just as I was thinking about my next move, more zombies began to emerge in the distance, and more than a dozen of them surrounded us. The situation suddenly became tense, but I did not panic. I immediately ordered the Skeleton Legion to fight. The skeleton leader's sword suddenly slashed at the oncoming zombie, cutting it in half. Although cracks appeared on the blade, it still had amazing combat power. Commander Bones swung his broken sword, and the last zombie fell to the ground. A white card slowly emerged from the zombie's body, but I did not rush forward. Although I was a little excited, my reason told me that now was not the time to approach the battlefield. The skeleton army can fight zombies without fear, but I have just awakened. If I act rashly, I may lose my life at any time. The skeleton soldiers moved swiftly, their sharp bone blades slicing through the air and easily cutting off the zombies' heads. With the absolute advantage, the battle ended quickly. After killing the last zombie, the sword in Leader Bone's hand was finally completely scrapped. He looked down at the broken weapon, seeming somewhat helpless. I couldn't help but cast a sympathetic look at him. After the battle, I commanded the skeleton soldiers to act in an orderly manner. 5 of them were responsible for guarding, and the rest began to clean up the battlefield. Soon, everything was sorted out. I picked up the white card and the 1-star crystal core that had exploded. This card was surprisingly simple and clear. Food card. Get food for 1 person. I didn't hesitate and crushed it. A piece of grilled meat with cumin aroma instantly appeared in my hand. Ignoring the remains of the zombies around me, I immediately started to devour it. To be honest, the taste of this piece of barbecue was quite good, almost as good as that of a 5-star chef, and I finished it all in no time. After taking a sip of the mineral water in my hand, I couldn't help but complain. This food card is too stingy. It doesn't even give me some water. After complaining, I put away the remaining water bottle. Then, I began to wonder about the function of the crystal core in my hand. The system quickly answered my question. Crystal cores are the energy for biological evolution, and the zombies in front of you are the product of failed evolution. They will have this energy crystal core left in their bodies. So that's it. I finally understood the importance of the crystal core. This is the key to evolution, and if humans can successfully absorb this energy, they can become so-called awakened ones, break the shackles of genes, and enter a new stage of evolution. I returned to the dormitory, held the crystal core tightly, and began to absorb it. The crystal core slowly melted in my palm, and a warm force surged into my body. I felt that every cell was greedily absorbing this energy. As this power flows, certain shackles in the body seem to be gradually broken, and various functions of the body begin to improve. When the energy was completely absorbed, I felt unprecedented power filling my body. I tried to hit the iron bed with my fist, and a deep fist mark appeared on the bed frame. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too amazing." The system told me that I was now a 1-star Awakener, and this was the beginning of my evolution. I nodded, and I was full of anticipation for the next challenge. After I absorbed the crystal core, I led the skeleton army out of the dormitory again, ready to clear the zombies on the entire floor. After all, completing this task would give me the opportunity to upgrade my skills. I ordered Bone to take a few skeleton soldiers to clean up the dormitory on the left, while I continued to lead the remaining soldiers to clean up the rooms one by one. As usual, knock on the door to attract zombies, then let the skeleton soldiers go forward to pry the door open and kill the zombies. There were not many zombies in each dormitory, and the skeleton soldiers cooperated well and completed the task easily. After cleaning this floor, I collected a total of more than 20 bottles of mineral water, 5 bags of bread, 3 bags of instant noodles, and several sausages. Although the supplies are not abundant, it is already a pretty good harvest in this doomsday. I asked the skeleton soldiers to carry water bottles on their backs in case of emergency. The system prompt sounded at the right time, announcing that I had completed the floor cleaning task and rewarded me with a skill upgrade opportunity. Soon, Gu returned with the rest of the skeleton soldiers and handed me a newly dropped card. After I crushed the card, a fine steel tang sword appeared in my hand. The blade was about 90 centimeters long and very easy to use. I threw the old fruit knife aside without hesitation. Then, without any delay, I immediately used the skill upgrade opportunity on the Skeleton Legion's Bone Blade skill. I heard the system prompt sound again. The upgraded Bone Knife skill greatly increased the attack power of the skeleton soldiers and could almost ignore the zombies' defense. I asked the skeleton soldiers to demonstrate their new skills. The upgraded bone knives were obviously more flexible. They could easily extend a blade about 80 centimeters long from the arm and were no longer limited by the original bone blades. Looking at these changes, a sense of confidence surged in my heart. However, the system gave me a new choice. First, I found a dormitory to sleep in and acquired the skill Drowsy, which allowed me to fall asleep instantly. Second, I chose to clear all the zombies in dormitory building number 1 and was rewarded with 5 1-star crystal cores and 10 survivors. Third, I chose to fight my way out of the dormitory building and eliminate all the zombies on the open ground and was rewarded with random talent skill cards and Legion advancement cards. These choices are all full of temptation, but I know that only by taking further action can I truly gain more power. Although there are not many zombies in the dormitory, the world outside is obviously more dangerous. I must choose carefully to gain the initiative in this doomsday. Option 1. I am eliminated directly and fall asleep instantly? It is a rubbish ability, completely useless. As for option 2, the reward is not very attractive, 5 1-star crystal cores, plus 10 burdensome survivors. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think what the system calls burden can bring any benefits. Overall, only the rewards for option 3 can be considered real, including random talent skill cards and Legion advancement cards, which are truly useful resources for surviving in the apocalypse. After determining the target, I led the skeleton soldiers towards the stairs. My most urgent task at the moment is to collect as many cards and crystal cores as possible to enhance my strength before the zombies evolve. The stairwell was dark and damp, with only a few emergency lights flickering faintly, adding a somewhat eerie atmosphere to the already depressing environment. I carefully let the skeleton soldiers lead the way, and I walked in the middle of the team, not daring to be careless in the slightest. It is always wise to stay vigilant at all times, especially in such apocalypse. I dare not be naive to think that I am invincible. When we arrived at the first floor, there were more than a dozen zombies gathered in the hall. The gate was locked and there were bloodstains on the ground, which was shocking. I roughly guessed what happened at the time. The administrator of the dormitory building saw zombies outside and decisively locked the gate, but he didn't expect that zombies had already sneaked into the building. The gate blocked these zombies from escaping with the previous riot, and now they are all trapped here. I didn't hesitate. I took the initiative and ordered the skeleton soldiers to attack. The zombies heard the movement behind them and turned to pounce on the skeleton army. Unfortunately, they don't know that the enemy in front of them is no longer the same as before. The skeleton soldiers wielded upgraded bone knives, which were extremely sharp, and each strike accurately split the zombies' heads. Watching the battle scene, my blood began to boil. I couldn't help but aim at a lone zombie, holding the Tang sword tightly, and carefully move towards it. I exerted force suddenly and slashed at the zombie's shoulder. However, the blade got stuck on the bone. Oh my god, this is too crooked. I complained to myself. It was my first time in actual combat, so some mistakes were inevitable. The zombie was not a watermelon that would lie quietly for me to chop. It shook its rotten body, opened its big, smelly mouth, and tried to pounce on me. The stench almost made me faint. In a hurry, I kicked the zombie in the abdomen and used the force to pull out the stuck Tang sword. I held my breath and concentrated. The hand holding the knife stopped shaking. This time I aimed accurately at the zombie's neck. The knife flashed, and the zombie's head fell off. I took a breath and realized that I was gradually adapting to this apocalyptic environment, and the fear in my heart began to subside. Not far away, the skeleton leader and his skeleton soldiers had already eliminated all the remaining zombies. Only 3 crystal cores were dropped from the dozen zombies. As for the cards, not even a shadow was seen. I picked up the crystal core and quickly absorbed the energy. The system had already told me that the crystal core inside the zombies contained the power to make humans evolve. I sat down cross-legged, with the skeleton soldiers guarding around me. After a moment, the energy of the 3 1-star crystal cores poured into my body. After the absorption was complete, I found that my body had not undergone any obvious changes, so I asked, "System, why didn't it upgrade?" The system's answer made me understand the reason. Everyone has different potential, so the effect of absorbing crystal cores is naturally different. The system made an analogy. My body is like a huge pool, and ordinary people are just cups, and the energy they can hold is far less than mine. In other words, I need more energy to break through. But this also means that the potential for future growth is even more amazing. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. I deeply agree with this sentence of the system. Every protagonist seems to have to bear some unique burdens on the road of growth, and I am no exception. After I calmed down, I walked to the gate, found the key, and opened it a crack, just enough space for 2 people to pass through. This is an excellent hunting location. Zombies have no intelligence, and their impulsiveness is their biggest weakness. I made a plan and ordered the skeleton soldiers to guard the 2 sides, while I stood in the middle ready to fight. As the Tang sword hit the shutter gate, the zombies in the open space were immediately attracted and they rushed towards me like crazy. After a moment, hundreds of zombies were squeezed in the narrow gap. The skeleton soldiers remained calm and stabbed out frequently with their bone knives, accurately chopping off the heads of the zombies. Although the battle went smoothly at the beginning, as the zombies continued to push and the gate began to deform, I realized that we had to speed up. Holding the Tang sword tightly, I also joined the battle, aiming every blow at the zombie's vital parts. As my experience accumulated, my movements became more and more skillful, and my strength and speed also increased significantly. Finally, the shutter door bent completely, but there were only a few zombies left outside. I ordered the skeleton soldiers to activate their bone armor and continue charging until the last zombie was knocked down. The system prompt sounded again, and I successfully completed the task of Option 3 and obtained a random talent skill card and a Legion advancement card. I asked the skeleton soldiers to start cleaning up the battlefield while I quickly checked the rewards. First, I crushed the random talent card, and a ray of light merged into my body. The system informed me that I had obtained the E-immune gene, which could ignore all negative effects. This talent made me ecstatic, and I couldn't help but want to verify it. I grabbed a zombie's claw and cut a small cut on my arm. As soon as the zombie virus invaded the body, it was instantly dispelled by a mysterious force. Awesome. God-level talent. I was so excited. Finally, I didn't have to worry about being infected by zombies anymore. This was undoubtedly a great guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. Next, I will use the Legion advancement card to continue strengthening my skeleton legion. System, I want to upgrade the Legion, I said impatiently, my heart full of anticipation. The skeleton soldiers have already demonstrated strong combat capabilities. If they can be further upgraded, their combat capabilities will only become stronger. I imagined how terrifying the upgraded skeleton army would become. However, the system's voice coldly shattered my fantasy. Ding! Upgrading the skeleton soldiers Legion requires 10 Legion advancement cards. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. I secretly complained in my heart. The system really couldn't make things simple. A sense of loss inevitably arises in my heart, but I have no choice but to face reality. System, is your item description authentic? I asked unwillingly. The system responded bluntly. Can my system give you a fake profile? Just tell me whether you want to read it or not. Although I wanted to get angry, I also understood that no matter how much I complained, it would be useless in the face of the system. Helplessly, I could only hold the Tang sword tightly in my hand and chop hard at the dead zombies on the ground, as if to vent the depression in my heart. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. Commander Bone walked forward respectfully and handed me the cleared crystal cores and cards. My mood improved a little when I saw the spoils in my hands. The harvest this time was not bad, with a total of 5 white cards, 1 white-green card, and 7 one-star crystal cores. Wow, at least I got a Legion advancement card. I began to check the cards in my hand, which were Food Card X2, Legion Advancement Card X1, and Explosive Arrow X2. The description of the explosive arrow caught my eye. It would cause an explosion after hitting an object, with a power equivalent to that of a grenade. It turns out that there is a chance to get an advanced card from the drop cards. I suddenly understood. Although the option rewards are rare, the advanced cards dropped in the battle can also bring hope, which makes me feel relieved. Then, I crushed the white-green card, and a black and exquisite crossbow appeared in my hand. The system introduced that this was a black iron crossbow, made of black iron, with strong penetrating power. Great harvest. I held the black iron crossbow, feeling that this battle was very fruitful, and couldn't help but feel happy. I patted the skeleton leader, Gu, on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Gu." Gu responded seriously, "Master, it is my honor to serve you." I nodded. Although I couldn't let the Legion absorb the crystal core, at least these guys performed well enough. So, I absorbed the crystal core with tears in my eyes, and the warm current in my body began to flow again, strengthening my body. This absorption made me feel a significant increase in strength, and I knew that I was already much stronger than an ordinary person. After absorbing the crystal core and taking a short rest, I left the boys' dormitory with the skeleton army. It's almost noon now, and I must hurry to kill more zombies and obtain more resources and power. Just as I was leaving the dormitory building, I heard a cry for help from behind me. I looked back and saw a boy waving desperately from the window on the 4th floor, asking me for help. I glanced at him coldly and ignored him, but continued to move forward. Now I don't need to drag myself down with these burdens. Sure enough, when the boy saw that I ignored him, he immediately started to curse. "You useless rubbish, I hope you will be bitten to death by zombies soon." I didn't look back and continued walking forward, feeling no emotion. Then, as I passed the girls' dormitory, a charming voice came from above. I looked up and saw a girl in black lace underwear waving at me on the balcony on the 5th floor with a seductive posture. She was indeed very attractive and had a very hot body, but at this moment, I had no time or energy to think about that. "Sorry, I like men. I said this directly, quickened my pace, and left without looking back. The girl behind me shouted unwillingly, "Don't leave. I can introduce my boyfriend to you." I quickened my pace speechlessly, inwardly surprised that people nowadays are so open-minded. I walked all the way to the outside of the teaching building, and the scene before me was even bloodier. The outside of the teaching building had turned into a hell of flesh and blood. Because it was a charity event, many students gathered here, and when the end of the world came, this place became their grave. Corpses and blood were everywhere. Once close friends and lovers had now become food for the zombies. At this moment, a weak girl appeared in front of me, followed by a zombie with a broken leg. I swung my knife and chopped off the zombie's head without hesitation. The girl begged me to take her to the hospital, but her voice was very weak, and she was obviously about to go into shock. I looked at her without any pity in my heart and said softly, "I'm sorry. I can only help you get rid of it." With a wave of the Tang sword, her suffering ended. Taking a deep breath, I adjusted my mindset. This is the end of the world. Death is normal. I have to get used to it. At this time, the zombies around me had been attracted by my movements. I quickly retreated into the teaching building and commanded the skeleton army to resist the subsequent zombie attacks. There are thousands of students participating in charity activities today, so the number of zombies will naturally not be small. After entering the teaching building, I immediately killed a few scattered zombies and picked up a white food card. I didn't have time to check for other drop supplies. Then, dozens of zombies rushed into the teaching building. I decisively took out the black iron crossbow I had just obtained and installed the explosive arrows. Let me show you the art of explosion. I aimed at the zombies and pulled the trigger decisively. The explosive arrows shot into the group of zombies accurately, and then there was a deafening explosion, flames everywhere, and the zombies' limbs flew everywhere. So cool. I looked at the scene of the explosive arrows exploding and the zombies' flesh and blood splattering, and I felt a burst of joy in my heart. However, this relief only lasted for a moment. Although the explosive arrows dealt with the approaching zombies, the remaining zombies were still large enough to swallow me up. I quickly rushed up to the 4th floor. At the end of the corridor there was a locked door, which was the entrance to the auditorium. I remember that this auditorium was usually used for meetings or speeches. It was spacious and a good place for defense. The options provided by the system are indeed in line with the actual situation. By utilizing the terrain of the auditorium on the 4th floor, we can effectively resist the attack of zombies. I swung my Tang sword to chop open the door lock and rushed in first. Then I immediately called on the skeleton soldiers to push the tables and chairs to the door and temporarily built a simple defense line. Although the defense line was rough, it was enough to hold back the zombies for a while. I took out the black iron crossbow and fired another burst of explosive arrows at the zombies in the corridor. A huge explosion sounded again, and the zombies were blown to pieces like pieces of paper. However, the explosion also attracted more zombies. The situation is imminent, and the enemies in front of us must be dealt with as soon as possible. The zombies stepped on the corpses and pieces of flesh and rushed to the auditorium. The zombies in the front row climbed over the tables and chairs and rushed into the auditorium. The skeleton soldiers immediately took action, activated their bone armor, and started a fierce battle with the zombies. Each swing of Leader Bone's bone knife can easily kill 2 zombies, while I wield the Tang sword to deal with those that slip through the net. As time went by, I gradually adapted to the Tang sword in my hand and became more and more proficient in chopping zombies. Hundreds of zombies gradually fell under the siege of the skeleton army and me. The entrance of the auditorium was filled with zombie corpses. The scene was bloody and terrifying. Finally, we killed the last few zombies, and the system's voice came as expected. Complete the option, reward 100 points, Legion Advancement Card X5. Immediately afterwards, the system prompted me that I had earned enough points to open the points mall. I opened the system interface and saw a newly added mall option. After entering the mall, a wide variety of supplies, props, weapons, and skill cards came into view. It was simply everything you could think of. However, when I saw the prices, I couldn't help but grin. Too expensive. The cheapest Legion card costs tens of thousands of points, and the prices of those powerful Legions are so high that I can't even count the zeros. I know that I can't afford these high-end products now, so I can only accumulate points first. Just as I was about to buy supplies, Commander Bones suddenly said nervously, "Master, I feel a strong aura approaching us." Hearing this, I quickly shut down the system and vigilantly grasped the Tang sword. The air around me seemed to become oppressive, and dull sounds came from all directions. As the footsteps got closer, I felt the ground beneath my feet begin to vibrate slightly. No. Hide. I yelled and quickly rolled to the side. At the same time, Commander Bone also evaded quickly. With a loud bang, a tall figure rushed in from outside the wall, and the auditorium was instantly covered with rubble and dust. When the dust settled a little, I finally saw the appearance of this huge monster. It was a mutant zombie, more than 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like rocks, and it was 3 times the size of an ordinary person. My heart tightened. This guy is a 2-star mutant zombie. Although I have the advantage in numbers, its strength should not be underestimated. Goo, are you afraid? I asked, even though I was a little nervous. I am willing to break all obstacles for my master. Commander Goo responded without hesitation. The bone armor condensed on his body again, and the bone knife in his hand was raised high. The skeleton soldiers shouted in unison, soul fire burning in their eye sockets. Okay, then let's kill this big guy. A fighting spirit ignited in my heart. Just as we were preparing to fight, the violent man let out a roar and bent his strong legs slightly, ready to attack. The next second, it charged forward suddenly, and its huge body came straight towards me like a tank. Although the violent one looks bulky, once it activates the charge skill, its speed suddenly increases several times, and it instantly rushes towards me like a bulldozer. Disperse. I gave the order decisively. Fighting this monster head-on is courting death. The biggest weakness of zombies is that they have no intelligence. As long as we can use this flexibly, our chances of winning will be much greater. The skeleton soldiers quickly dispersed, and the violent person lost his target and crashed directly into the table and chair in front of him. It crashed heavily into the wall and got stuck in the crack of the wall, unable to move. Good opportunity. I gripped my Tang sword tightly and rushed forward at this perfect opportunity. The skeleton soldiers also quickly followed up under the command of the leader Bone and besieged the violent person. The Tang sword in his hand slashed fiercely on its back, but the blade only broke the violent man's skin. The defense of this mutant zombie was really too strong. Hiss. This guy is really hard to deal with. I gritted my teeth. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers attacked collectively, slashing at the legs of the violent man with the bone knives in their hands. The grayish-white flesh was cut off piece by piece. The violent man let out an angry roar, pulled his upper body out of the crack in the wall, and swung his huge arms to sweep around. Not good. I didn't expect the violent man to break free so quickly, so I immediately activated the bone armor. A layer of white bone armor quickly covered the key parts of my body. The violent man's powerful blow hit me hard, and I was knocked flying and hit the corner of the wall. Protect the master. Kill this guy. When Commander Goose saw that I was injured, the soul fire in his eyes suddenly burned and he burst into anger. It led the skeleton soldiers to rush forward, and the bone knife in its hand chopped at the violent man's Chelan arm, leaving a hideous wound. However, the violent man threw the commander Bone away in anger. The skeleton soldiers rushed towards the violent one frantically, but its thick skin and 2-star strength made it difficult for ordinary attacks to cause fatal damage. Seeing that the situation was not good, I took a few deep breaths, endured the pain in my body, and rushed towards the violent person again. It suddenly punched me and I quickly bent down to avoid it, but the fist grazed my back and a burning pain instantly hit me. I gritted my teeth and swung the Tang sword, accurately slashing at the weakest part of the violent man's neck. The blade almost cut its throat, but at the last blow, the violent man grabbed my clothes and threw me out. Covering his injured throat, the violent man roared, and it was obvious that the knife just now made him feel a real threat of death. He began to protect his neck instinctively, and the situation became more difficult. Damn, this big guy isn't that stupid. I cursed inwardly, knowing that continuing to attack the neck would be futile, so I had to find another way. Seeing the violent man strengthen his defense, I quickly ordered, Bone, stop it. Yes, master. The skeleton soldiers acted quickly, entangling the violent being and making it difficult for it to move freely. Although the skeleton army lacks attack power, their tenacious vitality is close to immortality. No matter how many times they are knocked away, they can always get up quickly and continue fighting. Taking advantage of this gap, I quickly opened the points mall and searched for suitable weapons. Soon, my eyes lit up. Found it. That's it. I bought 3 armor-piercing arrows. Without hesitation, each arrow was worth 20 points, which instantly cleared most of my points. The violent man continued to attack the skeleton soldiers frantically, and its power was still terrifying. The two skeleton soldiers were instantly smashed into pieces by its energy-charged fist, and even the Commander Bone was beaten to the point of being on the verge of collapse, and the soul fire in his eyes gradually dimmed. "You dare to hurt my skeleton? I want you to die," I roared, quickly installed the armor-piercing arrow, and aimed at the violent man's head. The armor-piercing arrow flashed with black light, broke through the air, and accurately shot into the violent man's head. Woohoo! The violent creature roared miserably, waving its arms wildly, trying to defeat all the skeleton soldiers. It felt the threat of death, but still did not fall down. "He's not dead yet?" I frowned, but luckily I prepared 3 arrows. The second armor-piercing arrow had been loaded, and the target was still the wound on the violent man's head. With another sound of breaking through the air, the crossbow arrow pierced its head. Boom! The violent man fell to his knees, and finally, like a burnt-out oil lamp, he completely lost his life. Finally dead. I breathed a sigh of relief, and the system prompt sounded in my mind. Kill the violent person and get 100 points. It seems that I can only get points by killing mutated zombies. I thought to myself, this is good news. Commander Bone came forward and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "It's okay. They're just some superficial injuries." I shook my head. Although he looked embarrassed, there were no fatal injuries. I asked Commander Bone to lead the skeleton soldiers to clean up the battlefield. There were hundreds of ordinary zombies piled up next to the corpses of the violent people. Taking this opportunity, I asked, "System, what happens when the skeleton soldiers die?" The system's answer made me feel relieved. "Host, after the skeleton soldiers die, they will return to the Legion space to be resurrected. The resurrection time depends on the strength of the soldiers." I immediately opened the Legion panel and saw that the 2 fallen skeleton soldiers had entered the countdown to resurrection, which would take about 6 hours. "I see." I nodded, satisfied with the system settings. At least the skeleton soldiers would not really die. Then, I joined the team cleaning up the battlefield, chopping off the zombies' heads with my Tang Dao and picking up the crystal cores, not caring at all about the dirty blood on them. 20 minutes later, I looked at the mountain of spoils in front of me, and a smug smile appeared on the corners of my mouth. In total, I harvested 35 1-star crystal cores, 1 2-star crystal core, 33 white random cards, and 1 green random card. It was a huge harvest. "Everyone, rest where you are." I looked at the skeleton soldiers. After the battle just now, they were already missing limbs. Although these skeleton soldiers can still continue to fight, their combat effectiveness is obviously greatly reduced. However, I know that the skeleton soldiers have a strong recovery ability. In a short period of time, the cracks on their bodies began to heal and the broken bones also slowly grew. Give them some more time, and they will soon be back to their peak condition. Taking advantage of this gap, I also began to digest the spoils. 33 white random cards, all opened at once. Food card X13, 500 milliliters pure water X12, Desert Eagle Pistol X1, Advanced card X4, Explosive Grenade X3. When the system prompt sounded one after another, I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Food cards and water are necessities for survival, needless to say. What surprised me the most, of course, were the advanced cards. For advanced cards, plus the 7 I already had, were just enough to upgrade the Skeleton Legion. Explosive grenades and Desert Eagle pistols are also very useful. Grenades are definitely powerful weapons for killing zombies in the apocalypse. As for the Desert Eagle, it makes people's blood boil. After all, there is a saying in the martial arts world, 7 steps away, the gun is fast. 7 steps inside, the gun is accurate and fast. Compared with the crossbow, the pistol is obviously more convenient in close combat. I picked up the pistol. It was heavy and felt pretty good in my hand. The barrel shone with a cold silver light. It came with 7 rounds of bullets, enough for me to use at critical moments. I fiddled with the pistol for a few moments, then put it away, satisfied. Then, I looked at the only green card, secretly hoping, green card, what good things can it bring? As the card was crushed by me, a faint green light emerged, and the mysterious pattern on it emitted a strange light. The system prompt sounded, obtained Wine Technique X1. After using it, you can comprehend Wind Technique. Oh shit, what a bright green light, I exclaimed, and the Gale skill card in front of me burst into a dazzling green light. Do you want to learn the skill, Wind Magic? Learn. I chose to learn without hesitation. As the Wind Technique merged into my body, I felt as if my entire body was enveloped by a light force. I couldn't wait to use the Wind Technique, and in an instant, my body seemed to become extremely light. as if my feet were stepping on the wind. I ran as fast as I could and rushed several meters away in the blink of an eye. So fast, I exclaimed. The wind technique doubled my speed in a short period of time. This speed advantage can definitely save my life at the critical moment. After 3 minutes of continuous blessing, the body gradually returned to normal and the feeling of lightness slowly dissipated. I understand. This skill has no cooldown time, but it consumes energy. From the moment I absorbed the crystal core, a mysterious energy began to emerge in my body. This energy was similar to the concept of the blue bar. The use of bone armor and wind spell in my system skills both require the consumption of this energy. Holding the 2-star crystal core, I continued to absorb it. Compared with the 1-star crystal core, the 2-star crystal core was more crystal clear, and the energy flow inside was clearly visible. The feeling of absorbing the 2-star crystal core is even more refreshing. The energy rushes into my body like a river, quickly strengthening every cell. Oh, great! I couldn't help but exclaim. I felt like I had gone through a full body baptism and my strength was greatly enhanced. I opened the system panel to check the properties. Name: Guanli Strength, 2 stars. Abilities: Bone Armor, Immune Gene, Gale Spell, Legion, Skeleton Soldiers, Score: 140. Evaluation: Keep working hard. You have become a high-level cannon fodder. Looking at the system's still venomous comments, I shook my head helplessly, but my heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After my strength broke through the 2-star level, the Tang sword in my hand seemed to be much lighter and my power increased significantly. All this made me look forward to the future. I have absorbed all the 1-star crystal cores, but their effects have become negligible. Obviously, as my strength increases, the low-level crystal cores are of less and less help to me. Alas, this 1-star crystal core is too weak. I shook my head, feeling that the difficulty of upgrading was increasing. However, what I was most looking forward to was the advancement of the Legion. System: Upgrade the Skeleton Soldier's Core. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Soldier's Core requires 10 core upgrade cards. Do you want to upgrade? Advance. I chose to confirm without hesitation. The system prompt sounded, and the Commander Bone and all the Skeleton Soldiers were instantly taken back to the Legion space and entered the evolution state. I also sat down to rest and wait for the Legion's upgrade to be completed. During this time, I took out 2 food cards from my backpack and crushed them. A grilled lobster and a golden steak appeared in front of me. The aroma filled the whole auditorium. Wow, this lobster is so big. This steak is so delicious. I ate with relish, without any intention of saving. After I finished eating the lobster and steak, I drank a bottle of mineral water and felt that my stomach was finally filled. Alas, my strength has improved, and my appetite has also increased. If I continue like this, won't I become a glutton? I smiled self-deprecatingly. Then, I upgraded the Skeleton Warrior Legion. A dozen white lights flashed before my eyes, and the skeleton warriors appeared in front of me one by one. The Commander Bone is taller, nearly 2 meters, and his skeleton is more sturdy. In addition to the bone knife in his hand, he also holds a ferocious bone shield. The 15 skeleton warriors also held bone knives and round bone shields, and their combat effectiveness was obviously greatly improved than before. Looking at this mighty army in front of me, my heart is full of confidence. In the future, the skeleton warrior army will surely become my right-hand man in expanding my territory in this apocalypse. 15 skeleton warriors were lined up in an orderly manner, holding bone shields and bone knives in their hands. They looked mighty and orderly, and full of fighting spirit. This team has extraordinary momentum, which is a qualitative leap compared to the previous skeleton soldiers. Hey, the fallen soldiers are actually resurrected. Seeing the skeleton soldiers who died in the battle just now reappear in the team, I couldn't help but whisper in surprise, and I felt a little more relieved in my heart. This was an unexpected surprise. They knelt on the ground loyally, saying in unison, "Thank you, Master, for giving us a new life. Get up." I waved my hand and glanced at these skeleton warriors, feeling very satisfied. The current skeleton warrior corps has a strength of 2 stars. If they meet the violent person again, they would probably have already crushed him to the ground. With all the members at 2 stars, they can definitely sweep away everything. Let's go and continue exploring. I led the Skeleton Warrior Legion out of the auditorium and returned to the lobby on the 1st floor. I remembered there were a few cards left here before, but when I walked back, I found the ground was empty. Where's the card? I frowned, looking at the corpse on the ground. The zombie's head had been smashed to pieces, and it seemed that someone had cleared the spoils here first. Oh, just think of it as charity. I shook my head helplessly, but I knew in my heart that if it were me, I would never let go of the spoils if I encountered such a situation. There will be no moral constraints in the end times, and the dark side of human nature will be exposed more thoroughly. The main teaching building was right next to the building I was in, and I remembered there was a corridor leading directly to it. Without hesitation, I led the skeleton warriors towards that direction. Several wandering zombies soon discovered me, and they all let out hoarse roars and pounced towards me. One of the zombies had a swollen belly and green putrefactive fluid dripping from the corner of its mouth. Name: Corruptor. Strength: 2 stars. Ability: Spray putrefactive fluid. Evaluation: A mutated zombie that can spray highly corrosive fluid. Oh my god. Another mutated zombie. My heart tightened, but then I smiled confidently. Now that my strength has just broken through the 2-star level, I can just find an opponent to practice with, but I didn't expect that the Corruptor would come to my door. Goo, leave this mutant zombie to me, I said to Commander Goo, then gripped the Tang sword tightly and rushed towards the Corruptor. When the Corruptor saw that a human like me dared to attack, it immediately let out an angry grunt, its throat moved, and a ball of green corrosive liquid quickly spurted out. I immediately activated Wind Technique. My speed increased suddenly, and I easily dodged the deadly corrosive liquid. The Corruptor had no idea that I was so fast. It was about to spray out the corrupt fluid again, but its spray skill required a 2-second cooldown, and these 2 short seconds were enough to decide its life or death. Without hesitation, I chopped the Corruptor's head with my Tang sword. I cut off half of the ugly head of the Corruptor, and it fell to the ground. Then the system prompt sounded. Kill the Corruptor and get 75 points. I was stunned for a moment, and my points dropped a lot. I thought about it for a while, and soon understood the reason. This is probably because after I broke through to the 2-star strength, the difficulty of killing zombies of the same level decreased, so the reward points also decreased accordingly. The Corruptor exploded with a 2-star crystal core. Although no card dropped, the crystal core was enough to satisfy me. I picked up the crystal core, quickly held it in my palm and absorbed it, and the strength in my body increased again. At the same time, the skeleton warriors also easily dealt with several other ordinary zombies, but unfortunately, except for the Corruptors, the other zombies did not drop anything. We continued forward and came to a tightly closed aluminum alloy door. This was the passage leading to the main teaching building. There were several mutilated bodies scattered at the door, with blood and flesh piled on the ground. The wounds on those corpses were obviously caused by sharp weapons and were definitely not caused by zombies. This quickly made me more alert. Everyone be on alert. Unidentified creatures appear ahead. I whispered to the skeleton warriors and sent 2 warriors holding bone shields to push open the aluminum alloy door. Behind the door was a corridor filled with corpses. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Various internal organs were flowing on the ground, and the blood almost dyed the entire area red. At the end of the corridor, a giant mantis nearly 2 meters tall was facing away from us, frantically gnawing at a corpse. The mantis's sharp forelimbs lifted up the corpse, blood and flesh splattered, and the scene was extremely cruel. Even though I had seen many bloody scenes, I still couldn't help feeling nauseous at this moment. The mantis seemed to be aware of our presence and slowly turned its head. I finally saw its appearance clearly and couldn't help but gasp. This is a praying mantis, but its face is similar to that of a human. Name: Human-faced praying mantis. Potential: 5 stars. Strength: 2 stars. Abilities: Open and close slash, charge slash, mimic shell, leap attack. Wow, for skills. I was shocked. I didn't expect to encounter a natural disaster monster so soon. The strength of the mantis almost made me want to retreat. I can clearly feel that its strength is far beyond that of ordinary 2-star creatures. If I were to judge, it would be at least an advanced 2-star, while I am only a beginner 2-star. I clenched my Tang sword nervously, cold sweat oozing from my forehead. This kind of monster is obviously not something that can be defeated easily. But I also knew that if I chose to run away, there would be nowhere to escape in this narrow corridor, and running away would only be more dangerous. Fighting became the only way out. A strange smile appeared on the anthropomorphic face of the mantis, which was its unique expression when it locked onto its prey. It suddenly sprinted forward, instantly coming in front of the skeleton warrior, and slashed out with its sharp forelimbs. Shwa! The skeleton warrior reacted quickly and raised the bone shield to block the mantis attack. The forelimbs slashed across the bone shield, creating sparks, and the hard bone shield was actually cut off in half. What a fast speed! What a terrifying power! I was shocked. The attack speed and power of the Mantis were beyond my imagination. However, I quickly calmed down, and the Tang sword in my hand drew an arc in the air, slashing fiercely at the back of the man-faced Mantis. Chapter 11 Strength Improvement. Master, I deserve to die. I got you hurt. Commander Gu rushed to Guanli in a hurry. It's okay. It's not your fault. Guanli waved his hand and quickly asked the skeleton warriors to stand up. Although the Mantis was successfully killed, the soldiers were not in a good situation. Many skeleton warriors were missing arms and legs. In addition, 4 skeleton warriors were killed. Compared to skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors take longer to resurrect, about 7 hours. Rest where you are. Guanli gave the order. The skeleton warriors were covered in wounds and were not fit to continue fighting. He didn't mind taking this little bit of time, so he simply let the skeleton warrior recover. Walk to the Mantis and pick up the dark green card. With the Tang sword in his hand, he dug open its body. After the death of the human-faced Mantis, the hardness of its shell is greatly reduced and can be easily broken. Sizzle. Green blood was flowing all over the ground. An extremely fishy smell hit me in the face. Guanli waved his hand to dispel the unpleasant smell. He rummaged in the corpse for a long time and finally pulled out an emerald green crystal. The crystals emit a faint light. The most precious diamonds in the previous life pale in comparison to it. Nice one. Guanli's eyes lit up as he felt the surging energy emanating from the crystal. He was unsure at first and just wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, there was also a crystal core in the body of the natural disaster monster. 2-star crystal core, dark green card, 1,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity, mimic shell. These are all the gains of this time. Guanli held the 2-star crystal core in his hand and began to absorb it. A surge of power instantly surged into his body. Every organ in the body is greedily absorbing that river of energy. After about a few minutes, the pure power slowly dissipated. Call. Guanli held the Tang sword and performed some sword moves with ease. This time he felt the weight of the blade, almost nothing. Guanli estimated that after absorbing the crystal core of the human-faced Mantis, his strength should be at the intermediate level of 2 stars. After absorbing the crystal core, the dark green card appears. This was a random card, and Guanli crushed it in his hand. Snap. A crisp sound. Get Qingfeng Knife X1. Name, Qingfeng Knife. Type, weapon. Grade, 2-star. Talent, sharpness. Skills, open and close slash, charge slash. Evaluation. The blade is made of the forelimbs of the Mantis. It is thin and sharp and can easily split steel plates. The flashing green light contains mysterious power. Guanli looked at the introduction of the Qingfeng knife and a smile appeared on his face. He just felt that he had no suitable weapon and now it was delivered to his door. With a thought, a long knife appeared in his hand. The handle is 20 centimeters long, the blade is 1 m long, and the whole body is blue and silver. The handle is made of some kind of shell material, with a ferocious mantis carved on it. In the cold light emitted by the blade, there seemed to be a praying mantis waving its front limbs. Nice knife. Guanli praised him generously. If this craftsmanship had been put into practice in the previous life, it would have been at least at the Grandmaster level. He slashed a few times out of thin air, activating the opening and closing slash skill. An air blade condensed in the blade and slashed at the body of the human-faced mantis. Phew. Suddenly, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Guanli's eyes lit up and he wanted to use it again, but he was unable to condense the blade energy. Open and close slash. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. Guanli nodded and understood instantly. He quickly tried it and rushed forward. Guanli felt that there was a force in the blade. His figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Swish. There was an extra cut on the wall. The distance of the charge is about 3 meters. The cooling time of King Fengdeo's 2 skills is about 3 minutes. Guanli was very satisfied. This was equivalent to gaining 2 more skills for no reason. He put the fine steel Tang sword back into his system backpack. Weapons are hard currency in the end times. This Tang sword can probably be exchanged for a lot of things. After digesting the crystal core and the card, Guanli turned his attention to the next trophy. Skill upgrade opportunity. Because of the Legion's advancement, the skills extracted by Guanli were also upgraded. His bone armor automatically upgraded to bone battle armor. So there is no need to consider this aspect for the time being. Wind magic. Guanli thought of this life-saving skill. If it weren't for the wind technique just now, I might not have been able to dodge the fatal blow from the man-faced mantis. System. Upgrade the wind technique. Having made up his mind, Guanli immediately took action. Ding. Wind spell is upgraded to Shadow spell. Shadow swiftness. Grant yourself the power of Shadow swiftness. Guanli was a little confused and didn't know what the effect of the power of Shadow was. He simply put it into practice to get a feel for it. Using the Shadow swiftness technique, he suddenly felt his body become lighter. Just take a step, and you will rush several meters in an instant. This speed is more than twice the normal speed. So fast, Guanli exclaimed. After about 4 minutes, the feeling of lightness slowly dissipated. The conclusion is that Shadow spell is better than Wind spell. The speed increases more, the duration lasts longer, and the energy consumption increases slightly. Guanli was very satisfied. He vaguely felt that there was still room for development of the Shadow technique. There is only one piece of trophy left of the man-faced Mantis. Mimicry shell. Stick it on your skin to simulate the surrounding environment and achieve the purpose of hiding. Note, this item is a consumable and can only be used once. Guanli looked at the palm-sized shell in his hand and put it into the system backpack. Master, the generals have finished their rest. Commander Gu came behind Guanli and said respectfully. The skeleton warriors straightened their bodies and stood in neat rows. Work in groups of 3 to clear out the zombies in the building. Guanli looked at the soldiers and gave orders. The 11 skeleton warriors plus the commander bone can form just 4 groups. Note, the legion leader is independent of the legion number. Master, let me follow you. Commander Gu spoke quickly. No need. Split up. Hurry up. Guanli refused to lead the bones. Master, please be careful. Otherwise, we will be blamed for our death. Commander Gu will not disobey Guanli's orders. The suggestion just now was purely out of concern. Don't worry. If I were that weak, how could I lead you? Guanli smiled slightly. Well, I understand. Commander Gu had a solemn expression on his face. Let's get started. Each team will be responsible for 1 floor. I am directly responsible for the 5th floor. Yes, sir. The skeleton warriors left the classroom and began to act separately. Guanli walked up the stairs to the 5th floor. During this period, he encountered several wandering zombies, which he cleaned up at any time. He thought that the reason he acted alone was to train himself. This is done solely to avoid beheading. No matter how powerful a legion is, there will always be omissions. It would be very embarrassing if a beheading happened. Chapter 12 Survivors. When we arrived at the 5th floor, there were obviously fewer zombies here. Because of the high floor. Except for the zombies that have directly mutated, it is difficult for the zombies below to swing up. But there were still many shocking corpses on the ground. Just because there are fewer zombies doesn't mean there are none. Guanli held the Qingfeng knife and planned to clear the left area first. The main teaching building is very large, with many classrooms on each floor, and it is also very messy. Squeak. Walking in the passage, Guanli discovered that there were several zombie corpses on the ground. The heads of these zombies were violently broken open, and their brains were scattered all over the ground. Guanli took one look and understood instantly. These are other survivors who have begun to take action. In the last days, there are many cowardly people, and there are also many brave people. The zombies that have just been infected are very weak. Anyone who is normal can be killed easily. Of course, the prerequisite is to overcome fear. Guanli was not too surprised. No matter how this group of people kill zombies, just don't let them get to you. Stepping over the corpses, Guanli came to a classroom. Woohoo! The growl of zombies was heard in the classroom. Guanli didn't hesitate and broke into the room directly. Inside the classroom, more than a dozen zombies were standing there in a daze. As soon as Guanli appeared, he immediately attracted their attention. The zombies all turned their heads and stared at Guanli at the door. That look was as if a pervert saw a beautiful woman. But it is obvious that Guanli is a beauty with a penis. Roar. The zombies swarmed in and pounced on Guanli. They waved their black sharp claws, trying to eat Guanli alive. Oh, you're so depressed. Guanli smiled and slashed with the green blade in his hand. Swish. A zombie arrived and its head flew high. But the death of their companions did not scare them. Guanli rushed into the classroom, slashing continuously with the green blade in his hand. Compared with the Tang sword, the Qingfeng sword is sharper. When I chopped the zombies, there was no feeling of blockage at all. After a while, all the zombies in the classroom fell down. Guanli broke open the zombies' heads and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. More than a dozen zombies provided only 3 one-star crystal cores. After putting away the crystal core, Guanli walked out of the classroom and continued to clean up the zombies. Half an hour later, in a clean classroom, Guanli was holding half a roasted suckling pig, his face full of satisfaction. After killing the zombies and making some delicious food, life becomes more and more hopeful. On the table next to him was a sack. The sack was filled with crystal cores. After working for half an hour, Guanli harvested a total of 43 one-star crystal cores. As for the 2-star crystal core, maybe it's because the zombies are too weak, there are no 2-star zombies. A lot of cards were given out, but most of them were food cards, mineral water cards, etc. Betray my love, you have a guilty conscience. He ate roast suckling pig and hummed a folk song from his hometown. Someone's coming? Guanli stuffed the rest of the roast suckling pig into his mouth and wiped it on his clothes. Damn it, what a fucking world. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, I would be with Xiaoqian now. In the corridor outside the door, several students dressed as survivors were walking cautiously. They looked around vigilantly, fearing that they would be ambushed by zombies. Brother you, my condolences. If my sister-in-law knew about this, she would definitely not blame you. A man wearing glasses said soothingly. In Wang Yu's mind, he recalled the time when the apocalypse broke out. After 3 months of pursuing Li Qian, he was about to achieve his goal. The damn apocalypse broke out, and the beautiful Li Qian instantly turned into a zombie. Wang Yu reluctantly gave up and hit her to death with a chair. But by chance, he obtained a crystal core. After absorbing the crystal core, the body was strengthened. He was also confused at first and could only follow the teacher and students and escape to the top floor. There are 2 performance rooms there, large enough to accommodate thousands of people. In the following hours, they called the emergency number. But no call went through, all the lines were busy. At this time, he understood that the time had come to change his destiny. As time went by, the survivors on the top floor gradually became uneasy. Some people suggested leaving Z University and looking for help. Some people suggested staying in the performance room and waiting for the city defense team. Some people even proposed to form a team to hunt zombies and search for supplies. Students who choose to hunt zombies know very well that this is the end of the world. The city's defenses may not be able to protect themselves, and you can't rely on anyone but yourself. Wang Yu is one of these people. He was lucky enough to absorb the crystal core and become an awakener. During the initial draw, I got another machete. He is unwilling to be mediocre and wants to become strong. So he gathered a few close friends and wanted to take a chance in the apocalypse. The key to survival in the end times is naturally scarce supplies. After several hours of hard work, the team has collected a lot of things. Brother you, there seems to be something going on ahead. For I spoke. Several zombies with their heads chopped off fell in the corridor. Be careful. Wang Yu held a machete. He couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, in the end times, there are many people who rob each other. Wang Yu's team slowly approached the classroom. In the classroom, a man covered in blood was sitting at the table. Survivor? Guanli held the Qingfeng knife and looked at the other party vigilantly. Hey, brother, we are just passing by. Wang Yu coughed a few times awkwardly. The man in front of him made him feel palpitations. If it's all right, I won't bother you anymore. Wang Yu spoke quickly. The opponent's strength is unfathomable, so there is no need for him to make enemies with him. Wait a moment. Guanli suddenly spoke and called out to the people in front of him. He had a good idea in his mind. Brother, what's wrong? Wang Yu was shocked and quickly took a few steps back. He held the machete tightly in both hands. If the other party is in trouble, you can launch a counterattack at any time. Guanli looked at him with a satisfied expression on his face. Anyone who dares to come out at this time is definitely not a coward. In Wang Yu's eyes, this expression was like a hunter looking at his prey. Brother, my strength is not as strong as yours. But if you really fight, you may not be better off. If you're a thief, you'd better pick the weak ones. Wang Yu spoke quickly. He thought Guanli wanted to rob his fellow thieves. What the hell? Guanli was a little confused. The other party's imagination is a bit too wild. He could come up with these things without doing anything. It's a pity that such a talented person doesn't become a writer. Brother, don't you want to rob your fellow thieves? Wang Yu gradually reacted. The other party didn't seem to have much hostility. Nonsense. If I wanted to rob my fellow thieves, I would have done it long ago. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just sneak attack you? Guanli was speechless. If he wanted to rob his fellow thieves, he wouldn't have to put in much effort. I could have attacked and killed him directly in the classroom just now. Chapter 13 Penthouse. It seems so. Wang Yu changed his mind. I think what Guanli said makes sense. I am definitely no match for the opponent's strength. If you want to rob other thieves, you can just do it directly. They simply couldn't hold on. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Wang Yu's attitude of admitting his mistakes is very good. It doesn't matter. People's minds are hard to predict in the last days. You're right to be more careful, Guanli said as he left the room. If it were me, I would definitely do the same. After all, in the end times, I met a stranger. Especially since the opponent has weapons in his hands. In such a situation, if you are completely unprepared, you are a real fool. Because you have no idea who the other person is. By the way, my name is Wang Yu. Brother, what can you do for us? Wang Yu asked. Do you dare to kill zombies? Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. Dare. All 6 of them nodded. They had the guts to leave the top floor and come down to search for supplies, which took some courage. Even Four Eyes has killed zombies with his own hands. Do you want these things? Guanli took the sack and waved it in front of everyone. These are crystal cores. The 6 people were stunned. In the end times, there are things more precious than food. I'm afraid there's only the crystal core left. After all, you can improve your strength and become an awakened person. Wang Yu is the best example. After absorbing the crystal core, one becomes an awakener. Killing zombies is as easy as eating and drinking. Want to? Everyone nodded quickly. They are all relatively pure, without too many twists and turns. Communicating with such people will not be tiring. If you want, I can give it to you. Guanli took out 6 crystal cores and threw them directly to several people. They quickly reached out and took the precious crystal core. Big brother, what do you need us to do? After Wang Yu took the crystal core, he reacted quickly. He is not a 3-year-old child and knows that there is no free lunch in the world. The other party was so generous that he gave me the crystal core directly. There must be something he wants to tell you. Help me clear out the zombies in this building. Leaving is based on one's own conditions. So simple? Everyone couldn't believe it. Yes, it's that simple. Guanli nodded. What about the harvested materials? Wang Yu asked. It's all yours. Guanli is very generous. The option only requires clearing the zombies in the main building, but does not specify who should clean it up. Guanli thought it was a good deal to ask them to help him clean up the 6 crystal cores. After all, for him, the Legion card is the top priority. Get it early and you'll have more protection. But I have one condition. It must be cleaned up. Every classroom, every corner, even the boys' and girls' restrooms. You all need to check carefully to make sure there are no zombies. Guanli said as he left the room. No problem. Leave it to us. Wang Yu spoke with a solemn vow, and then absorbed the crystal core. After a while, all 5 of them completed their awakening. Because Wang Yu had already awakened, he just felt that his strength had been slightly enhanced. Thank you, big brother. I will never forget this kindness. The 6 people said excitedly. After all, the gift of the crystal core is like a rebirth. Stop talking nonsense. If you really want to thank me, then kill the zombies seriously. The 6th floor is up to you. Don't go below the 5th floor. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Guanli said a few words and walked out of the classroom. The 6 people hurriedly chased after him, but found that Guanli had disappeared. Master. Absolutely a master. Wang Yu was determined. Let's not just stand there. Big brother trusts us so much, we must repay him. Wang Yu spoke and began to clean up the zombies. Guanli came to the 7th floor, holding a Qingfeng knife in his hand, and cleared out the wandering zombies. There were not many zombies on the 7th floor, and he cleared them out quickly. Going further up is the top floor of the main teaching building. There are no extra classrooms here, only 2 performance rooms and a few utility rooms. Guanli lost interest upon seeing this. As he turned to leave, screams were heard from inside the performance room. Ah, zombies. Someone has turned into a zombie. What's going on? Everyone, calm down. Someone come quickly. Help me. The zombies bit my feet. Wow, I don't want to die. Guanli stopped and stared at the performance room. Damn it, you're always causing me trouble. Originally, he only needed to clear out the zombies below to complete the option. But I didn't expect that trouble would happen at this time. Why did zombies appear in the performance room? Someone must have been bitten by a zombie and was hiding in the crowd. No matter what time, there is always a shortage of such selfish people. Guanli kicked the door open and rushed into the performance room. The performance room was empty, but now it was filled with hundreds of students. Guanli found out the person who turned into a zombie at a glance. It was near the corner, and had already bitten more than a dozen students to death. Those students quickly transformed into zombies and attacked the students around them. In just a few moments, dozens of students turned into zombies. Everyone rushed to the performance room next door. It's relatively safe there for the time being. Ah, you scumbag, you pushed me. Good brother. Give me a hand. Don't leave me. Teacher, you actually. The crowd was in chaos, and some people pushed down the people around them in order to survive. Guanli shook his head. The ugliness of human nature was infinitely magnified. He held the green blade knife and rushed towards the zombies. Everyone ran out, only Guanli rushed in. He could barely deal with dozens of zombies. If the number exceeds 100, Guanli will turn around and run away without hesitation. He will do what he can. If things become uncontrollable, he will definitely put his own safety first. What does it have to do with him if everyone else dies? Swish, swish, swish. Guanli uses charge and slash. A zombie was biting a student, and its head flew high into the air. Save me. The student begged, but was stabbed by Guanli instead. Because his pupils have turned towards zombies, Guanli used the shadow technique and his speed increased instantly. The green blade in his hand kept harvesting the zombies' heads. These newly infected zombies are not very strong. With Guanli's current strength, he can kill them easily. Who is that? So cool. Oh my god. He's killing zombies. So handsome. He's exactly like the man of my dreams. The teachers and students who had escaped all reacted. They stopped and looked behind them. I saw a boy covered in blood, hacking at the zombies. Those horrible zombies were like waste in front of him. It looks like Guanli. Guanli from our class. A girl shouted excitedly. Really? I remember him. He seemed to have confessed his love to me. Why didn't I agree to him? A maturely dressed girl said in annoyance. The girl looked at Guanli with eyes full of admiration. The boy's eyes were filled with jealousy. How they wished that the person killing the zombies was themselves. Chapter 14 Moral Kidnapping. In the performance room, everyone held their breath and stared at Guanli. When the last zombie fell, cheers broke out in the field. Great. We are safe. Guanli ignored them and started cleaning up the battlefield. Seeing this, everyone showed puzzled expressions. What is Guanli doing? He seems to be looking for something. Everyone suddenly remembered the voice before the end of the world. Kill monsters and get rewards. They didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Guanli's strength, they believed it. Guanli, let me help you. A boy stepped forward. Stand still. Don't move. Guanli glanced at him and said sternly. Guanli saw through the other party's thoughts at a glance. Want to fish in troubled waters? Steal something secretly? Guanli, after all, we have been classmates for 2 years. You're being disrespectful? The boy looked unhappy. As the eldest son of Xinghai Group, when had he ever suffered such injustice? Sorry, I don't know you well. Guanli glanced at him and had some impression of him. The boy's name is Zhao Hai, and he is the eldest son of a listed company. Apart from that, there is no more intersection. In fact, Guanli used to have a very withdrawn personality. Not to mention classmates. Even with roommates, there is very little communication. If we have to talk about any communication, it was only with a girl named Lin Nana. It's a pity that the other party is a gold digger. Faced with Guanli's confession, he rejected it harshly. Since then, Guanli became more withdrawn and immersed in games every day. Okay, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some skills. My dad will send someone to rescue me soon. Don't ask me to take you away when the time comes. Zhao Hai lost face and could only regain it verbally. Idiot! Who is your father? Guanli sneered and continued to clean up the battlefield. What a joke. Nearly 80% of humans are infected with the zombie virus. What can the boss of a listed company do? In the end times, money is of no use at all. It's so uncomfortable to wipe my butt. Okay, you've got guts. We'll see. Zhao Hai left a harsh remark and returned to the team. He didn't dare to confront Guanli head-on. After all, the knife in Guanli's hand was still dripping blood. If the other party gets crazy and kills you with a knife, there will be no way to complain. Seeing Zhao Hai being humiliated, everyone gave up the idea of going forward. How did Guanli become like this? So cold and indifferent. Yes, we are all classmates. Shouldn't we help each other? This guy, once he has strength, he will change. That's right. He is a selfish villain. Many people in the crowd were talking about it. They completely forgot who had just saved them. Guanli continued to work hard, ignoring those voices. Dozens of zombies contributed 13 one-star crystal cores and 3 white cards. Food card X2. Advanced card X1. Guanli put away his things and walked towards the crowd. That, Guanli-san. A bald man with a big belly walked out from the crowd. Guanli had an impression of him. He seemed to be the vice president and often attended study lectures. "What's up?" he asked, looking at the bald man. My name is Chun Xiong. You should know me." A hint of displeasure flashed across Chun Xiong's eyes, but he quickly hid himself. As a smart person, you must learn to control your emotions. Otherwise, you can't climb to this position. "I know. Vice Principal Chen, right?" Guanli nodded and said with a smile. Right. Guanli is so young, yet he has such ability. It's true that heroes emerge young. Chen Xiong exclaimed. He has been working in the education industry for decades and is very experienced in dealing with students, such as Guanli, a passionate young man. Often, just a few words of compliment and some promises of benefits can put the person in your hands. Vice Principal Chun is very fast and impressive. Guanli still had a smile on his face. When Chen Xiong ran away just now, he was faster than many students. Forehead. Chen Xiong was speechless. How come this doesn't follow the routine? Student Guanli, you are really humorous. As the vice president of Z University, I would like to express my gratitude to you. In the critical moment, Guanli stepped forward and saved us. Once the situation calms down, I will contact the people above and award you a medal. Chen Xiong bowed in a pretentious manner. If it were someone else, they would probably be very excited. After all, the medals awarded in school are of great value. After graduation, jobs are very popular. But Guanli looked indifferent and did not express anything. Will the situation calm down? Is that possible? The group of people in front of me are still immersed in beautiful fantasies. Student Guanli, as the pride of Z University, you should stand up and protect everyone. Seeing that it was almost done, Chun Xiong quickly spoke in a serious tone. He believed that driven by such a righteous cause, no one would refuse. What's more, there are so many female classmates watching. Adolescent boys care most about their face. Sorry, I'm not interested. Vice Principal Chun, if you have nothing else to do, please make way. Guanli's words left Chun Xiong stunned. What's going on? Is it because I didn't explain it clearly enough? Ahem. Guanli, maybe I didn't make it clear just now. Chun Xiong wanted to say something but was interrupted by Guanli. Vice Principal Chun, please make way. Guanli's voice was slightly cold, which made people shudder. The guy in front of me obviously thinks he is an idiot. Want to use moral kidnapping? So funny. As long as there is no morality, there is no kidnapping. Under that fierce momentum, Chen Xiong couldn't help but take a few steps back. Guanli walked past him and headed out of the performance room. Guanli, do you still remember me? Lin Nana ran out from the crowd. Not familiar. Guanli shook his head and continued walking outside. You. Lin Nana was stunned. She didn't expect Guanli to be so straightforward. Scumbag. Scum. Lin Nana ran back crying, and her best friend comforted her softly. Nana, don't cry. This kind of person is not worth it. That's right. Killing a few zombies is no big deal. You don't know how to take care of girls at all. I despise people like this the most. Pretenders. When Guanli heard these words, he slowly stopped. I have good news for you. The natural disaster monster has arrived. They are not like ordinary zombies that just foolishly wander around downstairs. If you don't want to die, hurry up and become stronger. Besides that, food and water. There shouldn't be any in the performance room. Guanli said a few words and left without looking back. Inside the performance room, everyone looked at each other, obviously a little overwhelmed. Guanli was right. There was no food or water here. I can't feel anything now. But what next? We don't know when rescue will come, and staying here is no solution. Chapter 15 Trading Supplies. Teacher, what Guanli said makes sense. The issue of food is indeed crucial. A gentle-looking boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke. The boy's name is Wang Wenli, and he is the president of the student union. Wang Wenli had excellent academic performance and easily obtained various diplomas and certificates in foreign languages, piano, etc. He is a good student in the eyes of his teachers and the child of other people's family in the eyes of his parents. Yes, teacher, we have to think of a solution. After experiencing the zombie attack just now, the students' nerves became even more tense. The problem of food followed. Chun Xiong looked at the panicked students and felt a little annoyed. He originally thought that he could easily defeat Guanli. Make it your own tool. But now it seems that the plan has fallen through. Having seen how powerful zombies are, he was also very scared. I worked hard to get to where I am today. I can't die like this before I've even enjoyed a good life. Students, we must believe in China. In this critical moment, the city defense will definitely come to the rescue. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. Although Qin Xiong was impatient, he still had to do the face-saving work. After all, he has the highest status in the field. The teachers and many students all revolve around him. Yes, Vice Principal Chan is right. We must trust China and the city's defense. The disaster happened rather suddenly, and the city defenses haven't reacted yet. As long as we can get through this period of time, the city defense will soon launch a rescue. A beautiful female teacher echoed. That gentle voice gradually relaxed the students' tense nerves. That's right. Students, don't panic. Vice Principal Chen and Teacher Lin Ziona are right. The city defense will definitely launch a rescue. Many teachers stepped forward to stabilize the team's emotions. Now, let's start dividing into groups. There should be a lot of supplies in the building. Let's collect them first, and then wait for the city defense to rescue us. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Chen Xiong immediately began to give orders. These students who have not yet entered society are the easiest to control. Looking at the busy crowd, Chen Xiong felt that this could be used to his advantage. Yes, students, follow Vice Principal Chen's instructions. The boys organized a team to search for supplies. Girls are in charge of the logistics team. Several male teachers began to direct the work. In the face of disaster, I hope everyone will not be selfish. All the supplies found must be handed over for unified distribution. Qin Xiong spoke. Only by controlling supplies can you gain a foothold in the team. Regardless of whether the situation can be calmed down or not, he must ensure his own safety. As for dangerous things, let the students do it. Got it, Vice Principal Chun. Some of the boys went downstairs and began searching for useful supplies. Ding! The zombies in the main teaching building have been cleared, and you will be rewarded with a random Legion card X1. As Guanli walked down, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. He couldn't help but feel happy that the mission was finally completed. Master! When Guanli was about to check the reward, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. He looked toward the corridor. I saw Wang Yu and a few others waving at him excitedly. So it's you guys. Guanli smiled. Although Wang Yu and his men are a bit weak, at least they dare to kill zombies. This alone is enough to crush those people on the top floor. Guanli admires people who have courage and insight. Who knows, one day in the future, among these 6 people, there will be a top-level strongman. Yes, we followed the master's instructions and killed a lot of zombies. Wang Yu held a blood-stained fire axe in his hand. I don't know where it came from. Yeah, not bad. It's very promising. Guanli nodded and praised generously. Thank you. The compliment is great. Wang Yu scratched his head embarrassedly. You came to me just to talk about this, right? Guanli asked suspiciously. Hey, master. We want to exchange some supplies with you. Wang Yu said while rubbing his hands. I see. What do you want to change? Guanli suddenly understood. Man is iron, food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Although crystal cores are good, they cannot be eaten. Guanli can exchange various necessary supplies from the Points Mall. For him, this might be a good deal. After successfully trading the alloy crossbow, Guanli gave it a try. He found that as long as the items were valuable, he could choose to trade them to the mall. For example, the eliminated Tang Dao can be traded for 10 points. Master, I want to exchange some food. Wang Yu's face was full of anticipation. He was so hungry that his eyes were dizzy. I didn't feel it at first, but after a fierce battle with the zombies, my stomach started to protest. The noodles I had for breakfast have been completely digested, although I ate half a piece of bread at noon. But in the battle just now, it was almost digested. No problem. I'll definitely be satisfied. Guanli opened his backpack and found a lot of food inside. 5 bags of instant noodles, 12 sausages, 5 pieces of bread, and 4 bottles of mineral water. These were the supplies he collected from the dormitory. Gurgle. Wang Yu swallowed. Master, how do we change this? 3 1-star crystal cores. Pack them up and take them away. No cheating, no bargaining. Guanli stretched out 3 fingers and waved them in front of Wang Yu. These foods can be exchanged for points, and only 10 points are required. The transaction price of a 1-star crystal core is approximately 5 to 10 points. The better the quality of the crystal core, the higher the price given by the system. With 3 crystal cores, no matter how you calculate it, Guanli will definitely make a profit. Guanli can ask for a high price, and he believed that Wang Yu would not refuse. Because when people are hungry, they are willing to do anything, even if it goes against their own wishes. But Guanli felt that Wang Yu and his companions still had some potential. He plans to make an investment. I'll change. Wang Yu nodded and took out 3 one-star crystal cores. A wise choice. I am always very fair in doing business. Guanli readily threw the backpack over and took the crystal core. Ding. Transaction successful. Gain 24 points. The system prompt sounded. Wang Yu's crystal cores were of good quality. Master, we want to exchange some food too. The other 5 people spoke up one after another. They are slightly weaker and can only produce 1-2 crystal cores. Satisfy. Guanli took the crystal core and quickly bought food from the points mall. A total of 30 points were spent and 8 one-star crystal cores were obtained. He controls the quantity very well, ensuring that he can earn points from it. Ding. Transaction successful. Gained 64 points. In just a few minutes, Guanli earned a net profit of 34 points. Although the points are not many, they are all gained without any effort. Guanli doesn't have to pay anything, just open the points mall. It's so cool. It's totally easy to earn points. Chapter 16. Luck is needed to open the card. This transaction is a win-win situation. Wang Yu and the others were all delighted when they exchanged for survival supplies. After all, although crystal cores are precious, they can be obtained by killing zombies. But food is different. Unless a food card pops up, you can only get it through searching. And food is consumable. In the end times, demand is definitely in short supply. Without the crystal core, humans may be able to survive. But without food and water, humans will surely die. Wang Yu looked at the food in his backpack. If you use it sparingly, it will be enough for you to use for several days. They only care about food. They completely ignored the fact that Guanli could create things out of thin air. It is the end of the world now. If things like zombies appear, what else is impossible? As a master, it is reasonable for Guanli to have a portable space. They were all smart people, and if Guanli didn't want to talk, they would just keep quiet. Wang Yu, I think you are a promising talent. This Tang sword is given to you for free. Guanli took out the obsolete Tang sword from the system space. I can't sell many points anyway, so I might as well do you a favor. This? Wang Yu took the Tang sword with a dazed expression on his face. Apparently, he didn't react for a moment. Thank you, master. If we can meet again, I will repay you for your kindness today. Wang Yu said seriously. The more he looked at Wang Yu, the more he liked him. Qin said, this boy is teachable. Okay, see you later then. Guanli waved his hand and quickly disappeared into the corridor. Brother Yu, what should we do now? For Eyes asked. Under the current situation, it is obviously impossible to rely on the border defense. We can't leave our fate in other people's hands. Would you like to hang out with me? Wang Yu looked at the few people and gradually revealed his heroic spirit. Willing. The 5 people said in unison. In that case, then follow me to kill zombies and improve your own strength. After Wang Yu witnessed Guanli's strength, he knew that in the end times, the strong would be respected. The power, identity, and status of the past will be reshuffled. The strong will be the king. This is the rule of the end times. Brother Yu, we all listen to you. Everyone spoke up. Go to the teaching building next door. Start there first. Wang Yu packed his backpack and started his journey. Guanli returned to the first floor and walked towards the human-faced Mantis classroom. He made an appointment with Gu to return here and gather after completing the options. I just met Wang Yu and others, which delayed me for some time. Judging from the speed of the skeleton soldiers, they should have arrived. Come to the classroom where the Mantis is. Sure enough, I saw the skeleton warriors lined up neatly. Owner. When Commander Gu saw Guanli returning, he hurried forward to greet him. Yeah, thank you for your hard work. Guanli nodded and expressed his condolences. It's not hard. It's our honor to serve the Master. Master, this is the harvest from clearing the zombies. Commander Gu took off his backpack and presented it respectfully to Guanli. He looked into the backpack through the zipper. Wow, so many crystal cores piled together. In addition to the crystal core, there are dozens of cards as thin as cicada wings. Guanli used the system to scan and quickly got the number. There are 292 one-star crystal cores and 6 two-star crystal cores. 56 random white cards, 1 white-green card, and 1 green card. Judging from the harvest, the skeleton warriors encountered mutated zombies. Guanli thought about it, and based on the strength of the skeleton warrior, unless you encounter a powerful natural disaster monster like the man-faced Mantis, it can cause casualties. Ordinary 2-star zombies do not pose much threat to them. The strength and role of the Legion gradually became apparent. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to obtain so many crystal cores and cards in such a short period of time. Even if it is teamwork, there will still be distribution in the end. Guanli doesn't have such worries. The soldiers of the Legion selflessly gave their all. Guanli counted and found that there were a total of 342 1-star crystal cores. If all of it were converted into points, it would be a considerable amount. But Guanli was not in a hurry to make the transaction. Materials can be exchanged for crystal cores, and crystal cores can also be exchanged for things. Cards. He needs more cards. More than 300 crystal cores were all put into the backpack. Although the system backpack is good, it can only store system rewards, card rewards, etc. There is no way to store things like crystal cores. Oh, it would be nice if I could have a portable space, Guanli thought secretly. With more than 300 crystal cores on his back, it is like a mobile treasure trove. Guanli held 6 2-star crystal cores in his hand and began to absorb them. The 1-star crystal core has little effect on him, but the 2-star crystal core can still provide a significant improvement. Several warm currents entered his body, and Guanli trembled slightly. Cool. Guanli felt that every cell in his body became extremely active. Absorbed. He threw 2 punches, creating gusts of wind. Although his strength has been significantly improved, he is still at the intermediate 2-star stage. If you want to break through to the advanced 2-star level, you have to absorb a lot of crystal cores. Master, you have become stronger again, Commander Bone exclaimed. A little bit. Just a little bit. Looking at the bone-worshipping expression, Guanli felt a little ashamed. After absorbing the crystal core, Guanli turned his gaze to the card. First, there are white random cards, 56 in total. Open them all. Get food card X10. Get advanced card X4. Get supply card X6, used to quickly restore energy. Get 10 universal pistol bullets. Universal bullets, suitable for any pistol. Obtain ordinary crossbow arrows X15. The most common crossbow arrows, which can break weaker defenses. Get a scrapped shovel X1. This scrapped shovel is of no use at all. You can try to recycle it. Get 10 scrapped car parts. Scrapped car parts, which seem to have no use, you can try to recycle them. A series of prompt sounds rang in Guanli's mind. The more cards you open, the more diverse the things you get. Guanli looked at the pile of scrapped parts and the abandoned shovel. I was suddenly speechless. Especially the shovel, which has been rusted beyond recognition. Under the mottled rust, there was an unknown red dried liquid. Scrapped car parts. Trade for 1 point. A broken shovel. It has no value at all. Guanli was speechless for a moment and chose to trade the scrapped car parts. Transaction successful. Gain 10 points. As for the rusty shovel, he threw it into the system backpack. Although it is useless, I still can't bear to throw it away. There is no way. I am just so frugal. He now understood that the cards were like a lottery. What you get depends entirely on luck. If you are lucky, even white cards are possible, giving powerful items. If you are unlucky, you may get nothing. Guanli has experienced this personally. Chapter 17, Dark Knight Swordsman Legion. After opening all the white cards, Guanli turned his attention to the remaining 2 cards. 1 white and green, 1 green. Guanli didn't hesitate and chose to open it directly. Zombie Trap X1. After use, you can place a trap. The smell it emits can attract nearby zombies. The trap will explode 10 seconds after installation. Space Ring X1 contains a 10 cubic meter space, which can be upgraded with special items. When Guanli saw the second reward, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Space props. I just wanted a portable space. Here it comes. Looking at the space ring, Guanli put it on his thumb. The ring is completely black and made of a special material. The appearance is very simple, and no one would even look at it even if it was placed on a street stall. But the patterns carved on it are very mysterious. Ding! Binding request from the space ring detected. Is the host bound? While Guanli was observing, the system's voice rang out. Bind. He nodded without hesitation. Ding. Binding successful. As the system voice fell, a certain connection was established between him and the ring. He casually grabbed the crystal core from the backpack, and his mind moved slightly. The next second, the crystal core in his hand disappeared. After trying several times, He collected all the crystal cores into the ring. He skillfully mastered the use of the space ring. It only takes a thought to take out the items inside. Good. Guanli was in a good mood. After all the rewards were unlocked, Guanli slowly took out a card. The card emits a golden glow. There is a mysterious door on the back and a question mark on the front. Random Legion cards. Guanli looked at the golden card in his hand, and his breathing became a little rapid. He exerted a little force with his palm, and the card, as thin as a cicada's wing, was crushed in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dark Knight Swordsman Legion. The mysterious golden card gradually revealed the pattern on it. The pattern is a man dressed in black. The man had a stern face and held a long sword in his hand, revealing its sharp edge. Behind him were countless black figures. Guanli crushed the card, and a summoning circle appeared in front of him. 11 illusory figures appeared and slowly condensed into bodies. Meet my lord. The leader half-knelt in front of Guanli. The other knight swordsmen also followed his movements. Get up quickly. Guanli hurried forward and helped up the leader. The other knight swordsmen then stood up one after another. These swordsmen were dressed in black, as if they could blend into the darkness. He has a well-proportioned figure and is about 180 centimeters tall. The appearance varies, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they are handsome. Of course, it is still far behind what all of you readers think. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand emitted a hint of cold light. The man in the lead was the man in the pattern. The face was somewhat calm, with starry brows and sharp eyes. It feels like a peerless master in a martial arts novel. Guanli quickly checked the information about the Dark Knight Swordsman. Dark Knight Swordsman Legion can be upgraded. Number of people, 10. Potential, 4 stars. Strength, 2 stars. Commander, Shunlian. Skills, Shadow Stealth, Dark Knight Sword Technique, Dark Knight Internal Power, Night Shadow Footwork, Hidden Weapon Throwing. Shunlian? Guanli was slightly startled. My subordinates are here. What are your orders, my lord? Shunlian took a step forward, lowered his head, and cupped his hands into fists. It's okay. I just think this name seems a bit familiar. He shook his head and recalled the blue planet in his previous life. In the history of that world, there was a famous person also named Shunlian. Yes. Shunlian nodded and stepped back. He didn't ask any more questions. Guanli's words are an absolute command. He just has to do it, no questions asked. This is a bone. Let's get to know each other. From now on, we are all companions. Guanli pointed at the skeleton warrior army. Because they belong to the same legion, there is also a weak connection between the two. Otherwise, Shunlian would have to kill the skeleton warrior as a monster. Shunlian. Bone. The leaders of the two legions greeted each other. Although the words of both parties were concise, Guanli knew it. They have regarded each other as life and death companions. Everyone has desires, and intrigue is inevitable between different factions. But that doesn't happen with the Legion. They are loyal to Guanli, and internal strife will never happen. Good. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. It's such a wonderful thing to have a system. By obtaining a new Legion, Guanli can extract skills again. He looked at the skills of the Knight Swordsman and hesitated slightly. But soon, he made a decision. System. Extract the inner strength of the Dark Knight. Guanli chose the Dark Knight internal force. Ding. Start extracting the Dark Knight's internal energy. The system voice soon sounded. Guanli suddenly felt a mysterious power injected into his body. The original energy in the body actually merged with Dark Knight's internal force. The combined capabilities become more refined and stronger. Is this the inner strength of the Dark Knight? He punched the body of the human-faced Mantis hard. There was a black energy on the fist. Phew. The body of the Mantis was immediately pierced. Good. Guanli was extremely delighted. He then tried to condense the inner strength of the Dark Knight into the Qingfeng sword and slashed out black sword energy. The power created by the sword energy is no less than that of the opening and closing slash. The most crucial point is that the strength of Dark Knight's internal force depends on his own strength. The stronger your own strength is, the greater the role of Dark Knight's internal force will play. After mastering the Dark Knight's internal force, his strength increased dramatically. With two kinds of legions, Guanli felt that it was time to leave University Z. There aren't that many zombies in the palace. If he wants to continue to become stronger, he has to kill more zombies. In other words, Mr. Z could no longer satisfy him. Guanli wants to find some exciting feeling. Everyone, are you ready to kill the enemy? He looked at the soldiers in the Legion before him like a general commanding his troops on the battlefield. Although the Legion was small in number, there were only more than 20 local soldiers. But this momentum cannot be reduced. Master, my lord, please give the order. Gu and Shunlian spoke almost at the same time. Target. The playground outside the teaching building. Let's go. Guanli waved his hand and left the classroom first. The momentum is truly overwhelming. Through the glass door in the hall, Guanli saw that the playground was full of zombies. There were thousands of them, and there were quite a few mutated zombies among them. After all, the zombies on the playground have eaten enough flesh and blood. They evolve much faster than the zombies in the teaching building. Guanli looked around and felt a little relieved. No trace of the natural disaster monster was found. If these zombies were combined with monsters like the man-faced Mantis, Guanli could only avoid the spotlight temporarily. He looked at the legions on the side, all of which were ready to go. The final battle before leaving Z University is about to begin. Chapter 18: Blow Up the Zombies. My lord, are we going to kill all these guys? Xun Lian's eyes flashed fiercely. Faced directly with thousands of zombies, his momentum was not weak at all. Don't worry, I'll give them a big gift first. Xun Lian, can you quietly install this thing in a place where zombies gather? Guanli took out a card from the system backpack. The zombie trap, a prop just obtained, came in handy so quickly. No problem. Xun Lian took the card. His body gradually faded, eventually turning into a black shadow and blending into the ground. Awesome, Guanli whispered. The black shadow formed by Xun Lian quickly passed through the zombies outside. The zombies with low intelligence did not notice it at all. There was a dark shadow on the ground, moving quickly towards them. Xun Lian quickly arrived at the center of the corpse group. The black shadow he transformed into emerged from the ground. Suddenly, the zombies around him looked at him. Xun Lian didn't panic at all and crushed the card in his hand. A metal box wrapped in flesh and blood appeared in his hand. The zombies were instantly attracted and became restless. They ignored it and rushed towards Xun Lian's position. Seeing the zombie riot, Xun Lian dropped the metal box and quickly dived into the ground. The smell of metal boxes fascinates zombies. Even the mutated zombies couldn't help but be curious and walk towards the center. 5 tall violent ones, and a dozen corrosive ones with swollen bellies. In addition, there were several mutated zombies that Guanli had never seen before. The area around the zombie trap was suddenly crowded with zombies. They stared with big eyes and small eyes, not understanding why the metal box in front of them attracted them. My lord. Xun Lian returned to Guanli. Get ready for the show. Guanli pointed at the zombie group in the distance. A violent man curiously picked up the metal box. Hold it in your hand and examine it. 3, 2, 1. Burst. Guanli counted down in his heart. The small metal box in the violent man's hand suddenly burst into dazzling light. Rumble. The deafening sound echoed in the loudspeaker. Even the surrounding teaching buildings couldn't stop shaking. All survivors were attracted by the explosion. City defense. Is it city defense? Most people were happy. After all, in China, hot weapons are strictly controlled. Only city defense can be equipped with something with such great destructive power. They looked cautiously at the playground through the cracks in the window. I saw a scorching wave of fire sweeping across a large number of zombies. All the zombies near the center of the explosion were blown to pieces. Even the zombies far away from the center of the explosion were knocked to the ground by the hot air wave. Great, great. Blow these monsters to death. Everyone spoke excitedly. But soon, they calmed down again. Because there was no sign of city defense on the huge playground. This means that the explosion just now was not caused by the city defense. Are you kidding me? Are you playing such a big game? The students who were roaming around and killing zombies in the teaching building all looked out the window. There were thousands of zombies on the playground. No one dares to provoke them, because that is like looking for shit, death. Brother Tian, what should I do? A somewhat gloomy man was looking at the situation on the playground. There was a hint of coldness on his palms. Huang Lintian, this is a darling favored by fate. In the initial lottery, I got the job transfer book for the Ice Mage. You are such a fool. We should just watch the show. Huang Lintian said coldly. He didn't believe that there was anyone stronger than himself in the palace. After Huang Lintian became an ice magician, his strength was directly increased to 2 stars. But what he was proficient in was not close combat, but casting magic. One ice explosion can kill more than a dozen zombies. It is very powerful. After absorbing a lot of crystal cores, his strength skyrocketed again. During the search, he met several survivors who also received the initial reward. These people were lucky and received the initial reward. But unfortunately, Huang Lintian had targeted them. After a fierce battle, several people died at the hands of Huang Lintian. All the supplies they had worked so hard to collect also became theirs. As for the consequences of killing, Huang Lintian didn't care at all. He saw it very clearly. In the end times, strength is the rule. After the heat wave passed, several prompt sounds rang in Guanli's mind. Kill the violent person and get 50 points. Kill the violent person and get 45 points. Kill the violent person and get 65 points. There were 5 prompts, all about killing violent people. Because the zombie trap came from his hands. Therefore, the reward for killing must be counted on his head. As for the fluctuation of points, this is because of the strength of the violent players, and there must be a gap. 5 violent men contributed 267 points. The zombies have been dispersed. Now is the best time. Guanli looked at the scattered corpses. It would be difficult to assemble again in a short time. Kill. His eyes were sharp, and he rushed out holding the green blade. Xinlian and Gu led the local soldiers and followed Guanli closely. A zombie that had just gotten up had its head split open. Black blood splattered and stained Guanli's clothes. He didn't care and continued to swing the Qingfeng knife, killing the zombies that stood up. The explosion was powerful but confined to the center. The zombies that were a little further away were just knocked over by the air wave, and the damage caused was not great. Guanli roughly estimated that the explosion killed hundreds of zombies. There are still 1,000 or 2,000 zombies on the playground today. But fortunately, their strength is not strong, generally only 1 star. Master! It's a master! Wang Yu in the teaching building said excitedly. Yeah, it really is. He's so fierce. How dare you charge at so many zombies? Several people nodded repeatedly. Oh my god, it's Guanli. He's so brave. The students on the top floor all exclaimed. Brave? I think it's courting death. Zhao looked disdainful. He didn't believe at all that Guanli could leave alive. There is actually such a fierce person in the school? I wonder if there's a chance for us to make friends. Those students who chose to take the initiative were all attracted by the movement on the playground. At this moment, Guanli is definitely the most handsome guy in Z University. Skeleton? It seems that this guy is good luck. What a shame. You can't compare to me at all. Huang Lintian smiled contemptuously, his words full of disdain. Just skeleton soldiers. The most rubbish. A younger brother beside him quickly agreed. Obviously, everyone had played online games and knew that creatures like skeletons were the worst. As for the shadow swordsman, Huang Lintian just treated him as a fellow student and didn't pay too much attention to him. Everyone, follow me downstairs. Huang Lintian spoke, with dozens of students standing around him. These students are extremely powerful, and all of them are awakened ones who have absorbed crystal cores. Yes, Brother Tian. No one asked any further questions, as this was not the first time someone had killed someone. Huang Tian took one last look at the playground. This is an opportunity. If he can grasp it well, he will be able to make a breakthrough. Chapter 19 Licking Grandpa. On the playground, Guanli was agile and moved among the zombies. Wherever he went, a zombie fell to the ground. A card fell from the zombie, and Guanli picked it up. Then continue looking for the next target. Many zombies just shook their bodies and crawled up from the ground. But what greeted them was a sharp long knife. The skeleton warrior held a bone knife and kept chopping at the zombies. Wrapped in bone armor, it is difficult for zombies to break through their defense. Every skeleton warrior can gain the upper hand when facing more than a dozen zombies at the same time. You guys, you're uglier than me. Go to hell. Gu swung the shield in his hand and instantly knocked the zombie in front of him away. It took a quick step forward and chopped off their heads with ease. The skeleton warrior has a special structure. Every strike can bring out the maximum power. In simple terms, it is a life-threatening way of fighting. Xinlian looked at Gu Gu, who fought bravely to kill the enemy, and naturally he was not to be outdone. He waved the long sword in his hand and performed the Dark Knight sword technique. The sword energy flew out, killing zombies one after another. 10 Dark Knight swordsmen followed closely, performing Dark Knight sword techniques. Black sword energy kept falling into the zombies. One wave of attacks killed nearly 100 zombies. Handsome. When Guanli saw this, he couldn't help but exclaimed. After the sword energy swept across, the Dark Knight swordsmen and the zombies started a hand-to-hand fight. Condensing sword energy by performing sword skills requires a lot of internal energy. If you want to use it again, you must wait for your internal strength to recover. The Dark Knight swordsmen are all 2 stars in strength. Even without the blessing of internal power, he can still easily kill zombies. Call out. Guanli was killing zombies when he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air behind him. Something seemed to be coming. He used the shadow surge technique to quickly dodge the attacking object. Guanli turned his head and saw that it was a pink flesh snake, more than 10 meters long. The fleshy tongue is covered with sharp barbs. Humph! Dare you sneak attack me? Guanli snorted coldly and swung his Qingfeng knife without hesitation. Snap! The defense of the flesh tongue was not very strong and was cut off directly. The several-meter-long flesh tongue fell to the ground, and blood splattered out. Owner! My lord! Gu and Shunlian saw Guanli being attacked and wanted to come to support. I'm fine. You guys continue to clean up the zombies, Guanli said as he left the room. Yes, sir. Gu and Shunlian nodded and continued to clean up the zombies. Guanli turned around and saw clearly the thing that attacked him. It was a mutated zombie with an extremely distorted body. It was now lying on the ground, retracting its broken tongue. The skin on his body seemed to be falling off, revealing the scarlet flesh underneath. Blood vessels of various thicknesses are exposed to the air. The original arms have turned into reptile-like limbs. The extremely sharp claws can easily penetrate the concrete floor. The twisted nose kept moving, as if to determine the direction. The mouth was cracked to the ears, revealing sharp teeth. As for the eyes, they have completely degenerated. The constantly wriggling brain is covered by a transparent membrane. This mutated zombie has completely deviated from the human form. Name: Licker. Strength: 2 stars. Abilities: Tongue Flick, Fast Movement. Comet. The body changes in another direction, completely abandoning the human form and becoming a beast. Be careful of its tongue. It is very flexible. Guanli glanced over, and the system gave the monster's basic information. It's Licking Master. He had also watched the Resident Evil series in his previous life. The mutated zombie in front of him is somewhat similar to the Licker inside. While the effect of shadow swiftness was still there, Guanli took the initiative to attack. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Licker. He swung forward with the green blade in his hand. The Licker reacted quickly and raised his front legs to resist. Clang! The sound of golden bells interweaving rang out. The green blade knife chopped on the sharp claws, causing sparks to fly from the friction. Although the Licker was able to block the attack, its power was not as strong as Guanli's. I could only see its hind legs moving backwards on the ground. Open and close slash. Guanli immediately activated his skill upon seeing this. The Qingfeng knife was raised and slashed out quickly again. 2 crossed air blades instantly landed on the Licker's sharp claws. Snap! The hard claws broke apart directly. The Licker's figure also flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Guanli wanted to press on with the victory, but he didn't expect the Licker to react so quickly. Call out. A fleshy tongue covered with barbs came straight towards Guanli's head. Damn it! Still coming? He activated the bone armor. A simple piece of bone armor condensed into being. Guanli stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the meat snake that was shooting at him. Sizzle. The barbs on the fleshy tongue scraped against the bone armor, sparking sparks. Obviously, the Licker's attack could not penetrate the defense of the bone armor. Come here. Guanli grabbed the pink tongue and pulled it hard. The powerful force instantly pulled the Licker in front of him. Hello, Master Lick. Goodbye, Master Lick. The green blade in Guanli's hand pierced directly into the Licker's brain. The head, which was only wrapped in a thin film, immediately splashed out a large amount of brain matter. The scene of the spray is so beautiful. Kill the Licker and get 75 points. A green card that drops from the Licker's corpse. Guanli put it away. Then he dug a few holes in the Licker's head. He took out a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Guanli was very satisfied and threw away the Licker in his hand. It has no value anymore. Guanli glanced at the playground and saw that the group of zombies had been dispersed by the Legion. A legion of more than 20 people rushed towards thousands of zombies. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before the zombie horde is wiped out. He turned his attention to the mutated zombies. Baby, I'm coming. Guanli showed a perverted smile. He headed towards a corruptor, who was obviously confused. Why is this human's expression a little different? If it can't figure it out, it simply stops thinking about it. The throat kept moving, and a ball of corrosive liquid spurted out instantly. Call out. Guanli had been on guard for a long time. His body flashed slightly to avoid the spurting corrupt fluid. With one slash of the sword, the corroder dies. Kill the corruptor and get 50 points. The corruptor did not drop any cards, and there was no crystal core in its head. Alas, compared to Master Liquor, you are simply weak. The scum among zombies. Guanli looked disgusted. Corruptor. Guanli looks for his next target. The mutated zombies on the playground fell one after another. Hiss. How did he do that? This is so horrible. Is this still a human being? Ah, such a thick thigh. I couldn't even hold it. The students on the top floor all had shocked expressions on their faces. SK, what's so great about that? Zhao Hai still insisted. Instead of searching for supplies, he stayed in the performance room. If you have the ability, go ahead. That's right. You just know how to brag. The rebuttals from several girls made Zhao Hai's face turn very dark. When had he ever been treated like this? Damn it, you guys. You used to seduce me every day, but now you turn your back on me? Zhao Hai was so angry that he spoke out directly. You woo-woo. Several girls turned and ran away. Zhao Hai clenched his fists, feeling furious. You also need strong power yourself. Chapter 20 Attack. The number of zombies on the playground is decreasing. Guanli looked at the gradually darkening sky and immediately opened fire, madly hacking and killing the zombies. This battle must be resolved before dark. In the teaching building nearby, Huang Lintian was planning something. He completely missed the process of Guanli killing the group of zombies. Brother Tian, what should we do this time? A younger brother looked at Huang Lintian and asked fiercely. It is obvious that this group of people quickly adapted to the end of the world. Let those guys fight the zombies first. Wait until they are all dead, then we will go out and harvest. Huang Lintian's plan was simple. It's nothing more than a fight between the snipe and the clam, while the fisherman benefits. To put it simply, it means grabbing heads. He already had ideas about the group of zombies on the playground. Even if Guanli didn't take action, he would find a way to clear out the zombies bit by bit. After all, killing zombies can obtain cards and crystal cores. These things are his capital to become stronger. Huang Lintian is a smart man. He knew that the zombies that had just been infected were not very strong. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you can become stronger quickly and then take over the entire Z University. He has already made plans for the future. Based on the university, we will continue to expand our influence. Finally, in the end times, build your own base city. Now someone has stepped forward to play as a forward for him, which is exactly what Huang Lintian wants. Those guys seem to be quite strong. If we succeed in clearing out the zombies, what should we do? A boy wearing glasses said. He is also a lucky man. His name is Lin Ong. In the initial lottery, I got the job transfer book for the telekinetic master. The profession of telekinesis allows one to control objects through telekinesis. Huang Lintian looked at him, his eyes full of fear. Lin Ong has the profession of a telekineticist. This guy poses a great threat to his dominance. As the second in command of the team, there are many people who support Lin Ong. If it weren't for his strength, he would have slightly surpassed the opponent. I'm afraid it's time to change the person in this position. What are you afraid of? Even if those guys outside really clear out the zombies, they will just be a spent force. We are elite soldiers and brave generals, but we can easily control them, right? Huang Lintian said with disdain. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Well, how do we divide the things? Lin Ong asked. I'll take 6 and you'll take 4. Huang Lintian felt unhappy. Lin Ong is ambitious and now starts to negotiate conditions with himself. But at this moment, we cannot fall out with each other. His team has a total of 89 people. 50 of them listen to him, and the remaining 39 listen to Lin Ong. Can. Lin Ong nodded without bargaining. This number has already met his expectations. Huang Lintian is not someone you can easily mess with. If you push them too far, they might end up breaking up. This result was not what he wanted. Just as Huang Lintian and others were discussing in the building, Guanli on the playground has already killed the last zombie. The sun in the sky stubbornly emits the last ray of afterglow. Clean up the battlefield. Guanli gave an order. The soldiers moved in an orderly manner. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll have to spend tonight at Z University. Guanli had no idea how dangerous the night of the end of the world was. But it's definitely not as safe as during the day. There was no need for him to risk leaving. The most sensible choice is to stay at Z University and rest for a night. The Legion has a clear division of labor. The Knight Swordsman collects cards, and the Skeleton Soldiers collect crystal cores. Brother Tian, the battle outside seems to be over. Those guys are really capable. All the zombies in the playground have been cleared out. Those guys are cleaning up the spoils now. A younger brother trotted in. Huh? You actually cleaned it up? It seems these guys are really capable. Huang Lintian and Lin Ong both showed surprised expressions. But despite the surprise, the plan went on as usual. The group of people outside must be exhausted after the battle. Get ready. Huang Lintian spoke. Yes. Everyone was eager to try and took out their weapons. On the playground, Guanli picked up a crystal core and rubbed it in his hand. Killing zombies is such a beautiful thing. Just as he put the crystal core into the space ring, a sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him. Guanli didn't even think about it and rolled to the side. Call out. An arrow condensed from ice crystal shot at the place where he was just now. Someone attacked. Guanli's face darkened. This possibility came to my mind almost immediately. Suddenly, a surge of anger arose. Someone is actually targeting me. This is good. Very good. Since they want to play, I will accompany them to the end. Enemy attack. Protect the master. Bone reacted instantly. It raised a huge shield and protected Guanli behind it. The rest of the skeleton warriors also put down their work and looked around vigilantly. There. Guanli looked towards the teaching building not far away. The ice arrow just now was shot from there. Damn it. He actually dodged it. Huang Lintian cursed. Seeing that he had been discovered, he did not continue hiding. Since the sneak attack failed, let's just fight head-on. Guanli looked at the teaching building, and dozens of students suddenly rushed out. These students had ferocious looks on their faces and their bodies were covered in blood. A fierce aura emanated. There is no doubt that these guys have killed people. Guanli narrowed his eyes slightly, and things became interesting. Although the other side had the advantage in numbers, he was not worried. Because most of these students are of 1-star strength. Only a dozen people have reached the 2-star level. On the other hand, all the members here are of 2-star strength. Boy, you're lucky. You can actually dodge my ice crystal arrow? Huang Lintian spoke first. It's okay. Guanli walked out from behind the shield with a warm smile. But underneath that smile, there was murderous intent. He could let Wang Yu go. Because although Wang Yu had robbed him, he did not do it directly. This shows that the other party still has some bottom line. But these people must die. Even Jesus cannot stop them. Because he touched Guanli's bottom line. Boy, get ready to die. I might be able to give you a quick death. Huang Lintian spoke. Haha, fight with me, Guanli. Do you have the strength to do so? Guanli raised his middle finger and made an internationally accepted gesture. Boy, you're looking for death. Huang Lintian's face suddenly turned cold. Brothers, charge. Whoever kills this guy will get more stuff later. Huang Lintian didn't waste any more breath. Kill. The students rushed towards Guanli with weapons in hand. Kill. Leave no one alive. Guanli's eyes were cold, and he gave the order directly. Yes, sir. Gu and Xinlian all smiled knowingly. I've killed so many zombies, but never killed a human. Chapter 21. One-sided battle. Brother Yu, do we need help? In the corridor on the 7th floor, Four Eyes asked. We have to help. Let's go. Let's go down. Wang Yu spoke without even thinking. He had seen Guanli's methods, so he wanted to take a gamble. After a moment's hesitation, they finally caught up with him. The troops of both sides soon collided with each other. Huang Lintian's men were all full of confidence. He thought that the skeleton warriors in front of him were all very weak. After all, everyone has played online games and knows that skeleton soldiers are just the bottom-ranked monsters. But they forget that this is reality. Little skeleton, I'll send you on your way. A boy holding a fire axe chopped at the skeleton soldiers. But in the next second, the smile on his face froze. The fire axe hit the skeleton warrior, leaving only a shallow white mark. To the skeleton warriors, this wasn't even an injury. Swish. The skeleton warrior swung the bone knife and directly chopped off the boy's head. The head rolled to the ground, with its eyes wide open, as if it died with its eyes open. He couldn't understand why the skeleton soldiers were so powerful. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 students fell down. The sudden change caught Huang Lintian off guard. He originally thought that Guanli was already at the end of his strength and could be easily dealt with. Kid, don't get too cocky. Let me show you the power of ice magic. Ice explosion. A staff appeared in Huang Lintian's hand. The staff was very crude, seemingly made of some kind of rattan. Holding the rattan staff, he cast it towards the most concentrated location of the skeleton warriors. The violent ice element exploded instantly. Bang! Several skeleton warriors were blown away. The bones on the surface are covered with a layer of ice. Huh? He turns out to be a magician. It's interesting. Guanli quickly noticed Huang Lintian hiding behind the crowd. No wonder he dares to sneak attack on himself. It turns out he has someone to rely on. But an ice magician is far from enough. Shunlian, get that guy for me. Guanli pointed at Huang Lintian, who was behind the crowd and was secretly committing evil tricks. As you command. Xinlian turned into a black shadow and quietly came behind Huang Lintian. Because the sky is dark, no one noticed the moving shadow on the ground. It wasn't until Xinlian showed up that Huang Linkai felt something was wrong. Linong, save me. Huang Lintian's whole body was covered with cold hairs, and he quickly asked Linong for help. As an ice magician, he is not good at close combat. Xinlian gathered his figure and stabbed forward with the long sword in his hand. Rescue people? No way. A silver pistol appeared in Guanli's hand. The moment Linong took action, he also pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots were fired in succession. Linong was hit by a bullet and fell to the ground. A 2-star awakened person is still unable to withstand bullet damage. If you are an awakened person with rough skin and thick flesh, that is a different story. But alas, both of them are clearly neither. Linong was directly injured and fell to the ground. At Huang Lintian's critical moment, the small universe broke out. An ice shield 2 centimeters thick quickly condensed and blocked him. Click. Xinlian pierced the ice shield, but failed to hit Huang Lintian. The brief block allowed him to successfully dodge the blow. But is it really possible to escape? Go to hell. A tall figure appeared in front of Huang Lintian. The huge shield hit him directly on the head. Click. Huang Lintian's brain collapsed on the spot, and his body collapsed on the ground. Bah! You dare to attack your master? Act recklessly. The tall figure was naturally the bone that came. Catch the leader first. Guanli's goal is very clear. Brother Tian is dead. What should we do? When everyone saw Huang Lintian's tragic death, they were immediately thrown into disarray. The Legion soldiers directly pursued the victory. In just a few seconds, he killed more than a dozen students again. Run. Finally, everyone couldn't hold it anymore. They all ran out of the playground. The leader is dead. Why are we still fighting? Guanli ordered a pursuit. He had no intention of letting these people go. Those who kill should be prepared to be killed at any time. Although the skeleton warrior is not fast, it is strong. With the support of 2-star strength, it is easy to catch up. As for the Night Swordsman, it's like killing one person every 10 steps and leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Those people had no power to fight back in front of them. On the playground, the situation was completely one-sided. Screams continued to be heard. Guanli was indifferent. In the performance room on the top floor, many girls looked pale. Guanli, how dare he kill someone? Isn't he afraid of legal sanctions? Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Maybe Guanli is right. The world has really changed. Killing is no longer something out of reach. Don't kill me, please. Linong, lying on the ground, kept struggling. There were several bloody holes on his shoulders and arms. Guanli held the Qingfeng knife with an expressionless face. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Seeing that his begging for mercy was futile, Linong knew that he was doomed to die. He activated his telekinesis and a fruit knife shot towards Guanli. I've been on guard against you. Guanli sneered. The bone armor condensed out. The fruit knife hit the armor and was bounced away. Guanli rushed forward and stepped on Lin Eng's arm directly to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream. I'll let you launch a sneak attack. Guanli kicked him on the knee again. Snap. The powerful force directly shattered his knee. Well, Lin Eng's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted from the pain. Kill me. Kill me. He roared like a mad beast. Satisfy. Guanli showed mercy and chopped off his head with one knife. He didn't want to waste time as it was already completely dark. In the dim playground, the card emitted a faint light. The moonlight was shining, and the body on the ground could be barely seen. Kill. In the dim playground, there was a sound of fighting. Just as Guanli was about to make a move, he heard a voice from the other side. Master, I, Wang Yu, am here to help you. Guanli, I've already finished, and you're just here? Take a small notebook and write it down. Don't do it. Guanli hurriedly stopped the soldiers. Hoo-hoo. Wang Yu ran to Guanli, took a few breaths and said, Master, you're so fast. As soon as these words were spoken, Guanli's face suddenly turned dark. Write it down. You must take a small notebook to write it down. It's not that I'm too fast, it's that you're too slow. Guanli said sarcastically. Forehead. Wang Yu was about to say something, but reason told him to shut up. It only took a few minutes from the outbreak to the end. Unless he jumps directly from the 7th floor, he will never be able to catch up. Help clean up the battlefield. The reward is 5 one-star crystal cores for each person. Don't be suspicious when you employ people. Don't use people when you are suspicious. He thinks Wang Yu is a pretty good person. Although there is an element of speculation in it, I still want to help myself. Yes. Promise to complete the mission. All 6 people showed excited expressions. This is equivalent to picking up 5 crystal nuclei for free. Chapter 22 Night Chat. Shunlian, I leave this place to you. Guanli gave him a look, and the other party understood instantly. In the Dark Knight Legion's actions will not be restricted, but will be more flexible. Yes, my lord. Xinlian nodded. He understood what Guanli meant. Clean the battlefield and pay attention to Wang Yu and the others. Guanli found a clean classroom on the 6th floor of the teaching building. Spend the night here temporarily. Several skeleton warriors were guarding around Guanli. He took out a food card and crushed it. A huge bird's hind leg appeared in front of him. The legs are so big that they can't fit in one pot. A rich aroma wafts through the classroom. Bones. Do you want to eat them? Guanli asked casually. Master, we don't need to eat. He pointed to his body. Remove the bones and nothing extra. Excuse me. He picked up the roasted leg in his hand and took a bite with satisfaction. Oh my god. It smells so good. Guanli activated his skill and ate voraciously. The roasted leg in his hand was quickly wiped out. After eating and drinking enough, Guanli took out a 2-star crystal core and began to absorb it. This is the crystal core contributed by Mr. Licking. Master, can we come in? Wang Yu's voice came from outside the door. Let him in. As soon as Guanli's words came out of his mouth, the skeleton warrior made way for him. Wang Yu and others came to Guanli. In his hand, he held an old-fashioned kerosene lamp. Did Xinlian come back? Guanli asked. The master has a clever plan. Zhuge is really alive. Wang Yu flattered him. Brother Xinlian said that our speed is too slow and is hindering them. Master, we don't want this reward. Wang Yu said somewhat embarrassedly. Don't worry. I will keep my promise to you. Guanli took out 31-star crystal cores from the space ring. Master, we are so unworthy of your kindness. Wang Yu did not take the crystal core. Take it. Just call me Guanli. What happened just now was just a small test for them. I don't really want their help. After all, with the Knight Swordsman Corps here, clearing the battlefield is a piece of cake. They have passed the test. Several people restrained themselves and did not steal anything. Thank you very much, brotherly. Several people took the crystal core and showed joy on their faces. They held the crystal cores in their hands and began to absorb them. After a while, the strength of the 6 people had improved significantly. Are you about to break through to the 2nd star? Guanli looked at Wang Yu. The energy of the other party is already very close to 2 stars. Wang Yu nodded. Here, let's break through first. Guanli threw out another 10 1-star crystal cores. This. Wang Yu looked shocked. He looked at Guanli as if he had thrown a few candy beans. Thank you, brotherly. At this moment, Wang Yu didn't know what else to say except thank you. Wang Yu absorbed the crystal core. A powerful energy emanates. Obviously, he succeeded in breaking through. Wow, I feel so much stronger. Is this the strength of a 2-star? It's so terrifying. Wang Yu's middle school soul was burning fiercely. Gurgle. Wang Yu and his companions' stomachs started to growl. All right, you're here to eat for free again. The burning gazes of several people were almost enough to indicate that Guanli was gone. 6 food cards were crushed. Different delicacies appear in the classroom. The rich aroma emitted made people on the top floor salivate. It smells so good. Who's eating barbecue? Guanli. It must be him. Everyone seemed to think of that cold figure. After all, he is the strongest in the entire Z University. Not only is he powerful himself, he also has more than a dozen subordinates and a group of skeleton soldiers. At this time, everyone gradually accepted the reality. Several good-looking girls gathered together, as if discussing something. Wow, Brother Li is so generous. A green light flashed in the eyes of Wang Yu and others. This is barbecue. Compared with bread, instant noodles, and sausage, it is not even on the same level. Stop talking nonsense. Can't meat stop your mouth? Yes. Also your mouth shut shortly. Wang Yu stopped talking nonsense and started to eat the cow leg. With the addition of various delicious seasonings, even grilled slippers are delicious. Several people ate voraciously and licked their fingers after finishing. After eating and drinking, Guanli started chatting with a few people. The main thing is to get to know them briefly. Wang Yu is a native of City Z, and both his parents work in companies. Although not rich, they are still a well-off family. Xian is a single-parent family, raised by his father. Li Meng's parents died when he was young, and he was raised by his grandmother. A few months before the end of the world, my only relative also passed away. But this is good news for him. After all, in this damn apocalypse, living means suffering. Lu Tianming is a foreigner and studies in university in City Z. His parents are just ordinary workers. Xiao Bin is also a foreigner. His father is a university teacher and his mother is a business manager. His family background is pretty good. Yu Hai is similar to Li Ming, both brought up by the old man. Not long ago, his grandfather also passed away. My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. Xin Lian walked in from outside the door. The Dark Knight swordsmen are hidden in the dark corners of the classroom. If there is any danger in Guanli, they can arrive in an instant. Yeah, good job. He took the sack from Shan Lian's hand, which was very heavy. It is my honor to serve my lord. After Shan Lian finished speaking, he slowly retreated to the side. Use the system to scan the sack. There are 441 star crystal cores and 35 2-star crystal cores. There are 137 white random cards in total, 5 green random cards, and 1 dark green random card. A rattan staff. This is Huang Lintian's contribution. This guy is very poor, and all he has is this stuff. Of course, Lin Ong was even poorer and didn't even have a weapon. The only flying knife was bent by Guanli. Seeing Guanli counting the spoils, Wang Yu and others tactfully moved away. They found a quiet corner and prepared to have a good sleep. After all, there are no entertainment activities in the end times. The long night can only be passed by sleeping. They were also tired after a long day and soon fell into a deep sleep. As for safety issues, they were not worried at all. The entire classroom was filled with Guanli's subordinates. Snore. The deafening snoring of several people reached Guanli's ears directly. These guys. He was speechless and simply left the classroom. In another quiet classroom, Guanli absorbed the crystal core in his hand. One by one, the 2-star crystal cores were quickly absorbed. A warm current rushing like a river constantly washed over Guanli's body. Countless cells revived and greedily absorbed the pure energy. The energy contained in the crystal core is simply a tonic. After being absorbed by the human body, it can evolve in a stronger direction. Call. Guanli let out a breath of foul air. He pumped his fists, feeling the power of his own strength. Yes, my current strength should be close to the advanced level of 2 stars. If I meet the Mantis again, Guanli was absolutely sure that he could kill it. Chapter 23 Midnight Visit. After absorbing the crystal core, Guanli turned his gaze back to the card. Start with a white random card. Food card X30. Advanced card X15. Supply card X23. Pure water X20. Machete X1. Iron machete, very sharp. Ordinary crossbow, arrows X13. Burning crossbow X3. After the explosion, a burning area with a range of 10 meters is formed. Frost crossbow X2. After the explosion, it causes a freezing effect on the target within a range of 10 meters. Lock-picking technique X1. After learning, you will be able to master various lock-picking techniques. Glass marbles X2. These are useless beads. Please discard them directly. Pistol universal bullet X8. Enhanced potato seeds X19. Genetically enhanced potato seeds. The prompt sounds of obtaining items, one after another, rang in Guanli's mind. The rewards this time are pretty good. Except for the glass marbles, everything else is more or less useful. Learn the art of lock-picking. Guanli suddenly felt that many lock-picking techniques were integrated into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the lock-picking technique. This is a nice little trick. Although it is of no use at the moment, it is always good to have more skills. After the white cards are drawn, it is the turn of the green cards. From the ratio of the number, we can know the rarity of green cards. Guanli used it directly and 5 green cards were opened. Obtained rotten burning fruit X1. Severe energy loss, only partial burning ability can be obtained. You can try to trade. Obtain intermediate advanced card X2. Can be used for Legion Advanced. Get firearms mastery X1. After learning, you can master various firearms skillfully. Mom doesn't have to worry about me not being able to shoot anymore. Get power pill X1. After taking it, your strength will double for a short period of time, lasting for 1 minute. All green cards are open. There was surprise and disappointment in Guanli's eyes. The disappointment was because the quality of these rewards was not very good, and the surprise was because of the 2 intermediate advanced cards. Currently, the Legion's advancement does not require intermediate advancement cards, but it's always good to be prepared. Learn firearms mastery. Guanli suddenly felt like an expert in using guns. He took out the Desert Eagle and quickly disassembled it. In just a few breaths, a pile of parts appeared on the table. Then, after a few more breaths, a complete Desert Eagle appeared in his hand. It's always good to have many skills. As for the rotten burning fruit, it looks a bit like an apple and is already half rotten. The exposed flesh had a faint flickering flame. Guanli hesitated for a moment, but still chose not to take it. God knows if there will be any negative effects after this thing rots. Rotten burning fruit, transaction price, 5,000 points. Fuck, so expensive? Guanli was a little surprised, but he reacted quickly. After all, it is a fruit that can enable people to gain abilities. Even though it has rotted, it is still very expensive. He didn't hesitate and chose to trade directly. Trade the rotten burning fruit and get 5,000 points. After the points were credited to his account, Guanli made a small fortune. The disappointment just now was swept away. There is one last card left. Holding the dark green card, Guanli crushed it directly. With so many zombies dropping cards, the things they give must be good. Obtain Legion Expansion Card X1. After use, the number of members in the designated Legion can be increased by 10. After Guanli finished reading the introduction of the items, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good thing. It can add 10 more Legion soldiers. What is his biggest trump card now? System. Legion. This is the core of myself. Anything that can enhance the strength of the Legion is a good thing. Guanli did not use the Legion expansion card directly. The Skeleton Warriors and the Night Swordsmen, both legions, are very strong. He hesitated for a moment. Guanli returned to the classroom where the Legion was staying. The kerosene lamp placed in the center was emitting a faint light. The light kept flickering, as if it would go out at any moment. Apart from the kerosene lamp, the only light in the classroom is the moonlight outside the window. Shunlian, get ready. I'll upgrade you. Guanli returned to the classroom and spoke directly. Yes. Thank you, Master. Shunlian's eyes lit up. System. Advance to the Dark Knight Swordsman Legion. Guanli took back the system space with the Dark Knight Swordsman Legion. Ding. Upgrade the Dark Knight Swordsman Legion. It costs 20 Legion advancement cards. Advanced? Advanced. Guanli didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to advance. To advance to the Dark Knight Swordsman, you need to spend 20 advance cards. This situation should be related to the strength of the Legion. After all, when the skeleton soldiers advance, they only have 1-star strength. There is not much confusion about this issue. Anyway, there are enough advanced cards, so just do it. Begin the advancement of the Dark Knight Swordsman Legion. Guanli simply opened the points mall. He bought a simple folding bed, spending 3 points. This most common prop is not expensive. Looking at the folding bed in front of me, although it is very simple, it is much better than sleeping on the floor. Guanli looked towards the corner and saw Wang Yu and others lying crookedly. Sleeping on a folding bed is a wonderful thing. Guanli fiddled with it and folded it and laid it out. He lay down and got into a more comfortable position. After a tiring day, it's time to take a break. Skeleton warriors do not need sleep, so the task of night watch is left to them. Tada! Guanli was about to close his eyes. Then I heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside the classroom. Someone? Just as he was about to get up and check, he heard a scream from outside. Monster! Those were some pleasant sounds. Although it is a bit scary, it is still beautiful. My lord, catch some guys. What are you going to do? Gu picked up a girl and threw her in front of Guanli. Its technique is simple, without the slightest mercy. Immediately afterwards, 3 girls were also thrown in front of Guanli. He sat on the folding bed and looked at the 4 girls in front of him. This guy looks familiar. Guanli looked at the ground and saw a familiar figure. It's Lin Nana. She now removed her makeup, revealing her original appearance. Although not as stunning as before, it has a student-like innocence. As for the other 3, he only remembered one. She is one of the campus beauties of Z University. Her name is Zhang Xinhue. It is said that his father is an entrepreneur in City Z and is worth a lot of money. Because of these 2 dazzling identities, many rich second generations have launched a fierce pursuit of her. In the past, Guanli was just a poor loser in front of her. In addition to Lin Nana and Zhang Xinhue, the other 2 girls also look good. In the past, she would be the center of attention. But at this moment, they looked very embarrassed. Guanli looked at the 4 women sitting on the ground. Visiting in the middle of the night must have ulterior motives. Chapter 24 Want a Chance. Guanli, are these all your men? Lin Nana reacted quickly. She had seen these skeleton warriors during the battle in the afternoon. I was frightened just now because the corridor was dark. Now with the help of the dim light, we can see the appearance of the skeleton warrior clearly. Although he still looked ferocious and terrifying, he stood respectfully behind Guanli. Don't talk nonsense. Just get to the point. Guanli sat on the folding bed and looked at the four people. The sleepiness I just had was disturbed by them. So Guanli's mood was very bad. Guanli, do you still love me? Lin Nana held it in for a long time before finally speaking out what was in her heart. She knew it was shameless, but in order to survive, face was no longer important. If I could make the man in front of me change his mind, then your own safety can be absolutely guaranteed. You're not beautiful, so don't think too much about it, Guanli said as he left the room. Lin Nana didn't expect Guanli to be so heartless. He loved himself deeply at first. Go away. Guanli waved his hand, and Gu understood instantly. It picked up Lin Nana and threw her out of the classroom. Woo woo woo. Lin Nana sat on the ground, feeling a little overwhelmed. What about you three? If you have nothing else to do, then go away, Guanli said as he left the room. Gu walked towards the three people, ready to see them off physically. Don't. I need your help. Guanli didn't know the girl who spoke, but her delicate face and beautiful figure are definitely the most beautiful girl in the school. Explain. Guanli's tone was a little impatient. I don't want to die, so I want to make a deal with you. Su Shui spoke up. Deal? What can you give me? Money? That thing is too hard to even wipe your butt. Guanli said coldly. I'm so young, beautiful, and in great shape. If you are willing to protect me, I will be your woman from now on. I'm very open-minded and willing to accept any way of playing, Su Shui said quickly. She knew that a strong man like Guanli would definitely like to have a harem. If he is willing to donate his body, he will definitely not refuse. Roll. Guanli frowned slightly. What does this woman in front of me think of herself? A breeding pig? Long out yin? Su Shui's face turned pale in an instant. She didn't understand why Guanli was not interested. I am so beautiful and have such a good figure. There were at least 800 boys chasing after her in the past. Bone, get the guest out. Guanli waved his hand, and Su Shui was thrown out. What about you two? Don't waste your time. He looked at the remaining two women. Zhang Xian stood up, turned around, and left the classroom. Her bargaining chip is the same as Su Shui's. She also sacrifices her body. And you? Guanli looked at the campus beauty of Z University. The delicate face looks particularly charming under the moonlight. Although she has a slim figure, it does not affect her beauty. Zhang Xinyue's appearance would definitely score 90 points. If you plan to sell your body in exchange for protection, you can go now too. Guanli stood up. Those dark pupils were deep and mysterious. Guanli, I want to live. Can you give me a chance? Zhang Xinyue took a deep breath and said firmly. There was a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. As a lady from a wealthy family, she is the campus beauty of Z University. This Zhang Xinyue actually has such a strong will. If she doesn't die in the future, perhaps a miracle will happen. Okay, kill a zombie first and prove yourself, Guanli said as he left the room. If the other person can really overcome his fear, he will consider helping. If you are good at talking, then feed the zombies. When he walked out of the classroom, the three girls had already left. Let's go. Don't you want a chance? Guanli looked at Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue nodded and followed Guanli. The two walked through the gloomy corridor and came to the next building. Woo woo woo. A zombie suddenly rushed towards him. Guanli raised his hand and shot it in the head. Come here. Guanli temporarily lent the discarded Tang sword to the other party. He stepped back and watched coldly. If Zhang Xinyue is timid and dares not face the zombies, then she will die. I want to live. Zhang Xinyue held the Tang sword and looked at the zombies rushing towards her. There is an obsession in her heart. Zhang Xinyue swung out the Tang sword and chopped at the zombie's head. But because she was a girl, her strength was not very strong. The Tang sword was stuck in the zombie's neck. Woo woo woo. The zombie waved its arms and kept grabbing towards Zhang Xinyue. The opponent's figure retreated again and again. Seeing this, Guanli had no intention of taking action. Zhang Xinyue let go of the Tang sword and rolled to the side. The zombie missed its target and fell directly to the ground. Go to hell. She picked up the Tang sword and slashed at the zombies. Snap. The brain matter mixed with dirty blood immediately flowed out. Zhang Xinyue was breathing heavily, and her hands were shaking constantly. Very good. Guanli walked forward and took back her Tang sword. Go and look for it. Is there a crystal core? He said, pointing at the zombie head. Crystal core? Although Zhang Xinyue was confused, she walked forward. She reached into her head and fished out a crystal core. What is this? Zhang Xinyue asked puzzledly. Crystal core. It can strengthen the human body? This is your trophy. Take it, Guanli said as he left the room. Yes. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue nodded and began to absorb. A warm current flowed through her body. Guanli held the Qingfeng knife and stood guard beside her. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Xinyue slowly opened her eyes. It's amazing. My strength, speed, and reflexes. They all seem to have improved. Zhang Xinyue said in surprise. You've been given a chance. If you want to survive, then work hard to kill zombies. Guanli said as he left the room. I can only stay in Z University for one night at most. If you want more supplies, you can exchange them for crystal cores. After Guanli finished speaking, he walked away without looking back. Zhang Xinyue was standing in the corridor. There was a flash of determination in her eyes. Outside the performance room, the three women seemed to be waiting for something. Why didn't Zhang Xinyue come back? Zhang Xian spoke up. She must have been spotted. Su Shue's tone was a little sour. Let's go. She probably won't be coming back. Lin Nana felt a little lost. Humph. Just a Guanli. I don't care about him. If Zhang Xinyue wants it, just give it to her. Su Shue said nonchalantly. All right, Xiaoxue, let's go back. There are quite a few amazing boys in the performance room. Zhang Xian spoke up. Su Shue nodded. The three of them walked towards the performance room. When Guanli returned to the classroom, he heard the system's beep. Ding! The Dark Knight Swordsman Legion has successfully advanced. Host, please go check it out. The system's voice sounded in Guanli's mind. Finally, the advancement was successful. Guanli's face showed an expression of joy. Chapter 25 Shadow Sword Cultivator. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. The system prompt sounds. He summoned the Shadow Sword Cultivator Army. Thank you, Lord, for giving us a new life. Shunlian was half kneeling on the ground. The Shadow Sword Cultivators also knelt down in unison. Get up. Guanli raised his hand. Yes. The Shadow Sword Cultivator stood up and stood in front of Guanli. He looked carefully at the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. From the outside, not much has changed. Dressed in black, holding a 3-foot green blade. But there was a big change in the breath. The auras of the Shadow Sword Cultivators became even more obscure. Standing in the dark, their presence is almost invisible. Guanli opened the attribute panel of the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion can be upgraded. Number of people, 15. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, Samsung. Commander, Shunlian. Skills, Shadow-like, Shadow Sword Technique, Shadow Essence, Shadowless Step, Sword Control, Shadow Binding. The number of people has increased. Skills added. Skills enhanced. The strength has improved. It's directly 3 stars. Too strong. Guanli exclaimed. With each advancement, the strength of all soldiers will be enhanced. System. What are the conditions for Shadow Sword Cultivator to advance again? Guanli asked the system. Ding. Advance the Shadow Sword Cultivator Core. This requires 100 core advancement cards. The core's strength must reach 6 stars. The system prompt sounded in Guanli's mind. The strength needs to reach 6 stars. System. How can we improve the strength of the Legion? Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. He himself can absorb the crystal core, but the Legion cannot. The soldiers of the Legion are constantly improving. As long as they accumulate enough, they will be able to increase their strength. The host can also choose to use treasures to increase the speed of improvement. The system's voice sounded and Guanli nodded. He opened the points mall. Everything the Legion needs can be bought here. Ghost Grass contains a large amount of spiritual energy, can increase the speed of cultivation, sold for 500 points. Magic Eagle Beast Bone contains a large amount of undead power, can increase the speed of cultivation, sold for 600 points. There are many kinds of treasures that can improve the speed of cultivation. Treasures with the same attributes can increase additional improvement speed. You purchased Ghost Grass, spending 500 points. You purchased the Magic Eagle Bone, spending 600 points. Guanli didn't hesitate and bought the 2 treasures directly. Although it cost more than 1,000 points, it was well worth it. Points are earned to be used. He couldn't afford to buy the new Legion cards for the time being. Just strengthen the 2 existing legions. Guanli gave the Ghost Grass to the Shadow Sword Cultivator Core and the Magic Eagle Bones to the Skeleton Warrior Core. After absorbing the treasures, the strength of the 2 legions has obviously made a huge breakthrough. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Core breaks through the 3-star level. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Breakthrough? Guanli said in surprise. The effect of this Magic Eagle Bone is really too good. Thank you, Master. The soul flame in the bone eyes burned even more vigorously. The Shadow Sword Cultivator Core did not make a breakthrough, but one can clearly feel that the strength is slowly improving. The effect of Ghost Grass is still ongoing. If the Ghost Grass absorbs all of it, the Shadow Sword Cultivator Core should be able to reach the strength of a 3-star intermediate level. The Legion's strength has been improved, and Guanli is in a good mood. This also makes full preparation for leaving tomorrow morning. Late at night, Guanli also felt sleepy. He stopped trying and fell asleep. Gu and Shun Lian looked at each other and consciously stayed by Guanli's side. Legion soldiers also guarded every corner of the classroom. At night, many people are destined to have difficulty falling asleep. The survivors were all worried. In the performance room on the top floor, the 3 women pushed open the door and walked in quietly. Most of the students did not fall asleep. The return of the 3 did not attract much attention. After all, many people sneaked out. As for what you do outside, no one will interfere. After what happened in the afternoon, most people accepted reality. It's the end of the world and they could die at any moment. Student Jiang Xian, I have something to tell you. After the 3 of them came back, a sturdy boy walked up to them. The other 2 women didn't say anything and went straight back to the performance room. Jiang Xian looked at the boy in front of her and fell into deep thought. She knew the boy, one of her suitors. His name was Li Zichao. Let's go. Let's talk outside. It's not convenient here. Jiang Xian avoided the gaze and left the performance room. Lin Nana looked back and said jealously, Our Miss Jiang has a new target so soon. Her words were full of sarcasm. Lin Nana, what do you mean? You went crazy because you were abandoned by Guanli? Li Zichao has always been pursuing Xiaoxin. What does this have to do with you? That girl obviously has a better relationship with Jiang Xian. After hearing what Lin Nana said, he quickly retorted. SK, are you so noble? Don't think I don't know that you've always had a crush on Li Zichao. What a shame. People don't like you. Lin Nana said sarcastically. You're a piece of trash that no one wants. The girl immediately retorted. You. The 2 quarreled for a few words and finally parted unhappily. Li Zichao was one of the first people to leave. I killed a lot of zombies in the teaching building today. According to Guanli, you can become stronger by killing zombies. So those boys who have killed zombies. Suddenly he became the target of everyone's flattery. Follow these awakened ones. Your own safety can also be guaranteed. If nothing else, at least it's safer. Chow, are you sincere to me? In a classroom, Jiang Xian showed a shy expression. Of course. Xiao Xian, you know how I feel. I've liked you since high school. Li Zichao said with deep affection. I used to feel inferior and unworthy of someone as noble as you. But it's different now. I'm about to break through to the 2-star level. Trust me, I can protect you. Li Zichao slammed his fist on the table. The hard wooden table was smashed into 2 pieces. Chow, I believe you. Don't let me down. Jiang Xian hugged him and spoke gently. Xiao Xian, I will treat you well. Li Zichao kissed her on the lips. Spring suddenly appears in the classroom. This kind of thing is not uncommon tonight. Many girls with slightly better posture use their advantages. They found their targets in advance. For them, it's just a matter of changing boyfriends. Of course, there are still many girls who can maintain their bottom line. Again, everyone's choices are different. The cold moonlight enveloped the devastated city. On the streets, many terrifying figures were wandering around. From time to time, they find food hiding in the dark. There was a horrifying roar and a terrified cry for help. Dilapidated streets, collapsed buildings, burning vehicles. All of this is declaring, this world no longer belongs to human beings. Chapter 26 Leaving Z University. It is slightly cool in the early morning, which is a temperature difference unique to summer. But this temperature is nothing to Guanli. He opened his eyes and stood up from the folding bed. Looking at the sunshine outside the window, everything seems exceptionally peaceful. if it weren't for the thick black smoke rising in the distance. It seemed as if everything was the same as usual. But Guanli knew that there was no going back. The skeleton soldiers who died yesterday have been resurrected by the system. He summoned it directly. The Skeleton Warrior Legion is fully staffed. After a night of absorption, the Shadow Sword Cultivator Corps broke through to the intermediate 3-star level. Holding the Legion expansion card in his hand, Guanli decided to give it to the Shadow Sword Cultivator Corps. Gu naturally had no objection, but Guanli felt a little guilty. After all, the Skeleton Warrior Legion was the first legion to follow him. But such things will happen frequently in the future. In order to avoid favoritism, he could only find a way to compensate the Skeleton Warrior Corps. Bone, I'll help you advance next time. This is the promise Guanli made. Master, no matter what decision you make, I support you. These words made Guanli feel warm inside. He is not pretentious. People who do great things do not care about small details. The road ahead is still long. Ding! The Shadow Sword Cultivator Corps has expanded by 10 people. The system prompt sounded. In the classroom, a summoning circle appeared. 10 Shadow Sword Cultivators slowly appeared in front of Guanli. Meet my lord. The new Shadow Sword Cultivator half knelt on the ground respectfully. Get up. Guanli motioned for everyone to get up. Thank you, my lord. Looking at the 40 Legion soldiers, Guanli felt confident in an instant. He took out the food card and crushed it. An exquisite breakfast appeared in front of Guanli. Youtiao, steamed buns, and soy milk are all generous portions. After asking Shun Lian, I learned that the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion did not have much demand for food. After all, he is a sword cultivator, so fasting is normal. Guanli ignored them and ate his breakfast. This is the taste of meat buns. Wang Yu's nose twitched a few times. He quickly opened his eyes. The others also opened their eyes. The look he gave Guanli was like that of a vicious wolf. Oh my god, a freeloader. Guanli swallowed the bun in his hand in 2 or 3 gulps. Forehead, brotherly, good morning. Wang Yu stood up and greeted him. Well, it's time for me to leave Z University. See you later. Guanli said as he left the room. Brotherly, can I follow you? Wang Yu spoke awkwardly. If you want to become a strong person, you must find your own way. Guanli looked at him without any emotion in his eyes. I understand. Brotherly, I, Wang Yu, will always remember this kindness in my heart. After he finished speaking, he said goodbye to Guanli. Brotherly, see you later. Several people said goodbye to Guanli. Go. I look forward to the day we meet again. Wang Yu and others left the classroom, and their whereabouts were unknown. Guanli waited for a while, and seeing that no one came, he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to go downstairs, a voice in the distance called him. Wait a minute. Guanli, wait for me. Zhang Xinyue trotted over here. Finally, we caught up. Sorry, we were delayed by a zombie. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhang Xinyue's clothes were already stained black by the dirty blood. Her aura also became much stronger. In just one night, he was almost approaching 2-star strength. Congratulations. You chose the right path. Guanli said with a smile. He did not see the other 3 people, and his face showed a look of understanding. Everyone's choices are different. Some people want to be strong. Some people want to be the weak who depend on the strong. Your words gave me an epiphany. Thank you. Guanli. Zhang Xinyue bowed. How many zombies were killed in one night? Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. I can't remember clearly. There should be no less than 20. Zhang Xinyue paused for a moment before speaking slowly. 20? Not bad. Guanli nodded. The visibility is dim at night, and it is much more difficult to kill zombies. What do you want to exchange from me? Guanli thinks she has investment potential. Weapons. Food. Zhang Xinyue said what she wanted. Guanli took a look at the weapon in her hand. It was a fruit knife with a curved blade, stained with blood. Satisfy. A large machete appeared in Guanli's hand. Although the machete is not fancy enough, it is sharp enough and much better than a fruit knife. How do we exchange? Zhang Xinyue looked at the machete and thought it was rough enough. It is definitely a handy weapon for killing zombies. She deliberately kept some crystal cores to exchange with Guanli. 2 crystal cores. No one can cheat at this price. Guanli stretched out 2 fingers. Investing is investing, but you can't lose too much. The recycling price of this machete is 10 points. Okay, I'll change. Zhang Xinyue didn't hesitate at all. The experience of hunting zombies last night told her how important it is to have a weapon that suits your needs. Guanli took the crystal core and gave the machete to the other party. What about food? How do we exchange it? Zhang Xinyue asked. 10 pieces of bread, 10 sausages, and 5 bottles of mineral water. 2 crystal cores. Guan left a price, which is almost close to the purchase price. Can you order less? I don't need the ham. Zhang Xinyue hesitated. Forget it. Take 1 crystal core. I'm making a losing deal. Guanli also noticed the other party's embarrassment.
Thanks.
Zhang Xinyue was delighted and quickly handed over the crystal core. Guanli handed the supplies to the other party. He also brought a broken shovel. He has never figured out what special function this thing has. Just give it away. What is this? Zhang Xinyue looked at the shovel with some curiosity on her face. This is a treasure. Whether you can possess it or not depends on your own understanding. Guanli had a superstitious expression on his face. If it were someone else, they would definitely not believe it. But Zhang Xinyue actually believed it. She took the shovel solemnly and said thank you. Guanli, I will make good use of it. Zhang Xinyu held the shovel as if she was holding something important. Guanli also felt that he might have gone too far. What if the other party uses this thing to smash the zombies? Well, you have to keep it well. Don't use it to hit zombies. Got it? He quickly reminded. Yeah, I understand. Zhang Xinyue put away the shovel. It's about time. I should go. See you later. Guanli waved his hand and left with the Legion. Guanli, we will definitely meet again. Zhang Xinyue looked at his back. The shovel that she had put away flashed a faint red light. Guanli didn't know that this shovel would change the other person's fate. Come to the school playground. Huang Lintian's body had begun to stink. He noticed that there seemed to be signs of being eaten on the other person's body. Guanli didn't care too much, since he was about to leave anyway. The life and death of the students here has nothing to do with him. I have done my best by clearing out the zombies on the playground myself. He led the Legion towards the school gate. Chapter 27. The Darkness of the End of the World. Guanli. He seems to be leaving. Inside the performance room on the top floor, many people observed the situation on the playground through the gaps in the windows. Everyone was so nervous that they couldn't sleep at all. Even if you fall asleep, you can be easily awakened. This also resulted in many people in the performance room having dark circles under their eyes. What? If Guanli leaves, what should we do? Who will protect us? Everyone has witnessed Guanli's strength. He is like a guardian angel. Now this guardian god is about to leave University Z. Many students found it hard to accept this. A solemn look also appeared on Chan Xiong's face. He had seen with his own eyes how powerful Guanli was. The other party cleared out the zombies on the playground by himself. There was a sudden commotion in the performance room. Chen Xiong knew that it was time for him to stand up. Students, don't panic. Although Guanli is gone, we still have Huang Xiao, Li Zichao, and Wang Li. Their strength is also very strong. Although Guanli is strong, he is not under his own control. But the few people who just quit are completely different. Last night, he had already won over several people. A lot of benefits were promised. As long as you are the leader of this team, then they can enjoy the best supplies and treatment. These people are capable, and he has the status of vice president. The cooperation between the two sides is definitely a win-win situation. A few people thought that what Chen Xiong said was good, so they agreed to it. Classmates. Vice Principal Chan is right. We are different from selfish villains like Guanli. As long as we are alive, we will keep everyone safe. In this critical moment, let us work together to get through it. Several people saw that what Chen Xiong said was almost the same. He quickly stepped forward and began his speech. They looked so righteous and awe-inspiring that they were immediately greeted with applause. Okay, you're right. In this critical moment, we should help each other. Many people spoke up in agreement. The girls also nodded and looked at them with admiration. Li Zichao's eye sockets were slightly dark. It was obvious that he had worked hard last night. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's complexion looked unusually rosy. Compared with the tired people around him, it formed a sharp contrast. Li Zichao's efforts make her even more radiant and charming. Xiao Xian, you look much better than yesterday. A girl walked up to Zhang Xian. There was unconcealable envy in his tone. The girl was the one who accompanied Zhang Xian to find Guanli last night. Her name is Su Shui, and her father is the leader of a certain county. Although her family background is not as good as Zhang Xinyue's, it is still relatively wealthy. No way, Xiao Xue, you must have seen it wrong. Zhang Xian smiled, revealing a unique charm. There were many boys around, all attracted by her smile. Xiao Xian, you are relying on Li Zichao now. Don't forget me. Yesterday, that bitch Lin Nana was cursing you behind your back. When I heard it, I just fought back. Su Shui is also a smart person. Knowing this, I should hold Jiang Xian's thighs tightly. Haha, Lin Nana? You little slut, just wait for me. Jiang Xian sneered. Under the organization of the Awakened Ones, the teams were quickly divided. There are 10 teams in total, each with 30 to 50 people. Every team is led by an awakened person. The team with fewer awakened people will have more people. Classmates. Most of the zombies in the main building and several nearby buildings have been cleared out. There are a lot of supplies in these places. Our mission is to collect these supplies. In front of the 10 teams stood a young man with earrings. There is a bit of ruffian air about him. The young man's name is Huang Xiao, and he is a 2-star intermediate awakener. In addition to this, he also acquired the profession of rock warrior. During the battle, you can condense an earth armor on the surface of your body. Earth armor has strong defensive power. Ordinary bullets simply cannot penetrate it easily. Understood. I promise to complete the task. Ordinary students feel their blood boiling. This feeling of survival in the end times actually made them look forward to it. Maybe it's because there is a powerful awakener leading the team. The fear in everyone's hearts also dissipated a lot, but they will soon know the true despair and fear of the end times. Guanli doesn't care how the teachers and students of Z University evaluate him. He had already crossed the playground. Behind the playground is the school library. The library's doors are now closed. There were several zombies lying on the ground at the door. There were bloodstains all over the ground. It tells about the fierce battle that once broke out here. When Guanli passed by the library, I felt some malicious gazes. He raised his head and looked toward the window on the 3rd floor of the library. Several men with fierce eyes were staring at their position. These people are definitely not students of Z University. Guanli made a gesture of wiping his neck, provoking several people. Several social men hesitated for a moment. In the end, I chose to give in. They drew the curtains and ignored Guanli. Humph, you guys are smart. Guanli did not stop and continued walking out of the campus. He didn't care whether those people had done anything wrong. None of this has anything to do with him. Just don't get yourself into trouble. Huh, brother. The look in that guy's eyes just now was too scary. It makes me feel like I'm suffocating. On the 3rd floor of the library, several men in society all breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to them, there were a dozen men dressed like gangsters in the library. The thugs were armed with machetes, crowbars, and baseball bats. A dozen students were surrounded in a corner by them. There were several girls in ragged clothes. Probably they had been abused. As for the remaining boys, they were like deflated balls. He stayed where he was, not daring to resist at all. Damn it. Keep your eyes open next time. This is the end of the world. If you hit a wall, you deserve to die. The man cursed. Yes, I understand. Big brother, calm down. The younger brother nodded and bowed. Come with me. A social man pointed at a girl. The girl stood up in fear. She didn't dare to disobey the man's words. The students who resisted have been thrown to feed the zombies. She didn't want to die, so she had no choice but to compromise. What are you looking at? Be careful or I'll kill you. A few boys just raised their heads and were immediately beaten and kicked by the thugs. Faced with these demons who kill without blinking an eye, they have lost the courage to resist. Because being a hero comes at a price. The price is their lives. The bloodstains on the ground were shocking. They didn't dare to look up again, for fear that they would become the same as the bloodstains on the ground. Bah, don't be so ungrateful. If it weren't for the boss, you would have died in the mouths of zombies long ago. Shouldn't you do something for us in return? In the past, these college students were arrogant and looked down on them. Now, aren't you still begging for mercy? They suddenly discovered. This chaotic apocalypse doesn't seem so bad. Things they didn't dare to think about in the past. Now everything can be achieved through fists. No constraints. Speak with strength. The darkness of the end of the world is emerging little by little. Chapter 28. Poisonous Velvet Spider. After passing the library, the gate of Z University is not far away. Once upon a time, this place was bustling with people, and it was a place that many students longed for. Now, there is blood and corpses everywhere. The messy security room, blood-stained windows, and twisted school gate. The stone tablet representing the greatest honor was also stained red with blood. This scene is depicted on the wall. Those words of teaching and educating people seem so ironic. Woo woo woo. Guanli's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the zombies at the door. These zombies were wearing security uniforms and kept approaching him. Without his orders, the soldiers in the legion behind him rushed out directly. The shadow swordsman's steps were graceful, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the zombie heads fell to the ground. Rest in peace. Security uncles. May there be no zombies in heaven. Wuliang Tianzuan. Although after a night of evolution, many zombies have reached the strength of 2 stars. But in front of the Legion, they are still like chickens and dogs. These zombies evolve really fast, although the Legion can kill them easily. But Guanli had to admit that the evolution speed of these zombies was really fast. The strength and speed of these 2-star zombies are much stronger than those of 1-star zombies. More than a dozen zombies contributed 3 2-star crystal cores and 1 white-green card. The probability of ordinary zombies exploding crystal cores is much lower than that of mutated zombies. Guanli held the crystal core and began to absorb it directly. The warm current traveled through his body and was quickly absorbed by his body. As his strength increased, the speed of absorbing crystal cores also became much faster. After absorbing the crystal core, Guanli crushed the white-green card. Get advanced card X1. It was a nice little surprise. Guanli didn't stay for long and walked straight out of the school gate. There is a busy street outside the school gate. As a relatively famous university in City Z, a lot of money has been spent on the development of its surroundings. Now this bustling street has become extremely quiet. Shocking bloodstains splattered on the shops on both sides. Guanli also saw a long drag mark on the ground. All this shows that the entire street is far from being as safe as it appears. As Guanli stepped out of the school gate, 3 options emerged in his mind. Option 1. Stay at Z University and wait for the army to rescue you, and you will be rewarded with 1 stamina potion. Option 2. Leave along the street on the left, reward 2-star crystal core X5. Option 3. Kill the hidden natural disaster monster in Z University Street, and be rewarded with a random skill X1. Guanli ruled out the first option without even thinking about it. The reward for the second option is pretty good, equivalent to getting 5 2-star crystal cores for free. But for Guanli, the 2-star crystal core is not difficult to obtain. Only option 3 rewards a random skill. Although there is an element of gambling, this reward is indeed the best one among the 3 options. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Guanli led the army towards the quiet student street. No zombies were found on the streets. But the more this happened, the more alert Guanli became. The danger level of natural disaster monsters is much greater than that of zombies. Master, it's so quiet here. Something's wrong. Bone held up the bone shield and looked around vigilantly. Well, everybody be careful. Guanli reminded. He didn't have too many worries. After all, the 40 Legion soldiers were all 3-star strong. With such a lineup, Guanli can fight against even a 4-star monster. As he went deeper into the street, Guanli felt the temperature around him drop suddenly. He looked back and found nothing unusual at the street entrance. There were several headless bodies lying in the shops on both sides. So weird. Guanli frowned. There was not even the slightest sound in the entire street. It's like being cut off from the outside world. Swish, swish, swish. There was a sudden noise on the quiet street. Guanli looked around vigilantly, but still found nothing. My lord, there seems to be something wrong with the source of this voice. Shunlian said solemnly. Guanli also felt something was wrong when he said it. The sound didn't come from the surroundings, but from above. He raised his head sharply and looked above the street. There was already a huge spider web covering it. Spiders kept crawling out of the buildings on both sides of the street. Those spiders are larger than normal people. 8 spider spears unfolded, nearly 3 meters in length. These spiders have green fluff on their backs, legs, and under their jaws. The compound eyes, as big as a fist, were spinning non-stop. Guanli glanced over and saw information about the natural disaster monster. Name: highly toxic velvet spider. Potential: 5 stars. Strength: 2 stars. Abilities: spinning silk, poisonous fluff, stabbing with spider spears, front slash. Evaluation: a natural disaster monster from the abyss. It absorbs highly toxic substances and grows green highly toxic hairs on its body. Puff. The highly poisonous woolly spider hanging on the spider web spit out spider silk directly towards Guanli. Guanli's pupils shrank sharply and he rolled to the side. The spider silk shot onto the ground, penetrating the hard concrete floor. Holy crap! Is this spider silk? Guanli looked at the broken ground and suddenly felt his anus tighten. Puff, puff, puff. A dozen poisonous velvet spiders were spinning silk onto the street at the same time. The soldiers fled quickly. The location of the spider web is 5 or 6 meters above the ground. There is no need to think about the skeleton soldiers. They are impossible to touch. The Shadow Sword Cultivator condenses the sword energy and can attack the poisonous velvet spider. Shen Lian tried to cut off the spider silk, but found that it was extremely tough. When the sword energy fell on it, it just made a clanking sound. Can I cut you off? Then I'll burn you. Guanli took out the black iron cracking crossbow and installed a burning crossbow arrow. Get everyone back into the store. He gave an order, and all the legionnaires returned to the store. Call out, call out, call out. 3 burning crossbow arrows were shot out instantly and landed on the spider web. The flames spread along the spider silk. The entire air instantly turned into a sea of fire. Snap, snap. One after another, poisonous hairy spiders fell to the ground. Their bodies were covered in flames, and they were roaring. Go. Fuck him. When Guanli saw the poisonous hairy spider fall to the ground, he quickly called out to the legionnaires. Go. Kill. Shouts and cries of killing rose to the sky. Phew. Green spider blood gushed out. The green blade knife chopped on the poisonous hairy spider, leaving a deep cut. Hiss. The poisonous velvet spider wailed. Guanli took advantage of the situation and pursued it, smashing its brain. The poisonous velvet spider lay on the ground and lost its breath in an instant. Kill the poisonous velvet spider and get 100 points. Bone raised his shield and violently smashed the poisonous velvet spider's head into pieces. Shen Lian thrust out the long sword in his hand and strangled the velvet spider's brain. The legion soldiers swarmed forward, but the poisonous velvet spider on the ground had no power to fight back. Kill the poisonous velvet spider and get 95 points. Kill the poisonous velvet spider and get 110 points. Kill the poisonous velvet spider and get 120 points. The system's beeps kept ringing in my mind. Chapter 29, Scarlet Queen. Damn it. Weren't you very good at spinning silk just now? Keep spitting it out for me. Guanli kicked the corpse on the ground and shouted. More than a dozen poisonous hairy spiders contributed 1,350 points to him. In addition, there are 8 2-star crystal cores and 5 dark green random cards. Guanli looked at the corpses all over the ground and suddenly felt a little confused. I have killed all the monsters of the Scourge. Why haven't the options been completed yet? Roar. When Guanli was feeling puzzled, an angry roar was heard. The glass of the surrounding shops was directly cracked. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Guanli looked up. I saw a huge spider crawling on the wall. Those pairs of scarlet compound eyes kept looking at Guanli. Wow, it's almost as big as a tank. The giant spider on the wall was blood red all over. 8 sharp spider spears, covered with strange blood patterns. On its huge back was a dark red ghost face pattern. The pattern kept changing, like a living thing. Guanli glanced over, and the system quickly gave the monsters information. Name, Scarlet Queen, boss level. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, Samsung Advanced. Abilities, Spider Web Cannonball, Blood Rage, Crazy Attack, Ghost Howl, 8 Strike Slash, Queen's Order. Evaluation, a natural disaster monster in the abyss. A one-of-a-kind spider queen who has the power to command a group of spiders. Guanli was somewhat glad that he arrived in time. The spider queen didn't hatch many minions. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. Guanli might not be afraid of a dozen highly poisonous hairy spiders. But what about dozens? Hundreds? Even he can't stand this. Roar. The Scarlet Queen stared at Guanli. It took a lot of effort to create more than a dozen highly poisonous hairy spiders. Cultivating them to 2 stars consumed a lot of blood and food. But while he was sleeping, all the harm had been done to the human being in front of him. Its roar seemed to be saying, "Give me back my son's life." Heske, how dare you, a lone man, bark in front of our army? I have never seen such a shameless spider. Brothers, fuck him. Guanli took out the black iron crossbow and shot an arrow at it. The arrows were armor-piercing arrows, left over from killing violent men. Call out. The armor-piercing arrow landed on the Scarlet Queen, erasing the sparks. A carapace has grown on the Scarlet Queen's body. The defense is even stronger than that of a violent person. Even armor-piercing arrows only leave a white mark and cannot break the defense. As expected of a boss, he is really powerful. Guanli looked a little solemn. This Scarlet Queen is definitely a mini-boss. Roar. The Scarlet Queen was completely angered. She opened her spider spear and rushed towards Guanli. It vowed to tear Guanli into pieces. Protect Master. Gu raised his shield and stood in front of Guanli. Kill. Xinlian gave the order and took the lead in holding the long sword to fight out. The Shadow Sword cultivators surrounded the Scarlet Queen. Hiss. The Scarlet Queen stopped and looked around warily. The Shadow Sword cultivator's strength also made him feel fearful. It doesn't make sense. How could an ant have so many powerful subordinates? Of course, it will never figure this out until it dies. Swordsmanship. Xinlian threw out the long sword in his hand. The long sword traveled through the air, heading towards the Scarlet Queen. Aha! The sword edge scratched the Scarlet Queen's spider spear, leaving a bloody mark on it. Xinlian controlled the flying sword and continued to slash at the Scarlet Queen. The surface of the flying sword is covered with shadow essence. The power of this spiritual weapon has been greatly increased. Can easily break through the Scarlet Queen's defense. More than 20 Shadow Sword cultivators performed sword-controlling techniques at the same time. The scene was very spectacular. Fuck, this is so cool. Guanli saw flying swords all over the sky, continuously falling on the Scarlet Queen. The opponent wielded spider spears and was killed and defeated. This was the first time that the Shadow Swordsman had exerted his full strength. Sure enough, it's powerful. Under the siege of the Shadow Sword cultivators, the Scarlet Queen had more and more wounds on her body. After all, it is a boss-level monster, so it has to struggle. Spider web bombs. The Scarlet Queen opened her spider web and spit out a large ball of spider silk. The spider silk spread out in the wind and turned into more than a dozen huge spider webs. The Shadow Swordsman performed shadowless steps to avoid the spider web attack. When the Scarlet Queen saw this, she turned around and ran away. Although it is Samsung's advanced strength, but it is weak. The strength of the Shadow Sword cultivators all reached the 3-star intermediate level. Under a group attack, even it would hate to drink. As long as the green hills remain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Wait until you create more minions and make a comeback. As the leader, the Scarlet Queen naturally has a lot of intelligence. After all, he has to lead his men. But now I want to escape. It's too late. Shadow Bind. Xinlian changed his hands and used another skill. A black shadow chain wound towards the Scarlet Queen. The shadow chain trapped the Scarlet Queen's hind limbs, and she was pulled directly to the ground. Hiss. Scarlet Fury. The ghostly face on its body and its eyes glowed with scarlet blood. The Scarlet Queen's power suddenly increased. The shadow chain was pulled and creaked. The other Shadow Sword cultivators quickly used shadow binding. More than 20 black shadow chains wrapped the Scarlet Queen. It looks like a big rice dumpling. Although the Scarlet Queen's strength has increased, she cannot break free. The dense shadow chains have completely entangled its body. It's our turn. Seeing that Xinlian couldn't move, Gu quickly charged in with the skeleton warrior. When casting Shadow Bind, you must be fully committed. Guanli was not idle either. He picked up the Qingfeng Dao and started to kill the Scarlet Queen. The skeleton warrior uses 3 consecutive slashes. The bone knife fell on the Scarlet Queen. The smelly green blood spurted out immediately. The Scarlet Queen struggled but could not move. He could only allow the skeleton warrior's knife to chop him. Be careful. This guy might attack mentally. Guanli saw that the Scarlet Queen had given up struggling. I suddenly felt that the other party had other plans. Sure enough, Guanli saw through its trick. The Scarlet Queen suddenly jumped up. The ghost face on its back began to distort extremely, quickly change into different forms. At the same time, demonic sounds emanated from it. It has been holding back for so long just for this ultimate move. Mental attacks are hard to guard against. Even if you are powerful, it is difficult to resist. The soldiers were distracted by the mental attack and just stood there in a daze. Upon seeing this, the Scarlet Queen quickly ran away, dragging her broken body. It was already at the end of its strength, even though it could kill a few soldiers. But if you do that, you will surely die. The ghost howl lasts only 3 seconds. If you meet someone with a strong will, it may be even shorter. Want to run? No way. When Guanli saw the Scarlet Queen, he actually wanted to climb the wall and escape from there. Guanli was the first one to disagree with this matter. Prey must be aware of being prey. He used the Shadow Surge technique and rushed towards the Scarlet Queen. Chapter 30. Surprise. Hiss. The Scarlet Queen couldn't understand. Why is this human being in front of me not affected? Guanli was not confused, naturally because of his gift of immune gene. Ignoring all negative effects is not just a casual remark. The Scarlet Queen howled in unwillingness. It could not have imagined that it would die at the hands of a human. The green blade in Guan Li's hand stabbed fiercely into the Scarlet Queen's head. A crack had already been cut there by the skeleton warriors. Phew! The sound of a brain being pierced. The Scarlet Queen's huge body staggered to the ground. Guan Li pulled out the knife, with white brain matter flowing on it. Kill the Scarlet Queen. Get 2,000 points. Barrier Aura X1. Option completed. Get Teleportation X1. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Guan Li showed joy on his face. Both of these skills sound great. After the death of the Scarlet Queen, the sepoys gradually recovered. They looked around in confusion. My lord, this subordinate was deceived by a monster. I frightened you. This subordinate deserves death. Shenlian half-knelt in front of Guan Li. The first thing he did when he woke up was to apologize. Master, this subordinate also deserves death. Bones was half-kneeling on the ground. All the soldiers were half-kneeling on the ground. Get up. I don't blame you. All up. Guan Li looked at the kneeling soldiers. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. After the soldiers got up, they stood guard around. Guan Li saw a light blue card fall out of the Scarlet Queen's body. This was the first time he had seen a card of this color. In addition, there is a crystal-clear crystal core, digged out from the Scarlet Queen's head. This is a 3-star crystal core. There is a rich aroma inside. Although the rewards are not much, they are very precious. This crystal core alone is enough to make people fight to the point of bloodshed. Guan Li held 8 2-star crystal cores in his hand. This is the spoils contributed by the poisonous hairy spider just now. He absorbed it directly. Pure energy flowed through his body. The barrier that was about to be broken disappeared in an instant. 2-star advanced. Guan Li did not stop absorbing. The 3-star crystal core was held directly in his hand. Boom. The energy in the body is like a rushing river. Guan Li gritted his teeth and endured the cleansing of energy. With the irrigation of this energy, his body is getting stronger and stronger. This absorption lasted for a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, the aura was completely different. Is this the strength of Samsung? Guan Li clenched his fists, feeling that he had endless strength. The second day after the apocalypse, while everyone is still struggling, he has already left the others far behind. Teleportation. Can teleport 10 meters to any direction, cooldown 120 seconds. Guan Li checked the new skills he had just acquired. That's awesome, he exclaimed out loud. Imagine fighting. What would happen if I suddenly appeared behind you? Although there is a 120-second cooldown. But this skill is undoubtedly a magical skill. Teleportation. Guan Li moved forward and directly performed the teleportation technique. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared on the street 10 meters away. My lord, it's so powerful. Master, awesome. The two commanders all flattered him. The soldiers also applauded. A true tool. Ahem. Keep a low profile. You guys are making me feel a little embarrassed. Guan Li coughed dryly a few times. In addition to teleportation, when killing the Scarlet Queen, also gave another skill. Barrier Aura. After casting, a barrier aura is applied to all Legion targets, which can be immune to negative effects once. After reading the skill introduction, Guan Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He was just worried. How to keep the Legion from mental interference. Now with the barrier aura, all problems are solved. After learning the barrier aura, Guan Li cast it on the Legion soldiers. I saw a golden halo appearing around them, which was extremely dazzling. The halo lasted for 5 minutes before gradually disappearing. That is to say, within these 5 minutes, the clan will not be affected by any negative effects. Guan Li was in a good mood. 2 skills, whether it is teleportation or barrier aura. They are all absolutely amazing skills. These 2 skills alone make all the hard work worth it. Guan Li looked at the 5 green cards and opened them all. Get Advanced Card X1. Get Intermediate Advanced Card X1. Obtain Undead Spider Spear X1. Contains powerful undead energy, can increase cultivation speed. Obtain AK-47 Firearm X1. A firearm specially used by gangsters, with powerful power and recoil. Get Genetic Fertilizer X1. Modified fertilizer that can make plants grow quickly. Guan Li was a little disappointed. These rewards were not that good. But he could also understand. After all, I just gave you 2 amazing skills. If you were given 2 more magical skills, that would be too exaggerated. You can't play like this even if you're cheating. The Skeleton Warrior Legion has temporarily reached a bottleneck. If you want to continue to become stronger, you have to advance your Legion again. Although the Undead Spider Lance can also be used by the Shadow Sword Corps. but that would hurt the bonus. As a good man who is thrifty and manages his household well, Guanli naturally would not waste anything. He put away the undead spider spear and waited for the Skeleton Warrior Legion to evolve before using it. Is this the AK-47 used by gangsters? Guanli touched the gun in his hand. He pulled the trigger and fired at the surrounding shops. Although he was holding the gun with one hand, there was no shaking at all. With 3-star strength, one can already ignore the recoil caused by firearms. Cool. The magazine was emptied, and Guanli put away the gun. When he used to play FC, I just want to be able to play with a real AK-47 one day. Today I finally got what I wanted. This is not extravagance. This is the realization of a dream. All rewards are unlocked. In Guanli's hand, the only thing left was the light blue card. He pulled out the card and held it in his hand, examining it. The patterns on the card are very clear. It looks like a huge tree. There was a light blue light emanating from it. Guanli exerted a little force and crushed the blue card. Get a random Legion card X1. Holy crap, did I win the prize? Guanli suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly. He actually opened a Legion card. A golden card appeared in his hand. There is also a big door on the back and a question mark on the front. Holding the random Legion card, Guanli was a little excited. I don't know what Legion I can get this time. He crushed the random Legion card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Elf Archer Core. After the golden card was crushed, a brand new card appeared in his hand. On the back of the card is still the mysterious door, but the question mark on the front turned into an elf girl with pointy ears. She has a curvy figure, delicate face, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Chapter 31 Elf Archer Core. Today is a good day. An unstoppable smile appeared on Guanli's face. Scarlet Queen baby, I love you so much. He looked at the body of the Scarlet Queen. Suddenly I felt that it was a little fairy. After all, he contributed so much. Holding the Elf Archer Legion card, Guanli crushed it directly. Bang! Only a slight sound was heard. The card in his hand suddenly turned into countless pieces. A summoning circle covered in white light appeared in front of him. 12 human-shaped shadows slowly emerged. As the white light gradually dissipated, 12 hot elf girls appeared in front of Guanli. These female elves are all very beautiful. If she were in Z University, she could easily become the beauty queen. Especially their eyes. There are green eyes, blue eyes, purple eyes, red eyes, and all kinds of colors. Blonde hair, purple hair, white hair, green hair, as if they came out of an anime. Elf girls, with exquisite figures, paired with a turquoise bra and brown shorts. She was dressed refreshingly, revealing a pair of jade-like arms. The forearms are flat and smooth, without a trace of fat. Long, delicate, and elastic legs. She was wearing a pair of high heels made of vines. This outfit is very beautiful though. But Guanli was a little worried about their defensive capabilities. But fortunately, this is a core of long-range shooters. There are not many opportunities for head-on combat. Even if the defense is a little weak, it doesn't matter much. Traveling light has its advantages. At least their movement speed will not be affected in any way. After all, it is a long-range legion, so mobility is very important. The elf girl in the lead had a stunning appearance. Exquisite face, without any blemishes. A pair of watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. Her long black hair falls to her waist, which is not even as thick as a hand. Delicate and slender white legs, firm and full. The slender jade hands are soft as if they have no bones. The pair of pointed elf ears adds a lot of exotic charm. Archer Irene. Meet the master. Erin bent over and folded her arms across her chest. He bowed respectfully. The same is true for the elves behind him. No need to be polite, Guanli said as he left the room. Thank you, master. Irene stood up and looked at Guanli shyly. Guanli felt a little embarrassed, but he still checked the information about the Legion. He swore that he was pure. Elf Archer Core, Advanced. Number of people, 12. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, 3-star primary. Leader, Irene. Skills, Force of Nature, Perception, Thorn Arrow, Archer Focus, Natural Healing, Sky-Piercing Arrow. After reading the information about the elf shooter, Guanli expressed great satisfaction. This Scarlet Queen is awesome. The initial strength of the elf shooter is 3-star primary. Not only that, there are quite a few skills, a total of 6. The most important thing is that the elf shooter is very good looking. System, Advanced Elf Archer Core. Ding. Upgrade the Elf Archer Core. This requires 100 core upgrade cards. The core strength must reach 6 stars. The system prompt sounded in Guanli's mind. Sure enough, the advancement conditions are the same as those for Shadow Sword Cultivator. Aaron, what's your effective range? Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. Master, we can effectively kill targets within 300 meters. If it's farther away, the lethality will be reduced. Over 500 meters, the range is ineffective. Irene answered Guanli's question. Her voice is very pleasant, like a silver bell. Guanli nodded. He was quite satisfied with the range. The arrows used by the elf archer need to be purchased from the Points Mall. Fortunately, the price of ordinary arrows is not too expensive. With about 1 point, you can buy 10. Guanli spent 100 points and purchased 1,000 feather arrows from the Points Mall. He turned on the system and installed it for the elf archer core. These feather arrows exist in the system space. It can be taken out and used at any time, which is very convenient. After dealing with the problem of arrows, it is naturally time to extract skills. This reserve program is what Guanli is most looking forward to. He thought for a moment and finally decided to extract the perception skill. System. Extract perception. Turn off the selected perception. Ding. Start extracting perception. The system's voice soon sounded. Guanli suddenly felt that the situation around him gradually became clearer. He could also clearly see some scenes hidden in the building. He tried for a while and found that the range of perception was only about 5 meters around his body. This ability is very good and can better target enemies hiding in the dark. The entire student street has been cleaned up by the Scarlet Queen. There were a lot of supplies inside, and Guanli couldn't let them go. Shunlian, lead people to search for supplies around you. Meet at the end of the street in 10 minutes. Guanli issued the order directly. As you command. Shunlian nodded and disappeared with the Shadow Sword Cultivator. He walked through the student street and waited quietly for Shunlian. 10 minutes passed quickly. I saw the Shadow Sword Cultivators, their bodies covered with supplies. Flour, rice, mineral water, canned goods, and other supplies are all available. They didn't take anything like raw meat and vegetables, because these things cannot be preserved. Overnight, many fresh vegetables have begun to spoil. Even if it didn't deteriorate, it was pretty much ruined by the poisonous velvet spider. A lot of raw meat is covered with highly toxic fluff, which looks like mold. It was naturally impossible for Shunlian to bring such a thing back. Even though I am immune to toxins, I still feel sick when I look at it. My lord, I only took so much. There are still a lot of things inside. How about I go there again? Shunlian asked people to put all the supplies on the ground. There are more than 1,000 caddies of rice and 7 to 800 caddies of flour, 12 pieces of mineral water, a total of 180 bottles. There are also 2 to 300 cans. Guanli put these things into the space ring one by one. No, leave some for them. He shook his head and did not let Shunlian continue. Guanli said that they were naturally the greatest teachers and students. There is a supermarket in the student street. There are a lot of supplies in the warehouse inside. Shunlian only took away part of it, and the rest was enough for the largest survivor. Guanli can get things done, but it's not necessary. He doesn't consider himself a good person, but he's not a bad person either. Everything you do is to survive. Yes, my lord is merciful. Shunlian nodded. The admiration for Guanli in his heart has reached a higher level. Let's go. Keep hunting zombies. Guanli did not stop. Zombies and monsters are getting stronger all the time. If you don't want to die, you have to become stronger than them. After leaving Student Street, walk more than 100 meters. Guanli stopped. Chapter 32, Tide of Corpses. He looked at the street in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little numb. The entire street is full of scrapped cars. Has anyone seen the sausage-making process? The scene Guanli saw was similar to that. Many vehicles emitted thick black smoke. One can imagine the tragic scene on the streets when the disaster occurred. With such a densely populated street, there is naturally a lot of zombies. The entire street, wherever there is room to stand, is occupied by zombies. Not only that, many zombies have evolved. The figures of mutated zombies can be seen everywhere on the streets. Compared to here, the largest playground is simply a small place. Woo-woo. Roar. Guanli's appearance instantly attracted the zombies' attention. They all turned around and looked towards Guanli's position. Guanli turned his head and wanted to slip away, but he found that the street behind him was surrounded by zombies. Damn it, we're surrounded. Guanli took a quick look and saw at least 10,000 zombies on the streets in front and behind. Hiss. He took a breath. This number can already be considered a zombie tide, even though he had 3 legions. But faced with such a scene, one can't help feeling a little guilty. After all, the total number of people in the 3 legions is less than 100. Although they are powerful, they are still insignificant when facing such a large number of zombies. Retreat. Retreat into the building. Guanli gave the order quickly. If we are completely surrounded by zombies, we will be doomed. There are many buildings and alleys on both sides of the street. He can fully utilize the terrain here. The Legion soldiers are powerful and can easily deal with ordinary zombies. As long as you are not surrounded, there shouldn't be any big problems. Even if he can't win, he has a way to escape unscathed. So Guanli wanted to give it a try. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The Legion dispersed and ran towards the surrounding buildings. Guanli was followed by 3 skeleton warriors, 2 shadow swordsmen, and 4 elven archers. This is an office building with more than 30 floors. Each floor is a large platform. Woo woo woo. Dozens of zombies poured in from the stairs. Guanli took out the last explosive grenade. Pull the ring. Throw. The explosive grenade fell into the zombie group and exploded instantly. The scorching heat wave swept in all directions. The originally white wall turned charred black in an instant. If the manager of this office building was still there, he would definitely faint on the spot. Terrorist attack. This is a terrorist attack. It's a pity that the administrator won't show up, because he might become part of this zombie army. The passage at the staircase is narrow. One explosive grenade killed nearly 100 zombies. Guanli discovered that not all zombies would follow into the building. The zombies coming from afar will continue to wander the streets without a target. An idea suddenly came to Guanli's mind. Damn, these stupid zombies. Since you won't go upstairs on your own initiative, what is there to be afraid of? He took a few soldiers and sneaked up to the 3rd floor. I came to a window and looked down. The zombies, having lost their target, continued to wander the streets aimlessly. In addition to the explosion just now, it attracted the attention of some zombies. The zombies that were attracted have been dealt with by the skeleton soldiers. These zombies, they are so lame. Guanli made a rough calculation. The strength of the elf shooter is enough to kill 2-star zombies in seconds. One 2-star zombie consumes 1 arrow. There are nearly 10,000 zombies on the street, which means 10,000 arrows. This is a one-hit kill situation, but the total consumption will not exceed 15,000 arrows. You can get rid of these zombies by spending a maximum of 1,500 points. This deal is a good deal. We can do it. Guanli made a plan and prepared to do something big. Everyone, don't act rashly. Get rid of the zombies around first. Through this spiritual connection, Guanli transmits the order. After the soldiers received the order, they immediately followed it. My lord, I have cleared away the zombies around me. Do you have any instructions? Shun Lian's voice came. After a while, the voices of Gu and Irene came one after another. Eileen, your archer army may have to suffer a little. Master, if you have any orders, please just give them. I will try my best to complete it. Came Aaron's sweet voice. Guanli probably told her about his opportunity. No problem. Aaron spoke. Shun Lian, Gu, your soldiers will protect the safety of the elf shooter. Guanli said. No problem. Shun Lian and Gu's voices soon came back. Division of labor and cooperation among the legions. Let's get started. 12 elf shooters have to kill nearly 10,000 zombies. This workload is not ordinary. After all, elves are not skeleton warriors and cannot fight endlessly. But Guanli had already thought of this problem. Supply cards. Able to quickly restore energy. 29 supply cards, although not many, can barely support it. It doesn't matter if you run out, he has a points mall. You can purchase props to quickly restore energy. It's just that the price is not cheap and requires about 5 points. But looking below, the zombies are numb with secrets. This effort is definitely worth it. Call out. An arrow silently pierced through the zombie's brain. The rest of the zombies didn't react at all and continued wandering the streets. They have no intelligence and will not think about their companions around them or why they fall down. Then, another arrow streaked across the street. A zombie fell to the ground. Guanli has spent 2,000 points to purchase 20,000 ordinary feather arrows. A few minutes passed. Nearly 100 zombies have fallen on the street. Things are going smoothly. Guanli leaned leisurely against the window, enjoying the canned beef. The shooting continued for 10 minutes. The elf girls had sweet sweat on their foreheads. It was obvious that they were a little exhausted. After all, it is not an undead creature that can fight endlessly like a perpetual motion machine. Guanli was very thoughtful and used supply cards for the elf girls. They only felt an endless supply of power in their bodies. The originally exhausted body began to return to its peak. The elf girls have regained their fighting spirit. Keep fighting on the front line of shooting zombies. 20 minutes passed. 1,000 zombies have already fallen on the street. The area in front of Guanli's office building has almost been cleared. Some mutated zombies also found something wrong. They looked up at the location of the elf archer. Then an arrow fell, and they fell to the ground. Roar! A violent one grabbed the zombies around him and threw them towards Guanli. Fuck! Guanli cursed loudly. He swung the Qingfeng knife in his hand, directly killing the zombie that fell into the building. Shoot it to death. His temper immediately flared up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen feather arrows fell, and the violent man's head was shot into a hedgehog. It fell straight down with anger and unwillingness. Chapter 33. Cleaning up the tide of corpses. As more and more zombies fell, the mutated zombies also noticed that something was wrong. They all raised their heads and looked towards the windows where the arrows were shot. Roar! The mutant zombie roared and wanted to be dealt with. These guys are hiding in the dark and shooting arrows from behind. It's a pity that these mutated zombies cannot command their companions. Those ordinary zombies are still wandering around the streets on their own. Although the mutant zombies were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, their intelligence is only slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies cannot be commanded. So what should we do? There is no other way. I can only do it myself. A few violent people directly lifted up the scrapped cars around them. Damn it. Hide. His figure shrank back directly. Boom. The wrecked car smashed against the window on the 3rd floor. The surrounding walls shook slightly and glass shattered all over the floor. Aaron, get rid of these guys who are in the way. Guanli gave the order directly. These violent people seriously affect the efficiency of shooting zombies. Fortunately, there are not many violent people in the zombie tide. Elf shooters temporarily give up shooting ordinary zombies. They concentrated their firepower and dealt with the violent perpetrators first. Seeing this, Guanli naturally couldn't just sit there doing nothing any longer. He took out the black iron crossbow and quickly installed a crossbow arrow. Frost crossbow. The azure arrow carried a hint of icy air. It fell into the tide and exploded instantly. The ice element spread out, and the zombies within 10 meters were directly frozen. Even violent people were restricted in their movements. Their feet were frozen, making them huge sitting ducks. The elf archers concentrated their fire and instantly killed the 6 violent ones. Woo woo woo. The violent people made such a big noise. The zombies on the streets have also become restless. Damn it. Guanli cursed. The plan to make a fortune in silence was completely disrupted by the violent people. The zombies were attracted by the noise, rushed in one after another, and escaped from the building. You guys keep shooting zombies. Skeleton Warrior and Shadow Sword Cultivator are with me. Stop those zombies. Guanli did not panic and quickly came up with a countermeasure. The zombies only noticed his building. The building where the 3 commanders were located was attacked by only a few mutated zombies. Guanli asked them to continue shooting zombies on the street. My lord, do you need support? Xun Lian's voice sounded. Huh? Can you guys get by? Although many zombies were eliminated, the number was still terrifying. No matter how strong the Shadow Sword Cultivator is, he can't break through. No problem. Xun Lian said affirmatively. Okay, you leave some soldiers behind. Protect the elf archers. Others, come to support. Guanli agreed to Xun Lian's proposal. The local soldiers he has here are indeed somewhat insufficient. There were at least thousands of zombies that rushed into the building. Except for the 4 elf archers, he only had 3 skeleton warriors and 2 shadow sword cultivators. As you command. A moment later, in the shadow of the 3rd floor window, 15 shadow sword cultivators slowly emerged. Guanli suddenly remembered the unique ability of the shadow sword cultivator. As long as there is shadow, they can sneak into it. Of course, there are definitely limits to the scope, but there is only one street between the 2 buildings. This distance is definitely satisfying. My lord. Xun Lian led the territorial troops and came behind Guanli. Yeah, get ready to fight. The green-edged sword in Guanli's hand was already standing in front of him. Woohoo! In the passageway of the stairwell, the roar of zombies could be heard. The mixed sounds of thousands of zombies. Like a roar from hell. If it were an ordinary person, I would probably be scared to death. But Guanli showed an expression of eagerness to try. There are 2 staircases on the 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor on the left, a rotten zombie was brought out. Immediately afterwards, dozens of zombies gushed out. The scene was simply too spectacular. Here we go. Let's fight. Guanli held a knife in his right hand and a crossbow in his left hand. The crossbow is already equipped with frost arrows. Call out. An ice blue arrow fell into the crowd of zombies. Intense ice element diffused out. The zombies within 10 meters were instantly frozen. Kill. Guanli gave an order and rushed out first. The third floor is very large, enough for Guanli to display his skills. The zombies rushing from behind directly smashed the ice sculptures. There is no need for Guanli to take action. They will consume their own energy in one wave. Swish. Guanli used the opening and closing slash. The condensed air blade cut the zombies in front of it into two halves. The dozen or so shadow sword cultivators behind him directly performed sword-controlling techniques. The long sword flew in the air, harvesting the zombies' heads. It feels great, Guanli yelled. The zombies fell down in droves like harvested wheat. The power of the sword-wielding technique was instantly demonstrated. It's a pity that the sword-wielding technique consumes too much energy. After only using it for less than 10 seconds, his true energy was exhausted. The shadow sword practitioners could only continue to fight in close combat. Guanli waved the Qing Feng knife and continued to kill the zombies in front of him. He didn't care at all when dirty blood splashed on his face. He even licked the blood on his lips. A strong fishy smell filled his mouth. The smell was like rotten sea fish fermented in the sewer. Pooh! He somewhat regretted his actions. It seems that this immune gene is not immune to the negative impact of taste. Roar! When the fierce battle in Guanli was in full swing, the roar of zombies came from behind. He took a moment to look back. The number of zombies on the other side was much smaller. It seems that the main force is all in front of them. Shunlian, take half of the soldiers to intercept the zombies behind. Protect the elf archer's safety. As you command. Shunlian nodded and quickly left. For elf shooters, focus on shooting zombies. They activate the shooter's focus skill. This skill can protect them from outside interference and increase their shooting speed. I saw their jade fingers gently brushing the bowstrings. Feather arrows were shot out one after another, very fast. System products. He is so arrogant and unreasonable. The zombies rushed forward, wanting to taste the sweet flesh and blood. But unfortunately, a long sword penetrated its head. Shunlian arrived in time. Kill. He swept out and several more zombies fell to the ground. The elf archer on the side was not affected at all. Jade fingers are still playing with the bowstring, quickly shooting zombies on the street. Awesome. The attack speed is fully stacked. Guanli took some time to look back. Arrows flew all over the sky and landed on the streets. Because the zombie tide is dense enough, there is no need to aim at all. Over time, the original tide of zombies, which numbered nearly 10,000, had been cleared by half. Some of them poured into the Guanli building, but most of them have fallen under the arrows of the Elven archers. During this period, many mutated zombies were killed. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in my mind. Guanli made a rough calculation. These mutated zombies provided at least 2,000 points. Among them was a big complainer who also provided a cooking skill. These rewards alone are enough for Guanli to make back his investment. Chapter 34. A Big Fortune. The noise of shooting zombies quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding survivors. There are still many human survivors on this street. Because there were so many zombies that they were suffocating. These survivors simply don't have the courage to kill zombies. After all, there were nearly 10,000 zombies wandering around under their feet. If you dare to make any noise, you will be torn to pieces in minutes. There's not even a chance to turn into a zombie. In this atmosphere of despair, some mentally fragile people chose to commit suicide by jumping off buildings. Those people fell into the tide of zombies, and in an instant only skeletons were left. The rest of the survivors hid in their homes, not daring to make any loud noise. They locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and waited for rescue from the city defense. Early this morning, there were explosions on the street. The survivors in their sleep were instantly filled with hope. They thought the city defense rescue had arrived. But when they looked out through the gap in the curtains onto the street, the hope that had been ignited was shattered again. There is no trace of city defense. The explosion might have been caused by some stupid idiot who ignited the gas. But soon, they saw hope again. The number of zombies on the streets began to decrease rapidly. Obviously, someone is cleaning up the zombies. It's not the city defense rescue. It's the other survivors. Everyone leaned against the window, carefully observing the street situation. I saw arrows being shot out from certain buildings continuously. The number of zombies decreased rapidly under the cover of the rain of arrows. In any case, it is not a city defense rescue. As long as we can rescue them from here. This desperate cage, surrounded by zombies, is like an isolated island. When the food is consumed, only death will await them. Guanli didn't know that there were still survivors on this street. At this moment, he was concentrating on killing the zombies on the third floor. The constant fighting made him feel very tired. But fortunately, he has props to restore his energy. Whenever you are exhausted and your energy is depleted, just take a bottle of recovery potion. The physical strength and energy consumed can be quickly restored. Even if he has enough points, he can become a perpetual motion machine. No way. Just do whatever you want. Gradually, the zombies in front of Guanli became fewer and fewer, until he killed through the group of corpses and came to the staircase passage. There were dozens of zombies inside, and they were rushing toward Guanli. Fuck. Guanli was startled. He quickly used the teleportation technique and disappeared from the spot. Dozens of zombies suddenly rushed to nothing. They fell to the ground one after another and played with each other. The Shadow Sword Cultivator came and took the head without ceremony. On the other side, the Shadow Sword Cultivators, led by Shunlian, have also cleared away the zombies. More than 2,000 zombies were all eliminated by Guanli on the third floor. The streets were also littered with corpses. Secret numb arrows covered the ground. Thousands of zombies are still on the streets, ignoring any resistance. Seeing this, Guanli rushed down with his soldiers. Aaron, keep providing long-range output. Leave 2 soldiers at each location to ensure the safety of the archers. The rest of you, follow me in charge. With a zombie tide numbering nearly 10,000, Guanli will temporarily avoid the sharp edge. But if there are a swarm of zombies numbering 1 or 2,000, Guanli will choose to fight head-on. Guanli rushed out of the building, and the group of zombies on the street immediately found their target. They waved their arms and pounced towards Guanli. Shadow swiftness. Guanli's speed suddenly increased. His movements were very graceful, going in and out of the horde of zombies 7 times. Those zombies couldn't catch him at all. The green blade kept slashing out, reaping the zombies one after another. The elf shooters in the building continued to provide long-range firepower. Before Guanli could make a move, they fell down on their own. The old man who was trying to scam people is not so professional. On the other side, Gu also rushed out with his soldiers. It swung its shield and knocked down a large number of zombies. Then the huge foot bones directly crushed the zombie's head. The skeleton warriors are much more civilized. The bone knife in his hand easily harvested the zombies' heads. A beautiful scenery appears on the street. A legion of dozens of people is suppressing 1 or 2,000 zombies. Roar. A long tongue that wanted to lick the master shot directly towards Guanli. He simply reached out and grabbed it. Can I still let you bully me now? Guanli pulled hard and the fish flew towards him quickly. He crashed headfirst into the Qingfeng knife and died. Kill the licker and get 30 points. Guanli shook off the corpse on the knife and continued to kill zombies. Under the fierce attack of the Legion, the number of zombies on the streets is decreasing. The corpses under our feet had already covered the entire street. Hi. So amazing. He killed so many zombies by himself. What did I see? Was that a sword aura? Is this a dream? Oh my god. In just one day, what happened? Survivors hiding in the room. All of them had an incredible look on their faces. But anyway, this is good news. The zombies have been cleared away, and they are saved. Guanli naturally didn't know what the survivors upstairs were thinking. All he sees now is the spoils of war. Zombies everywhere, cards everywhere. Okay, my little life is getting more and more exciting. Guanli smiled happily. Although I failed to do it, I made a fortune silently. But the end result is the same. A small zombie wave was wiped out by him. All these trophies belong to him alone. Shunlian, Gu, clean the battlefield. Eileen, watch the surrounding area. Guanli quickly issued the order. Aaron and the 12 elven archers. Observe the surroundings vigilantly. The longbow in hand is fully drawn, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Guanli was not worried that someone would dare to come and snatch the loot. After all, the corpses on the ground are the best warning. But it's always a good thing to be cautious. Shunlian led the soldiers to clean the battlefield in the building. There are also 1 or 2,000 corpses here. Gu led the local soldiers to clear the battlefield on the streets. Guanli is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time to wait. He opened the system backpack and learned cooking skills. This is a reward provided by a mutated zombie wearing a 5-star chef suit. Learn to cook after surgery. Guanli felt that a lot of cooking knowledge appeared in his mind. Another little trick of little use. As the saying goes, having too many skills doesn't overwhelm you. A steady supply of crystal cores and cards were handed to Guanli. The card is put into the system backpack and the crystal core is put into the space ring. Half an hour later, the finishing touches are just around the corner. All the zombies on the battlefield had their skulls cut open. Even if there are omissions, they are very small. For Guanli, it was completely harmless. He began to count the spoils. After a few minutes, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The harvest this time can be described in 4 words. A huge profit. Chapter 35 Crazy Card Opening. There are 3,514 crystal cores in 1 star. 2/3 of the zombies in the corpse tide are 1-star strength. The explosion rate of this star crystal core is really high. There are only 535 2-star crystal cores. Compared with 1-star crystal cores, the explosion rate of 2-star crystal cores is much lower. Finally, there are 3-star crystal cores, of which there are only 5. This is because there are only 5 3-star zombies in the entire zombie tide. A 100% drop rate. This is already very rare. In addition to crystal cores, there are also cards. 1235 white random cards, 344 white-green random cards, 96 green random cards, 20 turquoise random cards, 4 blue random cards, and 1 dark blue random card. These are the spoils obtained from clearing the tide of zombies. I can't say a lot. I can only say a lot. In addition, the system also gives additional rewards for killing mutated zombies. Total 6380 points, Cooking Skill X1, Dahuandan X1. Among them, Guanli has already learned the cooking technique. Dahuandan. After taking it, all injuries can be instantly restored. Note: if those with strength above 5 stars take it, the effect will be greatly reduced. These are extra rewards from the system. No matter what is given, Guanli will definitely make a profit. He checked the situation in the space ring. The crystal cores are piled up like mountains. If all of them were exchanged for points, it would be another huge sum of money. Guanli thought for a moment and decided to trade all the 1-star crystal cores to the points mall. The previous inventory, plus this harvest, totals 4,214 1-star crystal cores. Ding! Transaction successful. 29,498 points obtained. The system's voice sounded in my mind. The points obtained from the transaction, plus the more than 6,000 points rewarded by the system. Guanli obtained a total of 35,878 points this time. This was an unprecedented huge gain for Guanli. The points spent previously were earned back in one go. Even made a lot of money. Killing zombies is such a beautiful thing. To other survivors, zombies are the source of disaster. But for Guanli, it is simply a mobile treasure trove. Rest where you are. Guanli gave the order. Take this opportunity to improve your strength. He held the 3-star crystal core and began to absorb it. A crystal core the size of a baby's fist was quickly absorbed. Guanli felt that his own strength had increased a lot. Without stopping, he absorbed the remaining 4 3-star crystal cores one after another. Pure and powerful energy surged through his body. Every cell in the body is absorbing greedily. Call. A few minutes later, Guanli clenched his fist and smashed towards the scrapped sports car nearby. Bang! The car door was smashed right through. The powerful force directly pushed the sports car sideways. Although it's not yet at the intermediate 3-star level, it's almost there. Looking at the scrapped Lamborghini, Guanli was very satisfied. He never thought that one day he would be able to afford a luxury car of this level. After absorbing the crystal core, it's time for the most anticipated part. Activate the card. There are more than 1,200 white random cards, and you can choose to open them all. Get Food Card X 385. Get Supply Card X 230. Get 500 milliliters Pure Water X 150. Get Advanced Card X 40. Get 200 normal arrows. Get Universal Rifle Bullets X 100. Suitable for any rifle. Obtain Rotten Seeds X 35. Seeds that have been stored for too long and have become rotten, barely enough to fill your stomach. Get Moldy Bread X 60. Bread that has been stored for too long and has become moldy can fill your stomach, but the taste is terrible. Abandoned Mechanical Parts X 35. Severely deformed mechanical parts, seemingly of little use. A series of prompt sounds rang in Guanli's mind. There are more than 1,000 white cards, all of which contain basic items. There are no surprises except for the advanced cards. Just okay. Guanli can only be described in 4 words. These rewards are neither good nor bad. It's really tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Discarded mechanical parts. Recycling price 0.1 points. Guanli did not hesitate and decisively chose to recycle. Ding! Transaction successful. 3.5 points. Although mosquitoes are small, they are still meat. Guanli put all the remaining props back into the system backpack. Moldy bread and rotten seeds are food after all. In the last days, human life is not precious. What does it matter what you eat? You ask me if I can eat moldy bread? Sorry. Eat it if you like. He is not a kind-hearted person and will not waste precious food. As his strength continued to increase, he also felt that his appetite was growing bigger and bigger. Hundreds of food cards may seem like a lot, but they are not enough. So Guanli is now trying to save as much as possible. After the white cards are drawn, it is the turn of the white and green cards. More than 300 white and green cards opened at the same time. Get advanced card X20. Obtain high-quality food card X100. After use, you can obtain high-quality food containing energy. Get X80 armor-piercing arrows. Arrows made of special materials with better armor-piercing effect. Obtain mid-level supply card X45. Energy can be quickly restored after use, and the effect is more significant. Get universal rifle bullets X99. The system's beeps kept ringing in my mind. The reward is the same as before, not too good. They are all consumable materials. Guanli will take the obtained items back into the system backpack. Continue. He selected green random cards, 96 in total. Get high-quality food cards X30. Get advanced card X15. Get intermediate advanced card X5. Obtain recovery card X21. Can help recover from injuries. Get 13 burning arrows. Ignite a 5-meter radius around you. Get explosive arrow X12. Causes explosive damage to targets within 5 meters. All green cards are turned on. Still some consumable supplies. Guanli was not discouraged and put all the items he had obtained back into the system backpack. The remaining cards are all relatively rare blue cards. Continue. Guanli opened 20 blue-green cards in one breath. Obtain Black Branch Bow X1. Equipment made from black branches with stronger power. Obtain Scaled Heavy Shield X1. Made of the scales of a scaly beast and hard cold iron, it has powerful defensive power. Get Intermediate Advanced Card X5. Obtain Black Iron Sword X1. A sharp sword made of black iron that can cut hair with a single blow. Gain Precision Spell X1. After casting, you will enter the precision state. Within a 100-meter range, you will never miss a target. Get Intermediate Supply Card X10. Obtain Broken Undead Branch X1. The branch of the Abyss Undead Tree contains rich undead power, which can increase the speed of cultivation. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in my mind. It is indeed a higher-level card. Sure enough, good things can be produced. Equipment, skills, and props to enhance the strength of your legion. Chapter 36 Legendary Weapons. Guanli handed the heavy shield with scale armor to Gu. It was a heavy shield that was 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. There are scale-like patterns on the shield, which looks very safe. Thank you, Master. The soul fire in the bone eye sockets suddenly became brighter. It took the heavy scaled shield excitedly. Name: Scaled Heavy Shield. Type: Shield. Grade: 3-star primary. Talent: Thick Armor. Skills: Recoil Force, Scaled Beast Charge. Evaluation: Made of the scales of a scaly beast and made of hard cold iron, it has a strong defensive power. Bone raised his heavy shield of scales and used the Scaled Beast Charge. Its speed suddenly increased, and the shadow of a scaly beast appeared on the shield. Boom! The bone crashed into the building, creating a big hole and causing dust to fly. Not bad. Samsung equipment is awesome. Guanli was very satisfied. The Black Branch Bow was given to Irene, and the Black Iron Sword was given to Shun Lian. Name: Black Branch Bow. Type: Bow and Arrow. Grade: Samsung Junior. Talent: Armor Break. Skills: Concentration, Black Branch Arrow. Evaluation: The bows and arrows made from the branches of the dark forest contain mysterious power. Aaron picked up the Black Branch Bow and shot an arrow into the distance. Call out. The thick wall was penetrated easily. Thank you, Master. She smiled sweetly. Name: Black Iron Sword. Type: Sword. Grade: Samsung Junior. Talent: Sharpness. Skill: Sword Sweeping Fallen Leaves. Evaluation: The long sword made of black iron is very sharp. Shin Lian took the black iron sword and used it to sweep away the fallen leaves. Directly around the black iron sword, the true essence leaf blade condensed. He swept forward, and the blade flew out instantly. Swish, swish, swish. The floor-to-ceiling window not far away suddenly exploded. "Thank you, my lord." Shin Lian cupped his hands into fists and bent slightly. After the three commanders obtained the equipment, their strength was greatly improved. Guanli is learning the art of precision. He took out his crossbow and shot an arrow at will. The crossbow arrow flew out and hit the mannequin's head. Then he tried to shoot a few more arrows. As long as it was a target he locked on, almost all of them would hit. Guanli turned off his precision technique and suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his body. He is hungry. While the precision technique is activated, energy will continue to be consumed. We have just experienced a great battle, and now we are testing precision techniques. His stomach had begun to protest. Satisfy. Turn off the card once and take out 3 food cards. Suddenly, 3 delicious foods appeared in front of him. He activated his skill, Devour. After a while, all the food was gone. A feeling of satisfaction filled Guanli's body. After eating and drinking, continue opening cards. The last 5 cards are left. It took nearly 10,000 zombies to give out 5 rare cards. For blue cards, all activated. Obtain Advanced Advancement Card X2. Can be used to advance to a more powerful legion. Obtain the Sword Manual of Exorcism X1. To practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. This is a magical sword manual. After practicing it, one can gain powerful strength, but at a small price. Obtain an Everbright Lamp X1. Using mermaid oil as the wick, the Everbright lamp created can last forever. 3 prompt sounds sounded in succession, and Guanli was stunned. The corners of his eyes twitched, looking at the ancient sword manual. On the Azure cover, the 4 characters Bixia Sword Manual were written in ancient Chinese characters. What is the Sword Manual of Exorcism? Guanli knows it very well. If you practice this, something bad will happen. Fortunately, the items that are opened will not learn automatically. Guanli breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to throw away the Sword Manual of Exorcism, but he was reluctant to do so. After all, this is something that comes with a blue card. It's tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. Guanli thought about it and decided to put him away. If he doesn't need it, he can give it to someone else. Anyway, no one in this world knows the manual of the Sword of Exorcism. This precarious end of the world. By paying a little price, you can gain powerful strength. What a good deal. Guanli kept the manual of the Sword of Exorcism close to himself. He didn't dare put this thing into the system backpack. Guanli was afraid that he would displease the system someday, so he just let him practice. As for the Eternal Lamp, it is of ancient style. Its appearance looks a bit old. The candle flame is still burning at the wick. According to the introduction, this Eternal Lamp can last forever. This is a great tool. The power system is paralyzed, and we can only rely on candlelight for lighting at night. He put the Eternal Lamp back into the system backpack. After entering the system backpack, everything seems to be frozen and time no longer passes. There is one last card left in Guanli's hand. The dark blue card surface emits a faint glow. The lines are clearly visible. It's a huge tree. The whole card gives people a mysterious feeling. Guanli was looking forward to what this card could bring to him. He held the card and then crushed it gently. Snap! The card in his hand suddenly cracked and turned into a faint fluorescent light. Get Legendary Weapon Summoning, Card X1. A dazzling golden light emanated and landed on the surrounding streets. Guanli's 24K titanium dog eyes were almost blinded. Wow! Golden Legend! He exclaimed out loud. The light lasted for a few seconds and then gradually retracted into the card. Guanli held the golden card in his hand. On both sides of the card, there is a mysterious big question mark. He crushed the card with excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary weapon. Bloodthirsty Blade, Seal. The system prompt sounded in Guanli's mind. A summoning circle appeared in the void in front of him. A strong smell of blood emanated from inside. Guanli suddenly felt a sea of blood appear in front of him. Countless withered souls, sinking in the sea of blood. Even though Guanli had experienced so much, he still couldn't help but shiver. The feeling came quickly and went away quickly. A snow-white long sword appeared in the summoning circle. Guanli stretched out his hand and grasped the snow-white sword. The summoning circle in front of him disappeared in an instant. Ding! Detected legendary weapon. Bloodthirsty Blade. Binding request issued. Is the host bound? The system's voice sounded in my mind. Bind. Guanli nodded. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Guanli lowered his head to check the situation. Dense blood-colored tentacles appeared on the hilt of the bloodthirsty blade at some point. The surface of those tentacles was like cracked earth and the boiling magma of hell. The severe pain just now was caused by the bloody tentacle piercing my arm. At this time, those bloody tentacles had completely merged with Guan Li's right arm. Every time the tentacle moves, it draws a large amount of blood from Guan Li's body. My lord. Owner. Seeing that Guan Li was in danger, the three commanders rushed forward to rescue him. I'm fine. Be alert to your surroundings. Guan Li quickly spoke up to stop them. Now the blood-colored tentacles have completely merged with the arms. If you want to separate, there is only one way. That is human body separation surgery, also known as amputation. Guan Li currently has no plans to become the Condor hero. Yes, sir. The commander will not disobey orders. They all asked the soldiers to be on their best alert. Guan Li felt that the bloodthirsty blade had no ill intentions. It seemed that all it wanted was to suck its own blood. System, what's going on? If Guan Li doesn't understand, just ask. Reporting to the host, the bloodthirsty blade is binding with you. The system's voice came. I see. You have a really big appetite. At this time, Guan Li had become skin and bones. He took out the Dahuan pill and swallowed it directly. The originally shriveled body began to recover quickly. Chapter 37, Bloodthirsty Blade. Guan Li felt that his body had regained some strength, but soon, he became weak again. After swallowing the Dahuan pill, those bloody tentacles became more active. The absorption speed has also increased a bit. Fuck. Why are you increasing the intensity? In an instant, Guan Li's body turned back into skin and bones again. This time the speed is much faster than before. He quickly opened the points mall. Directly search for items that restore blood and energy. Blood Chi Pill, price, 100 points. Blood Recovery Pill, price, 200 points. Gold Creation Powder, price, 150 points. Rejuvenation Pills, price, 300 points. Jade Dew Pill, price, 1,000 points. Soul Blood Pill, price, 2,500 points. Buy them all. Guan Li's face had turned extremely pale. If this continues, he will soon be able to join the team of skeleton warriors. Bought more than 10 kinds of blood replenishing pills. A total of more than 9,000 points were spent. Guan Li had no time to feel sad and quickly threw the blood pill into his mouth. As soon as the blood chi pill entered the mouth, the medicinal power dissipated instantly. A surge of blood and energy surged in his body. But before it could surge for long, it was forcibly pulled out. The body, which had just started to improve, became weak again. Guan Li did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He stuffed all the pills into his mouth at once. The terrifying medicinal power suddenly gushed out. A terrifying torrent of blood and energy, like a river, was running wildly through his body. Guan Li's current body cannot withstand such an impact at all. It's over. Barbie is gone. He felt that the blood and energy in his body were completely out of control. The violent blood formed spirals and impacted his body. That's an extremely fast speed, no less than a tornado destroying a parking lot. His body began to swell rapidly. Like a balloon filled with air, it could burst at any time. Guan Li was in despair. He was actually going to die from being stuffed to death. This way of dying is really too miserable. Suddenly, the blood-drinking blade in his hand emitted a blood-red light. A powerful suction force sucked all the violent blood out of the body. Guan Li's swollen body quickly returned to its original appearance. Wow, this legendary weapon is really powerful. He breathed a sigh of relief. After the blood-drinking blade absorbs blood, a stream of pure energy is fed back into the body. The body that had been ravaged by blood and energy began to recover gradually. Soon I was back to my peak form. Not only that, that pure energy continued to strengthen his body. Just a few seconds, Guan Li felt as if a barrier inside his body was broken. Huh? I actually broke through. His strength has reached the intermediate 3-star level. All the excess blood and energy were transformed into pure energy by the blood-drinking blade. Ding! Legendary weapon. Bloodthirsty blade, seal, is bound successfully. The system prompt sounded in Guan Li's mind. He lowered his head and found that the bloody tentacles on his arms had retracted into the blood-drinking blade. The originally snow-white sword was now covered with cracked bloody tentacles. The hilt of the sword held in Guan Li's hand seemed to be made of the flesh and blood of some strange creature, and its appearance was like molten lava flowing in hell. Handsome. After absorbing the blood, the appearance of the bloodthirsty blade can only be described in 7 words. So cool and awesome. Owner. My lord. Are you all right? When the 3 commanders saw Guan Li recover, They hurried forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. Guanli waved his hand. He is in a very good mood now. This harvest was completely beyond his expectations, especially the blood-drinking blade in his hand. This is a legendary weapon, although it is in a sealed state. But judging from what happened just now, it's absolutely awesome. Name: Bloodthirsty Blade. Seal: Type: Sword. Potential: Legendary. Grade: 6-star primary. Talents: Legendary Sharpness, Legendary Armor Breaking, Blood Draining. Seal: Skills: Blood Soul Slash, Blood Demon's Hand, Blood Shadow Clone. Seal: Evaluation. It comes from the deepest part of the abyss, a very evil thing. Its body is an ordinary iron sword, but because it has absorbed the blood of millions of abyss creatures, a legendary spirit has been bred in the sword body. Every owner will be corroded by the sword's soul inside. This is a double-edged sword. Guanli finished checking the information about the Bloodthirster. Legendary weapons are different. Even their introductions are much richer. System: Will I be corrupted by the sword's spirit? Guanli still cared a lot about what was written in the introduction. Although legendary weapons are good, he would rather not use them if they will affect himself. Return to the host. The Bloodthirster has been bound to you and will not cause any negative effects. Besides, the host has an immune gene. Even legendary weapons cannot affect you. The system's voice sounded in my mind. After hearing this, Guanli felt relieved. Since there won't be any negative effects, you can use it with confidence. He held the blood-drinking blade and slashed at the scrapped vehicle beside him. Swish. The bloodthirsty blade split the vehicle in half from top to bottom without any sense of obstruction. Hiss. So sharp. I didn't use too much strength just now, but even so, the vehicle was easily cut off. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained such a magical weapon. Seeing this, the three commanders all congratulated him. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Guanli said somewhat embarrassedly. We are low-key people. We can't be too flashy. He put the Qingfeng knife back into the system backpack. After obtaining the bloodthirsty blade, King Feng Dao can finally retire. Guanli tried the bloodthirsty blade skill again. Blood Soul Slash. He felt that a lot of the energy in his body was drained away in an instant. The blade of the bloodthirsty blade emits a red light. A terrifying blood-red sword energy slashed towards the big guy in front. There were countless roaring ghosts in the blood-colored sword energy. Boom. The wall of the building was suddenly cut in two and collapsed with a loud bang. So strong. Guanli took a breath of cold air. It is worthy of being a legendary weapon. Any skill of it can be so powerful. Although the consumption is also very high, it is definitely worth it. The Blood Demon's Hand. Guanli used his second skill. He suddenly felt that most of the energy in his body had been drained away. The bloody tentacles that had disappeared reappeared. These blood-colored tentacles quickly intertwined and wrapped around his arms. After a moment, condensed into a bloody, domineering flesh and blood arm. His arms were covered with blood-red scales, and there was a bone spur at his elbow. Guanli only felt that his arm was covered in a piece of armor. Cool. Awesome. He ordered Gu to attack the Blood Demon's Hand with all his strength. The sharp bone knife cut it, leaving only a shallow white mark. And this white mark quickly disappeared. Terrifying defense. Powerful healing ability. Guanli immediately gave his evaluation. However, the Blood Demon's Hand consumes a lot of energy. A lot of energy was consumed when recovering from my injuries just now. Guanli lasted about 10 seconds before he could no longer hold on. The Blood Demon's Hand quickly decomposed into dense flesh and blood tentacles and retracted into the blood-drinking blade. Chapter 38 Skeleton Warrior Advancement. After removing the Blood Demon's Hand, Guanli used an intermediate supply card. The energy consumed in the body is recovering rapidly. After a moment, I was full of energy again. The first two skills of Bloodthirster gave Guanli a great surprise. He believed that the last skill would definitely not be bad. Blood Shadow Clone. Guanli used his skills. He suddenly felt that 2/3 of the energy in his body had been drained away. A bloody figure separated from his body. A clone? When the illusory Blood Shadow appears, Guanli felt a connection between himself and Blood Shadow in his mind. He tried to control the Blood Shadow and do some basic movements. For example, punching and kicking. The Blood Shadow in front of him was completed easily. Ox. Guanli exclaimed that it was awesome. Attack the vehicle over there. He pointed to the scrapped vehicle not far away. The Blood Shadow clone executed immediately. It punched out, leaving a clear fist mark on the vehicle. Only 1/3 of my own strength. Through the punch just now, Guanli roughly knew the strength of the Blood Shadow clone. An avatar that is not afraid of death. There are so many things it can do. Very awesome skills. The Bloodthirster is indeed a legendary weapon. These 3 skills are all considered magical skills. The ability of the Bloodthirsty Blade is far more than that. But because it was sealed, the remaining abilities could not be used. But Guanli is not in a hurry. We have to take one step at a time. After all, it is a completely unlocked legendary weapon. He really doesn't dare to use it. The sealed blood-drinking blade almost drained him dry. Fortunately, he has a points maul, which allows him to exchange points for powerful blood-restoring pills. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. So, it's really good to have points. The Blood Shadow clone lasted for about a minute, and then slowly dissipated. These 3 skills have no cooldown time. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can be used continuously. You can only have one Blood Shadow clone. If a new clone is summoned, the old one will dissipate. This is understandable. If it were possible to summon infinitely, that would be outrageous. Guanli was in a much better mood. Bone, get ready. I'll advance your legion. The cards just now gave a lot of advanced cards. It is enough for the Skeleton Warrior Legion to complete a new round of advancement. As you command. Thank you, Master. The soul fire of the bones burns even more vigorously. It has no eyes and cannot see anything. This is the only way to express my emotions. System. Advanced Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guanli took the Skeleton Warriors back to the system space. Ding. Upgrade the Skeleton Warrior Legion. It requires 50 Legion upgrade cards. Advanced? The system prompt sounded. Advanced. Guanli chose to advance without any hesitation. Although I don't know why it takes 50 advancement cards to advance the Skeleton Warrior Legion. But Guanli will not hesitate as long as he has it. He also discovered a pattern. The higher the requirements for advancement, the stronger the strength after advancement. The Skeleton Warrior Legion requires 50 advancement cards this time. Guanli began to look forward to it. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion begins to advance. The system prompt sounded. Most of the 78 advanced cards that Guanli had originally activated were immediately cleared. But he didn't feel bad. After becoming stronger, the difficulty of obtaining advanced cards is greatly reduced. This is called one step faster, every step faster. While others are still struggling between life and death, Guanli has already started making a fortune quietly. He suddenly remembered a sentence. The difference between people is greater than that between people and pigs. Guanli inserted the blood-drinking blade into the ground. After binding, this becomes his exclusive weapon. Even if it is lost, it can be retrieved through spiritual connection. He pulled out a food card and crushed it in his hand. A delicious grilled steak appears. After testing the bloodthirsty blade, his stomach once again raised the banner of rebellion. The grilled steak was quickly finished, but Guanli was still not satisfied. He pulled out another food card and crushed it. This time it was a leg of a reptile, roasted to a golden and crispy finish. Looks very appetizing. Guanli grabbed it in his hand and started to eat it in big chunks. Several survivors approached cautiously. The streets were quite empty. Guanli naturally saw the survivors approaching from a distance. These were all ordinary people, and the soldiers did not try to stop them. With Guanli's current strength, even if the other party has a gun, he can deal with it easily. Guanli ignored these survivors and continued to eat his delicious food. Hello. Several survivors came forward and tried to greet Guanli. Guanli still ignored them. Hello. Aseo. Dunk your chicken, baby. Swipe my daika. The group changed several languages and continued to try to communicate. Damn it. What the hell are you talking about? I understand Chinese. Guanli rolled his eyes and was suddenly speechless. Oh. Hello, little brother. A middle-aged man walked out of the crowd. He was wearing a designer suit and a brand name watch. The expensive leather shoes on my feet are polished to a shine. With a mature slicked-back hair, he is definitely a successful person. Guanli put down the food and glanced at the man. The clothes he was wearing were worth at least 100,000. In the past, Guanli wouldn't even dare to think about it. Sorry, I'm not your brother. Want to get close to me? Don't even think about it. So cool. So pretentious. Not convinced? If you don't agree, come and bite me. Forehead. The man obviously didn't expect that Guanli would not play by the rules. Is it because I don't wear enough clothes? Or is it that the country bumpkin in front of him can't recognize the brand name he is wearing? Although he felt resentful, He had to bow his head in the current situation. The man's name is Zhang Qi, and he is a well-known entrepreneur in City Z. The only reason he could get to where he is today was because of the word forbearance. Haha, you little brother is really humorous. Excuse me, did you kill all these zombies? Zhang Qi greeted him with a smile. It was as if what happened just now had never happened at all. Nonsense. Of course it's me. Could it be you? Guanli looked at him as if he were an idiot. You. The man was furious. He was very clear about Guanli's eyes. That's the look you would give a fool. Little brother. My name is Zhang Qi. I'm the chairman of Zhang Group. I'm on TV a lot. You should have seen me, right? Zhang Qi didn't want to keep a low profile anymore, so he came clean. I am the chairman. I haven't seen it. Our village doesn't have internet yet. Guanli shook his head decisively and took a bite of the delicious roasted leg in his hand. This action immediately made everyone cry. So greedy. From yesterday till now, they have only eaten some dry bread. After all, they had no habit of storing food and dared not eat more. Hey, young man, do you have anything to eat? Is 100,000 enough? Just buy this leg. Zhang Qi was constantly saliva producing. He just waved his hand and said it proudly. He believed Guanli would not refuse. A young boy from a village without internet access had never seen so much money. I don't want money. I'm not interested in money. Guanli smiled slightly and spoke. His tone is very similar to that of a certain Ma. Chapter 39, The Ugliness of Human Nature. Ahem. Young man. You may not know what 100,000 yuan means. Let me tell you this. With this money, you can go back to the countryside and marry a plump, fair-skinned wife. When Zhang Qi saw Guanli like this, he thought the other party had never seen money. He quickly explained. What's the use of money now? Use it to wipe your ass? Guanli looked at the other person. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Are you kidding me? Zhang Qi also reacted, and his face turned red. Tease you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Guanli finished the food in his hand in a few bites. Boy, do you know who I am? Zhang Qi suddenly became furious. After being teased one after another, he could no longer hold it in. Who are you? Guanli asked back. I'm Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi replied. Oh, and then? Guanli said calmly. I'm worth hundreds of millions. Zhang Qi said again. Oh, and then? Guanli's tone remained calm. Puff. Zhang Qi felt a tightness in his chest and blood gushed out. Oh, you are so petty. Guanli shook his head. You. Poof. Zhang Qi vomited blood from his mouth. His eyes went dark and he passed out. Fuck, you're not going to be mad at me, are you? Guanli kicked him a few times, but there was no reaction at all. Benefactor. You are so powerful, can you lead us to find the city defense? A woman with a graceful figure, twisting her waist like a water snake, walked in front of Guanli. No. He refused without even thinking about it. Clear out the zombies and rescue the survivors here. It was totally unintentional on his part. As for carrying these burdens, it is simply impossible. My benefactor, don't be so heartless. The woman said in a coquettish tone. Your tricks don't work on me. Guanli waved his hand, signaling the woman to stop. But the opponent still wanted to try harder and kept getting closer to Guanli. Aaron. Call out. A feathered arrow with a cold edge flew past her delicate face. Ah. The woman screamed and sat on the ground in fear. She quickly stretched out her slender hand and stroked her cheek. She breathed a sigh of relief after making sure she was not disfigured. Boy, you've gone too far. A bald man rushed out from the crowd. He helped the woman on the ground up and took the opportunity to take advantage of her. The woman naturally felt it, but didn't say anything. That's right. Young man, I advise you not to be too angry. The experience of the beautiful woman immediately aroused the man's protectiveness. Huh. I saved a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Looking at the people who were arguing with each other, Guanli sneered. Boy, I admit that you have some strength. But I advise you not to be too arrogant. Zhang Qi, who had fainted just now, got up from the ground. Seeing that Guanli had angered everyone, he immediately seized the opportunity and started to fan the flames. Do you want to die? Guanli looked at Zhang Qi, and a hint of murderous intent flashed through his mind. Zhang Qi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. But when he looked at the people behind him, he instantly felt confident. Don't be afraid. I don't believe he dares to kill anyone. This kid must have a treasure on him. We might as well rob him. It's like robbing the rich to help the poor. Zhang Qi raised his arms and shouted. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zhang Qi was right. Guanli was so powerful, he must have some treasure on him. If I get it, can I become more like him? The greed in everyone's heart is gradually revealed. The ugliness of human nature is fully exposed. Forget it. After all, he saved us. Some survivors who still had a conscience spoke up immediately. Humph. You bunch of idiots, if you're afraid of death, just get out of here. Zhang Qi snorted coldly. Boy, I don't care whether you are pretending to be stupid or really stupid. I advise you to hand over the things on you, so as to avoid physical pain. Zhang Qi's eyes were fierce, and he felt that he had Guanli in his grasp. He didn't believe that Guanli dared to kill anyone. The other party is still too young. How dare he provoke public anger? Court death. Guanli's tone suddenly turned cold. This is the bad nature of human beings. Everyone, come together. Zhang Qi took the first step and rushed towards Guanli. There were more than a dozen men behind him. Aaron, shoot them all. Guanli said as he left the room. Yes, sir. Irene's voice came. Following closely behind were feather arrows. Ah. Feather arrows fell and screams were heard on the street. Help. Murder. There was a look of fear in Zhang Qi's eyes. He looked at the person in front of him and fell straight down. A stream of yellow heat flowed out from the precious crotch. He was scared to death. Zhang Qi turned around and tried to escape. But after taking a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He lowered his head and saw a feather arrow that had pierced his body. Well, Zhang Qi staggered a few steps and then fell in a pool of blood. After a burst of random shooting, more than a dozen men fell to the ground. The faces of the survivors around them turned pale instantly. Especially the woman. Her legs were shaking with fear. You are very lucky. The conscience in your heart saved your life. Guanli glanced at the people in front of him. His eyes were so sharp that no one dared to look directly at him. Take care of yourself. After Guanli finished speaking, he left with his army. Benefactor, can you tell us where the city defense is? A pregnant woman saw Guanli was about to leave and quickly asked. Guanli turned around and saw that the other party was a pregnant woman, and his tone softened a lot. Sorry, I don't know either. If I meet them, I will tell them there are survivors here. Guanli shook his head. Thanks. There was a flash of loss in the pregnant woman's eyes, but she still said thank you to Guanli. There should still be residual crystal cores in the heads of these zombies. You can try your luck. After absorbing the crystal core, the body will be strengthened. This way, you can live easier. Guanli said this and left the street with his soldiers. The survivors began to search for the crystal core that Guanli had missed. After leaving the street, Guanli found a place to rest. That group of survivors was pitiful, but there was only so much Guanli could do. There are many pitiful people in this end times. He can't possibly help everyone. If that were the case, even a saint would be exhausted to death. Guanli can only do what he can within his ability. He will not consider anything that is beyond his ability. In all things, put your own safety first. Guanli took out a few food cards and continued to eat. The delicious food was quickly devoured by Guanli. He burped in satisfaction. Comfortable. Guanli leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Wait quietly for the skeleton warrior to advance. About half an hour passed. The system's voice finally sounded in my mind. Ding! The skeleton warrior core has completed its advancement. Host, please go to the system to check. Guanli opened his eyes. Finally, the advancement is complete. Chapter 40, Skeleton Core. Guanli couldn't wait and turned on the system. Congratulations to the host. We have obtained the Skeleton Undead Legion. The system prompt sounded again. Skeleton Undead? Guanli showed a puzzled expression. He summoned the Skeleton Undead Army. A huge summoning circle appeared in the room. Fortunately, the room is large enough to accommodate the summoning circle. A smell of decay emanated from the summoning circle. The strong power of death filled the surrounding air. The changes to the skeleton warrior core this time seemed to be quite big. An expression of anticipation appeared on Guanli's face. 30 skeleton figures appeared in the summoning circle. These skeleton undeads have different appearances. The weapons in their hands are also different. Shield spear, staff, shield sword. Among them, the biggest changes are in bones. Its size suddenly increased to about 2.5 meters. Looks like a little giant. It was wearing a cloak of bones, wearing a gorgeous crown on his head. Thank you, Master. You have given us a new life. Although Gu wore the crown, his loyalty to Guanli did not change at all. It half knelt on the ground and saluted Guanli. The rest of the skeleton undead all knelt down. Get up. Guanli raised his hand and signaled them to stand up. Thank you, Master. Gu stood up and stood quietly in front of Guanli. Guanli checked the information of the Skeleton Undead Legion. Skeleton Undead Legion, Advanced. Total number of people, 30. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 3-star Advanced. Type, Skeleton Spear and Shield Soldiers, 10. Skills, Shield Charge, Spear Throw, Bone Shield Circle, Spear Stab, Bone Armor. Army Type, Skeleton Mage, 10. Skills, Fireball, Thunderbolt. Soldier Type, Skeleton Sword and Shield Soldier, 10. Skills, Whirlwind Slash, Shield Charge, Bone Armor. Leader, Bone. Skills, King's Command, Power Aura, Rage, Heavy Slash, Horn of the Giant Beast, Bone Armor. The panel of the Skeleton Undead Legion has undergone major changes. The originally single type of troops has become more diversified, although the overall strength has not improved much. But the increase in the number of people is enough to make up for this gap. In addition, new types of soldiers have begun to appear in the Skeleton Undead Army. Does this mean that if we continue to advance, more powerful arms will emerge? He began to look forward to the next advancement of the Skeleton Legion. System. Advanced Skeleton Undead Legion? Guanli wanted to see what the conditions for advancement were. Ding. Advanced the Skeleton Undead Legion. 10 Intermediate Legion advancement cards are required. The Legion's strength must reach 7 stars. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Sure enough, the conditions for the advancement of the Legion basically require meeting the potential limit. This is not a difficult task for Guanli. A piece of deadwood appeared in his hand. The deadwood exudes a strong aura of the undead. Guanli gave the broken undead branches to the Skeleton Undead Army for use. The rate of improvement in their strength suddenly accelerated a lot. Don't favor one over the other. Guanli opened the points mall and purchased 2 kinds of treasures to enhance the strength of his legion. Dark Spirit Source Fruit contains rich spiritual energy which can increase the speed of cultivation. Price, 2,000 points. Aoki Fruit contains the power of nature and can increase the speed of practice. Price, 2,500 points. In a short time, 4,500 points were squandered. Guanli didn't feel bad. These were all things that were beneficial to the Legion. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. Shun Lian and Irene took the treasure carefully. The speed of improvement of the 2 legions has obviously increased. Guanli opened it again, and it was his own panel. Name, Guanli. Strength, 3-star Intermediate. Abilities, Bone Armor, Immune Gene, Shadow Surge, Lockpicking, Gun Mastery, Dark Knight Inner Force, Teleportation, Barrier Aura, Perception, Precision. Legion, Skeleton Undead Legion, Shadow Sword Legion, Elf Archer Legion. Points, 33,135. Evaluation. You have become a powerful cannon fodder. Please keep working hard. Guanli's eyes twitched involuntarily. This system's bad habit of talking nonsense won't change at all. The bone armor still remains. As long as this skill exists in the bone army, Guanli can continue to enjoy it. If the skill disappears, he can get another chance to extract. This setting is very humane. Good reviews. Must be good reviews. Bone armor. A piece of armor quickly condensed on Guanli's body surface. The shape of the armor is like a ferocious beast, almost covering the whole body. Only the head part is slightly missing. Looking at himself in the mirror, Guanli could only describe himself in 2 words. Cool. On the shoulders on both sides are a pair of ferocious white bone animal heads. Barbs grew out of the wrist guard, like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast. Where the breastplate would be, there was a gigantic skull that exuded a spooky, ghostly aura. Guanli took off his bone armor. Keeping it on continuously consumes energy. After getting ready, Guanli continued his journey. City Z is huge, and the area surrounding it alone is enough to make one feel suffocated. On the street, more than a dozen huskies with red eyes were gnawing on the corpse. Judging from the blood on the body, he must have died not long ago. Damn it, are even animals starting to mutate? Guanli looked at those huskies. There was obviously something wrong with their situation. The usually silly and cute Hachuki has completely regained its original ferocious nature. The fangs were exposed and could easily tear flesh. Ooh! When the husky discovered Guanli, he immediately roared. They dropped the corpse on the ground and turned to pounce on Guanli. After the mutation, the bodies of these huskies became very strong. Kill! Guanli gave the order to kill without hesitation. 10 fireballs erupted. most of which hit the running husky. The 6 huskies were set on fire and howled in pain. The rest of the mutated huskies dodged the attacks flexibly. The mutated husky is intelligent and knows how to avoid danger. They are not like zombies that can only endure stupidly. But what about dodging the fireball? The skeleton mage chanted the spell again. Thunderfall. 10 lightning bolts as thick as arms struck into the group of mutant huskies. Woo-woo. Many huskies were chopped into charcoal. It's a pity that there will never be any dog lovers coming out to condemn Guanli. The only 2 mutant huskies left came to him covered in wounds. Swish. The blood-drinking blade slashed out. The 2 mutant huskies fell to the ground, their bodies split in 2. Bloody tentacles shot out from the sword, greedily devouring the flesh and blood of the mutant husky. In the blink of an eye, 2 mummies appeared on the ground. Guanli was not surprised by this scene. Blood absorption is the ability of the blood-drinking blade. This ability is very useful. During a fight, you can suck the opponent's blood silently. With Guanli's consent, the bloodthirsty blade shot out bloody tentacles and began to devour the flesh and blood on the ground. Looking at the corpse of the mutant husky, Guanli was a little curious. What exactly is it that causes them to mutate? Could it be the breath in the crack? Chapter 41 Cleaver Brother. Guanli shook his head. This was not something he should worry about. Even if animals start to mutate, so what? As long as you are strong enough, there will be no problem. The bloodthirsty blade absorbed all the flesh and blood of the mutated husky. The bloody tentacles came back with several crystal cores. It is only interested in flesh and blood. Guanli threw 3 2-star crystal cores into the space ring. The mutated animals were just a small episode. Guanli continued to move forward. I had only taken a few steps when the option was suddenly triggered. Option 1. Go to the aquarium and kill the upcoming Black Armored Turtle King. You will be rewarded with Black Turtle Blood Essence, Black Scale Battle Armor, and 6-star Crystal Core. Option 2. Go to the South District Tropical Rainforest Pavilion and kill the upcoming Silverhorn Python. You will be rewarded with Silver Dragon Blood Essence, a random skill book, and a 7-star Crystal Core. Option 3. Go to the shopping mall in the center of Z, kill the Zombie King that is about to be born, and be rewarded with Zombie King treasures and 5-star Crystal Cores. Guanli hesitated for a moment and then ruled out the first 2 options. Both of these options are too difficult. The rewards are better, but not as easy to accomplish. The Black Armored Turtle King needs to fight in the water. The Silverhorn Python will fight in the Tropical Rainforest. These are the monster's home territories, which is very unfavorable to Guanli. Only the Zombie King is in the shopping mall. Such terrain is more advantageous to Guanli. After weighing the pros and cons, he directly chose the third option. His current location was not too far from the central shopping mall. Let's go. Head to the central shopping mall. Guanli took a look at the map of City Z on the side of the road. Walk along the street below your feet. He needs to cross 2 residential areas, a nature park, 3 commercial streets, and a football field. Walking on the street, zombies on the roadside attacked him. Although these zombies look ferocious, they are all 1-star in strength. A typical flower stand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen feather arrows were shot out, and the zombies on the roadside were instantly blown in the head. Huh? Why don't you smoke anymore? Guanli looked at the bloodthirsty blade with a puzzled expression. The bloody tentacles quickly formed 2 crooked words. Disgusting. Guanli was suddenly speechless. This guy is actually picky about food. In desperation, he could only ask the soldiers to search for the bodies quickly. 5 1-star crystal cores were dug out by the soldiers. He directly chose to trade and got 38 points. At the end of the street is a luxurious residential area. If you go through here, you can avoid many detours. Woo-woo-woo. Several zombies trapped in the security booth. After discovering Guanli, he stretched out his claws from the window. Gu rushed forward quickly, and with the sword in his hand, he killed several zombies in an instant. My luck was a bit bad. No crystal cores or cards dropped. Follow the wide road and enter the community smoothly. The vegetation on the roadside is well maintained. Zombies dressed in security uniforms were wandering on the road. Irene shot a few arrows and easily killed the zombies. The community is very quiet and there are not many zombies. After all, it is a residential area. Even if there are zombies, they are all trapped in their homes. There are many eye-catching red cloths hanging on the walls of the building. Various words asking for help were written on the red cloth. The survivors upstairs, upon seeing Guanli, quickly waved red cloths. They didn't dare shout loudly for fear of attracting the zombies' attention. After the evolution, the zombies became incredibly powerful. Ordinary doors may not be able to withstand their beating. Yesterday, Many people provoked the zombies outside the door. Finally, the zombies broke in. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, the remaining survivors all became obedient. Guanli naturally ignored their cries for help. The survivors suddenly became anxious. They kept writing on the red cloth with brushes. "I have a lot of money. I'll give you as much as you want." This is a cry for help written by a man wearing a brand name. "Handsome, come save me, and you can ask for anything you want." This is a cry for help written by a beautiful girl with big breasts. "I am the leader of XX. As long as you are willing to save me, I will arrange a job for you." This is a cry for help written by a bald, greasy man. Guanli ignored it all. These conditions are worthless in the end times. Money? What's the use? Status? That's a thing of the past. Pretty woman? This will only bring disaster to yourself. You will die a miserable death. I curse you. The man wearing the brand name wrote directly on the red cloth. "You are such a fool. I will kill you." The pot-bellied, bald man threw out a kitchen knife. At this distance, if thrown accurately, it could actually hit Guanli. Court death. Bone held up his shield and deflected the kitchen knife. The skeleton mage behind it directly condensed the fireball technique. 10 fireballs flew out and hit Brother Chopper. Fuck. Magic. The man trembled and hurriedly hid in the room. The fireball hit the 7th floor balcony. The originally white walls instantly became charred black. "Master, do you want to kill him?" Bone asked. "This is not difficult, it just wastes some time." "Shunlian, go ahead." Guanli's tone was very cold and stern. "I just ignored his cry for help, and the other party wanted to kill me. What a vicious heart this is. Guanli will not show mercy to such people." "As you command." Shunlian's figure disappeared from the spot. "Go. Keep going." Guanli didn't stop. According to Shunlian's speed, he will return to the team soon after finishing his work. Hoo-ho-ho. I'm so excited. That guy is so powerful. In the luxurious living room, Brother Chopper was breathing heavily. If I hadn't escaped quickly just now, I might have been burned to death by the fireball. Even so, he was still shocked into a cold sweat. Damn it. What happened to this world? Why did magic even appear? Brother Chopper cursed. He originally thought that the appearance of zombies was just some unknown viral infection. Once things calm down, he can go back to his old life. But now it seems that it may not be possible. The city defense has not provided any rescue so far. The situation is obviously not optimistic. That guy, should he leave? Brother Kaidao lifted a corner of the curtain and looked downstairs. Guanli's figure was seen gradually going away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, I live on a high floor. Brother Cleaver sat on the ground. But before he could be happy for long, he heard loud knocking sounds coming from outside the door. Woo-woo-woo. The roar of the zombies fell into his ears. Zombies? Why are zombies here? Brother Tsaidao's face turned pale in an instant. He checked yesterday and found that the floor where he lived was obviously safe. The banging outside the door became more and more intense. Brother Kaidao quickly stood up and wanted to block the door. Snap. The sound of the door being unlocked. Brother Kaidao was confused. Who opened the door? But before he could think about it, the zombies rushed in. Ah! Brother Cleaver screamed. A zombie tackled him to the ground. His stomach was ripped open by sharp claws, and all kinds of internal organs were scattered on the ground. The zombies ate greedily. Brother Kaidao is not dead. He remained sober. He could only watch helplessly as he was devoured by the zombies. The process during this period made him feel desperate. Through the gap, he saw a man standing in the corridor. A smile appeared on the other person's face. That smile made him feel suffocated. Chapter 42, Meeting the Awakened One on the Road. He regretted it. I regret messing with that young man. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Shun Lian's figure gradually faded and disappeared into the corridor. Everything just now was naturally his masterpiece. Shun Lian can travel through the shadows. This is not difficult for him. Guanli walked through the community and came to another street. Shun Lian's figure quickly condensed. My lord, it's done. That guy died miserably. Shun Lian said. Yeah, I won't listen to the details. Guanli waved his hand. It's your own fault, there's nothing to say. There were quite a few zombies on the streets, and they all noticed Guanli's team. After all, the Legion gradually grew stronger. The number of people has reached 67. Even if I wanted to keep a low profile, it was no longer possible. Woo-woo. The zombie roared and pounced towards Guanli. Guanli was about to take action. a huge crocodile suddenly rushed out of the alley. The crocodile was about 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long. The scales all over his body bulged like small bags, for sturdy claws covered with sharp ice. Snap! Those zombies were bitten in half by the giant ice crocodile. Roar! There was cold air coming out of the mouth of the giant ice crocodile. It opened its mouth and gushed out a torrent of ice. The zombies on the street were frozen instantly. That chilly cold air. Even Guanli, who was far away, could feel it. Immediately afterwards, the giant ice crocodile swept across with its huge tail. All the frozen zombies were smashed into pieces. In just a dozen seconds, dozens of zombies were killed. Although they are all low-level 1-star zombies, they are enough to prove its power. Guanli did not rush to take action, because he saw a figure on the back of the giant ice crocodile. Human. Huh. Human? The people on the giant ice crocodile also noticed Guanli. It was a pale-faced girl. Her face was delicate, though pale. Long black hair, very smooth. Little alligator. Go over there. The girl commanded the giant ice crocodile and came in front of Guanli. The distance between the two should be 5 or 6 meters. Obviously, she was also wary of Guanli. My name is Han Xiaolu. What's yours? The girl jumped off the giant crocodile. Guanli. Guanli said as he left the room. He could sense that the girl had no ill intentions. Is this your ability? Summon skeleton soldiers. I thought I was the only one who gained special powers. Han Xiaolu blinked and asked curiously. I guess so. What about you? Guanli gave an ambiguous answer. The skeleton undead legion was indeed summoned by him. I got a little crocodile from the initial reward, and I myself also have the ability to control ice. Han Xiaolu said as he showed it to Guanli. An ice crystal quickly condensed in her hand. Guanli's heart instantly became alert. Always be on guard against others. He secretly ordered all the soldiers in the Legion to enter a state of combat readiness. If Han Xiaolu attacks suddenly, he can also counterattack instantly. But it was obvious that Guanli was a little too suspicious. The girl in front of him obviously had no such intention. After she showed the ice crystal, she put it away. Guanli didn't feel embarrassed. In the end times, human hearts are the most unpredictable. Well, you're lucky. Guanli nodded. His eyes swept over the giant beast beside Han Xiaolu. Name: Ice Giant Crocodile, Evolvable. Potential: 8 stars. Strength: 3-star Intermediate. Abilities: Cold Armor, Ice Breath, Crazy Drift, Death Strangulation. Evaluation: a giant crocodile with ice blood, possessing great potential. Yeah, it's okay. Compared to my bestie, I'm already very lucky. Han Xiaolu thought of her best friend who had turned into a zombie. If it wasn't for the critical moment, she would have obtained the giant ice crocodile and killed her best friend who had turned into a zombie. I'm afraid I'll be dead when the apocalypse breaks out. Where are you going? Han Xiaolu asked. Find the city defense forces. Guanli made up an excuse. It was naturally impossible for him to tell his purpose. Great. I'm looking for the city defense troops too. Do you want to form a team? That way we can have someone to look after us. A happy smile appeared on Han Xiaolu's face. Sorry, I'm used to being alone. Guanli said as he left the room. You? A loner? Han Xiaolu pointed at the army of dozens of people behind him. Yeah, a loner. Guanli said without blushing or beating his heart. Okay, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. Han Xiaolu nodded and she didn't force it. Girl, I'm giving you some advice. In the end times, don't trust others too much. After Guanli finished speaking, he left without looking back. Han Xiaolu stood there with a puzzled expression on his face. Little alligator, do I look stupid? The ice crocodile nodded, then shook his head. Damn it, you're out of food for today. Han Xiaolu said viciously. Ice crocodile, QAQ. Meeting Han Xiaolu was just a small episode. Guanli crossed the street, and the giant ice crocodile behind him gradually disappeared. There are several huge wildcats in the alley. They stood on the wall, staring at Guanli with eager eyes. But after weighing the pros and cons, they did not take action. The man in front of me is so powerful. Watching Guanli go away, the mutant wild cat hid its body and waited for its next prey. Go through the alley. A natural park appeared in front of Guanli. Huh? The plants are starting to mutate? He stood on the street, looking at the natural park 100 meters away. Dense bushes obscure the entrance fence. A lot of leaves were spreading wildly on the streets. Guanli looked at the nature park. The changes overnight turned this place into a dense forest. The entrance to the nature park is like a beast with its fangs bared. Wants to devour passers-by. Guanli was naturally not afraid. He walked straight into the park. The dense leaves block out the scorching sun. The surrounding temperature dropped a lot in an instant. Russell. A wandering zombie appeared in front of Guanli. Judging from the way he is dressed, he should be an old man practicing Tai Chi. Woo-woo-woo. The old zombie spotted Guanli and immediately pounced on him. It's a pity that it is too weak. The blood-drinking blade in Guanli's hand killed it instantly. A few drops of dirty blood were thrown out by the blood-drinking blade. Obviously, it hates this dirty blood. Guanli continued to move forward. The most dangerous things in the park are definitely not these zombies. He followed the cement road and came to a lake. Next to the lake, a monster with a lion's face and a human body was lying there drinking water. Something's happening. Guanli ordered the Legion soldiers to hide in the surrounding bushes. Natural disaster monster. A gleam of light flashed before his eyes. Master, do you want to kill it? Gu lay on the ground and quietly moved to Guanli's side. There's no way. This guy is too tall. Even when squatting, it is difficult to hide your body. Guanli smiled knowingly and said, do it. Chapter 43, Lion Monster. Guanli ordered the Legion soldiers to surround the entire artificial lake. Natural disaster monsters are not zombies. They possess extraordinary intelligence. If they are defeated, they will most likely choose to escape. Following Guanli's orders, the soldiers quietly surrounded the entire artificial lake. The monster with a lion's face and a human body was still lazily lying by the artificial lake. Without realizing it, danger had already arrived quietly. Name: Lion Monster, Boss Level. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 4-star Intermediate. Abilities: Claw Kick, Thunder Fist, Earth Claw, Golden Claw Attack. Evaluation: a natural disaster monster descended from the cracks. It is extremely powerful and can use thunder and gold elements to fight. Guanli glanced at the monster with a lion face and a human body. The system gives the monster's information. 4-star Intermediate. Guanli's eyes were somewhat solemn. Now, all the soldiers in the Legion are of 3-star strength. Want to fight a higher level battle? Guanli said as he left the room. If it were someone else, fighting against opponents of higher rank might be very likely. But for Guanli, it was not a difficult task. After all, there are more people than him. A random punch can kill the master. The soldiers of the Legion were ready to go, waiting for Guanli's order. Archers ready. Skeleton mage, get ready. Guanli gave the order. The Elven archers drew their bows to their full potential, and they used armor-piercing arrows. Ordinary bows and arrows can hardly cause substantial damage to monsters of this level. The skeleton mage raised his bone staff and aimed at the lion monster. Put, Guanli said as he left the room. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. 12 arrows emitting cold light flew straight towards the lion monster. 10 thumb-thick lightning bolts condensed above the lion monster and struck down at it. Roar. The lion monster let out a roar. It sensed danger and tried to dodge. But unfortunately, it was too late. 12 armor-piercing arrows penetrated deeply into its skin. The lightning struck it, but was absorbed by a layer of golden light. Can it absorb lightning elements? Interesting. Guanli was slightly surprised to see that the Thunderfall technique did not hurt the opponent. But this won't change anything. The lion monster will definitely die. Rush ahead. Guanli rushed out of the woods holding the blood-drinking blade. Immediately afterwards, the local soldiers attacked from all directions. Roar, roar, roar. When the lion monster saw that he was surrounded, he instantly became furious. Was I treated as a prey? This is unforgivable. It pulled out the armor-piercing arrow from its body, and blood flowed out of the wound. But soon, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lion monster slashed forward with its sharp claws. A golden air blade slashed out. The skeleton sword and shield soldiers, and the skeleton spear and shield soldiers quickly raised their shields to resist. The golden air blade slashed on the shield, instantly splitting it in half. Several skeleton soldiers hiding behind their shields had half of their shoulders cut off. What a powerful attack! As expected of a 4-star natural disaster monster. As soon as the battle started, he started to suffer casualties. But fortunately, the skeleton soldiers have no sense of pain. Even though his shoulder was cut off, he still used his remaining arm to continue fighting. Bone spears and bone knives fell on the lion monster. Only shallow white marks were left on the hard fur, without penetrating the defense. but the pain made the lion monster furious. These ants full of bones actually dare to attack themselves. It raised its leg and swept across, knocking 3 skeleton spear and shield soldiers directly away. Fireball. Taking advantage of the gap when the lion monster landed. One after another, scorching fireballs hit it directly. Ah! The lion monster let out a wail. There were large charred marks on its body. Since it can absorb lightning energy, attack it with fireball. Following the fireball, 12 armor-piercing arrows were shot out. The lion monster's arms, shoulders, chest, and vital parts were all hit by arrows. It wailed again. It is true that the lion monster is very powerful, but it is just a single monster. There are dozens of Legion soldiers guarding Guanli here. With the close cooperation of the local soldiers, the lion monster was attacked from both sides. Guanli had also rushed forward at this time. Blood Soul Slash. He waved the blood-drinking blade and slashed out a streak of bloody sword energy. The lion monster instantly felt a terrifying aura coming towards his face. It did not dare to hesitate at all and quickly gathered strength. Thunder Fist. Golden lightning burst out from the lion monster's fist. It blasted forward, and the lightning lion head condensed out. 2 energy attacks collided with each other. The bloody sword energy slowly dissipated, and the thunder and lightning lion head disappeared without a trace. Guanli is a 3-star mid-level player. With the blood-drinking blade, he barely managed to draw with the lion monster. This is already rare. Taking advantage of the lion monster's breathing space, Xinlian, who was waiting on the side, finally found an opportunity. Swordsmanship. The Shadow Sword Cultivators collectively performed the art of sword control. 26 flying swords slashed towards the lion monster. Roar. The lion monster wanted to fight back, but the Thunder Fist consumes too much energy. It cannot be used again within a short period of time. Helplessly, it can only temporarily avoid the attack. Scaled Beast charges. Bone raised the heavy shield with scales and charged directly at the lion monster. The powerful impact force knocked it away. Although it didn't cause much damage, it knocked it back on track. The trajectory of sword flying. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp sword slashed the lion monster, leaving behind dense scars. The lion monster was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Although the sword marks on his body were recovering, the recovery was obviously not as fast as before. Obviously, its ability to heal quickly is also limited. Roar. A trapped beast still fights. The lion monster's eyes were red as it stared at Guanli. It burst out with all its strength and rushed directly towards Guanli. Protect the master. Bone yelled. It wanted to stop the lion monster, but unfortunately it was too slow. The lion monster knocked away several shadow sword cultivators and rushed to Guanli. It possesses extraordinary intelligence. It can be seen that these besieging creatures are all centered around this human. As long as I hold him hostage, I can escape. It's a good idea, but I'm not a pushover. Guanli constantly trains himself because he is afraid that this situation will happen. Teleportation. His figure disappeared on the spot. The lion monster missed its attack and showed a look of confusion in its eyes. It didn't understand why the human in front of it disappeared. Guanli appeared behind it. The blood demon's hand. A bloody and ferocious arm suddenly formed. Feel the power brought by your arms. Guanli slashed towards the lion monster. With the blessing of the blood demon's hand, Guanli's power increased dramatically. He easily broke through the lion monster's defense. The lion monster wanted to fight back, but the battle just now had already left it covered in wounds. The bloodthirsty blade seemed to have found delicious food. The part that pierced into the lion monster's body began to spread bloody tentacles. An expression of fear appeared on the lion monster's face. It attacked Guanli. Seeing this, Guanli smiled. He immediately let go of the bloodthirsty blade. The lion monster grabbed the hilt of the sword and tried to pull out the blood-drinking blade. But how could the bloodthirsty blade give up so easily? The blood-drinking blade absorbed blood frantically. The lion monster's arms were also entangled by the bloody tentacles. After a moment, the lion monster's body was completely covered by bloody tentacles. Chapter 44 Football Stadium. The lion monster struggled for a few times and then fell straight to the ground. If the lionhound monster was in its prime, the bloodthirsty blade might not be able to control it. But after continuous battles, the strength of the lion monster has been reduced to only 1/10. The bloodthirster was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Kill the lion monster, get 2,000 points, lion monster summoning, card X1. The system prompt sounded. The bloody tentacles covering the lion monster retreated like the tide. A hideous and horrifying mummy appeared in front of Guanli. The body of the lion monster was just skin and bones, and all the flesh and blood had disappeared. Guanli walked forward and picked up the blue card that the lion monster dropped. He pulled out the blood-drinking blade, along with a dazzling crystal core. The crystal core was entangled by blood-colored tentacles and pulled out from the lion monster's body. Good job. Guanli patted the bloodthirsty blade. The sword trembled slightly in response. Holding the crystal core of the lion monster, Guanli began to absorb it. The energy contained in this 4-star crystal core is like a surging river, continuously pouring into the body. Guanli was madly absorbing the pure energy. Boo! The sound of a barrier breaking. He opened his eyes, and his aura became even more fierce. After absorbing the crystal core of the lion monster, he successfully broke through to the advanced 3-star level. The surging energy in the body seemed to be telling Guanli, 4-star strength is not far away. After absorbing the crystal core, Guanli picked up the summoning card given by the system. Lion Monster Summoning Card. Summon a 4-star intermediate lion monster to fight. During the lion monster summoning period, it is immune to death and ignores all negative effects. It lasts for 1 minute. After Guanli finished reading it, a gleam of light flashed before his eyes. This is a nice one-time card. Can summon an invincible 4-star fighter. Guanli put the card away and used it as a trump card. The strength of the lion monster is still quite good. With the invincible buff, the strength can be doubled. Guanli was able to kill it entirely because of his advantage in numbers. It would be hard for the lion monster to survive under the attack of so many soldiers from the Legion. In the battle just now, a total of 5 soldiers were killed. Among them are 3 skeleton sword and shield soldiers, and 2 skeleton spear and shield soldiers. The fallen soldiers were returned to the system for resurrection. The rest of the injured soldiers all rested on the spot. Guanli held the blue card that exploded from the lion monster and crushed it gently. Obtain Legion Upgrade Card X1. Use it to increase the Legion strength by 1 level, only available for those with strength below 10 stars. Nice one. Guanli's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment, decided to use the upgrade card on the Skeleton Undead Army. The strength of the Skeleton Undead Legion is around 3 stars. If it is upgraded again, it will be a 4-star primary level. Guanli now needs a legion with 4-star strength. Besides, the Skeleton Undead Legion has the largest number of people. Using upgrade cards on them is the best option right now. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. After weighing the pros and cons, Guanli did not hesitate any further. He is not the indecisive type. Just do it and it's done. After the upgrade card is used, the Skeleton Undead Army was shrouded in white light. The aura on them became even stronger. Congratulations. Shinlian and Irene spoke. Hee. Accepted. Bones smiled honestly. There is harmony among the legions. Let's go. Try to find a place to stay before dark. Guanli saw the legionnaires, who had almost recovered. Keep going. The area of the natural park is not too large. In addition to the lion monster, Guanli also encountered several mutant creatures. The strength of these mutated creatures was not too strong, and they did not cause too much trouble. About half an hour passed. Guanli split the thorns in front of him. He bent down and climbed out of the broken railing. This is not a dog hole, just a broken railing. Back on the street, the sun was already setting. Woo. Several crooked zombies pounced towards Guanli. He swung his bloodthirsty blade and killed them easily. The legionaries passed through the railings and all came out into the street. Guanli did not stop and continued to move forward. In just less than 2 days, this once luxurious metropolis now appears to be in a state of disrepair. The deserted streets were littered with wrecked cars. The once bustling streets have now become a paradise for zombies and monsters. The former owner of this place can only hide in the dark and tremble in fear now. Guanli walked into the street, and the zombies on the roadside pounced towards him. Irene's team kept shooting. The zombies fell to the ground before they got close. The skeleton sword, spear, and shield soldiers walked at the outermost edge of the team. Then there are the shadow swordsmen and ranged soldiers. Guanli was protected in the center of the team. The team continued to move forward, passing through the long and narrow street. People in the buildings on both sides cast envious glances. After 2 days of torture, most of the survivors have accepted the end of the world. How they wished that the person being protected by the soldiers was themselves. But unfortunately, they are just thinking about it. After leaving the street, the sky had become completely dark. The blood-red sunset gradually disappeared into the horizon. The last afterglow seemed to tell the world that night had fallen. Roar, roar, roar. Woo woo woo. Oh. The sun set completely and darkness fell again. All kinds of terrifying roars came from all directions. If it were someone else, they would probably be scared to death. But Guanli remained very calm. He asked the elf archer to turn on his perception. Attack immediately if there is any sign of trouble. Guanli remembered that there was a city football stadium not far ahead. Many football matches are played there. Guanli decided to stay in the football stadium tonight. Relying on his previous incarnation's memory, he knew that there were no football matches recently. This also explains why there weren't too many people in the football stadium when the apocalypse broke out. I walked along the dim street for about 10 minutes. During this period, we encountered several waves of attacks from mutant creatures. But fortunately, they are not strong and their numbers are not large. He was easily captured by the Legion soldiers. With the help of moonlight, Guanli saw a huge building rising from the ground in the distance. Under the moonlight, there are 3 huge red words. Football stadium. But at this moment, the 3 red words seemed somewhat strange. The quiet football stadium exudes a depressing atmosphere. Go in. Guanli was not afraid. In the end times, there is no place that is absolutely safe. Popcorn and Coke cups were scattered at the entrance of the football stadium. No big ball games though. But in the football stadium, there are still many enthusiasts who come here to play PK. So even on normal days, the football stadium operates normally. Nothing that should be sold will be left out. In the moonlight, Guanli saw bloodstains on the ground. Shocking. It seems that when the apocalypse breaks out, things here aren't very peaceful. On both sides of the entrance, there are statues of many football superstars. The statue's gaze was fixed on the entrance. If it were normal times, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this moment, the statue was stained with blood, which made it look particularly strange. Chapter 45, Horror Puppet. The football stadium was very quiet. There were no zombies in the entrance hall. But judging from the bloodstains on the ground, things here are not peaceful. The horror of the end of the world does not all come from zombies. Judging from the current situation, Guanli has not come into contact with many unknown mysterious things. The moonlight could not shine into the hall. Guanli took out the eternal lamp, and the bright candlelight dispelled the darkness around him. The candlelight of the eternal lamp can illuminate a range of about 5 meters. Guanli walked into the dim passage. There were a lot of dried bloodstains on the ground in the passage. One bloody handprint after another left a long mark. Something horrible must have happened here. There was no trace of zombies in the entire football stadium. If we rule out the possibility of zombies, the only ones left are natural disaster monsters. Guanli did not retreat, but continued to move forward. The passage was not too long, and there was a glimmer of light ahead. Guanli walked through the passage and came to the open-air football field. The surrounding stands were in chaos. All kinds of garbage were scattered on the ground. Obviously, when the apocalypse breaks out, there was quite a commotion in the football stadium. Still no sight of any zombies. It seemed as if there were only him and the legionnaires on the entire football field. It was so quiet. It was abnormally quiet. Gu, please keep watch tonight, Guanli said as he left the room. Yes, master. Gu nodded and ordered the soldiers to be on guard around. Close the side close to the audience stand and take out the folding bed. Gusts of cold autumn wind blew into the football field. The weather in September is hot during the day and slightly cool at night. Guanli lay on the folding bed and fell asleep quickly. I originally thought that tonight could pass peacefully, but at midnight, inside the football field, a strange sound floated out. Chuck. Haha. Hee. Guanli suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a little relieved when he saw the Legion guarding the surroundings. Master, are you awake? Bone near the folding bed. What's going on? Guanli nodded. The strange sound made him lose all desire to sleep. He folded up the folding bed, destined to be a sleepless night. I haven't figured it out yet. Those weird noises suddenly sounded. It lasted for a few seconds, then disappeared. Bone spoke up. Huh? So weird. Guanli is not afraid of powerful monsters. Just do it. But this weird thing gave him a headache. There is simply no way to start. Even if he wants to do it, he must have a goal. Eileen, did you find anything? Guanli turned his gaze to Irene. She has sentience. Master, not yet. Erin also shook her head. Where is Shunlian? Guanli asked again. Nothing found. Shunlian also shook his head helplessly. What just happened was so weird. Those voices appeared completely suddenly. Before Legion could react, he disappeared again. It seems like this guy likes to play hide and seek. Guanli frowned slightly. This kind of enemy hiding in the dark is very tricky, because you don't know when it will attack. There must be some kind of mysterious monster in this football field, and from the moment it entered the football field, it had been eyeing itself. Although it stopped strangely, Guanli was not in a hurry. Since the other party has chosen to take action, he will not give up easily. Time passes by every second. Guanli sat in the audience stands, observing the situation around him. The entire football field was still extremely quiet. Apart from the sound of the night wind, the only sound was his own breathing. "Are you scared?" Guanli said secretly in his heart. "Chuck. Haha. Hee. Those strange laughs were heard again in the football field. Guanli heard it clearly this time. It was the laughter of women, old people, and children. The strange laughter was erratic. It came from the football field, from the tunnel, and from the stands. Sometimes it is clear, sometimes it is blurry, and sometimes it is in Guanli's ears. If it were someone with a weaker will, I'm afraid he has been scared silly. But Guanli is determined and has an immune gene. The weird laughter had no effect on him at all. Everyone be on alert." Guanli stood up from the stands. Holding the blood-drinking blade, he jumped into the football field. "Your rubbish tricks are useless to me. If that's all you have, then come out and die." Guanli held the blood-drinking blade and looked around proudly. The strange laughter suddenly stopped. There were chaotic footsteps coming from the surrounding passages. Next, in the 4 passages around the football field, one by one, humans with stiff bodies walked out. These people had lifeless eyes and their bodies stood in extremely distorted postures. Normal people can't do that kind of action. Food. It should look like food. A woman with her head turned 180 degrees, her mouth stiffly opened. Her voice was devoid of any emotion. It's like a machine. The woman had light makeup on her face, except for the extremely distorted movements and the gray and lifeless eyes. He looks no different from a normal person. Playing tricks. Guanli directly cut off her head. "Chuck, you're going to die. The food I've set my eyes on. There's no way you can get away. Even if you are an Awakener, you must die." The woman's head fell to the ground, her mouth still stiffly open. No blood spurted out of her body. Guanli kicked the head on the ground fiercely, exploding it. There was no imagined scene of brain matter, blood, and flesh splattering. The head shattered like ceramic. "Puppet." Guanli seemed to have thought of something. The headless body suddenly pounced towards Guanli. Black threads emerged wildly from the empty neck and tried to strangle Guanli. Bone armor. A white bone armor quickly condensed on Guanli's body. The silk thread cut on the bone armor without leaving any traces. He swung his sword and split the headless body into 2 halves. After the body was broken open, the inside was revealed. Just as Guanli thought, there was no blood or flesh in the corpse. Densely packed silk threads support the movement of the entire body. "Kill. Protect the master." Gu shouted and rushed towards the puppets. There are at least hundreds of puppets in the 4 passages of the football field. To defeat these puppets, you must destroy the threads in their bodies. Otherwise, they can continue their actions. Bone raised the heavy shield with scales and smashed it directly on the puppet. The powerful force can flatten the puppet instantly. It is very useful. The skeleton mage summoned fireballs and lightning, which fell into the group of puppets. The skeleton sword and spear and shield soldiers were having a hard time. They do not have the ability to kill puppets instantly. I can only attack with all my strength. The shadow sword practitioners are performing shadow sword techniques. The sword in his hand kept slashing, quickly destroying the puppets. The elf archers also had a hard time. Because the arrow's attack area is very small, it often penetrates the head and body of the puppet, but it can still continue to move. Guanli simply let them attack the puppet's legs. After losing their ability to move, their threat level is greatly reduced. Chapter 46: The Mastermind. Guanli continued to hold the bloodthirsty blade and kill those puppets. Blood Soul Slash. He swung his sword forward fiercely. A bloody sword energy swept past. More than a dozen puppets were split in half. After Guanli used Blood Soul Slash, he quickly crushed the supply card. The energy just consumed is quickly replenished. The same goes for the Legion soldiers, who are directly supplied with supply cards. Want to fight a war of attrition with Guanli? I can't kill you. When it comes to supply cards, there is no such thing as consumption. There is no way. He is just so rich. He is just so arrogant. Under the fierce attack of the Legion soldiers, hundreds of puppets were quickly destroyed. The The ground was covered with black threads and fragments of human remains, which looked extremely creepy. Guanli was stepping on a piece of eye fragment. Your men are nothing but this. You're just being too naive. He used all his life's learning to utter a sentence in a foreign language. Chuck. A strange woman's laughter was heard. The air around suddenly turned cold. A figure quickly appeared in the aisle opposite Guanli. It was a worn-out ragdoll. The ferocious expression on his face was patched up with bloody needle and thread. The pair of patched-up big eyes of Caroline were still oozing blood. Obviously, this was dug out from some unlucky person. The head of the human-shaped puppet is covered with dense, long black hair. The long hair fell to the ground, twisting constantly. The hair is alive. Recalling the black thread just now, Guanli probably had the answer. This humanoid puppet uses these hairs to control the puppet. Thick blood was still flowing on its claws. It seems that after Guanli, there were other survivors who entered the football field. But now it seems that those unlucky guys may have been killed by the humanoid puppets. This is also the reason why the first attack was interrupted. Guanli thought that the other party was afraid of him. I didn't expect that I would have to deal with those unlucky guys who came later first. Let's mourn for these unlucky guys for 3 seconds. Guanli swept over the humanoid puppet. The system gives information quickly. Name: String Puppet. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 4-star primary. Abilities: Puppetry, String Control, Silk Thread Entanglement, Fine Strangulation. Evaluation: a natural disaster monster from the cracks. It was originally an abandoned old ragdoll. Due to the accumulation of resentment, a mutation occurred in its body. It has the ability to create and control puppets. Be careful of its sharp hair. Guanli breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a 4-star primary natural disaster monster. In terms of strength alone, the marionette is far inferior to the lion monster. But its ability is strange. It can control puppets. Fortunately, the number of puppets it produced was small. Otherwise, he can only avoid the spotlight temporarily. You are quite powerful. I am reluctant to kill you. The puppet looked at Guanli. It's like looking at an interesting toy. TSK, TSK, TSK. And these guys, they are all excellent puppet materials. The puppet's voice was shrill. Stop talking nonsense. Take my sword first. Guanli took the initiative and slashed at the ragdoll. This is not a sneak attack. This is called a preemptive strike. Chuck. Struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. I will enjoy the interesting prey slowly. Sharp black threads emerged from the hands of the puppet. The silk thread strangled Guanli. The blood-drinking blade slashed on the black thread. Without any hindrance, the thread was cut directly. What? How is that possible? The puppet made a surprise sound. His own silk thread was cut off so easily. What a sharp weapon. Looks like I found a treasure. The big, kiss-me eyes of the marionette. It shook strangely a few times. Protect the master. Charge. Bone raised his shield and rushed towards the puppet. The rag doll tiptoed and nimbly dodged the impact. It came onto the football field and glanced at the surrounding legionnaires. Great. These are my toys. The puppet has been abandoned, so it keeps creating puppets for itself to control. String control. Behind the puppet, the long hair that was twisting constantly stood up. Then shoot around. What is this guy going to do? Guanli was confused. Dense silk threads quickly wrapped around the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers' limbs were controlled by a black thread as thick as a thumb. The puppet used the black strings to forcibly control the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers resisted instinctively, but were unable to break free. Only 3 commanders were able to barely break free from the black line. Master, take back the soldiers. The commanders spoke quickly when they saw the soldiers were out of control. In the current situation, we can only recall the Legion soldiers and forcibly cut off the control of the black line. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. Guanli reassured the 3 commanders through internal communication. At the same time, he also gave orders to the soldiers. Attack the puppet. Beat it to death. Haha, hopeless. All of your men have become my toys. The mouth of the ragdoll, sewn with thread, keeps changing shape. It had a smug look on its face, waiting for Guanli to show a look of despair. Why aren't you afraid? Something didn't feel right with the Muppet either. The reaction of this human in front of me is too calm. It's a very good method, but it's a pity. It doesn't work on me. Guanli smiled contemptuously. The puppet instinctively sensed that something was wrong. It wanted to control the local soldiers and attack Guanli. But unfortunately, it was too late. Barrier technique. Guanli activated his skill. and the silk threads on the Legion soldiers disappeared instantly. A golden halo appeared above the soldier's head. The soldier who had regained his mobility attacked the puppet directly. Just now, many soldiers were controlled by it to protect their own safety. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of rags being pierced. A large amount of cotton spurted out directly. How is this possible? Impossible. Why did my control of the strings fail? The puppet screamed. Its abilities are bizarre, but its body is very fragile. If it wasn't sure of victory, it wouldn't have revealed its true form. But unfortunately, it still underestimated Guanli. The skill of barrier can make the Legion soldiers immune to any negative effects. This is why Guanli is so fearless. I have to say, barrier technique is indeed a magical skill. If it weren't for the barrier technique, he would probably have to recall all his soldiers. If you want to recall the soldiers, you will have to wait for a few minutes of cooling time. During this waiting period, the puppet may very likely escape. Impossible. The voice of the puppet became weaker and weaker. Its body had been completely submerged by the soldiers. All the anger that had been suppressed just now was vented out. Guanli also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The ability of this marionette is really too weird. If it were someone else, they would have probably died tragically at its hands. Just imagine. How desperate would it feel if all your companions were controlled and you were left alone? Chapter 47 Puppetry. Kill the puppet, get 2,000 points, control thread X1. The system's prompt sounded, and the puppet died completely. The Legion soldiers dispersed, revealing cotton, tattered strips of cloth, and a blue card all over the ground. There was no trace of the crystal core in the corpse of the ragdoll. Instead, it was a small milky white round bead that caught Guanli's attention. What is this? Guanli picked up the milky white beads and held them in his hand to observe them. Spiritual beads, used to increase spiritual power. The system is very powerful and can directly pass the item information to Guanli. Increase your spiritual power? This is a good thing. Guanli's face showed a look of surprise. Mental power is something very mysterious and powerful. He read a lot of novels in his previous life. Guanli did not hesitate. He just held the spiritual beads and began to absorb. Unlike the crystal core, no powerful energy is poured into the body. Instead, it is a mysterious spiritual power that is injected into the mind. Guanli's whole body trembled, and his perception of the surroundings gradually became clearer. He only felt that there was a powerful force in his mind, but he didn't know how to release it. This is because he has not yet mastered the method of using spiritual power. Guanli was not discouraged. He thought that all these would happen sooner or later. The enhancement of mental power only makes the perception ability stronger. He is now able to sense the area within 7 meters around him. Although the distance was only extended by 2 meters, it was still very rare. After all, it's not easy to encounter monsters with psychic power. Even if you meet it, it is difficult to kill it. The puppet was simply inflated, exposing its true form. If it were more cautious, it would only control the puppets to kill people. Even if he couldn't kill Guanli, he could still escape unscathed. This is the difficulty of dealing with mental monsters. If I can't beat you, then I won't fight you. Killing the marionette was a pleasant surprise. Guanli took out the item rewarded by the system, which was 10 almost transparent silk threads. Control thread. Able to control a target that is not stronger than oneself. This is a nice little prop. Although it can only be controlled and its strength is not stronger than its own target, it is already very good. The control here refers to the control of the whole body and mind. Even if I wanted to kill him, I wouldn't hesitate at all. Having the control thread is equivalent to having a puppet. He will control the silk thread and put it back into the system backpack, which he will not be able to use for the time being. Guanli placed his gaze on the blue card. With a gentle squeeze, the card shattered instantly. Get Puppetry X1. After learning, you will master the method of making and controlling puppets. This is an evil skill. Hey, it's actually a skill. Guanli was a little surprised. He simply ignored the last sentence of the skill introduction. There are no evil skills, only evil users. Learn puppetry. A lot of knowledge about puppets flooded into Guanli's mind. There are many types of puppetry, but there are only 2 most common types of puppetry. The first one is more direct, which is to control by force and turn the target into a puppet. The second method is to create a puppet and then control it with special props. Guanli has seen the method of force control before. The last skill used by the marionette belongs to this type. Although this method is convenient, it has great disadvantages. Because a puppet that is forcibly controlled can break free from its restraints. The method of making puppets is much safer. After all, it is made by hand, so you can have complete control over it. Guanli did not have the materials and containers needed for the puppet. Therefore, this skill is of no use at the moment. As the saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. What's more, puppetry is a very good skill. Guanli was in a good mood. Although the number of rewards is not large, the quality is very good. Destroyed the puppet. Guanli suddenly felt that the haze that shrouded the football stadium had completely dissipated. That vague feeling of uneasiness also completely disappeared. He can sleep peacefully now. Looking at the hazy moonlight, there should still be plenty of time. He took out the folding bed again and fell asleep. The legionnaires stood guard around him. Because of the intimidation of the puppet, there were no traces of any monsters around the football stadium. That's right, Guanli slept very soundly in the second half of the night. The first ray of sunlight in the morning fell on his face. Guanli stood up and folded the folding bed. The first thing to do after getting up is, of course, to eat breakfast. His stomach has already raised the flag of protest. As the body continues to strengthen, the demand for food also increases. Maintaining strong body functions requires a lot of energy. Guanli took out 2 food cards and crushed them. 2 delicious foods appeared in front of him. Activate skill, devour. Hiccup. Guanli burped contentedly. After breakfast, we continued on our journey. If nothing goes wrong, we will arrive at the central shopping mall today. Entrance to the football stadium. Just as Guanli thought, there were a lot of bloodstains on the ground. Many unlucky people were killed by puppets last night. In the end times, people are dying all the time. Guanli didn't care too much and left the football stadium in the sunshine. Guanli stopped in front of the XX community because he saw traces of tracks in front of the entrance of the community. Tank. 2 familiar words come to mind. The city defense forces finally launched a rescue operation. Looking at the bullet shells and broken zombies all over the ground, a fierce battle took place here. The tracks were very clear and clearly had been left there not long ago. Little brother, may I ask your city defense troops? In the community, there were several figures walking towards here. I am not. Guanli shook his head. I'm still a step too slow. I told you long ago, don't be greedy for money. It's all right now. The city defense troops have left. These people are obviously a family. The leading man pointed at the woman next to him and said. The woman was holding a lot of gold and silver jewelry in her arms. Guanli was speechless. His life was almost in danger. And I still have the mind to bring these things. I don't care. These are my lifeblood. The woman hugged the thing in her arms tightly and looked at Guanli warily. Typical miser. I don't want your junk. Guanli did not stop and followed the traces of the tracks. Little brother, wait for us. The man shouted quickly, but Guanli ignored him. The pace of my feet is still not slow. Throw away this junk. I won't lose it. Even if I die, I won't lose it. Behind me I heard a man and a woman arguing. Then, the sound gradually faded and finally became completely inaudible. Guanli changed his plan slightly. He wanted to find the city defense army. He wanted to know the situation of China. 80% of the world's population is infected with the zombie virus. China's population density is so high that 80% of the people have turned into zombies. The consequences are predictable. Chapter 48 City Defense Force. Follow the traces of the city defense troops. Fresh blood gradually appeared on the street in front of Guanli. 2 scrapped armored vehicles were parked in the middle of the road. There were 2 huge cuts on the armored vehicle. Obviously, they were attacked by a terrifying monster. The zombies shot by bullets fell in a mess on the roadside. He did not see the monster that destroyed the armored vehicle. It seems that the firepower of the city defense forces is not enough to kill it. Run. Go. It's dangerous here. A faint voice was heard. Guanli glanced around. Next to a scrapped armored vehicle stood a fully armed city defense soldier. The soldier's pupils turned gray, and he was already showing signs of transforming into a zombie. All the city defense soldiers around him were killed. Guanli still had awe for these local soldiers who protected the people. They used their own lives to allow more people to live. Guanli walked quickly to his side. Dirty blood kept gushing out of the mouths of the city defense soldiers. He used his last remaining consciousness to tell Guanli to escape quickly. This is the city defense army. Iron-blooded will. Guanli cut his finger and blood flowed out and dripped into the soldier's mouth. He wanted to try whether his own immune genes could save the city defense soldiers in front of him. Unfortunately, the corpse transformation of the city defense soldiers did not stop. Guanli had already thought of this result. The effect of the immune gene only applies to yourself. I'm sorry. Guanli used the blood-drinking blade to kill the soldiers defending the city. The soldier's appearance was frozen at the moment before he turned into a corpse. He certainly doesn't want to turn into those ugly monsters after his death. No smoking, Guanli said coldly. The tentacles that the bloodthirsty blade extended quickly retracted. This is a hero worthy of respect. Guanli carried him onto the armored vehicle and then set the vehicle on fire. In the raging fire, the bodies of the surrounding soldiers gradually caught fire. This may be the best destination for them. Although Guanli felt emotional, he did not cry. In the end times, such situations are not uncommon. If he cries every time, he will cry his eyes blind sooner or later. For the strong, tears are a luxury. After dealing with the bodies of the soldiers, Guanli continued to move forward. It took about 10 minutes to walk. The sound of artillery fire could be heard faintly in the distance. Finally found it. Guanli quickened his pace in the direction of the sound of gunfire. A medium-sized shopping mall. The city defense troops in camouflage uniforms were continuously firing downwards. The shopping mall is surrounded by zombies. 3 tanks were blocking the entrance to the shopping mall. The cannon continued to fire, and the shells fell into the horde of zombies. Suddenly, many zombies were blown into pieces. But the gap created by the blast was quickly filled. The number of zombies was too large, and the firepower of the 3 tanks was of no use at all. Damn it, there are too many zombies. If this continues, the tank won't be able to hold out for much longer. Hurry up and contact the main force. Inside the tank, several city defense soldiers were sweating profusely. Many zombies have begun attacking tanks. The signal is interrupted. We can't get in touch at all. A city defense soldier holding a communication device in his hand. But at this moment, a chaotic sound of electric current was heard from the communication equipment. Damn it, if it weren't for that monster, we wouldn't have been separated from the team. The city defense soldiers cursed. Da. Flames kept coming out of the windows on the 2nd floor. Bullets were fired in succession, killing the zombies below. This is a lost team. They were originally responsible for picking up nearby survivors. But on the way to the rendezvous, they were attacked by a terrifying monster. After paying a heavy price, the monster was successfully repelled. But they also completely lost contact with the main force. In the mall on the 2nd floor, in addition to more than 200 local soldiers defending the city, there were 700 or 800 survivors. At this time, the survivors were huddled in the corner and shivering. "Mom, I'm scared," a little girl said. "Shinshin, don't be afraid. The city defense uncle will protect us." The little girl's mother kept comforting her. "It's over. We're all going to die. There are so many zombies. There's no way to escape. Damn it, why did it turn out like this?" The feeling of despair quickly spread among the crowd. Many people grabbed food from the mall. The final madness begins. Die. I want to die a full death. The city defense soldiers did not stop this behavior. Because they are already exhausted. The bullets I carry are almost gone. But the zombies outside still kept pouring in. They knew that once they ran out of bullets, they would have no choice but to fight the zombies in close combat. Woo. Although the tank blocked the entrance to the mall. But there are too many zombies. The glass of the surrounding windows was directly shattered by the zombies. The zombies crawled through the window and into the mall. Damn it. The soldiers in the tank could only watch as the zombies entered the mall. There's nothing they can do. Even moving the tanks wouldn't be able to stop the zombies. Without a blocking gate, more zombies will pour in. Fierce shells were fired from the muzzle, bombing the surrounding zombies. It's the only thing they can do. Zombies. Zombies. They broke in. We're dead. The zombies rushed towards the 2nd floor. The simple defense line formed by the tables couldn't stop them at all. Some survivors near the escalator. He was knocked down by the zombies that rushed up to the 2nd floor. Phew. His blood vessels were bitten and blood spurted out. Save me. Gurgle. The man struggled for a moment and then fell completely silent. The city defense soldiers reacted and opened fire immediately. Da. Those zombies that were gnawing at the food were instantly shot in the head. But soon, other zombies rushed up to the 2nd floor from the escalator. Retreat. Retreat to the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor was about to fall. The city defense soldiers quickly organized the survivors and fled to the mall on the 3rd floor. Run. In the face of crisis, human nature is selfish. Many survivors simply ignored the orders of the city defense soldiers. They only cared about themselves and fled madly to the 3rd floor. Those survivors who escaped first were knocked down by the zombies that rushed to the 2nd floor. Da da da. Go. Follow me now. A dozen city defense soldiers led the way. They shot the zombies at the escalator entrance. The survivors followed closely behind them. Shin, don't be afraid. Don't look. The woman covered the little girl's eyes and quickly ran up to the third floor. Most of the soldiers stayed on the second floor. Shoot the zombies that rush into the mall. The intense shelling suddenly stopped. Fire. Why did you stop? The soldier who was observing the situation shouted anxiously. No more shells. When the bad news came, everyone fell silent. Without ammunition, the tank is basically useless. Click, click, click. In the shopping mall on the second floor, many soldiers pulled the trigger, but no bullets were fired. They reached for their waists, but found nothing. No more ammunition. P.S. I will push it up soon. Readers who like this book can give more support. Thank you. Chapter 49. Facing Death. Damn it. No more bullets. A city defense soldier spoke up. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him, he swung the butt of his gun. The zombie was knocked to the ground and continued to struggle. Woo woo woo. It tried to get up, but was shot in the head with the butt of a gun by the city defense soldiers. Do you have any more bullets? After getting rid of the zombies, the soldier asked. Li Chi, I still have a little, but not much. Another city defense soldier threw a magazine at him. Thanks. Often. Li Chi thanked him and quickly loaded the magazine. Zombies continued to pour towards the second floor. The soldiers took aim before they dared to shoot. There was little ammunition left, and no waste was allowed. Most of the survivors have safely fled to the third floor. The soldiers knew this would not help, but they had no choice. Staying on the second floor would only lead to death. If you escape to the third floor, you can live a little longer. Damn it! It's a mutant zombie. The soldier at the window shouted hurriedly. I saw a rotten zombie crashing in through the window. A layer of flesh membrane grew on the zombie's arms. The fascia connects to the armpit, like the wings of a bat. Under the powerful viral genes, zombies actually evolved wings. So horrible. Fire. Fire now. The city defense soldiers reacted and quickly pulled the trigger. The zombies that had just fallen into the second floor were instantly shot into pieces. Its head was shot to pieces. Before the soldiers could even breathe a sigh of relief, 3 more flying zombies rushed in. They pounced directly on the soldiers near the window. Bright red blood splattered out. Ah, damn zombies. Die. The 3 soldiers who fell to the ground used up their last bit of strength to detonate the grenades at their waists. Boom. The 3 mutant zombies were blown into pieces. Retreat. Get away from the window. Knowing the existence of flying zombies, the soldiers quickly evacuated from the windows. Zombies kept rushing up from the escalator on the second floor. Many soldiers held daggers and engaged in close combat with the zombies. Thanks to their efforts, most of the survivors were safely transferred to the third floor. The soldiers held their ground on the second floor, fighting the zombies. Over time, the gunfire on the second floor stopped completely. The city defense soldiers' ammunition was completely exhausted. Fight with these zombies. The soldier immediately took out a sharp dagger. The zombie rushed forward and was pierced through the head. Li Chi, I'm leaving my family in your care. A soldier named Afeng was unfortunately scratched and infected by a zombie. After he finished his last words, he detonated a grenade and rushed towards the group of zombies. No, Afeng. Li Chi screamed heartbreakingly. But it can't change anything. Afeng rushed into the group of zombies and blew up a large number of zombies with a grenade. He himself also died in the explosion. Ah, why? Go to hell. All of you, go to hell. Li Chi held the blood-stained dagger and kept slashing at the zombies in front of him. He is like a madman. Afeng and he have been playmates since childhood. They joined the city defense army together and took on the sacred mission of protecting the people and safeguarding China. But because of this damn disaster, this damn zombie virus, his good brother died in front of him. Afeng's tragedy continued to happen on the second floor. Those soldiers infected by zombies chose to end their lives by dying together. But the real despair does not end there. Boom. All they heard was a loud bang. The building beneath my feet trembled noticeably. A tank was crashed directly into the mall. The soldiers could clearly see the dents on the tank. All the soldiers gasped. What kind of force can dent a tank? Boom, boom, boom. The building under my feet kept shaking. A 3-meter-tall zombie slowly walked into the mall. The zombie's muscles are as strong as steel. The face shows white teeth and various muscle tissues. The 2 sturdy arms are covered with densely packed sharp bone spurs. This is another new mutant zombie. Roar. The giant zombie roared. The deafening sound caused the surrounding glass to shatter. Everyone covered their ears, but still felt dizzy. The giant zombie charged forward and directly grabbed the paralyzed tank. I saw it thrust its sharp claws into it fiercely. The tank's armor was torn apart bit by bit. The soldiers who saw this scene were suddenly filled with despair. Zombies have evolved to the point where they can tear tanks apart. If this trend continues, is there really any hope for humanity? Several soldiers rolled out of the tank. With the determination to die, they detonated the grenades at their waists. Several people were ready to die and rushed towards the giant zombie at the same time. The giant zombie also felt something was wrong. It quickly waved its arms and shook off several soldiers. But explosions still sounded in mid-air. The power of the explosion pushed back the giant zombies. The soldiers held their breath and paid attention to the situation of the giant zombie. How is it possible? Nothing happened. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. It was as if I saw a horrific scene. The giant zombie stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Under the power of the grenade explosion, the giant zombie was unharmed. What a terrifying defensive power it takes to be able to do this. The giant zombie discovered the soldiers on the second floor. It grabbed the tank on the ground and smashed it towards the second floor. "Oh no! Hide!" Li Qi shouted. The soldiers reacted one after another and rolled to the side. The tank cracked the ground on the second floor. Some zombies were smashed into meat paste. "Brothers, fight this monster!" Li Qi took out a grenade. "Prepare to die together with the giant zombies. If a few grenades can't kill them, what about dozens? Every soldier is equipped with a grenade. Let's fight. We're all going to die anyway. I've been brave all my life, and I don't want to die a cowardly death." A middle-aged city defense soldier said. "Yes, I'll drag this guy down with me even if I die. Blow up this monster." More and more soldiers began to agree. At this time, the group of survivors on the third floor all looked ashen. "It's over. We are completely dead. Woo-woo-woo. I don't want to die yet." Despair. Real despair. The soldiers defending the city took out the grenades from their waists. Each of them is ready to die. They are not afraid of death. They fulfilled their promise to protect the people with their lives. When the soldier was about to detonate the grenade, a black feather arrow shot into the back of the giant zombie. The giant zombie's iron skin was actually pierced by the feather arrows. What a powerful force. The soldiers saw hope. Roar. The giant zombie roared. It pulled out the black feather arrow from its back. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the gate of the mall. There stood a slender figure. The longbow in his hand was holding a long arrow covered with thorns. "Call out." The giant zombie's shoulder was pierced by the feather arrow again. To it, this injury is just a scratch. But this behavior has seriously provoked it. Chapter 50 Tyrant. Guanli arrived in time. The scene before him made him frown slightly. The shopping mall was surrounded by zombies. He gave direct orders to the Legion soldiers to clear the way. Although there are a large number of zombies, they are basically 1 or 2 star in strength. There aren't many zombies with 3-star strength. Relying on the suppression of strength, the Legion soldiers fought their way through the horde of zombies. That's why the scene just now happened. The bloody road was soon filled with corpses. The Legionnaires formed a semicircle. The outermost ones are skeleton soldiers with guns, swords, and shields. A total of 20 people held up shields to resist the zombie attack. From time to time, he used the weapons in his hands to fight back. The Elven archers stood at the back, shooting arrows continuously. The Shadow Sword Cultivator is responsible for the zombies on both sides of the formation. The rear was handed over to the Legionnaires. Aaron stood at the entrance of the mall, looking for an opportunity to shoot. Guanli, Gu, and Shun Lian rushed directly into the mall. His eyes glanced at the giant zombie, and the system quickly gave out information. Name, Tyrant. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, 4-star intermediate. Abilities, Rampage, Brutal Crash, Iron Skin, Explosive Charged Punch. Evaluation. A powerful zombie mutated from a violent person, with more terrifying power and a steel-like body. Good boy. No wonder he looks familiar. So we're old friends. Guanli felt that the tyrant was somewhat familiar at first sight. I didn't expect that it evolved from a violent person. At the beginning, I almost fell into the hands of a violent person. Roar. The tyrant roared again. The tiny ants actually dared to take the initiative to attack. It's simply a naked provocation. The tyrant took a step and rushed towards Guanli. Every time its footsteps fall, it causes a tremor. Brothers, keep killing zombies. Li Qi saw hope and quickly turned around to kill the zombies. If he wants to survive, He has to take care of Offing's family by himself. The soldiers defending the city also began to hope. Who wants to die if you can live? Shadow swiftness. Guanli saw the tyrant rushing towards him and quickly used his skills. His speed suddenly increased, and he dodged the tyrant's attack. The tyrant's attack missed, and he fell directly into the ground. Suddenly, countless pieces of gravel flew everywhere. A big pit appeared directly where Guanli was just now. What a terrifying power! The tyrant is indeed an enhanced version of the violent person. In terms of strength alone, it has definitely reached the advanced 4-star level. Guanli slashed out with the blood-drinking blade. The sharp sword blade slashed across the tyrant's body. A bloodstain appeared directly. Roar! The tyrant looked at the bloodstains and roared in anger. It has no sense of pain though, but the body was hurt, making it angry. Skin of steel. Tyrant activates ability. The original wound solidified instantly. The surface of its skin is covered with a layer of steel, reflecting a metallic luster. The tyrant turned around and swung his strong arms towards Guanli. Bone armor. Guanli quickly used his skills. A handsome suit of bone armor instantly condensed on his body surface. The blood-drinking blade blocked in front of him. The tyrant's blow was powerful. Guanli's figure was directly blown away. He felt the blood surging in his body. But under the protection of the bloodthirsty blade and bone armor, Guanli was not seriously injured. The tyrant's attack blew Guanli away. But there were also flaws. Damn monster! Dare to hurt my master! Gu roared angrily. A blood-red light appeared on its body. The anger skill is activated. The strength of the bone suddenly increased significantly. It struck the tyrant with one strike. The terrifying power directly breaks through the steel skin. Okay, well done. Guanli shouted loudly. Swordsmanship. Shun Lian controlled the black iron sword and slashed towards the tyrant's wound. The flesh and blood of the wound was cut open, and dirty blood continued to spurt out. The tyrant waved his arm and struck at the bone. Gu raised his shield and blocked it in front of him. But the terrifying force still blasted it away. Look for an opportunity. Attack its weakness. Guanli saw the tyrant's wound, and blood was constantly spurting out. But its offensive has not weakened at all. The best way to deal with zombies is to attack their weaknesses. This kind of ordinary flesh wound has no meaning at all to zombies. Understood. Guha Shanlian nodded. Guanli adjusted his state and rushed towards the tyrant again. Because of the swarm of corpses, group fighting tactics cannot be used. Guanli can only fight a tough battle. He swung his blood-drinking blade and struck the tyrant. The sharp sword edge breaks through the tyrant's defense. The blood-drinking blade stretched out its tentacles, trying to absorb the tyrant's flesh and blood. But the tyrant broke free. Irene took this opportunity and shot an arrow. This arrow is made entirely of condensed energy. An arrow that breaks through the air and pierces the clouds. The arrow, with terrifying momentum, went straight towards the tyrant's head. Snap! The energy arrow hit the tyrant's eye and blood spurted out. But the energy arrow was firmly grasped in the tyrant's hand. It pulled out the energy arrow with the giant eyeball still on it. Roar! The tyrant was threatened and went into a rampage state. The body, which was originally 3 meters tall, suddenly grew again. In an instant, it almost broke through 4 meters. Standing in the mall, like a little giant. The tyrant's strength has been improved after going berserk. It became faster and rushed directly towards Aaron. The tyrant has only one goal. Aaron, this guy who hurt himself. Bone held up a heavy shield and stood in front of the tyrant. The tyrant punched out, and his bones were instantly smashed away. Shin Lian used shadow binding, and black chains condensed out and wrapped around the tyrant's body. But the strength of the two is very different. The tyrant soon broke free from his chains. When Eileen saw this, she did not sit still and wait for death. She was agile and started running in the mall. Hand of the Blood Demon. Guanli's arm was quickly wrapped by bloody tentacles. He rushed towards the tyrant and slashed out with the blood-drinking blade. Gaining the amplification from the Blood Demon's hand, his power skyrocketed. The blood-drinking blade slashed on the tyrant's arm, directly cutting off several bone spurs. The tyrant swung his arms, wanting to get rid of Guanli first. Teleportation. Guanli disappeared and the tyrant's attack missed. As the tyrant was wondering, he suddenly felt a chill on his head. Guanli appeared above the tyrant. Blood Soul Slash. A terrifying blood-red sword energy slashed towards the back of the tyrant's head. Explosive energy punch. The tyrant felt the threat of death. It raised its arms, and terrifying energy gathered on them. The next second, The bone spur shot out and blasted towards Guanli. The tyrant also jumped high and punched Guanli. The two energies collided. Guanli was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth. The bone armor on his body has cracked. Guanli did not hesitate and quickly crushed the recovery cards one by one. Gentle energy poured into his body. The injury began to gradually stabilize. The tyrant on the opposite side was not so lucky. Most of its head was cut off by the blood soul. At this time, he was kneeling on the ground, struggling constantly. Irene, who was not far away, naturally would not miss this opportunity. She held the black branch bough in her hand and slowly condensed an energy arrow. Call out. The energy arrow flew out and accurately hit the gap in the back of the tyrant's head. The tyrant's head was pierced. The body kneeling on the ground collapsed with a loud bang. The ground shook slightly. P.S. If you like this book, please support it. Thank you all. Chapter 51 News of Destruction. Kill the tyrant, get 2,500 points, and the explosive fist skill. The system's voice sounded and Guanli breathed a sigh of relief. He could no longer hold on and fell directly to the ground, his chest heaving violently. The energy is exhausted and the blood demon's hand is released. Master, are you okay? The three commanders knelt in front of Guanli with guilty looks on their faces. They thought it was their own fault for not protecting Guanli well. It's okay. It's just a minor injury. Compared to that guy, I'm lucky. Guanli was helped up by Gu. He pointed at the tyrant lying in the distance. Its head was pierced and brains kept flowing out. After the tyrant's death, the remaining zombies are nothing to be afraid of. It's only a matter of time before we destroy them. In Guanli's hands, he crushed the supply cards and recovery cards one after another, just overloaded with bloodthirster. His body seemed hollowed out. Under the effect of the two cards, the sense of power returned to the body. No need to hold on. Guanli signaled Gu to let go. This guy is just a skeleton, and he feels uncomfortable. I'm fine here. Go clean up the zombies outside. Yes, sir. The three commanders nodded. Aura of power. Bone activated his skill. The skeleton soldiers were all covered in a yellow halo. Their strength was instantly greatly improved. The melee soldiers who were originally suppressed by the zombies were pushed back directly. The behemoth horn, sleeping beast from the boneyard of the abyss, heed my call. Show yourself. Bones chanted obscure spells. In its hand, a huge bone horn appeared. After the horn sounded, a huge summoning circle appeared in the mall. In the summoning circle, a giant beast made of bones slowly emerged. The behemoth is 4 meters tall. It looks like an ape-like creature with horns growing on its skull. The giant skeleton beast summoned by Bone has the same strength as it. The giant skeleton beast jumped into the zombie group and began to trample them madly. Its huge size instantly crushed many zombies to death. Xin Lian and Irene looked at each other, not to be outdone. They organized local soldiers and began to harvest the zombies crazily. Guanli glanced at the second floor. There were not many zombies left that rushed forward. He has solved the biggest crisis. Most of the zombies were also kept out by the legions. If even this zombie cannot be dealt with, how to survive in the apocalypse? Guan Lijing walked to the tyrant's body. The blood-drinking blade in his hand directly split the head open. The white brains immediately fell to the ground. The blood-drinking blade is very interested in the tyrant's corpse. After all, it is a 4-star zombie, and it doesn't seem to dislike it that much. The law of truth. Guanli stuck it on the tyrant's corpse. The bloody tentacles spread and quickly wrapped around the corpse. Guanli took out a crystal core the size of a fist. Shake off the brain paddle above. It is simply the most perfect work of art. Guanli held the crystal core and began to absorb it. Pure energy burst out like a spring, wandering among the limbs and bones. Guanli could feel it clearly. Every inch of skin in the body is undergoing transformation. Crackling. He stretched his body, making bursts of popping noises. Comfortable. It's an unprecedented feeling. His strength successfully broke through to 4 stars. While absorbing the energy, the bloodthirsty blade had already completed the devouring. The tyrant's body, which was originally as big as a hill, has been deflated beyond recognition. The blood-drinking blade trembled slightly, indicating great satisfaction. Guanli drew his sword, and the tyrant's body collapsed instantly. A dark blue card appeared before his eyes. A great harvest. The tyrant is quite powerful. Contributed a dark blue card, a skill book, a crystal core, and 2,500 points. Explosive Fist. Launches an explosive chi attack within a 3-meter radius in front of you. The closer the distance, the stronger the power. Guanli studied without hesitation. It's always good to have many skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the explosive fist. The system's voice sounded, and Guanli instantly mastered the explosive punch. Exploding fist. He concentrated his energy into his arms. Boom! A big hole was smashed into the wall 3 meters away. A crack appeared on the ground along the way. Hiss! What a terrifying power! Guanli was very satisfied. Although the consumption of Exploding Fist is very high, it is no less than that of Blood Soul Slash. But the power it caused was also very strong. The city defense soldiers on the second floor have already cleared out the zombies. Guanli temporarily put away the blue card. Salute! More than 100 city defense soldiers saluted in unison. Thank you for saving my life. The soldiers said in unison. You are welcome. Guanli waved his hand. He had a certain favorable impression towards these city defense forces. Even in such a dangerous situation, he still stood up and rescued the people. Sir, do your soldiers need help? Li Qi saw the Skeleton Legion and reluctantly defined it as local soldiers. Over the past few days, he gradually accepted the reality. No, they can handle it. Guanli is still very confident in his own legion. Who is your team leader? I have something to ask. Looking at the city defense soldiers in front of him, who were covered in dust and blood, Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. The captain has died. Sir, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Li Qi spoke. As the deputy captain of the team, he temporarily took on this burden. Good. Tell the truth. I don't want to hear those words of comfort to the survivors. Guanli looked at Li Qi with an invisible sense of majesty. Sir, do you want to hear the truth? Li Qi swallowed. Guanli nodded. Good. The city defense forces have received the news. Because of the full-scale outbreak of the zombie virus, the city defense forces are fighting on their own. Guanli fell silent. What are the city defense forces of City Z going to do? Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. The president has issued an order. Rescue the survivors as much as possible. Li Qi replied. Good. Guanli nodded. He got the answer he wanted. Your Excellency. Any other questions? Li Qi spoke. There is none left. Guanli shook his head. The battle outside the mall is gradually coming to an end. Without the tyrant, the remaining zombies are like chickens and dogs. Under the powerful offensive of the Legion, they were gradually wiped out. There were corpses and cards all over the ground. There is no doubt that this is another great harvest. Guanli did not collect it immediately. He fell into deep thought. How should the spoils be divided? After all, many of the zombies outside were killed by the city defense soldiers. Guanli's bottom line told him that he couldn't keep it all to himself. Chapter 52 Advice. Except for cards and crystal cores above 3 stars. I won't take any of the other crystal cores. What do you think? Guanli thought for a moment and finally expressed his thoughts. The low-star crystal core is no longer of much use to him. At most, it can be used to exchange for supplies or trading points. But the cards are different. They can contain various props. Many of these props are of great use to Guanli. For example, advancement cards, supply cards, recovery cards, etc. Your Excellency, you saved us all. These crystal cores should belong to you. The city defense soldiers obviously knew the function of the crystal core. Just tell me whether you can accept it or not? Guanli did not answer the question, but asked back. Sure. Li Qi nodded. With this distribution ratio, they have already gained a great advantage. After all, there are 1 or 2 star zombies in the group of corpses. Almost half of it. Okay, let's do it then. After making up his mind, Guanli asked Shun Lian to clean up the battlefield. The city defense soldiers also took action. They also know how precious these crystal nuclei are. Without factories, ammunition would have no way to be produced. Thermal weapons will fade out of human sight. The future will be dominated by cold weapons. And becoming an awakened person is the way out for mankind. Shun Lian's speed is as fast as ever. 3-star crystal nuclei appeared in front of Guanli. In addition, there are cards in various colors. He counted it and found that there were 34 3-star crystal cores in total. There are 317 white cards, 245 white-green cards, 177 green cards, 50 blue-green cards, and 3 blue cards. Guanli put away the crystal core and the card temporarily. At this time, the frightened survivors staggered down the stairs. They saw corpses everywhere and couldn't help vomiting. Guanli was not surprised. It would be a problem if these survivors, who were so fragile in spirit, didn't vomit. Upon seeing this, Several city defense soldiers hurried to calm everyone down. Your Excellency, I have an unwelcome request. Can you escort us to join the main force? Li Qi came to Guan Li's side. Sorry, I have things to take care of. Guan Li declined directly, although he respected the city defense forces. But it is impossible to ask him to work like a slave. Okay, I was abrupt. Li Qi showed a disappointed expression on his face. Although I can't escort you, I can exchange some supplies for you. Guan Li's words gave Li Qi hope again. What does the team lack most now? Supplies and ammunition. Do you have any ammunition? Li Qi asked with a tentative attitude, because Guan Li had nothing in his hands, and it didn't look like he had any ammunition at all. Yes. How much do you want? Guan Li nodded. Ordinary rifle bullets don't cost any points at all. This is a good deal. 3,000 rounds of M4 bullets. Li Qi asked tentatively. Satisfy. Guan Li snapped his fingers. Wooden boxes suddenly appeared in front of him. The magazines were neatly arranged in the wooden box. Hiss. This is incredible. Li Qi took a breath of cold air. 3,000 rounds of M4 bullets, sold for 81-star crystal cores. Guan Li stretched out his hand. Li Qi reacted and immediately asked someone to bring the crystal core. Guan Li put away the crystal core with satisfaction. The price of universal bullets is the same as that of ordinary arrows, which is 0.1 points. 3,000 bullets equal 300 points. 81-star crystal cores, guaranteed transaction points of 400. Even if Guan Li's face turned as black as coal, he could still earn a profit of 100 points. Reselling supplies is usually a good thing. Guan Li traded all the 1-star crystal cores to the mall. Transaction successful, 570 points obtained. Instantly earned 270 points. Your Excellency, I still need to change bullets. 10,000 M4 bullets. Li Qi said a number that he himself dared not even think of. Satisfy. Guan Li snapped his fingers again. Boxes of magazines appeared in front of him. 10,000 bullets, 241-star crystal cores. Guan Li stretched out his hand, and Li Qi consciously handed over the crystal core. Transaction successful, 1680 points obtained. In the blink of an eye, a net profit of 680 points. Although these crystal cores were given away by himself. Next, Li Qi exchanged some grenades and artillery shells. Guan Li was fully satisfied. As long as you dare to buy, Guan Li dares to sell. Guan Li once again made a net profit of 1,230 points, and the transaction was considered complete. The soldiers, who were originally covered in dust and dirt, were fully armed again. The food in the mall was cleared out by the survivors. The soldiers tried to get the survivors to distribute the food, but were refused. Why? This is the food we found. If you want, go find it yourself. That's right. You, the city defense force, should protect us. How can you take our food? The survivors were in high spirits. They completely forgot that it was these city defense soldiers who protected them with their lives. Of course, not all survivors are selfish. Still, most people were willing to take out their food and hand it over to the soldiers for distribution. Guan Li stood by and watched coldly. He didn't say much. This kind of scene is a true portrayal of the end of the world. Li Qi, come here. Guan Li greeted. Okay. Li Qi put down what he was doing and trotted to Guan Li's side. No, you keep this weapon. A long sword made of green and silver appeared in Guan Li's hand. The blade emitted a cold light. Nice knife. Li Qi praised generously. Your Excellency, you want to give it to me? This is too expensive. Li Qigong wanted to refuse, but Guan Li had already handed the Qingfeng knife to him. Thank you, Your Excellency. Li Qi is not a pretentious person. He put away the Qingfeng knife. All right, I should leave now. This is all Guan Li can do to help. It was almost noon. He had to leave immediately and go to the central shopping mall. Sir, can you tell me your name? If we meet again in the future, Li Qi will definitely repay the kindness today. Li Qi spoke. Guan Li. He thought about it and decided to give Li Qi some advice. You must remember that excessive kindness will push you into the abyss. The present is different from the past. It is the end of the world. There must be rules for the end of the world. Don't spoil these survivors. If necessary, we can kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. In times of chaos, severe punishments should be used. If the safety of the team is affected because of one person, we can totally get rid of this garbage. Don't think I'm cruel. This is the truth of the end of the world. Remember these words. You'll thank me. Guanli didn't give him a chance to refute. He left without looking back. The legionnaires followed him. Li Qi stood there in a daze. I kept thinking about what Guanli had just said. Those words seemed to be filled with magic and could not be dispelled for a long time. Until the soldier's voice brought him back to reality. Deputy Captain, the team has been organized. The 2 tanks are still functioning normally. The communication equipment has contacted the main force. Should we go and join them? When Li Qi came to his senses, he found that Guanli had disappeared. Let's go. Go to the rendezvous. He nodded and gave the order. Chapter 53, the 4th Legion. Everyone, get ready to go. The city defense soldiers organized themselves into a team. Ah, we're leaving again? I haven't recovered yet. Yeah, my legs are shaking. Can't you see? What's with your shaking legs? Look at my pants. They're wet. We usually pay so much tax. Is this how the city defense army protects us? That's right. I almost died just now. If it happened in XX country, this would never happen. Some survivors said with dissatisfaction that the more they spoke, the more excessive it became. When the city defense soldiers heard this, their faces turned a little ugly. They had just risked their lives to protect each other, but in return they were treated like this. Don't say that. They were the city defense soldiers who protected us with their lives. Many survivors could not bear to watch and stood up. The city defense soldiers felt much better after seeing this. SK, that's what they should do. Those survivors had mean faces. Don't get excited, everyone. Listen to me first. Seeing everyone arguing, Li Qi quickly stepped forward to stop them. Here's the thing. We just contacted the main force, so we have to assemble immediately. I know everyone is just frightened, but please bear with me. As long as we join up with the main force, we will be much safer. As soon as Li Qi said this, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Really? After we join up with the main force, we'll be safe? Some people still raise questions. Of course. The city defense forces possess powerful heavy firepower. Li Qi spoke. Great. Let's get going. The survivors suddenly changed their expressions. Li Qi had a bad feeling in his heart. Guanli's words came true so quickly. He couldn't help but ask himself, what if one day the survivors riot? What should I do? Deputy Captain, we can set off now. The soldiers stood in front of Li Qi. Let's go. One tank leads the way, and one tank follows behind. Let the survivors walk in the middle of the team. No matter what the future holds, Li Qi at this moment still puts the people first. Yes. The soldier nodded and quickly went down to make arrangements. Boom. The tank started again and moved to the front of the team. The team set off in this way. In a clean little room, Guanli sat on the sofa. He had the legionnaires on guard around the house. It's time to make a fortune in silence. The first cards to start are white random cards, 317 in total. Guanli didn't hesitate and turned them all on. Get food card X57. Get supply card X68. Get 500 milliliters pure water X26. Get advanced card X10. Get ordinary arrows X50. Get rifle universal bullets X60. Get recovery card X30. Get 10 all-purpose seasonings. Sprinkle some on it and even grilled slippers will taste good. Obtain incendiary grenades X4. Explodes to produce flames, burning targets within 10 meters. The system prompt sounded in my mind. A decent reward. At least there's no junk. Next are the white and green cards, 245 in total. Get food card X37. Get supply card X45. Get 500 milliliters pure water X12. Get advanced card X25. Get armor-piercing arrows X50. Get recovery card X15. Get grenade X15. Normal grenade power, no special effects. Get chocolate cake X46. Very delicious cake, a good dessert. System sounds rang out one after another. The rewards for white and green cards are also basic consumables. Guanli put everything into the space ring. Basic supplies are important to ensure his survival. Next are the green cards, 177 in total. Get food card X20. Get supply card X30. Get 500 milliliters pure water X15. Get advanced card X15. Get intermediate advanced card X2. Get armor-piercing arrows X33. Get recovery card X15. Obtain frost arrows X30. Arrows containing frost power, which can slow down the target's movement speed after hitting it. Obtain 17 thorny vine seeds. Grows rapidly upon contact with soil, binding surrounding targets. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, there is no garbage, so it is a good reward. Collect all the rewards and replenish the inventory again. Next are the teal cards, 50 in total. Cards of this level have a certain probability of revealing good stuff. Get intermediate advanced card X5. Get high-quality food cards X20. Get intermediate supply card X10. Get intermediate recovery card X15. The system's voice sounded. All of them were consumables. Guanli took away all the rewards. He has 4 cards left. Blue quality cards can basically give you good stuff. Guanli comforted himself in his heart. Obtain Dark Wolf Heart X1. Contains powerful energy that can be absorbed by the Legion. Obtain Legion Expansion Card, 5 people, X1. After use, you can use any type of soldiers to expand the upper limit by 5 people. Obtain Blood Ginseng. Contains powerful blood energy, can be used to cultivate blood energy. There is one more blue card. Great. Sure enough, all the good stuff is out there. Guanli said excitedly. The rewards for blue cards are all very good. He gave the Heart of the Dark Wolf to the Shadow Sword Core for use. The Shadow Sword Cultivator was already on the verge of 3-star advanced level. With the help of Dark Wolf Heart, he successfully broke through to 4 stars. Thank you, Lord, for the treasure. After Shan Lian broke through, he half-knelt in front of Guanli to thank him. Get up. Guanli raised his hand to signal the other party to stand up. The blood ginseng appeared in Guanli's hand. The rich blood energy rushed to his face. Buzz. The silent blood-drinking blade suddenly started to tremble. It seemed to smell delicious food. Those tentacles were wrapped around the blood ginseng, and it was almost as if they were directly separated from it. Bandits. Take it. Guanli gave the blood ginseng to the blood-drinking blade to devour. After the blood-drinking blade finished devouring it, a blood glow emerged from the sword. The level has been improved. After devouring so much flesh and blood, the blood-drinking blade finally broke through to the 6-star intermediate level. It's not easy. The last item is the Legion Expansion Card, 5 people. Guanli thought for a moment and decided to expand the Elf Archer Core. His long-range power is still too weak. System. Expand the Elf Archer Core. Ding. Expansion successful. Elf Archer Core +5. The system sounded. A summoning circle filled with natural atmosphere appears. 5 slim elf girls appeared in front of Guanli. Meet the master. The elf girls bowed their heads and saluted. Return to the team, Guanli said as he left the room. The 5 elf girls returned to the team. Guanli was very satisfied. The strength of the Legion has grown a lot. This laid a good foundation for the subsequent battle. All cards opened. There was still a dark blue card left in Guanli's hand. This is the card contributed by the tyrant. Snap. He squeezed it lightly, and the card shattered instantly. Get a random Legion card X1. Chapter 54. Ironclad Shield Guard. Awesome. Brother Tyrant, give me your support. Guanli exclaimed in surprise. A golden card with a mysterious door engraved on one side and a question mark engraved on the other side. Guanli was very familiar with the appearance of the card. All the legions he has now were obtained through opening cards. There is no way. The legion cards in the mall are too expensive. Guanli found it a bit too much to afford the price of tens of thousands of dollars. With a price of tens of thousands, you can only buy the worst legion. For example, the Pheasant Army, the Era Army, the Braid Army, etc. This type of legion does not have any special abilities and cannot be advanced. It's a complete scam. A slightly better legion would need at least hundreds of thousands of points. A legion of the level of Knight Swordsman. In the points mall, you need to sell for 200,000 points. Guanli is already evil enough, but I didn't expect the mall to be even more evil than him. He held the random legion card and squeezed it gently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Iron Armored Shield Guard Core. A brand new card appeared in his hand. On the back of the card is still the mysterious door. But the question mark on the front turned into a tall figure wearing armor. Guanli couldn't see his face clearly, because his whole body was covered with iron armor. There is only a gap for breathing between the eyes and nose. The tall figure held a heavy shield in one hand and a sharp battle axe in the other. You can tell from the look of it that the defense is at its maximum. He crushed the cards in his hand. A silver-white summoning circle appeared in the room. 30 soldiers covered in iron armor appeared in front of Guanli. The room suddenly became crowded. Meet the master. The armored shield guard half-knelt on the ground, using knight etiquette. Get up. Guanli signaled everyone to stand up. Thank you, master. The tall figure in the lead spoke. He wore a lion helmet, while the ordinary soldiers wore iron bucket helmets. Guanli couldn't wait to open the system and check the capabilities of the Iron Armor Shield Guard. Iron Armored Shield Guard Corps, Advanced. Number of people, 30. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 3-star Advanced. Leo. Skills, Iron Shield, Axe Spin, Iron Wall, Iron Shield Charge, Iron Taunt. The Iron Shield Corps is a natural meat shield. Almost all skills are related to meat shield. Good. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. After obtaining the Ironclad Shield Guard Corps, he was more confident about what to do next. After resting for a while, Guanli directly gave the order to set off. This place is still some distance away from the central shopping mall. He must go there as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. After all, the Zombie King might not wait for him to appear there. If I go too late, the Zombie King might have left. When I walked out of the house, I was greeted by a group of natural disaster monsters. There were more than a dozen wolves with dark bodies. Name, Shadow Wolf. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, Samsung. Abilities, Shadow Slash, Instant Pounce. Comment, the natural disaster monsters descended from the cracks. They are very fast. The Shadow Wolf discovered Guanli and attacked him directly. The huge wolf leader pounced towards Guanli in an instant. The armored shield guards directly formed a line of defense to block Guanli. Seeing this, the Shadow Wolves tried to bypass the armored shield guards. But at this time, the battle axes in their hands kept hitting the shields. The sound it made was extremely harsh. The wolf leader's eyes turned red in an instant. It stared at Leo. That kind of momentum seems to be a fight to the death. The wolf leader exerted force on his feet and pounced directly towards Leo. Clang! It hit the iron shield and was blown away. But even so, it still persists. He fought desperately and attacked the armored shield guard. Good job, Guanli yelled. The rest of the Legion soldiers charged directly towards the Shadow Wolves. The taunting time was over and the wolves regained their sanity. But at this moment, they were surrounded by local soldiers. The leader wolf howled. The local soldiers rushed forward and wiped out all the Shadow Wolves. The blood-drinking blade trembled slightly, but Guanli did not stop it. Countless flesh and blood tentacles spread out, sucking the corpses madly. The Shadow Wolf's corpse shriveled visibly. Leo, does your taunt skill also work on zombies? Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. This taunt skill is awesome. Yes, any target that comes close will be affected by the taunt. But if the target is too strong, it won't work. Leo explained patiently. How much stronger? Guanli asked. About 2 stars. Leo thought about it, then spoke. 2 stars? That's enough. How long can the taunting time last? Guanli asked again. It can only last for 10 seconds at most. If the target is powerful, the time may be reduced. It won't be less than 5 seconds at least. Leo spoke up. What is the scope of the ridicule? Guanli spoke again. All targets within 100 meters. Leo spoke up. That's enough. That's enough. Guanli nodded. This iron taunt is definitely a magical skill. Combined with the defensive capabilities of the iron shield, it can play a very important role on the battlefield. The bloodthirsty blade absorbed it quickly. It rolled up 5 crystal cores and handed them to Guanli. Guanli held the crystal core handed to him and began to absorb it directly. Waves of energy flowed through his body and were then quickly absorbed. After absorbing the crystal core, his strength increased a little. The wolf pack did not explode the card. Guanli continued to move forward, leaving behind a trail of corpses. As time went by, he finally arrived near the central shopping mall. Listening to the roars coming from not far away, Guanli found a building and climbed to the top floor. He looked out at the central mall in the distance. It was originally a shopping paradise in City Z. When the apocalypse breaks out, you can imagine the volume of visitors here. Now all these people have been infected and turned into zombies. Guanli sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire square was filled with shaking heads. Among them, the figures of mutated zombies can be seen everywhere. These are just the zombies in the square. The huge shopping mall was filled with zombies. Something's wrong. The number of zombies is too dense. Even in the largest shopping mall in City Z, there can't be so many zombies. Guanli recalled the way here. There was no sign of zombies. It was as if those zombies were summoned away by some force. Zombie King. Guanli suddenly thought of something. It seems that this Zombie King has developed intelligence. Otherwise, he would never summon zombies to protect his own safety. The difficulty of the options suddenly increased. What he needs to deal with now is not just the Zombie King, but the entire tide of zombies. There are at least 100,000 zombies gathered in the central shopping mall. This is a breathtaking number. Chapter 55 Preparations Before the Battle. Master. Kill? Bone asked. No rush. Guanli took a deep breath. Faced with such a terrifying tide of zombies, he also trembled in his heart. Hundreds of thousands of zombies. Almost all the zombies nearby gathered here. Let's go. Let's get closer. Guanli led the Legion soldiers downstairs. He cleared out the zombies near the shopping mall. Guanli's movements were quick and did not cause any commotion. He picked out a suitable building and climbed to the top floor. The location of this building is perfect. The height is sufficient and the field of vision is wide. It is only 100 meters away from the shopping mall. The zombies wandering in the building were cleared out by the soldiers. Dozens of crystal cores and several cards were handed to Guanli. All the zombies were gathered in the square and the mall. Therefore, there are not many remaining zombies in this building. This actually made it convenient for Guanli. The top floor of the building is large enough to accommodate all the soldiers. The sun gradually sets, and the sunset shines on the building on the top floor. As night falls, the zombies become active. They made restless roars. It was naturally impossible for Guanli to do so, so he chose to act at night. Except for the Shadow Sword cultivators, the rest of the soldiers will be affected to some extent. Daytime. It's the best time. Guanli was not in a hurry. Now that he is here, the Corpse King can't escape. So what if I let it live one more night? I am still very kind. Guanli looked at the mall, gradually disappearing into the darkness. After several days of hard work, he accumulated a total of more than 40,000 points. There are more than 500 two-star crystal cores in the space ring. Guanli did not hesitate and traded everything into points. The price of a two-star crystal core fluctuates between 20 and 30. Transaction successful, 13,450 points obtained. Guanli looked at the points he had, which instantly soared to 50,000. In tomorrow's battle, the Elf Archer Corps and the Skeleton Mages will be the absolute main output. His plan was simple. Melee soldiers are used to attract firepower, while ranged soldiers are responsible for the main output. Star Legion Expansion Card. 10 people can expand the Legion below 10 stars to 10 people. The price is 20,000 points. Guanli searched the points mall and finally found what he wanted. To purchase 2 Star Legion Expansion Cards, 10 people, you will need to spend 40,000 points. Do you want to purchase? Yes. Guanli nodded without hesitation. Ding. Purchase successful. You have a very good eye. The system's prompt sound is a rare flattery. Expand the Elf Archer Corps. 2 summoning circles filled with natural atmosphere appeared one after another. 20 elf girls with curvy figures and delicate faces appeared in front of Guanli. No need to be polite. When Guanli saw that they were about to bow, he quickly waved his hand to stop them. The expansion card is pretty awesome. The summon soldiers are at the same level as the Legion. The strength of the Elf Archer Corps has reached the advanced 3-star level. Guanli started searching again. Natural Silver Branch. After use, it can increase the speed of the Legion's promotion. It has additional effects on the Legion that is close to nature. The price is 3,000 points. I bought it. He waved his hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the Natural Silver Branch. You are getting more and more handsome. Guanli ignored the system's flattery. He gave the Natural Silver Branch to the Elf Archer Corps for use. Thank you, Master. Irene said happily, her voice very sweet. After using Natural Silver Branches, the strength of the Elf Archer Corps began to increase rapidly. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the primary 4-star level before tomorrow morning. Silver Armor Soul. After use, it can increase the speed of the Legion's improvement. It has an additional effect on the defensive type Legion. There is a chance to comprehend the skill Silver Armor Soul. The price is 5,000 points. Guanli's eyes lit up and he stopped looking. Buy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the Silver Armor Soul. It is my honor to be able to bind you. The flattery of the system is becoming more and more disgusting. Guanli gave the Silver Armor Soul to the Iron Armored Shield Guard Corps for use. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Iron Armor Shield Guard has mastered the Silver Armor Soul skill. The system prompt sounded. A smile appeared on Guanli's face. He was just trying it out. I didn't expect that I would actually master the skill. Leo, show us your new skills. Guanli was a little impatient. Yes, Master. Leo activates Silver Armor Soul. Behind him, a larger shadow of Leo condensed. The Phantom can actively attack targets within 3 meters. Great skills. Guanli was very satisfied. This is equivalent to a clone, although it cannot leave the main body within 3 meters. But it's also very good. After all, it's a free skill. In one word, delicious. The silver armor soul lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. According to the current improvement speed of the ironclad shield, it should be no problem to break through to the primary 4-star level before dawn. After all, the price of the silver armor soul is as high as 5,000 points. It's expensive for a reason. After a wave of retaliatory spending, Guanli only had more than 7,000 points left. It is obviously impossible to upgrade the Legion. Anything related to the Legion is expensive. Ordinary arrow. A very ordinary arrow, without any effect. The only advantage is that it is cheap. The price is 0.1 points. Give me 50,000. Guanli waved his hand and spent another 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing 50,000 ordinary arrows. You are really... Guanli directly blocked the system's flattery. Low-profile burning arrow. Can ignite a 1-meter radius around it. Economical and affordable, priced at 1 point. Low-profile explosive arrow. Can cause explosive damage to targets within 1 meter. Economical and affordable, priced at 1 point. 1,000 of each type of arrows. After Guanli spent 2,000 points, he only had the last 300 points left. He finally bought a telescope, which cost him 10 points. Close them all. He is completely bankrupt. For tomorrow's battle, Guanli is risking everything. Either the Zombie King dies, or the Zombie King dies. Gurgle. My stomach made protesting noises. Guanli took out 3 food cards and crushed them. Start eating with big mouthfuls. 3 delicious servings, washed down with a bottle of purified water. Guanli patted his belly with great satisfaction. After eating and drinking, he took out the telescope he had just bought. The moonlight just happened to shine into the square. The zombies were moving and rubbing against each other. Guanli picked up the telescope and looked for something among the corpses. Zombie King. This guy obviously has a good intelligence. If you can't find it, there is a high chance that the other party will escape. After searching around, Guanli didn't find any special zombies. Maybe it's because of the dim vision. He couldn't see many corners of the square clearly. Of course, there is a high possibility that the Zombie King is hiding in the mall. Guanli changed his target and looked inside the mall. But it was pitch black inside and I couldn't see anything at all. Forget it. Come back in the morning. Guanli gave up. He went back down to the lower level and set up the folding bed. As the saying goes, when you encounter difficulties, sleep well. Chapter 56. The battle begins. Because of the tide of zombies, no monster dared to approach. Faced with a huge number of zombies, even the natural disaster monsters are unwilling to get into trouble. Besides, zombies are extremely disgusting, and there is no desire to eat them at all. The natural disaster monsters are too lazy to do such a thankless task. But if the zombies actively attack, that's a different story. Because of some subtle checks and balances, Guanli slept very soundly that night. The sunlight shines through the window and falls on Guanli's face. He opened his eyes and folded up the folding bed. After the apocalypse, his biological clock became very punctual. After all, how can he sleep at his age? Climbing to the top floor again, the scene below is clearly visible. Still those little cuties. Guanli took the telescope and looked around. Still no trace of the Corpse King was found. This guy is so good at hiding. Guanli put down the telescope. It is not easy to find its body among so many zombies. Since Plan A doesn't work, use Plan B. If the Corpse King does not show up on its own initiative, Guanli will force it to show up. It's dawn. Get ready for a big fight. Generals, are you ready? Guanli turned around and looked at the legionnaires in front of him. He is making the final mobilization. Although there were not many people, there were only 100 or so soldiers. But this momentum must be brought out. I'm ready. I'm willing to fight for my master. The soldier's voice was not loud, but full of determination. Leo, Bones, you two are under the most pressure. Do you have confidence? Guanli looked at him. 50 people, fighting against so many zombies. You can imagine the pressure. Even if the strength of the 2 legions has reached the low level of 4 stars, I am willing to fight for my master, until the moment of death. Leo half knelt in front of Guanli. The heavy armor made a muffled sound. I am willing to fight in all directions for my master. Clear away all obstacles. Bone General said while half kneeling. Everyone get up. Guanli nodded and asked the 2 commanders to stand up. Shunlian, pay more attention later. If you find any trace of the Zombie King, report it to me immediately. Guanli gave the order again. As you command. Shunlian nodded. Eileen, just deal with it. Guanli looked at her. The Elf Archer Legion also successfully broke through to 4 stars. Yes, Master. Aaron nodded. The situation on the battlefield. Everyone adapts accordingly. Let's have a big fight. Set off. Guanli felt his blood surge. As you command. The commanders responded one after another. Aaron's army of elf archers are all hidden on the edge of the top floor. The skeleton mages also came to the edge. They held the staffs in their hands and began to recite the spell silently. There are 3 commanders, Leo, Gu, and Shanlian. Take their respective legions and quickly head to the ground. Guanli was holding an AK-47 and a grenade hanging on his waist. The 3 commanders came to the bottom. There are zombies wandering outside the door. Array up. Charge. Leo led the charge. 30 armored shield guards followed closely behind him. Before the zombies could react, their skulls were pierced by tomahawks. Iron shield charge. Leo rushed into the square and quickly formed his formation. The armored shield guards gathered closely together to form an iron line of defense. Then he rushed towards the zombies in front of him. Under the terrifying impact force, the zombies blocking in front were knocked to the ground. Then he was trampled by the armored shield guards. Terrifying power, coupled with heavy armor. The brains of the zombies that fell to the ground burst out immediately. Guanli looked down from the top floor. All I saw was a silver steel torrent running rampant among the zombies. Roar, roar, roar. Faced with the sudden appearance of the armored shield guards, the zombies reacted quickly. They roared and a fishy smell came from their mouths. The sharp claws swung and hit the heavy iron shield. The zombies' attack could not leave even a trace. Seeing this, Leo swung his battle axe. The zombies in front were chopped apart instantly. Iron armor shield formation. Circular formation. Leo has already rushed into the square. At his command, the armored shield guards cleared the zombies around them. The original formation of the entire row was changing rapidly. After a moment, a circular iron barrel formation was formed. Iron taunt. Leo activated his skill, and his battle axe hit the heavy shield. Ding ding ding. A mocking voice spread among the zombies. Roar, roar, roar. Zombie instant hatred report. They rushed towards the armored shield guards, vowing to tear them apart. Faced with the terrifying tide of zombies, Leo felt the pressure doubled. Iron wall. A glimmer of light flashed across the heavy armor of the iron shield guard. With the help of these skills, the iron shield guard is as unshakable as a towering mountain. Ready. Burning arrows. Seeing that the time was almost right, Guanli immediately ordered the arrows to be shot. Irene loosened her hand, and a flaming arrow shot out. Then, flaming arrows shot out and fell into the tide of zombies. Suddenly, a sea of fire appeared in the square. The flames ignited the zombies, but they felt no pain at all. They let the flames burn and attacked frantically. Explosive arrow. Release. Guanli also realized that the burning arrows were not very effective. He directly asked the elf archer to use explosive arrows. Explosive arrows fell one after another, and the swarm of zombies instantly exploded. Groups of zombies were blown away. Guanli also took out grenades and threw them downwards one after another. Boom. Homemade bombing zone. Just one word. Awesome. Under the effect of explosive arrows, large groups of zombies were blown into pieces. At this time, Gu also led the local soldiers into the scene. It blows the horn of the beast. A terrifying skeleton beast appeared in the square. The giant beast leaped and fell into the group of zombies. It waved its huge bony fists and smashed the zombies around it crazily. Any zombie that was hit by it would have its body deformed. Spear stabbing continuously. The skeleton spearmen advanced with their shields on their shoulders. The bone spears in their hands kept stabbing forward frantically. One zombie after another was shot in the head by bone spears. Whirlwind slash. The skeleton swordsmen wielded their bone knives quickly, just swung it in a big circle. All the zombies around were broken in half. These ordinary zombies are all 1 or 2 star in strength. In front of the 4-star Legion soldiers, they had no ability to resist at all. The skeleton mage has also finished chanting his spell. Fireballs fell from the sky and smashed into the crowd of zombies. Boom. Hordes of zombies were smashed into charred pieces of flesh. The shadow swordsman followed behind the skeleton shield soldier. They performed sword-wielding techniques. Flying swords shuttled through the horde of zombies, harvesting their heads. The central shopping plaza instantly became bustling. Guanli picked up AK-47 and started the precision technique. Da-da-da. Bullets were fired one after another, and all hit the target. Even without precision skills, the zombies are so densely packed. He could kill a few of them just by sweeping randomly. The movement in the square soon attracted the attention of the Corpse King. A pale-faced young man appeared in front of the transparent window of the mall. Apart from the fact that his eyes were gray, he looked almost nothing like a zombie. Chapter 57 Corpse King. The Zombie King stood in front of the French window. Behind it, powerful mutated zombies gathered. The strength of these mutated zombies is all above the intermediate 3-star level. Even beside the Corpse King, there were two terrifying figures. On the left is the tyrant Guanli Met. The mutated zombie on the right is covered with a layer of bone armor. The strength of these two mutated zombies has reached the intermediate 4-star level. The Zombie King gathered his elite troops in the mall. Go. Kill them. The Zombie King pointed at the soldiers in the square and said. Its voice was cold and without any emotion. These ignorant fellows actually dared to trespass into their own territory. Roar. The tyrant roared and jumped down from the 4th floor of the mall. Boom. The horrible body directly smashed a big hole. It rushed out like a bulldozer, knocking away the ordinary zombies around it. The remaining mutated zombies also jumped down from the 4th floor. I found you. Guanli was holding a telescope, looking towards the mall. On the 4th floor, there stood a thin figure. It was a young man with a pale face. She has long black hair, and her appearance is not outstanding. The type that would go unnoticed in a crowd. At the beginning, Guanli was not sure either. But the moment it commanded the mutated zombies to launch the attack, Guanli was sure that this guy was the Corpse King. Now that the target has appeared, it is time for him to take action. Guanli put away the telescope and disappeared on the rooftop. While going downstairs, he kept thinking about how to get close to the Zombie King. Although all the mutated zombies around the Corpse King were sent away. But there are many ordinary zombies in the mall. These zombies are not very strong, but they can serve as a warning. It is almost impossible to approach the Corpse King quietly. That's right. You can use that thing. Guanli suddenly thought of something. A piece of shell appeared in his hand. Mimicry shell. Stick it on your skin to simulate the surrounding environment and achieve the purpose of hiding. Note, this item is a consumable and can only be used once. This is the trophy given when killing a mantis. It comes in handy at this moment. Just before reaching the bottom floor, Guanli put the shell on his arm. His figure began to fade away until it disappeared completely. After leaving the building, he walked around the square. After the mutant zombies joined the battle, the pressure on the Legion soldiers increased greatly. Especially the tyrant, waving his arms constantly. The indestructible ironclad Shield Guard Corps was also beaten back. However, the Iron Shield Corps also has the strength of a 4-star primary level. Even someone as powerful as the tyrant cannot easily break through their defenses. Leo, Bone, you two hold on for a while. I have found the location of the Corpse King. Guanli communicated through mental power. No problem. Came Leo's voice. Master, please go ahead. The sound of bones came. Guanli activated the shadow speed technique and headed towards the mall. Irene's Elven archer army continuously provides firepower output. Arrows fell from the sky, and waves exploded in the tide of corpses. You guy, don't go too far. Leo held up his shield and knocked the tyrant's arm away. He rushed forward and bumped into the tyrant. Tomahawk spin. The battle axe in Leo's hand swung out directly. The tyrant quickly waved his arms to resist. A fierce battle broke out between the two. Bone's opponent is the zombie with bone armor. It can control bone armor and change into various forms to fight. Name, Bone. Potential, 6 stars. Strength, 4-star intermediate. Abilities, bone armor, form change. Evaluation. Life forms evolve in another direction, growing bone armor that can be transformed at will. Guanli passed the information about the bone armor zombie to Gu. Ding ding ding. The bone was supported by a heavy shield of scales, constantly fending off attacks. Those bone chains hit the heavy shield madly. Angry. Bone activates the skill and its body no longer moves backward. Bone armor. Scaled beast charge. He began to fight back. The bone man was caught off guard and was knocked away. Immediately afterwards, the knife in Bone's hand chopped towards the bone zombie. A bone shield quickly condensed in front of the skeleton zombie. The Legion soldiers also fought with the zombies, except for 2 4-star mutant zombies. The other 3-star mutated zombies could not stop their attack at all. Soldier against soldier. General against general. King against king. Guanli sneaked to the mall entrance. He was agile and moved among the horde of corpses. Soon we arrived at the 2nd floor. The zombies here are more dense. But for Guanli, it was not a difficult task. The Zombie King stood in front of the broken French window. It watched the battle in the square. Its bare feet were cut by broken glass, but it didn't care. These guys are very powerful. It could feel the power of the Legion soldiers. All of them are at the beginner level of 4-star. If I devour these guys, I will definitely be able to evolve again. A sneer appeared at the corner of the Zombie King's mouth. The next second, its smile suddenly froze. An inexplicable sense of crisis emerged. It dodged instinctively, and a cold light flashed instantly. A bloody and enchanting long sword appeared in front of it. The long sword hit its shoulder, tearing off a piece of flesh. Who? The Zombie King roared out. Guanli appeared in front of it and punched it. Exploding fist. A terrifying energy burst out from his fist. The Zombie King's chest was blasted through, leaving a bloody hole. Crash. The Zombie King smashed into the glass counter, leaving glass fragments all over the floor. He's quite alert. What a pity. Guanli shook his head. He originally wanted to kill the Zombie King by sneak attack, but unfortunately, the other party's vigilance is extremely high. Human? How did you get up here? The Zombie King said in shock and anger. He got up from the ground. There was flesh buds wriggling in the bloody hole on the chest. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. You guess. Guanli didn't answer it. Name: Corpse King Suyu, King level. Potential: 10 stars. Strength: 4-star intermediate. Abilities: Intelligence, Commanding Zombies, Super Healing Ability, Flesh and Blood Transformation. Evaluation: a Zombie King that is 1 in a million. A brand new life form with spiritual intelligence and the ability to control zombies. The system's information emerged. The Corpse King's own strength is only at the intermediate 4-star level. The scary thing about it is that it can control the zombie horde. But it was overconfident. He actually sent all the zombie bodyguards around him away. Damn it. Human, are you kidding me? Corpse King Suyu said angrily. It possesses extremely high intelligence and wants to use this to delay time. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. Guanli naturally wouldn't give it a chance. If we let it summon the zombies, we'll be in trouble. Damn human. Die. The arm of the Corpse King Suyu stretched out wildly and shot towards Guanli. Is this your ability? That's all. Guanli said with disdain. His arms began to be entangled by bloody tentacles. Chapter 58 Options completed. Hand of Blood Soul. Guanli stretched out his devil-like arms. He stretched out his claws forward and grabbed the arm that was shot at him. What is this? Corpse King Suyu said in horror. Guanli exerted force with his arm and directly tore off the arm of the Corpse King Suyu. Snap. The sound of chewing flesh. The Blood Soul's hand opened a gap and madly devoured the broken arm. Damn it. You're the monster. An expression of extreme fear appeared on the face of Corpse King Suyu. It's a zombie, but it was actually scared by humans. Guanli didn't give it any chance to delay. Blood Soul slash. A terrifying blood-colored sword energy slashed towards the Corpse King Suyu. Suyu was the Corpse King after all, so he quickly calmed down. It flashed and avoided the Blood Soul slash. Die. Human. The Corpse King Suyu rushed to Guanli. The originally broken arm quickly grew out. The new arm that grew out became extremely ferocious. Exposed flesh and bulging blood vessels. A single eye embedded on the palm. Exploding fist. Guanli was not afraid at all. He waved the Blood Demon's hand and blasted towards Suyu. With the blessing of the Blood Demon's hand, the explosive fist becomes even more terrifying. Two ferocious arms collided with each other. The ground beneath his feet was directly cracked. Guanli kept retreating. The Blood Demon's hand cracked and then healed quickly. The Corpse King Suyu was even more miserable. Its flesh and blood arm exploded completely, revealing the white bones inside. Brother, your unicorn arm is not as good as mine. Guanli grinned. Damn humans. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The Corpse King Suyu roared. It is the king of corpses, but it was made so embarrassed by a human. This is absolutely a great shame. But it can't be helped. His own bodyguards were now being held back by the soldiers in the square. Escape. An idea came into its mind. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If these assets are lost, they are lost. As long as he could escape, he would be able to quickly gather a large army of zombies. By that time, it will flatten the entire city Z. Chop the human in front of you into pieces. No, I want to turn him into a zombie. To be my slave. Appear. My servants. Protect your master. The Corpse King Suyu roared. Groups of zombies appeared and rushed towards Guanli. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Corpse King Suyu turned around and fled. Want to escape? Guan Li's figure disappeared and appeared directly behind the Corpse King Suyu. It's over. He swung his sword and cut the Corpse King Suyu into two halves. But the system prompt sound did not sound. What's going on? Guan Li was a little confused. But when he saw the Corpse King Suyu falling lightly in front of him, I understood it instantly. That's a layer of human skin. At this time, the Corpse King Suyu had already escaped to the edge of the fourth floor. It turned around and looked at Guan Li. That terrifying face was filled with resentment. Human, just wait for me. As long as it escapes into the crowd of zombies in the square, it will be safe. Who told you that I only came alone? Guan Li suddenly laughed. What? Corpse King Suyu was a little slow to react. A hint of cold light emerged in the shadow in front of it. No. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. Swish. The black iron sword penetrated the head of Corpse King Suyu. Shen Lian waited for a long time just for this sword. The Zombie King is cunning and cares about his life. If he finds that he can't defeat Guan Li, he will definitely find a way to escape. He asked Shen Lian to ambush in advance because he was afraid that the other party would play tricks. Kill the Corpse King Suyu and get 10,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity X1, and Legion upgrade card X1. Successfully kill the Born Zombie King, complete option. Obtain the Zombie King treasure and 5-star crystal core. The system beeps sounded one after another, and Guan Li breathed a sigh of relief. This means that the Corpse King Suyu is completely dead. After the Corpse King Suyu died, its corpse was still squirming. Wait, don't suck it yet. Guan Li stopped the blood-drinking blade. The corpse of Corpse King Suyu seems a little strange. The blood-drinking blade trembled slightly, indicating some confusion. Leave this body to me. You can absorb the other flesh and blood as you wish. Guan Li put the body into the space ring. Don't give it any chance to refute. After the body disappeared, a lavender card was left in its place. The purple card is as dreamy as a sea of stars. Guan Li was a little excited and quickly put the card away. A Corpse King has contributed many rewards. But Guan Li didn't use it immediately, because he knows that the battle is not over yet. Killing the Corpse King is only the first step. In the central shopping mall, there are still a huge number of corpses. Shen Lian, follow me and kill. Guan Li held the blood-drinking blade and killed the zombies in front of him. As you command. Shen Lian held the long sword and followed Guan Li. In the square, Leo stood up from the ground. His heavy shield had a few more dents. The heavy armor on his body was also covered in scars. Big guy, you're not that good either. Leo looked at the tyrant in front of him. Its body was also covered with bloody marks from battle axes. The tyrant's eyes turned red and he went berserk. It smashed out its arms, sending Leo flying away. Click. A crack appeared in the originally airtight armor. Ahem. Leo wanted to get up, but his body felt very heavy. The tyrant rushed forward, wanting to give him the final blow. A strong figure appeared and bumped into the tyrant. Lion Monster Summoning Card. Summon a 4-star intermediate lion monster to fight. During the lion monster summoning period, it is immune to death and ignores all negative effects. It lasts for 1 minute. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Guan Li's figure appeared in the square. I am willing to die for my lord. The legionnaires shouted. Don't die at every turn. We need to live well. Guan Li slashed with his sword, killing several zombies in seconds. Yes, sir. Leo got up from the ground. Guan Li used the recovery card generously. Leo's injuries were recovering quickly. The square was full of traces of explosions. Gradually, gaps appeared in the originally densely packed zombies. Leo teamed up with the lion monster to press the tyrant to the ground and rub him. The strength of the lion monster is almost the same as that of the tyrant. With the help of Leo, the tyrant was quickly killed. Kill the tyrant, get 2,000 points, Tyrant's Claw X1. The lion monster has half a minute left to summon. Guan Li asked it to kill the mutant zombies as much as possible. The 3 commanders joined forces and attacked the skeleton man. Its capabilities are powerful though, but facing the 3 commanders, he was somewhat overwhelmed. Kill the bone hunter, get 2,000 points, transformed bone armor X1. Irene continued to shoot arrows. Arrows rained down and zombies fell one after another. Over time, the number of zombies in the square is becoming fewer and fewer. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in my mind. A satisfied smile appeared on Guan Li's lips. Chapter 59. Get rich. Boom. A dull thunder boomed. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and the sky darkened rapidly. Silver lightning flashed across the sky. The silver arrows were flying. as if they were going to tear the world apart. Crash. Bean-sized raindrops fell like a rain of arrows. The rain came at the right time, like the tears of mercy from the sky, washing away the filth of the earth. Guanli's hair was wet by the rain. It flowed down the cheek and dripped onto the ground. His chest rose and fell slightly, and the blood-drinking blade in his hand trembled slightly. The ground was covered with corpses and blood. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There are only more than 20 Legion soldiers left alive on the battlefield. 20 armored shield guards were killed. A total of 15 skeleton spearmen, sword, and shield soldiers were killed. 5 shadow sword cultivators were killed. The 3 commanders were also covered in wounds. Among them, Leo suffered the most. He attracted most of the zombies. The armor on his body was covered with dense scratches. My lord, all the enemies have been annihilated. The 3 commanders half-knelt in a pool of blood. Commanders, thank you for your hard work, Guanli said as he left the room. The casualties in this battle were heavy, but the gains were equally rich. Soldiers who died in battle can be resurrected, but it takes time. It is our honor to fight for our lord. The 3 commanders said in unison. Get up. Clean up the battlefield first, Guanli said as he left the room. Yes, sir. The 3 commanders nodded. They led their respective soldiers and began to clean up the battlefield. Aaron, be alert to your surroundings. Guanli gave the order through his mental power. Yes, master. Irene asked the elf archers to disperse to the surrounding buildings. Guanli collected the cards from the corpse under the beating of rain. Blood-red tentacles spread out from the blade of the blood-drinking blade. It didn't let any of those mutated zombies go. The lost flesh and blood of the corpse king must be replenished here. Guanli didn't stop it either. The flesh and blood of mutated zombies are of no use to him. While the bloodthirsty blade absorbs, it also brings back the crystal core and the card. The bodies in the square were piled up like a mountain. Cleaning it up is not an easy task. It took Guanli 2 full hours to clean up the square. The sky clears up after the rain. The sun shines on the earth again. The rain was heavy, but it cannot wash away the pain of humanity. Everyone, rest where you are. Guanli walked into the mall. I picked out a black sportswear to change into. The fabric of the clothes is very good and very comfortable to wear. Take out the food card and fill your stomach. Guanli Tsai began to count the spoils. There are 50,738 1-star crystal cores, 12,568 2-star crystal cores, 1,200 3-star crystal cores, 10 4-star crystal cores, and 1 5-star crystal core. The zombies in the corpse tide are basically 1 or 2 star in strength. Therefore, most of the crystal cores obtained are 1 or 2 stars. Guanli traded all the 1-star and 2-star crystal cores to the points mall. The crystal core is too low level and is of no use to him. Transaction successful. Gained 380,535 points. Transaction successful. Gained 251,360 points. The system prompt sounded, and a huge sum of money was deposited into the account. Hiss. It's coming. Guanli took a breath of cold air. The points obtained from the transaction reached more than 600,000, plus the extra reward given by the system for killing the mutant zombies before. Guanli's current points are 675,410. It is true that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. The 3-star crystal core Guanli did not move and was temporarily stored in the space ring. He held the 10 4-star crystal cores in his hands and absorbed them. Surging rivers of energy flow through every part of his body. Phew. Almost there. Guanli felt the energy in his body gradually dissipating. His strength still remains at the primary 4-star level. It becomes more and more difficult to improve your strength as time goes by. Guanli took out the 5-star crystal core. Even if you don't absorb it, you can still feel the surging energy inside. Without hesitation, he held it in his hand and absorbed it. Boom. Pure energy enters the body. Guanli's body trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain caused by the energy impact. Boo. 4-star intermediate breakthrough. The energy in the body still shows no signs of depletion. Guanli did not dare to relax at all and frantically absorbed the energy in his body. These energies are too huge. If it is not absorbed in time, big problems may arise. It took Guanli half an hour to absorb it this time. His strength soared to 4-star advanced level. Feel the sense of strength and hunger coming from your body. Guanli took out the food card and started replenishing his strength. This time he crushed 10 food cards before he filled his stomach. After counting the crystal nuclei, Guanli turned his eyes to the card. 23,001 white cards, 11,301 white and green cards, 9,612 green cards, 6,210 teal cards, 205 blue cards, 10 dark blue cards, 1 purple card. Guanli did not hesitate and opened all 23,001 white cards. Get food card X 5025. Get supply card X 4564. Get recovery card X 3765. Get advanced card X 310. Get pure water 500 ml X 3230. Get universal rifle bullet X 1795. Obtain ordinary arrows X 4312. The system prompt sounded one after another. The rewards are pretty good. The battle just now almost consumed all the supply cards, recovery cards, bullets, arrows, and other items. This wave of replenishment was very timely. The props obtained will be automatically distributed to the system backpack. Guanli continued to open the card. He opened 11,301 white and green cards in one go. Get food card X 3201. Get premium food card X 564. Get supply card X 2214. Get intermediate supply card X 458. Get recovery card X 2714. Get intermediate recovery card X 345. Get advanced card X 230. Get intermediate advanced card X 12. Obtain ordinary arrows X 1563. The system's voice continued to be heard, and the white and green card was activated. The rewards are similar to white cards and are basically consumable items, but the quality has been slightly improved. The rewards are automatically distributed to the system backpack. Guanli didn't stop and continued to open the card. There are a total of 9,612 green cards, all of which are selected to be opened. Obtain food card X 1230. Get high-quality food card X 980. Obtain ordinary arrows X 3510. Get high-quality fertilizer X 200. It can make crops grow quickly. Obtain iron nugget X 300. Can be used to repair equipment and build equipment. Get intermediate supply card X 1203. Get blood replenishing pills X 512. It can restore blood energy, but the effect is not significant. Get strength potion X 489. After taking it, your strength will be slightly increased, lasting for 1 minute. Get recovery card X 1188. The sounds of the system sounded in my mind one after another. The same is the basic reward, but several brand new props appeared. The luck is pretty good. Next are the blue and green cards, with a total of 6,210. Guanli was somewhat expecting it. Cards of this level already had a chance of yielding something good. Get high-quality food card X 501. Get armor-piercing arrow X 2610. Get intermediate recovery card X 1560. Get intermediate supply card X 1440. Get 30 Molotov cocktails. Can ignite targets within 10 meters. Obtain mini self-destruct robot X 20. Automatically crawls a certain distance and then explodes, with the same power as a grenade. Get explosive arrow X 49. Compared to green cards, the quality of blue and green card rewards has been greatly improved, but still no powerful props were given. Guanli didn't care because the highlight was about to begin. Judging from the number of cards obtained, you can see how rare blue cards are. 100,000 zombies only gave more than 200 blue cards. Guanli opened all of them without any hesitation. Obtain refined iron or X50. Can be used to upgrade and create equipment. Obtain haste potion X35. Used to slightly increase movement speed. The effect can be stacked up to 3 times, lasting 30 seconds. Obtain energy pill X30. After taking it, your strength can instantly break through to 2 stars. It is only effective for those below 2 stars. For those above 2 stars, they can be eaten as candy beans. They taste great. Get intermediate advanced card X10. Obtain low-level armor selection card X50. You can choose any standard of 2-star armor. Obtain invisibility potion X30. After taking it, your body will be invisible for 5 minutes, and it will become ineffective after active attack. All blue cards have been opened, and the rewards are pretty good. Chapter 60 Corpse King Puppet. After the blue card is opened, 10 dark blue cards appeared in Guanli's hand. These dark blue cards are all contributed by mutant zombies above 4 stars. The card was as thin as a cicada's wing, and Guanli held it in his hand and crushed it gently. Obtain Clothes Cleaning Technique X1. After learning it, you can remove abnormalities on clothes, which is very convenient. Get Advanced Card X3. Get Legion Expansion Card, 5 People, X2. Obtain the Wall Climbing Technique X1. After learning it, you can climb on the wall at will. Obtain Thunder Element Summoning Card X3. Used to summon a Thunder Element to fight for 3 minutes. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed a deep blue card, opening 2 skill books in a row, although it seems to be of no use. But as the saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. You may not need it now, but you may need it in the future. Learn the art of cleaning clothes. Learn the art of wall walking. Guanli learned 2 skills in succession. With the help of the system, he understood it all in an instant. Clothes Purification Technique. Guanli used the Clothes Purification Technique. The sportswear on my body looks as good as new, without even any odor. The energy consumption of the cleansing clothes technique is very small, almost zero. A nice little practical skill. Mom doesn't have to worry about me having no clothes to wear anymore. After Guanli finished testing the clean clothes operation, he walked to the wall. He stretched out his palm and pressed it against the wall. The moment my palms touched the wall, it seemed as if there was a magical force that firmly stuck to it. Huh? So cool. An expression of surprise appeared on Guanli's face. He was just trying it out. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The practicality of the art of flying over eaves and walking on walls has increased dramatically. After testing the 2 newly acquired skills, Guanli continued to open the card. There was only 1 card left in his hand. The dreamy purple light intoxicated Guanli. This is the highest level card obtained so far. Guanli gently crushed the card. Snap! A dazzling light emanated from the palm of his hand. Although it was not as dazzling as the Bloodthirster, but if it can cause unusual movements, it means that the item obtained is not simple. Obtained Devil-Splitting Wing X1. A biological part from the terrifying demons of the abyss, which can be used to create puppets and grant some of the power of the devil-splitting wings. The light gradually faded away. A huge flesh wing appeared in front of Guanli. When the wings are fully stretched out, they are more than 3 meters long. The skeleton is covered with sharp barbs, and the flesh membrane is covered with scales. Dark red lines were imprinted on the fleshy wings. A powerful and terrifying force emanated from the flesh wings. Nice one. Guanli's eyes suddenly lit up. He left behind the Corpse King's body in order to create a puppet. After all the cards have been opened, Guanli opened the system backpack. In the last compartment of the backpack, there is a small square box. The small box was carved with a pattern of corpses. Corpse King's treasure. Given to the brave warrior who kills the Corpse King, it can give out rich rewards. This is the reward given by the option. Guanli opened the gift box without hesitation. Obtain Devouring Demon Claw, the arm of the devouring demon from the abyss, which can be used to create puppets and grant the devouring demon some of its power. Pretty. Guanli laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Whatever you think will come true. Now the materials for making the puppet have been almost gathered. It's time to start manufacturing. He took out the body of the Corpse King from the space ring, even though he has been dead for a long time. But the flesh and blood on the body continue to wriggle. Even the head that was penetrated by Shun Lian has recovered to its original state. A skinned bloody corpse looked a little weird. Guanli was even a little worried that this guy would suddenly commit suicide. Of course, this worry is somewhat unnecessary. After all, the system prompted and the cards exploded. The Corpse King must be completely dead. Guanli placed the demon-splitting wings next to the Corpse King. Then he took out a few more things. The Tyrant's Claw is the reward for killing the Tyrant. The Deformed Bone Armor rewarded by killing the Bone Slayer. The Control Thread rewarded by killing the String Puppet. Tyrant's Claw comes from the Tyrant's arm and can be used to create puppets, giving the Tyrant some of his power. Transformed Bone Armor, the outer armor from the Bone Man, which can be used to create puppets and give the Bone Man some of his power. Corpse King's Body. The flesh and blood contains powerful deformation genes, which can perfectly fit any material, making it an excellent puppet body. After Guanli mastered the puppet technique, he could see at a glance what could be used to create puppets. Gu. Shunlian. Leo. Intensify patrols around me, and don't let any external force interfere with me. Guanli issued the order. Making a puppet is no easy task, especially a puppet that carries so much powerful material. If you are not careful, you will fall short. Guanli doesn't allow this to happen. No way. The materials are so precious. As you command. The 3 commanders spoke. The remaining Legion soldiers surrounded Guanli. Guanli took a deep breath. Start making puppets. His hands groped the Corpse King's body with great skill. The method of making puppets emerged in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. Guanli held the control thread in his hand. He installed the Tyrant's Claw on the Corpse King's left arm. This process looks simple, But it is not simple at all. If there is even the slightest mistake, the entire puppet carrier will be scrapped. Call. Guanli breathed a sigh of relief. Tyrant's Claw has been successfully installed. Then, he began to sew the deformed bone armor. Control the silk threads to flow inside the Corpse King's body, leaving the body half suspended in the air. Guanli's hands changed rapidly, installing the deformed bone armor into the Corpse King's body. Crackling. There was a popping sound of frying beans. The deformed bone armor was successfully integrated into the body of the Corpse King. That was a close call. Guanli breathed a sigh of relief. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Next are the two most difficult parts. After all, the quality is very high. Guanli grabbed the devouring claw and installed it on the Corpse King's right arm. His hands moved quickly, controlling the silk thread to wrap around it. Don't let anything go wrong. Guanli kept repeating this in his heart. Fortunately, the devouring claw was very cooperative. The body of the Corpse King also has a very high degree of fit. The flesh and blood continued to wriggle, wrapping around the devouring claws. A close call. Guanli's heart was beating rapidly. The last part. The wings of the devil. This is the highest quality of all materials. Guanli was concentrating fully and did not dare to slack off even for a moment. The demon-splitting wings merged into the Corpse King's back. Snap. The Corpse King's body began to tremble violently. The power of the demon-splitting wings is too terrifying, and the flesh and blood of the body can hardly bear it. Oops. Guanli's face changed drastically. The Corpse King's body was about to be shattered by the demon-splitting wings. At the critical moment, the blood-drinking blade trembled. The sword emits a strange red light. The bloody tentacles wrapped around Guanli's arm. The blood demon's hand condensed and emerged. A terrifying atmosphere filled the room. Guanli knew that this was the power from the bloodthirsty blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demon-splitting wings, which were originally trembling, suddenly became quiet. Quickly merge into the body of the Corpse King. Chapter 61, Dragon. Phew, that was close. Guanli looked at the Corpse King's body, which was gradually stabilizing. He finally let go of his anxious heart. When Guanli came to his senses, he found that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Clothes purification technique. He directly lost a skill. The sweat and odor on the clothes disappeared instantly. Very useful little skill. The flesh and blood of the Corpse King was still wriggling. Those puppet materials were integrated into the body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Corpse King puppet. After the Corpse King's body was fused, the system prompt sounded. Name, Corpse King Puppet. Potential, unknown. Strength, 4-star advanced. Abilities, super healing power, perfect fit, devouring, devil-crushing wings, tyrant claws, deformable bone armor. Evaluation, a puppet transformed from a Corpse King, with a perfect body and unlimited growth potential. An introduction to the Corpse King puppet appeared in front of Guanli. Unlimited growth potential? Awesome. Guanli was very satisfied. It's worth the money he spent on making it. This Corpse King puppet far exceeded his expectations. The Corpse King puppet in front of him is no different from an ordinary person. Those horrific organs and tissues were perfectly integrated into its body. Attack. Guanli pointed to the wall in the distance and said. The Corpse King puppet didn't hesitate at all and punched out directly. The terrifying force blasted a big hole in the wall. This is the Corpse King puppet in its normal state. If it becomes a complete form, its strength will be improved by at least 1 level. We have to give you a name. Let's call you Long Chia. The Corpse King puppet did not respond. It is just an empty shell, without any independent thoughts. Follow Guanli's instructions exactly. Try to look more handsome, Guanli said as he left the room. Long Chia's face began to move. After a moment, a new face appeared. At this time, Long Chia has become a handsome man. He is the most handsome guy among millions of people, but compared with the readers, it is still slightly inferior. All right, you have some talent as a pretty boy. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. After the Corpse King puppet is created, Guanli began to improve the strength of the Legion. Just earn points and cards. It is enough to take the existing Legion to a higher level. Legion expansion card, 5 people, x2. Guanli thought for a moment and gave them to the Iron Armored Shield Guard and Shadow Sword Cultivator respectively. System. Expand the Iron Armor Shield Core and the Shadow Sword Core. 2 summoning circles appeared, 1 black and 1 silver. 10 figures appeared in front of Guanli. Owner. My lord. 10 soldiers half knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Yeah, get up. Guanli motioned for them to stand up. Low-level armor selection, card X50. He didn't hesitate and chose to use it directly. Various types of protective gear appeared in front of Guanli. Shield Mountain Heavy Armor, Moonwheel Armor, Swift Armor, Mail of Courage. System, give me some advice. There were so many types of protective gear that Guanli was dazzled. Just ask the system for its opinion. Host, please select the legion that needs equipment. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Iron Armored Shield Guard Legion. The main meat shield army must be equipped with better protective gear first. The Iron Shield Guard officers belong to a legion with strong defense but slightly weaker mobility. This system recommends equipping armor with super strong defense, such as Shield Mountain Armor and Heavy Iron Armor. Maximize the guarantee of the survivability of the Ironclad Shield Guard Corps. The system provides a pertinent solution. Guanli found the armor mentioned by the system from the options. Name, Shield Mountain Heavy Armor. Type, Heavy Armor. Grade, 2-star Advanced. Talent, Sturdiness. Evaluation, made of fine iron. It has the momentum of a mountain and has very strong defense. Name, Heavy Iron Armor. Type, Heavy Armor. Grade, 2-star Advanced. Talent, Sturdiness. Evaluation, heavy armor made of heavy iron, with very strong defense, difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate. The appearance of the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor is like a huge mountain. The heavy iron armor is dark all over, giving people a heavy feeling. Guanli prefers Shield Mountain's heavy armor, which is big and domineering. Men just have to be big. Obtain Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X35. Leo, the equipment is being distributed. Guanli used the system to directly replace the equipment. Except for the resurrected Iron Shield Guard, everyone else put on new armor. Heavy armor, full of sense of security. Thank you, Master. Leo spoke up. There are 15 low-level armor cards left. Guanli gave priority to the skeleton shield guards. Name, Undead Plate Armor. Type, Plate Armor. Grade, 2-star Advanced. Talent, Power of the Undead. Evaluation, the plate armor worn by the Abyss Undead is filled with strong undead power, and the attacker will be attacked by the undead power. The appearance of the plate armor looks a bit old. Waves of black aura emanated from the surface of the plate armor. The surviving skeleton shield soldier, his body covered in plate armor. Suddenly, he became a noble knight. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the skeleton soldiers became much more low-key. Then he opened the points mall. The number of Legion members is important. Guanli decided to invest most of his points here. Star Legion expansion card, 10 people. Give me 10 first. Guanli waved his hand and gave out 200,000 points. There is no way. He is just so arrogant. Sorry. With points you can do whatever you want. To purchase Star Legion expansion card, 10 people, x10, you will need to spend 200,000 points. Do you want to buy it? The system voice sounded. Buy. Guanli nodded without any hesitation. 200,000 points. He still has what it takes. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 10 Star Legion expansion cards, 10 people, x10. You are truly wise and brave. The system's voice came, full of flattery. Guanli simply chose to ignore it. Iron Armor Shield Corps expanded by 20 people. Shadow Sword Cultivator Corps expanded by 20 people. The Elf Archer Corps expanded by 20 people. Skeleton Undead Legion expanded by 30 people. The system prompt sounds rang one after another. Because the Skeleton Undead Legion has 3 types of troops, each type of troops can be expanded by 10 people. For summoning circles of different shapes appeared. 100 Legion soldiers appeared in front of Guanli. Meet the Master. The soldiers of the Legion saluted in unison. No need to be polite. Guanli waved his hand. Thank you, Master. The soldiers stood up and stood respectfully in front of Guanli. Looking at the growing team, he smiled with satisfaction. This is more like it. Although there are only more than 200 soldiers in the Legion now. But this is just the beginning. Guanli is not in a hurry. Looking at Leo's armored core, he suddenly remembered something. It seems that I still have the opportunity to extract skills but have not used them. Because the previous Iron Shield Corps did not have the right skills. So no extraction for the time being. The skills of the Iron Shield Guard are all meat shield type, and he doesn't want to be a meat shield. But now that I have comprehended the Silver Armor Soul, it is just the right time to extract it. This is a great skill. Chapter 62 Survivor Camp. System. Extract the Silver Armor Soul. Guanli chose the silver armor soul. Ding. Start extracting the silver armor soul. The system voice sounded. He used the silver armor soul and a shadow appeared behind him. The phantom can attack targets within 3 meters. Open the points mall again. Legion upgrade card X1. After use, the Legion's strength can be increased by 1 level. It is only available for those with a strength of 10 stars or below. The price is 50,000 points. Give me 8 of these. Guanli selected the Legion upgrade card, which instantly cost 400,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing 8 Legion upgrade cards. You are so generous. So cool. So awesome. Guanli simply ignored the system's flattery. His ears are almost getting calloused. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guard Corps. Guanli upgraded all 4 legions in one breath. The strength of the legion's soldiers suddenly skyrocketed. The soldiers' morale began to rise steadily. Soon he broke through to the 4-star intermediate level, then the 4-star advanced level. The strength of the legion suddenly increased dramatically. After a big splurge, there were still about 70,000 points left. Guanli spent another 40,000 points. Purchased items to speed up the upgrade of the legion's soldiers. The last 3 or 5 points, keep them for emergencies. There must be something in this pocket, otherwise I won't feel safe. Guanli took out a high-quality food card. A rich meaty aroma wafted out. Just by smelling it, he felt refreshed. Is this the flesh of an evolved creature? Guanli could clearly feel the difference in the texture of the meat. No wonder it is more suitable for awakened people to eat. This one high-quality food card is enough to equal 5 ordinary food cards. He took a bite and delicious juice flowed out. Tasty. Guanli activates skill, Devour. After a moment, he burped with satisfaction. After drinking a bottle of pure water, you will instantly feel full of energy. Eat and drink. It's time to get going. After Guanli finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Damn it. It's time to kill the monsters. He quickly changed his words. Aaron, you can withdraw now. Use mental power to notify Irene on the rooftop. Yes, sir. The elf archer and the skeleton mage returned to the square. The legion of 200 people left in a mighty manner. Z City building. This is a 50-story building. The former Z City Z Center. Now it has become a place where city defense is stationed. Survivor concentration camp in City Z. After the unremitting efforts of the city defense forces, nearly 100,000 survivors were rescued in one day. This is already very difficult. After all, 80% of people are infected with the zombie virus. The total population of City Z is about 10 million. That means 8 million people will be infected with the zombie virus. The remaining survivors were ravaged by zombies and monsters. The number is also decreasing sharply. According to the current situation, the number of survivors in City Z will not exceed 1 million. A simple iron mesh defense line was built at the outermost edge of the building. There is a minefield outside the iron net defense line. If there is a tide of zombies attacking, they will be bombed. Tanks were parked behind the iron net defense line. The fully armed city defense soldiers patrolled continuously. Thousands of rocket launchers were placed behind the steel defense line formed by tanks. Inside the camp, the survivors set up simple tents. Those who didn't have tents could only squat in the muddy ground. Many people's eyes have lost their luster and become numb. They have already learned from the city defense forces the news of the demise of the Chinese nation. The end of the world has really come. There are not only zombies, but also horrible natural monsters. Even native animals and plants have undergone terrible mutations. It seems like just a few days. Human beings have gone from being the overlord to being the most humble and weakest ants, can only survive in the cracks. The entrance to the Z City building is heavily guarded. There are supplies and weapons in here. There were many survivors of the riots not long ago. Want to rush into the building and steal supplies. In the end, the people who led the riot were shot dead. Seeing this, the other survivors dared not make any more noise. They also understand that the current rules have completely changed. With the demise of China, they lost their protection. It was not until this moment that everyone discovered it. It turns out that my country is so great. Brother, when is dinner? A pot-bellied man asked. If Guanli were here, he would definitely be able to recognize him. The vice president of Z University, Qin Xiong. It's not time yet. Wait a moment. The soldier spoke. Oh. Qin Xiong nodded. A look of disappointment appeared on his face. He returned to the camp belonging to Mr. Z. Hundreds of students gathered here. The vast majority of people were covered in dust and dirt. It was obvious that they had not been having a good time these past few days. But it is not easy to survive. Chinstone, are you back? What about the city defense? A boy with a weird look spoke up. There was a poisonous snake tattooed on his arm, dyed with bright green hair. Brother Lin. When Chun Xiong saw the man, he called out in a flattering manner. As the vice president of Z University, how could he have ever been so embarrassed? Nodding and bowing to a student. Unfortunately, that was in the past. Now even the city defense has announced the news of the demise of the Chinese nation. Chun Xiong knew that there was no going back. In order to survive, what's wrong with pretending to be a grandson? Originally, when he was at Z University, he joined forces with several Awakeners. Just when he was about to show his skills, a group of more powerful students rushed into the performance room. A fierce conflict broke out between the two sides on the spot. Huang Xiao, Wang Li, and Li Zichao didn't even last half a minute before they were all killed. From then on, Z's bowels were controlled by these students. These students have violent personalities. They simply didn't buy into Chun Xiong's tactics. These people understand that as long as they have the ability, there is nothing they can't do. In just a few days, all the female teachers and girls in Z University were killed. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed and thrown into the void to feed the zombies. It was not until the city defense forces arrived that they calmed down a lot. You're becoming more and more like a dog, Lin Quan said with a smile. He kicked Qin Xiong in the face. Hey, what are you talking about, Brother Lin? It's my honor to work for Brother Lin. Qin Xiong's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Although the city defense gathered the survivors here, but no action was taken. Just ensure the supply of 2 meals a day. As for things between groups, anyway, as long as there is no large-scale disturbance, they will just pretend not to see anything. Searching and rescuing survivors is already a headache enough. There is no time to deal with these meaningless things. Stop talking nonsense. When is dinner? Lin Quan kicked Chen Xiong away and asked with a look of disgust. Because of being too arrogant, their food had long been consumed. Now the entire Z group can only survive by relying on relief food. Not yet, Brother Lin. Can you bear with it for a while? Chun Xiong's face was still full of flattery. Get lost. Go call that bitch Zhang Xian over here. After Lin Quan finished speaking, he walked into the tent. Yes. A hint of resentment flashed across Chun Xiong's face, but he didn't dare to show any sign. P.S. Push it up. Please support me. Please. Thank you. Chapter 63 Meeting. A few minutes later, Zhang Xian twisted her seductive body and came out of the tent. Chun Xiong walked beside her, stealing glances at her from time to time. This little girl. She's become more and more beautiful recently. Why didn't I realize before that she was so naughty? Chun Xiong thought secretly in his heart. Come in. Brother Lin is looking for you. Outside the tent, Chun Xiong stopped. A man and a woman alone, in the same tent. We all know what will happen. Yeah, I know. Zhang Xian nodded without any resistance. Her complexion became more rosy, and her eyes had a kind of enchanting feeling. You slutty bitch. You're so naughty. Looking at Zhang Xian's back, Qin Xiong cursed inwardly. These days he saw Zhang Xian hooking up with many men. Without exception, all of them are awakened. Qin Xiong found a place to sit down. The students around were huddled together in despair, especially the boys. There was a painful expression on his face. Many people's girlfriends. Because of a piece of bread and water, he decisively left them. This is a big blow to them. Damn it, why can't I kill zombies? When I was playing games, I could hit every shot accurately. If I had the ability, Xiaoshan wouldn't have run away with someone else. A boy wearing glasses said regretfully. Don't dream. You're just a piece of trash. You still want to kill zombies? Take a piss and look at yourself. A crisp voice reached the boy's ears. His body trembled violently. The boy raised his head and saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was the girlfriend he had been thinking about day and night. However, the person next to her at this moment is no longer herself. Xiaoshan, the boy said in a trembling tone. Qianfeng, look at what you look like now. It's just trash. Waste. The girl looked down at the boy named Qianfeng. Xiaoshan, can you please leave this man? Come back to me, and let me protect you from now on. I have overcome my fear. I dare to kill zombies. Qianfeng stood up, his tone somewhat excited. Haha, you're just a loser? You still want to kill zombies? Do you dare to hold a knife? The man next to the girl suddenly spoke. Damn it, Give Xiaoshan back to me. Qian Feng pounced towards the man. But how could he be a match for the man? Get lost. You piece of rubbish. The man kicked him away. Qian Feng fell to the ground, wailing in pain. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. Honey, let's go. Xiaoshan looked at Qian Feng on the ground. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes. Don't go. Xiaoshan. Qian Feng hunched over, looking at the two people going away. He can't do anything, because I don't have the strength. The students in the crowd had already become numb. They looked at Qian Feng on the ground without any emotion. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. This is the end of the world. The strong will prey on the weak. The strong will be respected. Not far away, Zhao Hai was squatting in the corner. He clenched his fists and looked at Qian Feng on the ground. I must become stronger. What happened in the past few days has made him face the reality completely. The identity of a rich second generation has now become completely shit. What is the use of money? To wipe your ass? In an unknown corner of the survivors' camp, the darkness of human nature is constantly expanding. On the top floor of the Z City building, in a spacious conference hall, many city defense officers in military uniforms were sitting in front of the long white table. A middle-aged man in the lead. There were several dazzling gold stars on the badge on his chest. These gold stars represent past glory. At the same time, it also represents his position in the city defense forces of City Z. Presidential leadership. Before the fall of the Chinese state, he had to follow the orders of the governors. But now he is the supreme commander of the Z City Defense Army. No need to obey anyone's orders. Su Yunjian joined the City Defense Army at the age of 18. Now at the age of 43, he is already the president of City Z. In just over 20 years. Then he walked and sat in this position now. This shows his ability. In front of Su Yunjian, an old man and a young man sat. The two are deputy commanders within the Legion, with power second only to him. The old man's name is Wu Hai. The young man's name is Shunling Fei. Today's meeting. It mainly determines the future planning of the Legion. Now that China has perished, they are like rootless duckweeds. Helpless. You can only rely on yourself. Everyone, please express your opinion on where the City Defense Army should go. Su Yunjian saw that people were coming. Just throw out the topic of the meeting. President Leader. There are still more than 30,000 local soldiers in our Legion in City Z. There is also a lot of heavy firepower. We can definitely gather the survivors and build a base city. An officer spoke up. Su Yunjian knew him. This man is called Liu Sandao, Right General under the command of Wu Hai. The system within the Legion: Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, General, Right General, Left General, 1,000 Commander, 100 Commander, Captain, and Deputy Captain. Only those with positions above Left General can attend this meeting. I agree with this proposal. A Right General said. I agree. I don't know what the situation outside is like now. Maybe it's even worse than City Z. Besides, we have nowhere to go if we leave here. The person who spoke was a general, and he expressed his opinion. Most people heard it and agreed. Work steadily and develop the base city. Su Yunjian didn't speak. He was thinking about something. Wu Hai and Xin Lingfei also remained silent. I think staying in City Z may not be a good thing. There is no danger to defend here. How easy is it to establish a base city? Besides, there is no granary in City Z. How to solve the food problem? There are currently 100,000 survivors who consume a lot of food every day. In the silent conference room, an objectionable voice appeared. Judging from the badge on his chest, he is a legitimate general. This person's name is Zhao Kuo, a sturdy man in his early 30s. There was an unusual aura about him. This is an awakened one. After the fall of China, the leader of the Legion witnessed how powerful zombies and monsters were. They allowed the Legion soldiers to absorb the crystal cores. This end of the world can no longer be explained by science. If humans want to continue, they must embark on the path of evolution. If you stick to your old ways, you will end up dead. Everyone in the conference hall became awakened. But strengths vary. Zhao Kuo's strength is among the best in the Legion. He was in a search and rescue operation. He got an opportunity by accident, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the low level of 4 stars. Not only that, he also became an iron warrior. It can turn the skin into steel, making it invulnerable to swords and guns. Very powerful. Zhao Kuo, tell me what you think. Su Yunjian attached great importance to Zhao Kuo's opinions. After all, the opponent's strength is at the top of the Legion pyramid. Heavy thermal weapons will eventually be eliminated. These rising awakeners are the guarantee of the Legion's future. As time goes by, some terrifying monsters appear. Their defense can even withstand tank bombardment. Monsters will continue to evolve, but hot weapons cannot. Chapter 64. City Defense Forces Decision. Yes, Mr. President. Zhao Kuo stood up and saluted Su Yunjian. First of all, the food problem must be solved. City Z has no granary, and the food supply in the past was allocated from the state. Secondly, there are no buildings around City Z that can be used to build a base city. If we start construction now, how much materials will it cost? Take the temporary camp at this moment as an example. Can a camp like this really withstand the zombie tide? Zhao Kuo's two questions immediately silenced the meeting room. Food, defensive buildings, this is indeed a big problem. Zhao Kuo, what do you think we should do? Wu Hai, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. I think we should move south. Zhao Kuo spoke up. South? Why? The three asked in unison. Guangnan Prefecture. Yangcheng. Zhao Kuo only said two words, and the three of them understood instantly. Guangzhou. This city with a long history. Not only is it surrounded by solid walls, but the land is also fertile and the food is abundant. Moreover, there are dozens of legions stationed in Yangcheng. The weapons equipped are far more sufficient than those in City Z. If you can take refuge in Guangzhou, it would be a good choice. General Zhao Kuo, your suggestion is indeed very good. But how are we going to get there? Yangcheng and City Z are very far apart. Even in peacetime, it takes a whole day to fly. Especially now, and with the survivors. I'm afraid that most people will die before they even leave Minzhou. A rebuttal voice was heard. Everyone looked over. He was a right general named Guo Xiaotian. Guo Xiaotian's strength is very strong, not inferior to Zhao Kuo at all. This is also a 4-star Awakener. He has the professional inheritance of the explosive warrior. He can release explosive damage through his hands, which is very terrifying. Although his position was only right general. But in this end times where strength is respected, previous status and position are often the most useless things. The Chinese nation has been destroyed, and the system of the city defense army has long been abolished. Now, in order to stabilize the situation, we continue to follow the previous city defense force system. Following this trend, the army in City Z will soon face a major purge. The strong take the throne, the weak give way. This is the rule of the end times. I agree with General Guo Xiaotian's opinion. It's too risky to go to Yangcheng rashly. If we are not careful, the whole army will be wiped out. A left general said. He has a good relationship with Guo Xiaotian, so naturally he has to express his stance at this time. Besides, Zhao Kuo's ideas are indeed a bit radical. Stay in City Z, search and rescue survivors, and establish a base city. This is the safest method. If you have any food problems, you can search in nearby urban areas. I also agree with General Guo Xiaotian's opinion. I agree. Agree. More and more people are expressing their opinions. Coward. It's impossible to avoid bloodshed in the face of disaster. I agree with General Zhao Kuo. Go to Yangcheng and solve this problem once and for all. Those who supported Zhao Kuo also expressed their views. The two different opinions sparked heated discussions. In the conference hall, no one was willing to give in. From this incident, we can see that the Legion is not united, but a mess. Stay and search for survivors. Build a base city. Head to Yangcheng. Two different voices filled the conference room. The soldiers outside the door all looked nervous. They were a little worried that everyone in the conference room might start fighting. When that time really comes, which side should we help? Ahem. That's enough. I'm going to stop making noise. You are not children. This kind of quarrel is meaningless. Wu Hai coughed twice, and the meeting room suddenly became quiet. For the veterans of this legion, people will still give some face. Since everyone is dissatisfied, let's decide by voting. Wu Hai looks old, but he doesn't look tired at all. Beneath his skinny body, there is tremendous power hidden. Obviously, he is also an awakened one, and his strength is not weak. Okay, let's do as Mr. Wu says. Let's vote. Okay, this is a good idea. Wu Hai came out to smooth things over, and everyone stopped. If we continue to make a fuss, there will be no outcome. Voting is an old-fashioned method, but it works. Someone, bring the ballot box and paper and pen. Su Yunjian called the soldiers outside the door. The other person ran out quickly and came back with a bunch of things. Begin voting. No one is allowed to interfere. Su Yunjian spoke up. He is also a 4-star Awakener, but has no special abilities. No problem. Fair and square. All the generals nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Soon, pieces of white paper were put into the ballot box. The results are now announced. 1 vote for Zhao Kuo. 1 vote for Guo Xiaotian. 1 vote for Zhao Kuo. Su Yunjin read out the names and wrote them down on the blackboard behind him. Zhao Kuo got 18 votes. Guo Xiaotian got 18 votes. Tie. There is one last vote in the ballot box. Su Yunjin spread out the note, and the result was clear. Because he cast this vote. 1 vote for Guo Xiaotian. 19 votes to 18 votes, Guo Xiaotian won. Su Yunjin invested in Guo Xiaotian because Zhao Kuo's idea was too dangerous. According to the current situation of the Legion, if they forcibly escape to Yangqing, there is a high probability that the entire army will be wiped out. Even if they arrive successfully, there will be heavy casualties. Oh, confused. Zhao Kuo was a little disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. This was the decision of the people. He had no right to go against it. In that case, everyone hurry up. Search and rescue survivors. Search all major shopping malls and supermarkets. Bring back everything edible. Su Yunjin gave orders quickly. Yes, sir. Everyone nodded. No matter what, survivors must be rescued and food must be collected. Guanli was not clear about the decision of the city defense army. He is on his way to the South District now. Killed the zombie king Su Yuho. The strength of the Legion has been greatly improved. So Guanli decided to go and find trouble with the Silverhorn giant python in the southern area. In the southern area, there are several crisscrossing mountain ranges. After the apocalypse, the plants in these mountains began to grow wildly. In just a few minutes, the surrounding cities were covered. The tropical rainforest that Guanli was going to was located in these mountains. As you go deeper into the South District, the surrounding buildings become fewer and fewer, gradually replaced by lush vegetation. The roars of the zombies gradually became weaker. Instead, there was the roar of a monster. The population in the southern area is relatively sparse. This is almost a paradise for animals. Before the end of the world, this was a natural tourist attraction in City Z. After the apocalypse, this place has become a paradise for mutant creatures. P.S. It's recommended. Please try not to save chapters. Thank you readers for your support. Chapter 65 South District. There aren't many zombies in the South District, but mutant creatures are everywhere. Not long after entering the South District, Guanli encountered mutant creatures. A giant python as thick as a bucket was lying across the concrete road. This was originally a street, but after the apocalypse, plants began to grow wildly. The ornamental trees on both sides have spread onto the streets. The civilized city that originally belonged to humans is gradually returning to its most primitive ecology. Name: Scaly Python. Potential: 5 stars. Strength: 4-star primary. Abilities: Strangulation, Tail Flick, Tough Scales. Evaluation: a new creature evolved from an ordinary python with powerful strangulation ability and defense. This is a mutant creature. The giant python was about 7 or 8 meters long, with its scales arranged neatly to form a pattern. At this moment, it was spitting out its tongue and lazily basking in the sun. From its bulging belly, you can tell that it has just had a full meal. Guanli's appearance quickly attracted its attention. A pair of cold vertical pupils stared at him intently. Hiss. The scaly python twisted its body and pounced towards Guanli. Long Jia. Guanli gave an order. Long Ju leaped out. A punch hit the scaly python's head. Snap. The terrifying force directly shattered its scales. Blood flowed from the wound. Long Jia possesses the strength of a 4-star advanced level. There is naturally no pressure in dealing with the scaly python. Hiss. Whoosh. The scaly python hissed and swung its huge tail violently, creating a series of wind-breaking sounds. The huge tail hit Long Jia, and he took a few steps back and stabilized his body. Then, the right arm began to collide rapidly. A horrible, twisted, indescribable arm appeared. The devouring claws squirmed, and a single eye appeared on the scales on the back of its hand. The single eye scanned the surroundings, as if looking for prey. Long Jia waved his devouring claws and grabbed towards the scaly python. The sharp 5 fingers instantly cut through the scales of the scaly python. Tear. 5 strips of bright red flesh were torn off the scaly python's body. A bloody mouth opened up, greedily devouring the flesh and blood. The scaly python was confused. Who is the monster? It sensed danger and wanted to escape. With a flick of the tail, he tried to repel Long Ju. But this time, It didn't go as planned. That huge, twisted, terrifying claw just grabbed the scaly python's tail. Then he swung it wildly on the ground. The terrifying force shocked the scaly python to death. The scales on its body were broken and blood gushed out. A blue card dropped from the scaly python. Long Chia picked up the blue card and dragged the corpse to Guanli. Swallow it. Leave the crystal core behind. Guanli put the card away. Long Ju understood and devoured the devil's claws, opening his bloody mouth. A tooth-like organ extends out. The 7 or 8 meter long python corpse was swallowed directly. The organ retracted and a crystal core was spit out. The corpse just now seemed as if it had never existed. After Long Chia devoured the corpse, his strength increased slightly. This is the power that comes from devouring. Guanli absorbed the crystal core, but his strength did not improve significantly. He did not get discouraged. As long as he kept accumulating, there would always be a breakthrough. Hey, little brother, can you save me? There were several survivors in the buildings along the street. They all stuck their heads out and asked Guanli for help. The city defense forces have already started the rescue. Please wait patiently. Guanli did not provide any rescue. He is not a good man. It is impossible for him to help everyone. Can you give me some food? The survivors still refused to give up. I've dealt with the monster. Hurry up if you want to leave. Guanli gave a reminder and then headed towards the depths of the southern area. Upon hearing this, the survivors hurriedly packed their bags. The giant python on the street trapped them for a long time. Now that he was being killed by Guanli, he naturally had to escape as soon as possible. The mutated creatures here are too terrifying. They would rather face zombies than mutant creatures. Besides, they received the news through radio broadcast not long ago. The city defense forces set up a survivor camp in the Z-City building. There is a safe space and stable food. In short, we definitely can't stay in the South District anymore. The deeper you go into the southern area, the denser the surrounding vegetation becomes. Compared to zombies, mutant creatures are more aggressive. They don't wander around aimlessly, but actively seek out their targets. Even humans hiding in the room can be easily found. So the deeper you go into the southern area, the harder it is for the survivors to survive. Be alert to the surroundings. Guanli also became a little more serious. Mutated creatures possess intelligence. They are much more difficult to deal with than zombies. Haha. 3 hideous monsters jumped out from the surrounding grass. The 3 musketeers of the bush? Guanli became alert instantly. The skin of these monsters is a healthy green. Ugly face, big nose and pointed ears. He is very short and his eyes reveal greed. Goblin? Guanli felt that the creature in front of him looked very familiar. It is the weakest goblin in the online game. This creature, like the skeleton soldiers, is a cannon fodder monster. But this is reality. Goblins are natural disaster monsters. The strength is not weak. On the contrary, it is very strong. Name: Greedy Goblin Brothers, Group Monster. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 4-star intermediate. Ability: Ominous. Evaluation: Goblins from different time and space rifts are not weaklings in the game, so don't take them lightly. The system scanned and the goblin's profile appeared. If someone doesn't have a system, he will definitely become careless. After all, who could have thought? The cannon fodder goblin in the game actually has 4-star strength. Again, this is reality. Don't compare it with games. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Geely Gwala. Karaji fat. Karaji thin. The 3 goblin brothers spoke a bunch of bird language. Guanli didn't understand it all. But Guanli could understand their attacking movements. Teach these young goblins a lesson. Let them know what a fucking gang fight is. He gave the order. Dozens of Legion soldiers rushed forward. Spear throwing. Several bone spears flew out and shot towards the 3 goblin brothers. Geely Gwala. The 3 goblin brothers screamed in confusion. Dodge the spear's attack flexibly. Goblin boss, just sprint forward. The long sword in his hand slashed out. A skeleton shield soldier was caught off guard, directly repelled by the goblin boss. There was a sword mark on the plate armor on the chest. This shows the strength of the goblins. Guanli narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, he is a 4-star intermediate goblin. There is indeed something, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Guanli doesn't have any martial ethics. Dozens of soldiers surrounded the 3 goblin brothers. The 3 goblin brothers fought back desperately. They cooperated with each other and actually resisted the attack of the local soldiers. This is the power of intelligent creatures. They know how to cooperate and use tactics. Unfortunately, There are only 3 goblins. There were 30 or 40 local soldiers besieging them. It's 10 times that of a goblin. Every time they repelled a wave of attacks, they would receive several wounds on their bodies. This kind of desperate fighting style can still be used in the early stage, but over time, their physical strength began to be overdrawn. The blood from the wound keeps flowing. A few minutes later, the third goblin brother was the first to collapse. A gap appeared in the perfect defensive formation. "It's over," Guanli said as he left the room. Chapter 66 Goblin Tribe. The soldiers seized the opportunity and pounced directly. The third goblin brother was hacked to death. The other 2 goblins were also gradually killed. Kill the 3 goblin brothers, group monster. Reward 1,000 points, Tongling Shu. The system prompt sounded. Although the points are not much, they are given to this skill. It took the soldiers several minutes to kill the 3 goblin brothers. That kind of wonderful tactics should be their ability. It was with this ability that he was able to hold off the local soldiers for several minutes. That's pretty good. Keep working hard next time, Guanli said as he looked at the goblin's corpse. The 3 goblin brothers revealed a strange blue card. There is an X3 symbol on it. Guanli understood instantly that this should mean reward X3. Whatever comes out will be multiplied by 3. An unexpected little surprise. He put the card away. Of course you have to save more cards to open them. It will be more exciting. Anyway, he likes to draw 10 times in a row. No crystal core was found in the goblin's body. The bloodthirster despises such creatures. Long Ju was naturally willing to accept it. The devouring claws bloomed and devoured the 3 goblin corpses. Guanli took this opportunity to check out his newly acquired skill book, Interlinguistics. After learning, you will gain the art of interlinguistics and be able to master the languages of various civilizations. Nice one. Guanli's eyes lit up. Judging from the current situation, among the natural disaster monsters, there are civilized races. Mastering the art of communicating may come in handy at critical moments. System. Learn the art of communication. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have learned the art of communication. The system voice sounded. Guanli instantly felt a huge amount of intelligence pouring into his brain. Bone. Communicate with me in the language of the dead, Guanli said as he left the room. Geely Gulu. Yes, master. Bone said a few words. Guanli could understand everything. Awesome. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Mom, you don't have to worry anymore. I'm not good enough at speaking. The cost of communication skills is almost nothing. Even if it is always on, there will be no problem. Guanli looked around. After making sure nothing was left behind, he prepared to leave. As he lifted his foot, options suddenly appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Go straight along the road ahead and get 1 hemostatic grass on the roadside. Option 2. Go straight along the left road, very safe. Reward 4-star crystal core X1. Option 3. Walk along the path on the right for 10 kilometers, find a goblin tribe, kill the tribe leader, and get the goblin treasure X1. Hey, the option is triggered. Guanli didn't consider it and directly ruled out the first 2. Although you can get something for nothing, the reward is too low. Without a doubt, choose the third one. He just loves adventure. That's just too much to give. Following the system prompts, Guanli chose the path on the right to move forward. In order not to alert the enemy, he withdrew most of the local soldiers. Only 4 commanders and a handful of 10 soldiers were left. Anyway, as long as the cooling time is over, he can summon soldiers immediately. Guanli walked along the path. This road is covered with weeds, as if it has just been opened up. As he moved forward, he kept his perception active. Advance a distance of 1 kilometer. Guanli sensed that there was a huge, deep pit in the weeds in the middle of the path. The deep pit was filled with sharp iron spikes. These iron spikes are more than 1 meter long, enough to make people feel cold to the bone. Trap. Guanli was shocked. Fortunately, he turned on his perception, otherwise he would have been hit. Although this trap did not cause much harm to him. At most it's just a minor skin injury. But I don't want my chrysanthemums to get hurt. This must be a trap set by the goblins. The Guanlaran soldiers lowered their bodies and began to sense their surroundings with all their strength. The range of perception suddenly expanded a lot. Sure enough, I found you. In the weeds 7 meters to the left front, 5 goblins were crouching there in a wretched manner. They held weapons such as maces, axes, and spears in their hands. Even if the target falls into the trap and survives, they can quickly finish off the target. This intelligent race is different. Unfortunately, they met Guanli. Go quietly. Show them what a fucking surprise is. Guanli said through his mental power. The local soldiers surrounded them from the left, and Guanli from the right. These goblins must die. Otherwise they will go back and tip off the enemy. If that were the case, his sneak attack plan would be ruined. This place is obviously a goblin outpost. Geely Gulu, why haven't the three brothers come back yet? I don't know. Who cares? We just need to stay at our posts. Several goblins were talking. Their words fell into Guanli's ears. Sure enough, these guys are in the same group. Guanli thought to himself, this communication technique is really useful. Must like. He quickened his pace, gradually approaching the goblin. The soldiers on the opposite side who were encircling the enemy had also arrived at their position. Kill. Guanli gave an order and jumped out from the grass. The 5 goblins were immediately startled. What's going on? I've been targeted? The goblin in the front hasn't reacted yet. It was directly split into 2 halves by Guanli. Enemy attack. Retreat. The remaining 4 goblins saw that something was wrong and ran away immediately. But as soon as they turned around, they saw 10 soldiers rushing towards them. The soldiers launched an immediate attack. The fleeing goblins were directly beaten back. Being attacked from both sides, the 4 goblins were in a panic. He had no power to resist and was quickly dealt with by Guanli. Kill 5 goblin sentinels, reward 500 points. The system prompt sounded. 5 goblins dropped 2 blue cards and a 4-star crystal core. The corpse was devoured by the dragon. Guanli handled it very well and left no trace. Keep going. After what happened just now, Guanli became more cautious. The senses kept searching the surroundings, fearing that the chrysanthemum would be harmed. Go forward another 6 kilometers. Not far ahead, 2 simple watchtowers appeared. There were 5 goblins standing on each sentry tower. Guanli divided his troops into 2 groups, and 10 soldiers took care of the sentry tower on the left. He and the legion commanders dealt with the watchtower on the right. Enemy attack. The goblins noticed movement in the weeds. They quickly shot their bows and arrows. But the next second, a figure soared into the sky. Long Ju spread his demon-splitting wings and flew directly to the watchtower. Guanli and 3 commanders grabbed its feet and landed on the watchtower. The 5 goblins resisted for a few times and were killed. On another watchtower, the soldiers quickly captured 5 goblins. Kill 10 goblin sentinels, reward 1,000 points. 10 goblins, 3 cards, and 4 crystal cores. The body was dealt with by Long Chia. Guanli continued to move forward, and he was getting closer and closer to the goblin tribe. The next 3 kilometers. No goblins were encountered. Soon, Guanli arrived at the goblin tribe. The original path suddenly became clear. The goblin tribe is located in an open space. The surrounding area is filled with simple camps built with pieces of wood. Dozens of animal skin tents were set up in the camp. P.S. Readers who like this book, please give more support, thank you. Chapter 67 Camp Situation. At the entrance to the camp are 2 wooden watchtowers. These 2 watchtowers are more majestic and larger in area. There are more than 20 goblin sentinels on each sentry tower. There are many arrows and fallen rocks in the watchtower. The 2 watchtowers are connected by a wooden bridge. There were more than a dozen goblins standing on the wooden bridge, holding spears in their hands. The strength of these goblins has all reached 4 stars. The greatest enemy of mankind in the future will surely be these incoming monsters and mutated creatures. Unless zombies can evolve and develop the ability to reproduce, they will eventually be wiped out. The gate of the camp was open, and there was a row of iron chevaux de frise standing there, with sharp spear tips emitting a hint of cold light. 5 teams of goblins were constantly patrolling around the camp. Their equipment is slightly better. They all wore animal skin armor that covered most of their bodies and legs. These animal skins do not come from ordinary wild beasts, but from mutant creatures. The defensive power is not much weaker than iron armor. In his hand he held a large iron knife, which was stained with blood. Deep in the camp were dozens of animal skin tents. These animal skins also come from mutant creatures. Possesses strong defensive power. There were some stone pots and pans hanging around the animal skin tent. A human thigh was placed on the bonfire, and half of a human corpse was hanging on the rack. There were leftover bones everywhere. Several skulls were hung on the tent as decorations. Obviously, these are the survivors from the south side. They were unlucky and were caught by the goblins. In addition to human skeletons, there are also many corpses of mutant monsters in the goblin tribe. In the center of dozens of animal skin tents is an even more luxurious animal skin tent. The area is several times larger than the surrounding tents and the decoration is more luxurious. A skull of an unknown giant beast hung at the entrance of the tent. 2 rows of goblin soldiers, similar to royal guards, guarded the entrance. There is no doubt that this is the tent of the goblin leader. Guanli's target for this trip is him. This goblin camp has been established for a long time. Although the facilities inside are simple, they are very complete. The power of intelligent life is reflected here. Guanli already has a general understanding of the situation of the goblin tribe. There is only one entrance and no back door. The height of the wooden wall of the camp is about 6 meters. According to current discoveries, there are more than 100 goblins, and all of them are 4-star in strength. There must be goblins in those animal skin tents. According to this estimate, the entire goblin tribe has at least more than 500 goblins. If we exclude women and children, there are at least more than 400 goblins who can fight. This is not a small amount. In terms of numbers, the Legion does not have an advantage. As for the advantage in strength, it has not reached the point of crushing. After all, the strength of these goblins has all reached 4 stars. What's more, there is a goblin leader in the tribe. As the leader of the tribe, his strength must be good. This is a bit tricky. Guanli touched his chin and fell into thought. Fight or not fight? This is a philosophical question. Damn it, I'm not afraid of a hammer. Beat. Guanli made up his mind quickly. He opened the system and found that the soldiers of the Legion would be resurrected in about 2 hours. According to this situation, it will be dark in 2 hours. Then let's act in dark. Guanli prepares to attack the goblin tribe at night. Goblins are different from zombies. They are normal life forms and are also affected by the night. You guys stay here and guard. Guanli ordered 10 soldiers to hide near the goblin tribe. Watch their every move. Whether there are goblins leaving or coming back, report them all. Yes, sir, the soldier whispered. After making the arrangements, Guanli took the commanders away. There are still 2 hours before the action, so he certainly can't waste it. Wander around the area and see if you find anything unexpected. Guanli disappeared into the jungle. The soldiers followed his instructions, hiding in secret corners and observing the goblin tribe. Guanli was lucky enough to encounter a spiritual tree. The spiritual tree was located in an open space, and a thin layer of frost condensed on the surrounding ground. A blue fruit hangs on the branch of the small tree. The energy emitted can be felt even from a long distance. Just as he was about to reach out to pick it up, a terrifying giant mouth came straight at him to bite him. A sneak attack? That's unethical. Guanli reacted quickly and used teleportation directly. His figure disappeared on the spot. That terrifying giant mouth also bit nothing. Ouch! After Guanli steadied himself, he saw clearly the guy who had attacked him. It was a terrifying giant wolf, more than 5 meters long. The snow-white hair all over the body exudes a chill. A layer of solid ice condensed on its fangs. Name, Frost Wolf. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 5-star primary. Abilities, Frost Armor, Frost Fong, Freeze Ray. Introduction. A monster in the cracks of another world, growing with frost fruit, capable of launching ice attribute attacks. Guanli glanced at the giant wolf, and the system quickly gave information. Oh my goodness. It's actually a 5-star monster. If it weren't for the teleportation technique, I would have been unable to dodge that attack. The frost giant wolf's pupils were fixed on its surroundings. The group of guys in front of it made it feel threatened. Guanli and the 4 commanders all have the strength of a high-level 4-star, and there is also Long Ju. 6 4-star advanced ones are enough to threaten the frost wolves. The frost wolf hesitated a little. It moved towards the ice fruit, wanting to swallow it in one gulp. Although it will take some time for the frost fruit to fully mature. But I can't care so much now. The situation is critical. If you don't eat, there will be nothing to eat. Even if its effect is greatly reduced, it is still yours. Want to steal food? Stop it. Guanli saw through the frost wolf's thoughts at a glance. Irene moved quickly and shot out an arrow that pierced the air and clouds with terrifying force. The air around seemed to be broken. Call out. The sound of breaking air was heard, and the frost wolf sensed danger. If you insist on eating it, you will definitely be severely hurt. The frost wolf turned around and slapped out with its claws. Resist Irene's attack. But during this gap, the other commanders had already rushed to the frost wolf. Bone swung the sword and chopped at its body. The wolf's skin felt blocked, but it was still broken under the powerful force. The big knife cut the flesh and blood flowed out. Ouch! The frost wolf was in pain and slapped the bones away. The bone's figure hit the tree, shaking a little. The frost wolf's full strength almost caused it to fall apart. Blood soul slash. Guanli took the opportunity to go up and slash out a bloody sword energy. Frost armor. Facing Guanli's attack, a layer of ice armor condensed on the Frost Wolf's body. The bloody sword energy fell on it and directly splashed ice shards. Click. The frost armor shattered and turned into broken ice. Swordsmanship. Xin Lian seized the opportunity and directly used the sword control technique. The black iron sword flew out and pierced into the body of the Frost Wolf. The Frost Wolf was in pain, its flesh and blood tightened, and the black iron sword was stuck. A ball of blue light condensed from its mouth. Frost Ray. This is the Frost Wolf's killer move. Chapter 68 Goblin Priest. Leo slapped his shield and activated Silver Taunt. The Frost Wolf was instantly attracted to him. The terrifying Frost Ray fell on Leo. His shield was instantly covered with frost. The Frost Wolf vented all its anger on Leo. His sarcasm was timely. If this Frost Ray were to sweep out, the destructive power should never be underestimated. Everyone, human or ghost, is showing off. Only Leo is getting beaten. Kill. Guanli stepped forward again. After releasing Frost Ray, in the short term, it is impossible to gather a second time. Now is the Frost Wolf's weak period. Long Ju spread his demon-splitting wings and attacked from the air. It landed on the Frost Wolf's back, and the tyrant's claw smashed out fiercely. The terrifying power made the Frost Wolf tremble all over. Call out. In the distance, Irene once again condensed an arrow that could break through the air and pierce the clouds. She seized the opportunity and shot the arrow without hesitation. The energy arrow pierced through the Frost Wolf's left eye, and blood splattered. Ooh! The Frost Wolf howled. Its sharp claws grabbed around frantically. The dying struggle of a trapped beast. Long Ju condensed his devouring claws and continued to tear at the Frost Wolf's flesh and blood. Guanli and several commanders stayed away from the attack range of the Frost Wolves. The more the Frost Wolf struggles, the faster the blood in its body is lost, and the weaker it becomes. This is a vicious cycle. A hideous blood mark appeared on the back of the Frost Wolf. Long Ju stretched out his devouring claws and pulled out its heart. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Too violent. Too bloody. I like. Guanli's mouth corners slightly raised. He has long been accustomed to killing. Long Ju's performance far exceeded his expectations. After the Frost Wolf lost its heart, it fell directly to the ground. Kill the Frost Wolf, get 10,000 points, Frost Wolf Soul. The system prompt sounded. The Frost Wolf is finally declared dead. Frost Wolf Soul. After use, summon a Frost Wolf Soul, with the same strength as before. Immune to death during the summoning period, lasts for 3 minutes. Guanli checked the item given by the system, a nice little prop. Long Ju came to Guanli holding the bloody heart. It respectfully presented its spoils. Even though the body is dead, the heart is still beating weakly. Here you go. Swallow it. Guanli has no use for this thing. Leaving it to the dragon to be devoured is the best option. A bloody mouth appeared on Long Chie's right arm, instantly swallowing the heart. Ding! The corpse dragon devours the heart of the Frost Wolf and comprehends the Frost Ray. The system prompt sounded. Hey, did you learn a skill? An expression of surprise appeared on Guanli's face. This ability of devouring demon claws is truly amazing. Only by devouring flesh and blood can you increase your strength and have a chance to comprehend abilities. Long Chie's body is like a perfect container, able to adapt to any ability. A ray of frost shot out from Long Chie's right arm. A big tree in the distance was frozen in an instant. Awesome! Guanli exclaimed. Although Frost Ray has a 3-minute cooldown, but it's already pretty good. After all, it's a free ability. In one word, awesome. The blood-drinking blade in his hand has been ready to move. Guanli inserted it into the body of the Frost Wolf. Countless blood-colored tentacles spread out, greedily absorbing the flesh and blood of the Frost Wolf. The heart is given to Long Ju, and the body is given to the bloodthirsty blade. Rain and dew are equally shared. Guanli walked to the small tree. The frost fruit has been fully formed. The small trees bearing the fruits began to wither rapidly, contributing their last strength. He picked the fruit and held it in his hand, feeling a bone-chilling chill. Frost fruit, a fruit from a different world in a crack. It contains powerful ice element energy, can enhance the strength of the Legion, and has a high probability of comprehending the power of ice element. This is good stuff. Guanli did not take it himself, but gave it to Irene. If the Elf Archer Corps can comprehend the ice element, it means they can get unlimited frost arrows for free. It's a good deal just thinking about it. Thank you, Master. Irene took the frost fruit and saluted gracefully. She took the frost fruit, and a chill surged through her body. Irene's delicate body trembled slightly. A moment later, a layer of frost covered her hair. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Elf Archer Corps, for successfully comprehending the ice element. The system prompt sounded, and Guanli knew it was successful. Irene pulled the bowstring, and an arrow of frost element quickly condensed. Call out. The frost arrow fell on the tree trunk and directly froze into a thin layer of ice. Yeah, not bad. Guanli nodded. Although it is not possible to achieve the goal of freezing 10 meters, it is already very good. After all, it's a free ability, so it's not a loss anyway. After the bloodthirsty blade absorbed the blood and flesh of the frost wolf, a flash of blood appeared on the sword. The bloody tentacle rolled up a crystal core and a lavender card and handed them to Guanli. He put the purple card away and began to absorb the 5-star crystal core. The crystal core disappeared in his hand in an instant. A long river of energy rushed through Guanli's body. He held his breath and concentrated, absorbing the pure energy. Upon seeing this, the 4 commanders immediately alerted the surroundings. They knew that Guanli had begun to break through. Pure energy washed over Guanli's body. The 5-star crystal core is different. Its energy is far purer than that of the 4-star crystal core. Guanli only felt that his strength was improving rapidly. 10 minutes later, a powerful aura emanated from Guanli. His strength broke through to the 5-star primary level. This feeling of power, so overwhelming. Guanli threw out a few punches, causing a series of sounds of breaking through the air. He didn't expect that just by strolling around he would gain such a great deal. Not only did his own strength break through to the 5-star primary level, Long Chia and Irene even gained new abilities. In addition, there are 10,000 points, Frost Wolf Soul, and a purple card. Guanli saw that the sky was gradually getting dark, and it was almost time. He opened the Legion system and found that the soldiers had been resurrected. It's time to go back. On the way back, Guanli accidentally discovered a cave. In front of the cave, there were several goblins, looking around vigilantly. Hey, something's happening. Guanli stopped. He asked the commander and Long Chia to stay where they were and wait. A bottle of invisibility potion, just drank it. Guanli's figure disappeared. Invisibility potion, a very good little prop. He slowly moved towards the cave. Geely Guala. Watch your surroundings carefully. If anyone suspicious approaches, warn them immediately. Lulu. Understood. Guanli heard clearly the conversation between several goblins. He was even more curious about what was going on in the cave. With the help of the invisibility potion, Guanli sneaked in quietly. The cave was very deep, and we walked for several minutes, but still couldn't reach the end. The invisibility potion was about to expire, so he drank another one. Walk a little further. Guanli vaguely heard the sound of conversation. Look-a-blue. Priest. Guanli saw 2 goblins standing in the deepest part of the cave. One of the goblins was wearing priest's attire. Chapter 69 Conspiracy. The goblin on the other side was wearing armor. Guanli drank the invisibility potion again. He left the passage and walked into the deepest part of the cave. He picked a rock near the passage and hid behind it. This position is very good, and you can clearly hear the conversation between the 2 goblins. Guanli looked over and saw the 2 goblins. Name, Goblin Priest, male. Potential, 8 stars. Strength, 5-star intermediate. Ability, unknown. Introduction, the priest of the Goblin tribe, second only to the Goblin leader. Name, Goblin Warrior, Joss. Potential, 8 stars. Strength, 5-star primary. Ability, unknown. Evaluation, a brave warrior of the Goblin tribe, second only to the leader and the priest, and the third in command of the tribe. The system gives information quickly. Good fellow. The second and third in command are meeting secretly. This is probably going to cause trouble. Guanli thought to himself. Geely Gulu. Interlocutory techniques come into play. How's it going? Is everything done? Priestmar asked. Everything is ready. We can act tonight. I have persuaded 200 goblins in the tribe to rebel. The rest are all die-hard fans of Hal. I don't dare to try to contact them, said the brave Joes. Okay, let's take action tonight. This guy Hal is not worthy of being a leader. If we allow it to continue unchecked, the tribe will be destroyed sooner or later. Priestmar said bitterly. I am willing to follow the lead of the high priest. The priest is far-sighted and will surely lead the tribe to glory. The brave Joes cooperated very well and flattered him. When Priestmar heard this, he immediately smiled. Don't worry. After dealing with Hal, I will nominate you as the leader. Let your brother Buha take the position of the hero. The priest status in the tribe is much higher than that of the chief. Meyer simply disdains to be a leader. Tonight's plan was entirely because Hal was disobedient. It needs an obedient leader. Brave Joe's meets all the requirements. Thank you for your trust, Master Priest. I will never let you down, Master Priest. A look of joy appeared on the brave man Joss's face, and he quickly half-knelt on the ground. It lowered its head to show its submission. Yeah, get up. It's almost time. Let's get ready. After Priest Meyer finished speaking, he walked towards the passage. Guanli clung to the rock. Because of the invisibility potion, the Priest Meyer did not notice him at all. Immediately afterwards, the brave man Jose also left along the passage. Call. Guanli's figure emerged. Isn't this more exciting than palace fighting drama? The conversation just now made Guanli understand the general situation. He was somewhat gloating. This goblin tribe is fighting among themselves. He can reap the benefits. Guanli loves watching plays the most. A few minutes later, Guanli returned to the cave entrance. He used his senses to explore his surroundings. He walked out of the cave only after making sure the goblins had left. This is a good show. We can't stop it just because of ourselves. Goblin priests are no fools. If it discovers an external enemy, it will definitely unite against it first. The premise of infighting is to ensure the safety of the nest. If even the nest is wiped out, what's the point of fighting? Master, are you okay? The four commanders asked with concern. Don't worry. Those goblins are going to fight among themselves. Let's go watch the show. Guanli brought the commander back to the outside of the goblin tribe. As night fell, the tribal camp was illuminated by fire. The patrolling goblins did not let down their guard just because it was night. Guanli hid in a big tree. From here you can directly see the leader's tent in the center of the camp. All the soldiers in the Legion were resurrected by the system. A total of 222 soldiers were summoned. The Elven archers will find the high ground, and the rest of the soldiers will ambush around the camp. Guanli gave the order. Naturally, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Because the goblin priest is a traitor, Guanli reduces a lot of trouble. The soldiers crept silently through the woods. The camp was soon surrounded by soldiers. Elf Shooter also find a good shooting position. Under the tree canopy, the sharp arrows reflected cold light. After the closure is ready, then he saw the goblin priest returning to the camp. It is now dinner time, and all the goblins are eating around the campfire. Just as Guanli expected, there were more than 500 goblins in the tribe. Priest Meyer did not stop and went all the way to the chief's tent. All the goblins along the way saluted respectfully. Facing the goblins who were saluting, Priest Male just nodded slightly. Master Priest. All the soldiers outside the chief's tent saluted respectfully. Well, has the dinner started yet? Priest Meyer asked. Reporting to the high priest, it has already begun. The guards answered respectfully. Good. Priest Meyer nodded and walked towards the tent. As soon as I entered the tent, I saw several beautiful goblin girls dancing seductively. Of course, Guanli couldn't appreciate these green creatures. There are more than a dozen stone tables in the tent. Various wild fruits, barbecued meats, and wine were placed on it. The wine was a red, viscous liquid. I don't know what it's made of. The high priest is here. Take your seat quickly. In the middle of the tent, there is a magnificent stone table. The food on the stone table is far more exquisite than that on other tables. A tall goblin was sitting on it. The goblin showed a pair of sharp fangs. The face is ugly and looks ferocious. The pointed ears are covered with wrinkles. Around her neck was a necklace of bones and teeth. Under the green skin are bulging muscles. Wearing a pair of animal skin pants, two beautiful goblin girls were held in its arms. Okay, Chief. Priest Mayer was very polite. Now is not the time to fall out. It is located in front and to the right of Hal. There is a stone table there, specially for priests to use. The priest Michael raised his cup and toasted Har. Master Chief, thank you for your hard work for the tribe these days. After hearing this, Hal immediately smiled with satisfaction. You're welcome, Master Priest. When the red wine goes down your throat, there is a strong smell of blood. The goblins found it very sweet. Good wine. Priestmar praised sincerely. Haha, drink more. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. The leader, Hal, didn't notice anything. It said with a big laugh. Of course, I won't let the leader down. The Priestmeyer smiled on the surface, but he was thinking in his heart, I will send you to the west soon. The leader Hal is much stronger than it. The tent was filled with mostly Hal's trusted confidants. It only brought a few guards. Priestmeyer is waiting quietly. Time passes by little. How boring. Why hasn't the big show started yet? Guanli waited for half an hour. I have finished all the 10 kilograms of melon seeds I bought from the mall, but there was no movement in the tent. Chapter 70 Infighting. That traitor, is he scared? Guanli couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He was just about to use the invisibility potion to sneak in and check. Something unexpected happened in the camp. The show is finally about to begin. Guanli sat down quickly. A bag of melon seeds appeared in his hand. The patrolling goblin changed direction. They came to a tent in the corner. My lord, the brave one. Our people have already replaced the sentry tower. Lord Buha, the team has been assembled. Awaiting deployment at any time. The captain of the patrol goblin team spoke. This group of patrolling goblins were the earliest targets of rebellion. They have long had complaints against the goblin leader. Okay, what are Hal's men doing? The brave Joss asked. They are still drinking, eating meat, and enjoying the beautiful females. A patrol leader said with a smirk. Don't worry, just kill Hal. Feel free to party tonight. You can choose any of the beauties in the tribe. Before the battle began, the brave Joes made a big promise. Only in this way can we inspire the fighting spirit of the soldiers. I am willing to fight for the brave man. The patrolling goblin quickly expressed his opinion. No, we are fighting for the high priest. The brave Joss said with a smile. Fight for the priest and the brave man. The patrol goblins are in high spirits. Set off. The brave Joss gave an order. More than 100 goblins followed behind it. Guanli looked from the treetops in the distance. There were 2 teams quietly surrounding the leader's tent. Calculate the time. Brave Joe should be here. Priestmar thought to himself. Brave, what are you going to do? The guards outside the door first asked questions. Then, screams were heard. Ding ding. There was a clash of weapons and shouts of killing. A sudden change. This woke up the goblin in the tent. The drunkenness just now has dissipated a lot. Damn it. How dare that bastard Joss rebel against me? The leader Hal was furious. It pushed away the goblin beauty beside it. Walked straight out of the tent. And Har the chieftain passed before Mary the priest. Priest male seized the opportunity and silently chanted a spell. The scorching flame magic was released directly. Master Chief, be careful. A goblin confidant pushed Hal away. The fire magic hit it, and it turned into ashes in an instant. Because that goblin's magic was enough to seriously injure Hal. It just suffered some minor injuries. Damn it. Mel, you betrayed me too? Leader Hal reacted. The successive betrayals made it completely furious. It threw a punch, heading straight for the priest male. Priestmar chanted a spell. A barrier magic appeared in front of it. The terrifying fist force hit the barrier. The barrier shattered instantly. But with just this moment of resistance, the Priestmeyer managed to escape. Hal, your time of death has come. The priest Mayer rushed out of the tent. Damn it, 2 bastards. Chief Hal followed closely and rushed out of the tent. A dozen trusted goblins also hurriedly followed. After rushing out of the tent, Leader Hal found that he was surrounded. Hundreds of fully armed goblins, holding weapons in their hands. You all betrayed me? Leader Hal couldn't believe it. We obey the orders of the high priest. Die! The goblin soldiers shouted. Screams were heard one after another from the tents in the distance. Leader Hal knew very well that those were his subordinates. You bastards, trash. You think you can kill me? The leader Hal rushed out and smashed the goblin in front of him with one punch. Blood splattered, and it became a little exciting. Kill. Follow me to wipe out the rebels. The leader Hal shouted. It threw a few punches in succession, and the goblins around it were smashed into pieces. Even though he was injured, Leader Hal was still very powerful. Hal, your opponent is me. The brave man Jose held a big knife and chopped directly at the leader Hal. Humph, a mere 5-star junior trash. You dare to fight me? Leader Hal said with disdain. It threw out a punch, colliding with the big knife. Huh? How is that possible? Your power. Something's wrong. Leader Hal suddenly thought of something. Male. Bastard. It roared. In the open space in the distance, the priestmar kept chanting. It emitted endless light, pouring into the body of the brave Joes. This is the power of the priests. You can add your own strength to the designated target, and the power of this blessing can be doubled. The strength of the Brave Joes was originally only at the beginner level of 5 stars. But with this blessing, it has reached the advanced 5-star level. This strength is already on par with that of the leader Hal. Guanli, in the distance, was holding a telescope in one hand. You won't be able to kill the goblin if you fight like this. Cut it. Didn't you eat? Yes. That's it. Blow its head off. Pretty. Guanli looked at the fighting goblins. I want to give them a thumbs up. This is so good. It's more exciting than the game. He took the time to glance at the leader, Hal. Name, Goblin Leader Hal. Potential, 9 stars. Strength, 5-star advanced. Ability, unknown. Introduction. The leader of the Goblin tribe, in charge of a tribe of hundreds of people, a well-deserved boss. The system gives information quickly. The leader Hal was very brave. Facing the combined efforts of priests and warriors, it still holds its own. I will tear you apart. The leader Hal punched out and knocked back the Brave Joes. Humph, you will definitely die tonight. The brave man Jose slashed with his sword, leaving a bloody mark on the opponent's body. Crazy slashing knife. The brave man Jose concentrated his energy on the blade and chopped forward. Energy crushing fist. Leader Hal's muscles were tense, and terrifying energy gathered in his fists. Boom. 2 terrifying energies collided with each other. The armor on the brave Joss was torn into pieces. The situation of Leader Hal is not much better. It was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out. Hal, I admit that you are very strong. Even if the High Priest and I join forces, we may not be able to kill you. What a shame. I have more people than you. Booha, kill it, said the brave Joes. A burly goblin rushed directly towards the leader Hal. The big knife swung out, leaving a bloody mark. Leader Hal kept punching to fend off the attacks, but continuous fighting caused it to gradually lose its strength. Go to hell. Brave Joes and Booha joined forces. The tired leader Hal revealed a flaw. Its strong right arm was cut off directly. Get lost. The leader, Hal, reluctantly fought them off. Its eyes were red and it was breathing heavily. Just accept your death. The brave man Jose held a big knife, ready to kill Hal. Aaron, stop it. Guanli threw away the melon seeds and gave orders quickly. Chief Hal can be crippled but not killed. Guanli is determined to take this head. Call out. A cold arrow pierced through Joss's arm. Who? It screamed and looked around angrily. Generals, prepare for battle. Guanli put away the telescope. The show is over. It's time for him to take the stage. P.S. Readers who like this book can give a little support. Thank you. Chapter 71. The Fisherman Enters. Shooters ready. Guanli gave the order. In the surrounding treetops, the Elven archers are ready to attack. Shoot, Guanli said as he left the room. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Explosive arrows were shot out and fell towards the goblin camp. The brave Joss looked around vigilantly until it saw feather arrows appearing in the dim sky. Damn it! Enemy attack! The brave Joss finally reacted. In an instant, explosive arrows fell into the goblin camp. A violent explosion swept across the area in an instant. The screams rose and fell one after another. Many goblins were knocked to the ground. The armor on their bodies was directly blown to pieces. Large burn marks appeared on the green skin. These goblins crawled up from the ground, looking hideous and ferocious, like a demon from hell. The power of the explosive arrow is not enough to kill a 4-star goblin instantly, but it can only seriously injure it. The enemy is outside the camp. Counterattack. Counterattack quickly. The brave Joes reacted quickly. Quickly stopped the goblin from fighting back. It didn't even bother to kill the leader Hal. In the current situation, it is more important to deal with foreign enemies. Leader Hal also took this opportunity to escape. The goblin on the watchtower, according to the direction from which the explosive arrow came. The location of the elf archer was soon discovered. They drew their bows and started shooting. Arrows were shot towards the woods outside the camp. The elf girls stopped shooting and nimbly dodged the arrows. Goblins are 4-star monsters after all. Their attacks can pose a great threat to the elf archers. Guanli naturally knew that this battle was not that easy. Intelligent creatures are much more difficult to deal with than zombies. Fortunately, the goblin tribe was in internal strife, and more than half of them were killed or injured. Otherwise, you will have to pay a heavy price tonight. Melee team, charge. The elf archer was pinned down. Melee teams can enter now. Charge. Kill. Around the goblin tribe, shouts of killing were heard. One by one, the brave legionnaires charged directly into the camp. What's going on? The brave Joss was confused. It could never have imagined that there were so many enemies lying in ambush around the camp. But the current situation does not allow it to think too much. Charge forward with a big knife in hand. The goblin on the watchtower quickly changed direction. They shot at the soldiers on the ground. The armored shield guards advanced slowly, holding their shields. The arrows hit the shield and could not penetrate it at all. The shadow swordsman hid behind the armored shield guard. When you get close to the sentry tower, activate the ability directly. Like a shadow. In the shadow of the goblin archer, a dozen shadow sword cultivators slowly appeared. Swish, swish, swish. Several goblin archers were instantly torn apart. Jilligwala, the enemy is coming. The goblin spearmen shouted and rushed to support. The chevaux de frise were pushed aside and the soldiers entered the camp. 10 armored shield guards climbed up the watchtower to support the shadow swordsman. The remaining soldiers continued to advance into the camp. The sentry tower was caught in a melee. Both sides suffered casualties. But overall, the goblins were at a disadvantage. The elf shooter chose his shooting position again. Feather arrows emitting cold air fell into the camp. For commanders followed the team and charged into the camp. Damn you bastards! I must take revenge. Just wait for me. Hidden in the woods. The leader Hal ran wildly, dragging his injured body. Its right arm was empty and blood was constantly flowing out. Because of its super healing ability, the wound on the broken arm has already scabbed over. But it is basically impossible to grow it back. Unless some rare treasure can be found. Rustle. There was a rustling sound around the leader Hal. Its nerves suddenly tensed up. I saved you, not to let you escape. Guanli's voice was heard, and the effect of the communication spell was activated. Who is it? Leader Hal's face changed drastically. Look around vigilantly. A figure fell from the tree and appeared in front of it. It was an ugly human, holding a strange long sword in his hand. You are just an ant. Dare you stop me? Chief Hal breathed a sigh of relief. In its impression, humans are weak and are often treated as food. It just so happened that I was hungry, so I took the human in front of me to replenish my energy. Leader Hal strode towards Guanli. You look down on me so much? Guanli was a little unhappy, so he directly used the bleeding soul slash. A blood-colored sword energy condensed. Leader Hal's expression suddenly changed drastically. Green light fist. A dazzling green light bloomed on its left arm. The two attacks collided. The leader Hal flew back and hit a thick tree. Ahem. Its chest heaved violently and it spit out blood violently. Guanli also flew back, but was not injured. He crushed a supply card. The consumed energy is quickly restored. A 5-star primary human. Leader Hal said in disbelief. If it were in its heyday, a 5-star beginner could be easily killed. But at this moment it was seriously injured and one of its arms was cut off. The strength has almost reached the bottom. Humph. Even if I'm seriously injured, I'm still a 5-star advanced level. You think you can kill me? You are dreaming. Chief Hal crushed the bone tooth necklace. A terrifying force filled its body. The weak body recovered a lot in an instant, although only half of its heyday. But it is enough to deal with the humans in front of us. Die. Leader Hal strode towards Guanli. Guanli showed no sign of weakness and fought it in close combat. He has the blessing of shadow sprint, and his body is agile. Holding the blood-drinking blade, he left wounds on the leader Hal's body. The one-armed Hal couldn't catch Guanli at all. Damn it, don't hide if you can. Leader Hal was a little annoyed. It slammed its feet into the ground. The soil under my feet suddenly trembled violently. Guanli was affected and paused for a moment. Go to hell, you little bastard. Chief Hal seized this opportunity. Long Chia. Guanli was not panicked at all. An ice blue ray hit the leader Hal's one arm. Leader Hal's punching movements suddenly became much slower. The blood demon's hand. Exploding fist. A hideous and terrifying arm quickly emerged. It was filled with violent power and smashed towards the leader Hal. Bang. The leader Hal was knocked away instantly. The flesh and blood on its one arm exploded instantly, leaving only white bones. Ah! Leader Hal screamed. Long Chia's figure quickly appeared behind it. The devouring claw pierced through the heart of Leader Hal. Then, the sound of chewing was heard. You! Leader Hal's eyes widened as if he saw a demon. Long Ju pulled out his arm, leaving a bloody hole. Leader Hal staggered a few times and fell directly to the ground. A purple card appeared on the body of Leader Hal. Kill the goblin leader, Hal. Reward 30,000 points. Wild Beast Fong. Successfully kill the goblin leader, Hal. Option completed. Reward goblins treasure X1. The system prompt sounds rang one after another. Chapter 72, No One Left Behind. Guanli walked forward and put the purple card away. After Long Ju devoured the heart of Leader Hal, the strength began to soar. Soon he broke through to the 5-star primary level. Guanli inserted the blood-drinking blade into Hal's body. The dragon devoured the heart, leaving the flesh and blood to the blood-drinking blade. This is called equal treatment. The bloody tentacles instantly wrapped around the corpse. Guanli took this opportunity to check out the items rewarded by the system. Furious Fong. The wearer's strength will be slightly increased. This is only effective for those below 10 stars. This is an unknown animal tooth, about the size of an index finger. Guanli strung the fangs of violence together with a rope and wore it around his neck. After wearing it, he felt a mysterious power. A nice little piece of jewelry. The bloodthirsty blade sucked all the blood and flesh from the Leader Hal. Its sword body trembled slightly, and a strong blood-red light emerged. Ding! The bloodthirsty blade has been upgraded to a 6-star advanced level. This is another unexpected surprise. The bloody tentacle rolled up a crystal core and handed it to Guanli. This crystal core is as big as a baby's fist and is covered with irregular prisms. Guanli held the crystal core and began to absorb it. Surging energy rushed through his body. Guanli was already familiar with the process of absorbing energy. Boo! Guanli felt that some barrier inside his body was broken. 5-star intermediate. The crystal core of the goblin leader is very powerful. Commanders, how is the battle going on your side? Guanli contacted several commanders through his mental power. Master, there is still a small amount of strength left, and you are ignoring the resistance. The sound of bones came. Okay, keep attacking. I'll be right back. Guanli cut off contact and rushed towards the goblin camp. Goblin camp. The camp was ablaze with flames. The animal hide tents were set on fire. There are goblin corpses everywhere on the ground. Dozens of goblins were surrounded in front of the leader's tent. The brave Joe's was covered in wounds and was panting heavily. Priest Meyer's face was full of exhaustion, as if he had been severely injured. The remaining goblin soldiers stood in front of them. In the innermost position were dozens of goblin women and children. Kill! The legionnaires charged. In the battle just now, the legion lost more than 30 soldiers. But the results of the battle were also very significant, and the goblin tribe was almost completely wiped out. Facing the legion's charge, the brave Joe's raised his sword and kept resisting attacks. But the repeated battles left him exhausted. Under the siege of the legionnaires, the brave Joss died in battle. Its head was chopped off by Shun Lian with a sword. Kill Goblin Brave, Joss. Reward 10,000 points. As soon as Guanli returned to the camp, he heard the system's beep. Long Chia, help. The legionnaires were making the final siege. Long Chia nodded and rushed out in one stride. 2 terrifying arms tore apart a goblin soldier in an instant. Priestmar has long been unable to resist. It regrets very much. Why should it kill each other? The dragon penetrated its heart and swallowed it directly. Kill the goblin priest, Mare. Get 15,000 points. Curse Doll X1. The system's voice sounded, announcing the death of Priest Meyer. There were only dozens of goblin women and children left in the camp. The look they gave Guanli was filled with hatred. Guka, devil, a goblin child said. This is a war of races. I will not show mercy. When you hunted and killed humans, you should have thought that this day would come. Guanli's tone was cold, without a trace of mercy. Even among these goblins, there are hungry babies. But so what? Reality is cruel. If the roles were reversed today, a group of humans were besieged by goblins. What will be their ending? Master, what should we do with these captives? Bone asked, holding a big knife. Kill. Leave no one alive. Guanli said calmly. As you command. The Legion soldiers waved their swords and slaughtered the goblin tribe. Is this cruel? Of course not cruel. Compared to what goblins do to humans, he has been kind enough. 2 opposing races, either you die or I die. Master, kill them all. These are trophies. The 3 commanders half-knelt in front of Guanli. Shinlian handed over 120 blue cards and 2 purple cards. The bones are delivered with 234-star crystal cores and 2 5-star crystal cores. In this battle, more than 30 native soldiers were killed. It consumes 300 supply cards and 200 recovery cards. But the harvest is also quite rich. Guanli put the 4-star crystal core into the space ring. Leave 2 5-star crystal cores and start absorbing. 2 torrents of energy instantly poured into Guanli's body. Every cell in the body is absorbing greedily. After a moment, the energy torrent gradually dissipated. Although there was no breakthrough again, the energy in the body increased a lot. Long Chia, these are all for you. Guanli pointed at the goblin corpses scattered all over the ground. He plans to rest here tonight. These corpses must be cleaned up. Long Chia's devouring claws bloomed and dealt with the corpses. Guanli looked at the reward he got for killing the priest Mailer. Curse doll. Write the name of the person being cursed on it, and the other person will receive special care from the god of doom. It's a nice little prop. Guanli put it away. He took out all the blue cards he had obtained today. It's time to draw the prizes. There are 126 blue cards in total, all unlocked. Get Intermediate Advanced card X5. Get Low-Level Armor card X50. Obtain Refined Iron or X25. Get High-Quality Food cards X10. Obtain Magic Flame Flower Seeds X6. After successful planting, you can obtain a Magic Flame Flower, which requires specific occupations to cultivate. Obtain Low-Level Weapon cards X30. You can choose any 2-star weapon. The system's voices sounded one after another. The rewards are pretty good, with lots of equipment cards. It's just right for replacing the worn-out weapons and equipment for the Legion soldiers. The blue card with triple reward appeared in Guanli's hand. Obtain 3 intermediate weapon cards. You can choose any 3-star weapon. The reward is pretty good. Guanli continues to open the cards. For dazzling purple cards, shining with light, are very charming. Guanli crushed the 4 purple cards without hesitation. Get Legion Expansion card, 10 people, X1. Get Legion Upgrade card X1. Obtain Disguise skill X1. After learning, you can change your appearance at will. Obtain Weakness Technique X1. After learning, you can apply a weakness state to the designated target, reducing its strength by 10% for 1 minute. The system's voices sounded one after another. Awesome! Guanli exclaimed. Purple cards are very powerful. Directly gave 2 skill books, an expansion card, and an upgrade card. Both skills are very good. Guanli didn't hesitate and started learning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the art of disguise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the weakness technique. The system voice sounded. Guanli felt 2 massive amounts of knowledge pouring into his mind. The 2 skills of disguise and weakness can be mastered instantly. Chapter 73 Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Disguise. Guanli's face began to deform, and soon he had a different face. My lord, how did you become me? Xinlian exclaimed and looked at the person in front of him. He is almost carved from the same mold as himself. Does it look like it? The fake Xinlian spoke. Just from the sound, the difference can still be clearly heard. The facial expressions and movements are also somewhat different. Exactly the same. Xinlian nodded quickly. Even for myself, it is difficult to tell the truth from the false. Guanli was very satisfied. He activated the disguise technique again and returned to his original appearance. There are no flaws in this disguise technique. There are only sounds and facial expressions. Almost perfect in other aspects. Master, this is amazing. Can you look like me? Bones spoke. This is not fun to try. Guanli is afraid that he won't be able to change back to this skeleton. Weakness technique. Guanli selected the bone and cast the weakness technique. Master, I know my mistake. Bones feel like crying but without tears. It felt its body becoming a little heavy. The strength and speed have been reduced a lot. After 1 minute, the effect will automatically disappear. Guanli waved his hand to tell it that it was nothing serious. Oh. Gu nodded quickly. After all the cards were opened, Guanli took out a treasure chest. This is the reward given for completing the option. Goblin's treasure. Give it to the brave warriors who destroy the goblin tribe. It will give you rich rewards. Guanli opened the treasure chest. A dazzling light emanates from inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fantasy Legion card X1 inch. The system voice sounded. Guanli was stunned for a moment, then showed an ecstatic expression. Although I don't know what the difference is between the Fantasy Legion card and the Random Legion card. But as long as it's a Legion card, it's good stuff. A dreamlike card emerged from the treasure chest. The treasure chest disappears automatically after it is opened. In front of Guanli, there was only the dream card left. The card was as thin as a cicada's wing, with a silver light flowing on it. Fantasy Legion Summon. Used to obtain a Fantasy-type Legion. I see. Legions are also divided into different types. Guanli seemed to understand something. In the Points Mall, the cheapest legions should be the most common types. For example, the Braid Army are all ordinary flesh and blood, unable to upgrade, with average strength and poor abilities. He was somewhat glad that he didn't draw an ordinary legion at the beginning. Guanli held the Fantasy Legion card and crushed it gently. Snap. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Silver Lion Cavalry Corps card. The question mark on the card has turned into a silver-haired man riding a silver lion. Behind the silver-haired man were thousands of lion riders. Cavalry? Guanli was immediately delighted. Cavalry is a good thing. He couldn't wait to use the Legion card. A silver summoning circle appeared in the camp. 22 figures slowly emerged. The summoning circle dissipated. 11 soldiers wearing armor appeared in front of Guanli. Beside each soldier is a silver lion. These silver lions are covered with protective armor. It can protect vital points without affecting actions. Your subordinate, Kyle. Meet the master. The silver-haired man in the lead half-knelt in front of Guanli. He is the leader of the Silver Lion Riders, Kyle. Kyle was wearing silver armor, had flowing silver hair, and blue eyes, looking a little weird. The silver lion behind him was even larger. The limbs, body, and neck are all protected by silver armor. Threads of silver electric current flow between the claws. Get up. Guanli quickly asked the soldiers to stand up. He checked the abilities of the Silver Lion Rider. Silver Lion Cavalry Corps, Advanced. Number of people, 10. Potential, 8 stars. Strength, 4-star Intermediate. Leader, Kyle. Skills, Silver Lion Roar, War Trampling, Thunder Charge, Deterrence. The appearance of the Silver Lion Knight is definitely to Guanli's liking. The cavalry's capabilities are absolutely top-notch on the battlefield. These silver lions are huge in size. It is more than 3 meters long and 2 meters high, a true war monster. If it were placed on a battlefield, the oppressive force can be imagined. After all, in the era of cold weapons, cavalry was the absolute king of war. What's more, these silver lion riders are all fantasy creatures. It is countless times stronger than ordinary horses. Guanli gave the newly acquired Legion expansion card to the Silver Lion Knight without hesitation. A silver summoning circle appeared, and 10 soldiers riding on silver lions appeared in front of Guanli. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. He will also use the upgrade card on the Silver Lion Knight. A powerful aura emanated from the Silver Lion Knight. His strength soon broke through to the advanced 4-star level. Kyle, what kind of feed do you war lions need? Guanli asked as he stepped out of the conversation. These are all his treasures and must be taken care of. His existing legion. Skeleton soldiers are undead creatures and do not need to eat. Shadow sword cultivators are cultivators and don't need to eat much. Elf archers also don't need to eat. Ironclad shieldmen also don't need to eat much. Master, these war lions are not picky eaters. Meat is fine. Kyle spoke up. Guanli nodded. This was not a difficult task for him. He pulled out 24 premium food cards. High-quality food cards basically give out high-energy meat. More than 20 delicious steaks appeared out of thin air. Woohoo! The silver lion roared meekly. He rubbed Guanli affectionately with his big head. It looked like a big orange begging for food. Eat it. Guanli threw the steak into its mouth. High-energy food. 1 piece is enough to fill their stomachs. Woo! The silver lion acted coquettishly in front of Guanli. The other silver lions also gathered around and asked Guanli for food. Guanli was naturally not stingy and threw the steaks into their mouths. After feeding the silver lion, Guanli took out those equipment cards. Get intermediate weapon cards X3. You can choose a 3-star weapon at will. The 3 commanders Gu, Shunlian, and Irene all have 3-star weapons. Therefore, Guanli prepared these 3 intermediate weapon cards for Leo and Kyle to use. Name, Axe of Mad War. Type, Axe. Grade, Samsung Jr. Talent, Edge. Skill, Furious Strike. Evaluation. The axe used by Kwang Zhantu has violent power. Guanli chose a 2-meter-long battle axe. The axe blade was filled with scarlet blood, but its sharpness was not diminished at all. Leo, go on. He threw the axe of Mad War to Leo. Thank you, Master. Leo took the battle axe and chopped it a few times, very smoothly. Guanli looked at Kyle, who had 2 weapons, the spear in hand and the 2-handed sword at the waist. Name, Silver Wing Gun. Type, Long Gun. Grade, 3-star primary. Talent, Sharp. Skill, Silver Wing Penetration. Evaluation. A spear made of silver iron ore with strong penetrating power. Name, Storm Sword. Type, 2-handed sword. Grade, 3-star primary. Talent, Sharp. Skill, Storm Force. Evaluation. A great sword made of fine iron, with a powerful force of storm. Chapter 74 Primeval Forest. Kyle, go on. Guanli threw out his spear and sword. Thank you, master. Kyle took the new weapon and half-knelt in front of Guanli. Get up. Guanli waved his hand, signaling the other party to stand up. 20 new soldiers were added to the ironclad shield guard. He opened the low-level armor card and selected Shield Mountain Heavy Armor. Get Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X20. Guanli replaced the equipment with the Legion soldiers. Then there's the Undead Plate Armor. Get Undead Plate Armor X15. He replaced the Skeleton Shield soldiers with Undead Plate Armor. There are 15 primary armor cards left, which Guanli plans to give to the Silver Lion. The armor cards include not only armor for soldiers, but also armor for mounts. Name: Silver Armor Protective Gear Set, Claw Guard, Saddle, Neck Guard, Leg Guard. Type: Mount Protector. Grade: 2-star primary. Talent: Sturdiness. Evaluation: Protective gear made of silver iron ore, with strong defensive power. Guanli replaced the Silver Lion. Guanli prepared 30 primary weapon cards for the Shadow Sword Cultivator Corps. Their weapons are almost scrapped. After all, they started following me since the university. Name: Fine Iron Sword. Type: Sword. Grade: 2-star primary. Talent: Sharpness. Evaluation: A long sword made of fine iron, very sharp. Guanli handed the fine iron sword to the Shadow Sword practitioners. Long Ju was moving very fast and had devoured all the goblin corpses in the camp. Everyone rest where you are. Guanli gave the order and turned to walk into the leader's tent. The Skeleton Corps took on the task of night watch. No words all night. The next morning, Guanli walked out of the tent. He stretched and felt refreshed. Generals, prepare to depart. Guanli said as he left the room. Yes, sir. The soldiers spoke up. After leaving the goblin tribe, Guanli headed deep into the southern area. The Tropical Rainforest area is located in the deepest part of the southern zone. Before the end of the world, that was the largest primeval forest in City Z. Compared with ordinary cavalry, lion cavalry is more suitable for fighting in mountains and forests. He withdrew the Legion soldiers and left only the Silver Lion riders to lead the way. Rush ahead. Kyle commanded the Silver Lion cavalry to charge in the front. Those ordinary mutant creatures could not withstand the trampling of the Silver Lion riders. Dozens of mutant wolves attempted to challenge the majesty of the Silver Lion Knights. They charged towards the Silver Lion cavalry. Thunder charge. Kyle raised his spear and charged directly at the wolves. Dazzling lightning burst out around the Silver Lion. The wolves were immediately dispersed. The Silver Lion rider turned around and charged back. The wolves were completely defenseless. Under the charge of the Silver Lion, the ground was covered with corpses. The Silver Lion began to eat the corpse on the ground. After a moment, the team continued on their journey. The wolf pack just now contributed 23 3-star crystal cores and 12 blue-green cards. As we go deeper into the southern area, the mutant creatures around us become increasingly powerful. Mutated creatures below 3 stars are almost invisible. Guanli had never seen many of the mutated plants before. For example, there are flowers that can spray out ice and vines that can strangle mutant creatures. A carnivorous plant with sharp teeth. Fortunately, the Silver Lion Knights are powerful. No matter what kind of mutated plants they are, crush them all. The changes in the South District made Guanli even more uneasy. The speed of biological evolution has far exceeded Guanli's imagination. This is Guanli. If it were anyone else, they would have been devoured by mutated animals or plants long ago. Roar, roar, roar. The road under Guanli's feet was completely covered by plants. He activated his perception skill and kept scanning the surroundings. Avoid being attacked by monsters in the jungle. Roar. A terrifying roar was heard in the distance. Guanli moved forward and saw 2 terrifying creatures fighting. It was a giant ape with a black body, more than 5 meters tall, holding a thick branch in its hand. The giant ape's opponent is a lizard. The lizard was 6 meters long, more than 3 meters high, and covered with white scales. Name: Giant Ape. Potential: 8 stars. Strength: 5-star advanced. Abilities: Earth Armor, Giant Fist. Introduction: A giant ape whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral form, possessing unparalleled terrifying power. Name: Ice Giant Lizard. Potential: 8 stars. Strength: 5-star advanced. Abilities: Ice Spikes, Tail Flick, Ice Armor. Introduction: A giant lizard with ice blood, capable of using terrifying ice attacks. The branch in the giant ape's hand fell directly on the ice giant lizard. The opponent flew sideways, but with a flick of his tail, he hit the giant ape's chest. A bloodstain emerged, and blood continued to spurt out. Roar! The giant ape was furious and smashed the ice giant lizard with a branch. This is so exciting. Is this something I can watch? Guanli ordered the Silver Lion Riders to ambush in the surrounding bushes. Now that he has met her, how can I miss her? These are two 5-star monsters. Just in case, Guanli summoned the Elven Archer Corps and ambushed them in the surrounding treetops. The 5 Legion leaders are ready to go, waiting for Guanli's order. The wounds on the giant ape's body became more and more numerous. The ice giant lizard was also seriously injured, and its scales were cracked. The giant ape uses his skill, Earth Armor. A thick layer of Earth Armor appeared on its body surface. With the protection of the Earth Armor, it is difficult for the monitor lizard to penetrate its defense. Giant Punch. Terrifying power condensed on the giant ape's arms. It smashed towards the ice giant lizard, hoping to decide its life or death with one move. A layer of ice armor appeared on the body of the ice giant lizard. Sharp ice spikes condensed in the mouth. The ice spike shot out and collided with the giant ape's fist. Boom! The terrifying wave knocked the 2 giant beasts over. The surrounding woods also trembled. The 2 giant beasts fell to the ground, blood gushing out. They struggled to get up, but unfortunately their injuries were too severe to continue fighting. Good opportunity. Kill. Upon seeing this, Guanli ordered his soldiers to attack. The Silver Lion Rider pounced out and bit the giant ape. The soldiers controlled the lion riders and kept pulling them. Elf girls, shoot ice arrows. The giant ape's movements began to slow down. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ice giant lizard burst out with a desire to survive. It wants to escape. Unfortunately, a terrifying arm grabbed its tail. It was dragged straight back. The 4 commanders rushed forward and continuously attacked the wounds of the ice giant lizard. Blood continued to flow out, and the ice lizard became weaker and weaker. Woohoo! The giant ape let out a wail. Most of its flesh and blood was torn off by the silver lion. Large areas of white bones were exposed. Kill the giant ape and get 20,000 points. The system's prompt sounded, and the giant ape died completely. Kill the ice giant lizard, get 20,000 points, Ice Armor X1. Then, the system voice sounded again. Guanli checked the items rewarded by the system. Name, Ice Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, 5-star primary. Talent, Sturdiness. Ability, Ice Slowness. Evaluation. Armor made of ice giant lizard scales, contains powerful ice power. Chapter 75 Giant Tree and Python. Ice Armor is a light blue overlay armor. On the shoulders are a pair of majestic scaly claws, which look very domineering. Parts of the body are covered with dense scales, emitting a chilling cold air. If an ordinary person who has not been strengthened just approaches the armor, he will feel a chill. Nice one. Guanli nodded with satisfaction. He did not put it on himself, but gave it to Leo. Guanli has never been stingy when it comes to the Legion. Thank you, Master. Leo took the ice armor excitedly. It was clear that he also liked this equipment very much. Leo replaced the ice armor, very domineering. The giant ape's body has been divided up by the silver lions. Kyle respectfully handed over the 5-star crystal core and purple card. The corpse of the ice giant lizard was devoured by Long Ju. It also held the crystal core and the purple card and handed them to Guanli. Guanli put the card away and then absorbed the crystal core. After the 2 crystal cores were absorbed, the strength increased a lot again. After cleaning up the battlefield, Guanli continued to move forward. This is already deep in the South District. In just a few days, this place has become another world. The product of human civilization is buried under dense vegetation. A tall building, its surface covered with cracks, as if it had been abandoned for centuries. Thorny vines grew out of the windows and climbed up the building. There are many such buildings in the South District. On the way deep into the southern area, Guanli saw many human corpses, but no survivors. This place has become a restricted area for ordinary people. Snap! Guanli stepped on several pieces of glass and broke them. A huge building appeared in front of him. Tropical Rainforest area. This place used to be a tourist attraction in City Z. Now this place has become a paradise for mutant creatures. A good environment allows them to evolve unscrupulously. Guanli was not sure whether the giant silver-horned python was still here. But now that he was here, he had to go in and take a look. The Silver Lion cavalry still led the way, followed closely by the Legion soldiers. Oh. Dozens of human-like figures appeared on the tree in front of Guanli. They were a group of mutant monkeys with ferocious faces and long limbs. They discovered Guanli's team and launched an attack directly. The stone, carrying great force, smashed towards Guanli. Leo held a shield and stood in front of Guanli. Name: Iron Arm Long Ape. Potential: 6 stars. Strength: 4-star advanced. Ability: Throwing. Evaluation: Mutated apes like to travel in groups and attack by throwing stones. Aaron: Kill them. Guanli gave the order directly. The elf archers shot at the monkeys in the trees. More than a dozen iron-armed apes had their heads pierced through in an instant, and their brains spurted out. Woo-woo-oh-oh. They let out strange cries, realizing how powerful Guanli was. After leaving behind the bodies of his companions, he fled into the dense forest. The elf archer killed several iron-armed apes again. They didn't stop shooting until they were completely out of sight. Guanli did not pursue. His target was the silver-horned python. These iron-armed apes are just minions. Long Ju devoured the corpses of these iron-armed apes. After continuous devouring, its strength broke through to the intermediate 5-star level. This was an unexpected surprise. Long Ju handed 6 4-star crystal cores and 3 blue cards to Guanli. Guanli continued to move forward. The group of iron-armed apes just now was just a small episode. He summoned all the soldiers in the Legion. Teams of 10 people began searching the tropical rainforest area. Time passed, and 2 hours went by in a blink of an eye. Guanli still found no trace of the silver-horned python. Alas, I am late indeed. Guanli shook his head. When he was about to leave, a team discovered traces of the silver-horned python. After Guanli received the news, he quickly summoned the local soldiers to go there. About 10 minutes. Guanli came to the team's location. He saw a huge gully on the ground, which looked like the trace of a snake crawling. I found you. Guanli raised the corner of his mouth to smile. The only creature that could leave such traces could be the giant silver-horned python. Hey, that guy is injured. Guanli discovered several bloody scales in the ravine. These scales obviously did not fall off naturally. Although the silver-horned python is the overlord of the tropical rainforest, but the South District is so large that the horrific creatures that have been born there are definitely more than just the silver-horned python. Let's go. Follow the traces and search. Guanli gave the order directly. There was no reason for him to let go of a wounded silver-horned python. This is a mobile treasure trove. Guanli searched along the traces. We encountered many corpses of mutant creatures on the road. These mutant creatures have twisted bodies. It was like being hit by some huge force. Guanli made a quick analysis based on the situation on the scene. These mutated creatures should have been killed by the silver-horned python. But the silver-horned python was too seriously injured. He left in a hurry without even having time to pay attention to the corpses. Kyle, feed your war lion. These corpses are very fresh, so Guanli naturally would not waste them. The flesh and blood of mutant creatures contain energy. For a fighting lion, this is the best food. They prefer raw meat to cooked food. That's the thrill of hunting. With Guanli's approval, the silver war lions began to feast on the food. Something's wrong. Guanli looked at the corpses all over the ground and couldn't help feeling confused. Logically speaking, the flesh and blood of mutant beasts can help recover from injuries. But the silver-horned python gave up. What happened that made it leave in such a hurry? Guanli was puzzled. The silver war lion quickly devoured the corpse. More than a dozen 4-star crystal cores were handed over to Guanli. Because it was killed by the silver-horned python, no cards were dropped. Guanli put away the crystal core and continued searching along the traces on the ground. As long as he finds the silver-horned python, the doubts in his mind will naturally be resolved. We followed the traces and walked for about 10 minutes. Guanli gradually left the tropical rainforest area. The vision around him began to darken. At this moment, Guanli seemed to have entered a fantasy forest. The surrounding vegetation is full of fantasy. For example, there are glowing buds as tall as adults, coral-like trees, and flying glowing insects. The ecology here seems to be a little different. Guanli noticed something. Everyone be careful. Although no traces of mutant creatures were found, but Guanli still didn't dare to be careless. The more places like this are, the more careful you should be. The traces left by the silver-horned python are still clearly visible. It seems that this place should be its base camp. Guanli continued to move forward along the traces on the ground. Suddenly, he stopped. Everyone take cover. Guanli gave the order through his mental power. The Legion soldiers all hid in the surrounding bushes. Guanli lowered his head and moved forward cautiously. The area in front of him suddenly became clear. In the shallow lake, there stood a towering tree. A huge python was entangled on it. Chapter 76, Silverhorn Python. Fuck, this is so spectacular. Guanli thought secretly. It seemed as if there was an independent world before his eyes. The sky was covered by dense foliage. Under the tree canopy is a clear lake, approximately several thousand meters in area. A huge tree in the center of the lake. The diameter alone is 30 meters. The roots, like those of a coiled dragon, are intricately coiled in the lake. At this time, the giant silverhorn python was entangled in the giant tree. Its body was covered with scars. In many places, white bones were even exposed. Just as Guanli guessed, the silverhorn python was injured, and seriously injured. Guanli looked carefully and saw the huge creature entangled in the giant tree. The body of this giant silverhorn python is at least 5 meters wide and over 80 meters long. The scales all over its body are silvery white. You can faintly see a slight electric current surging on the surface of the body. It has 4 mini claws on its body. The claw was only the size of a human arm. Compared with the huge body of the silver-horned python, it is almost negligible. But Guanli knew very well what these 4 claws meant. He found a small bulge on the head of the silver-horned python. There seems to be something inside that wants to break out of the ground. This giant silver-horned python is about to transform into a dragon. Maybe it's a matter of evolving again. Guanli used the system to check the information of the silver-horned python. Name: Silverhorn Python, King level. Potential: 10 stars. Strength: 6-star intermediate. Ability: unknown. Evaluation: the giant python whose bloodline has evolved to the extreme is about to transform into a new life form. Hiss: 6-star intermediate. Guanli took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that this silverhorn python would evolve so quickly. Guanli felt somewhat relieved. My previous options were not beyond my capabilities. If I had come directly to find the silver-horned python, I would have been in trouble. There is definitely no way back. But now it's different. The Legion's strength has grown. In addition, the silver-horned python was seriously injured by an unknown creature. Even though he possesses the terrifying strength of a 6-star intermediate, Guanli may not be without the ability to fight. This is a creature that is about to transform into a dragon. If you can kill it, you can imagine the reward you will get. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Guanli suddenly noticed that a gentle breath was emanating from the branches of the giant tree. Under the influence of that breath, the silver-horned python's injuries began to gradually recover. Not only that, the aura of the silver-horned giant python was also constantly increasing. Those 4 mini-claws were also growing slowly. The bump on the head seemed to become more prominent and could break out of the ground at any time. This giant tree is not simple. Guanli quickly used the system to check the information of the giant tree. Name: the Great Blue Tree. Potential: gold. Strength: 8-star primary. Ability: unknown. Evaluation: plants from the blue realm, possessing considerable intelligence and terrifying vitality. Hiss. Guanli took a breath of cold air. The shock that this huge green tree gave him far exceeded that of the silver-horned python. But look at this situation. The giant blue tree should not have the ability to attack. Otherwise, the strength of an 8-star primary is enough to kill the silver-horned python in seconds. This made Guanli feel a little relieved. Plus this giant green tree. Take a chance and the model will turn into an airplane. Guanli quickly opened the points mall. He now has about 110,000 points. Legion upgrade card. After use, the Legion's strength can be increased by 1 level. It is only available for Legions with a strength of 10 stars or below. The price is 50,000 points. Guanli didn't hesitate and bought 2 directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 2 Legion upgrade cards. You are so... He directly blocked the system's flattery. The strength of the 5 Legions all remains at the advanced 4-star level. He now has the opportunity to upgrade both Legions to the 5-star primary level, or upgrade a Legion to a 5-star intermediate level. He thought for a moment and felt that 2 5-star Legions would be more cost-effective. System: upgrade the Elf Archer Core. System: upgrade the Shadow Sword Cultivator Core. After Guanli selected the Legion, he started upgrading directly. After a moment, the 2 legions of Elf Archers and Shadow Swordsmen all broke through to the 5-star primary level. If you want to kill the silver horned python, the long-range output of the elf archer is absolutely indispensable. Shadow swordsman has two skills, sword control and shadow binding. It is very effective against the silver horned python. So Guanli decided to upgrade these two legions first. Guanli used all the remaining points to buy powerful armor-piercing arrows. Powerful armor-piercing arrow has extremely strong penetrating effect, sold for 5 points. Guanli bought 3,000 powerful armor-piercing arrows in one breath. After all, the silver-horned python is a 6-star intermediate-level creature. Ordinary arrows are completely unable to penetrate its defense. Guanli took a few minutes to complete the upgrade. He didn't want to delay any longer. The silver-horned python's injuries have recovered a lot. Some of the wounds began to scab over. Follow my orders. Archers ready. Guanli took a few deep breaths and prepared to launch an attack. The elf archers aimed at the silver-horned python on the tree. Those wounds that have not yet healed are their target. Shoot! Guanli gave an order. Dozens of powerful armor-piercing arrows carrying cold air flew out. The silver-horned python did not react immediately. Until those arrows entered the surrounding 10 meters. It suddenly opened its eyes. Those were a pair of extremely cold vertical pupils. Roar! The silver-horned python roared. The huge body began to twist. A powerful armor-piercing arrow shot at the silver-horned python, but it missed the wound. The hard scales deflect most arrows. Only a small number of arrows shot through the gaps between the scales and penetrated into the flesh. But that little bit of ice element couldn't affect the silver-horned python at all. Kill. Guanli didn't expect that the reaction of this silver-horned giant python would be so quick. Since the sneak attack failed, we can only confront them head-on. The silver-horned python's injuries have recovered a lot, but it is still in a weak state. At most 50% of the original peak strength can be exerted. Weakness technique. Guanli used his skill without hesitation. The strength of the silver-horned python is weakened by another 10%. Weakness, a very powerful skill. The Silver Lion Knight was the first to be hit and soon arrived in front of the giant tree. The silver-horned python seemed provoked. It swooped down from the tree and pounced on Kyle. Facing the bloody mouth, Kyle was not afraid. The spear in his hand stabbed forward and upward. The silver lion under him reacted quickly and dodged to the side. The silver-horned python missed its target. A white mark was left on its scales by the spear. Silver wings penetrate. Kyle's ability to directly fire weapons. He lunged forward. The spear went straight through the silver-horned python's pupil. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The silver-horned python hissed in pain. Kyle, great job. Guanli was overjoyed. By accident, the silver-horned python lost one of its eyes. This will play a very important role in the next battle. Chapter 77. Fierce Battle. The silver-horned giant python roared in pain. It twisted its body and swung its huge tail continuously. The silver lion riders who were unable to dodge were swept away. The silver lion knight fell to the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. The armor on his body was also deformed. This shows how terrifying the power of the silver-horned python is. Even though he was seriously injured, he still had such powerful strength. When the soldiers were injured, Guanli used recovery cards on them without hesitation. After the severe pain, the silver-horned python also recovered. Its only remaining vertical pupil stared at Guanli. The silver-horned python twisted its body and shook off the soldiers around it. Rushed directly towards Guanli. Long Che's arms spewed out ice rays. The scales of the silver-horned python were pierced by the ice rays. But this level of injury is nothing to it. The giant silver-horned python opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow Guanli. Teleportation. Guanli's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. One after another, armor-piercing arrows emitting cold air shot directly into the mouth of the silver-horned python. Hiss. The silver-horned python hissed. Compared to its hard scales, the lining of its mouth is much weaker. The power of ice flows through the blood and travels within the body of the silver-horned python. Its ability to move is obviously affected. The skeleton mages also condensed fireballs and smashed them towards the silver-horned python. Boom. The scales on the silver-horned python turned charred black in an instant. The wounds that had been healed were torn apart again. Upon seeing this, Shunlian quickly used his sword control skills. The flying sword stabbed towards the wound. Hiss. The silver-horned python whined again. It swung its tail angrily, and the armored shield guard who was approaching was swept away. A huge dent was made in the shield. The shadow sword cultivators all used sword control techniques. A flying sword was inserted into the wound of the silver-horned python. The silver-horned python became even crazier under the pain of eating. It kept rushing towards the surroundings, blood staining the water beneath it red. The skeleton shield guard and the iron armor shield guard were knocked away, but it left new wounds on the body of the silver-horned python. Although these wounds are very hopeful, they cannot bear the overwhelming number. If there are too many minor injuries, they will turn into serious injuries. The elven archers continued to use armor-piercing arrows to attack the wounds of the silver-horned python. The armored shield guards are responsible for pulling and attracting the firepower of the silver-horned python. Silver's taunting forced the silver-horned python to attack them first. But the strength of the silver-horned python is also extremely terrifying. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen shield guards were killed by it. As time went by, the wounds on the silver-horned python became more and more numerous. It could have chosen to flee, but it didn't. Guanli also saw that the silver-horned python attached great importance to the giant tree. This is a good thing. It saves a lot of trouble. If the silver-horned python really wanted to escape, he might not be able to stop it. Elf archers and shadow swordsmen use ranged abilities to attack the silver-horned python's wounds. The consumption of various cards also reached an alarming rate. But Guanli knew that as long as he captured the silver-horned python, all these efforts are worth it. He used the shadow surge technique and kept moving around the silver-horned python. As long as you find an opportunity, rush up and chop twice. The sharpness of the bloodthirsty blade is enough to break through its defense. Each attack can leave several wounds. Guanli's weakness technique never stopped. Every time when the time was about to end, he would always renew the silver-horned python in time. Long Chia used his ability to fly. It landed on the back of the silver-horned python, devouring its claws bit by bit, eating away at its flesh and blood. Under the siege of the Legion soldiers, the silver-horned python became increasingly weaker. But the silver-horned python is, after all, a 6-star intermediate monster. Even with various weakenings, it still possesses super strong power. Roar. The silver-horned python let out a violent roar. Its body twisted wildly, throwing the dragon on its back away. Sizzle. Silver electric light flashed around the silver-horned python. It knew that if it continued to waste time like this, it would surely die. But this giant tree is the key to evolution, and we absolutely cannot give it up. In this case, we can only fight to the death. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the body of the silver-horned python. Those 4 mini-claws began to grow rapidly. A silver-white horn also broke out from the bulge on the head. The unicorn looks very immature, but it exudes terrifying energy. Roar. The giant silver-horned python appeared with its head raised, standing on all 4 claws. Thick silver electric currents rushed around its horn. This guy, he actually evolved by force. Guanli frowned. It knew the silver-horned python and began to make its final struggle. Kill. Guanli did not continue to roam around, but chose to charge head-on. If the silver-horned python is allowed to successfully complete its evolution, he will surely die. At this point, there is no turning back. Either the silver-horned python dies, or Guanli dies. Faced with the terrifying silver-horned python, the Legion soldiers showed no fear at all. The Silver Lion Riders launched a charge. Kyle raised his spear high and stabbed at the silver-horned python. Boom! A silver lightning bolt struck from the horn. Silver electric currents spread along the surrounding lake water. Barrier aura. Guanli reacted quickly. The soldiers of the Legion were instantly enveloped by a halo. The electric current touching their bodies did not cause paralysis. The Silver Lion Rider's spear pierced into the body of the silver-horned python. Blood gushed out. The skeleton soldiers' bone spears kept piercing the silver-horned python's body. The flying sword attacked the silver-horned python frantically. The attack speed of the elf archers has reached its limit. As soon as the arrow flew out of his hand, a new one came in to replace it. The Legion soldiers attacked the silver-horned python frantically. The silver-horned python did the same, spewing silver lightning from its mouth. An armored shield guard was hit and died instantly. His body disappeared and returned to the Legion system, entering the countdown. Roar, roar, roar. Silver lightning continuously spewed out of the mouth of the silver-horned giant python. Any soldier struck by lightning was killed instantly. Damn it! I'll kill you. Guanli's eyes were red. The blood-drinking blade kept slashing at the silver-horned python. The blood demon claw on his right arm has blossomed to its fullest. Bloody tentacles continued to condense, wrap up half of his shoulder completely. He summoned a blood shadow clone and attacked the silver-horned python frantically. Go to hell. Go to hell. Under Guan Li's crazy attack, the silverhorn python's blood, energy, and life force continued to flow away. At this point, its situation was already very bad. Not enough to continue to support evolution. Roar! The silverhorn python roared. Terrifying silver lightning burst out from the horn. Not good. Guan Li's pupils shrank sharply. A strong sense of crisis emerged. Bone armor. He instantly condensed bone armor. The blood-drinking blade in his hand blocked in front of him. Boom. Several silver lightning bolts struck him. Puff. Guan Li vomited blood from his mouth. His body was blown away by lightning and fell into the water. The bone armor shattered and blood continued to flow from the arm. The silverhorn python interrupted its evolution. Release all the condensed energy. All the soldiers close to the silver python. All were killed by the terrifying silver lightning. The ground was littered with debris, and the scene was extremely tragic. Chapter 78, Heart of Plants. Master, are you okay? Several surviving commanders hurriedly asked. Relying on their powerful strength, they withstood the silver lightning. But the situation was very bad. They had all lost their combat effectiveness, and even getting up was a problem. Guan Li crushed the intermediate recovery card. He began to recover from his own injuries and those of his commanders. The situation of the silverhorn python is also very miserable. Because of the failure of evolution, the silver horn on the top of the head has been broken. The limbs that grew out were also fragmented. There were wounds all over his body, not a single intact area. It now bursts out with a desire to survive. Dragging his broken body, he crawled towards the giant tree. There is the energy it craves. Longju, use the blood-drinking blade to kill it, Guan Li said tremblingly. Long Chia just used his flying ability to escape a disaster. Although he was injured, it was not serious. He picked up the bloodthirsty blade on the ground and rushed towards the silver-horned python. Aaron, skeleton mage. Stop it. Guan Li saw the silver-horned giant python was about to reach the range of the giant song tree. He shouted quickly, "We must never let the silver-horned python recover." Ice arrows and lightning strikes fell on the silver-horned python. Although we couldn't kill it, we managed to slow it down. This also buys time for Long Chia. On that mountain-like body, Long Ju kept running wildly. The blood-drinking blade in his hand was inserted into the body of the silver-horned python. Bloody tentacles spread out instantly. Long Chia found the location of the heart. The devouring claws stabbed in fiercely. From the gaping mouth, a terrifying mouthpart extended. The mouthparts were biting the beating heart of the silver-horned python. Long Chia pulled it hard. A bright red heart then separated from the body of the silver-horned python. Hiss. The silver-horned python let out its final wail. The huge body completely stopped moving. Kill the silver-horned python and obtain 100,000 points, silver dragon blood, and Thunder X1. The system's prompt sounded, announcing the death of the silver-horned python. Call. Guan Li breathed a sigh of relief. The whole person lay directly into the pool of water. Feel the sound of the lake water flowing in your ears. Although he killed the silver-horned python, it was a miserable victory. Of the more than 200 soldiers, only more than 70 long-range soldiers were left. Fortunately, the soldiers were able to be resurrected. Otherwise, he would have lost even his pants. Master, are you okay? Irene helped Guan Li up. He only felt a soft touch on his body. Fine. Guan Li shook his head. Let your soldiers guard the surroundings. Guan Li did not take it lightly. Yes, Master. Aaron nodded and said. Long Ju was devouring the heart of the silver-horned python. There is terrifying energy contained in it. The blood-drinking blade was also absorbing the corpse of the silver-horned python. The corpse, which was originally as big as a hill, shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Guan Li's injuries were basically stabilized. He signaled Irene to let go, and then walked towards the giant blue tree. Looking at the towering trees in front of me, Guan Li suddenly felt very insignificant. Looking up, you can see lush branches and leaves. He stood in front of the giant song tree and felt like he was bathed in the spring breeze. That is a force that represents new life. The injuries in the body were recovering rapidly. Even an intermediate recovery card can't keep up with this speed. Guan Li was a little surprised. This giant tree is truly extraordinary. No wonder the giant silver-horned python would rather fight to the death than give up. Swish, swish, swish. The branches of the giant blue tree swayed gently. An old voice came to Guan Li's ears. Interlocutory techniques come into play. Awesome. I can even translate tree language. Guanli exclaimed that it was too strong. Young hero, please don't kill me. The giant blue tree made a pleading sound. Kill you? Why would I want to kill you? Guanli asked doubtfully. Aren't you doing this for the heart of plants and trees in me? The giant blue tree was puzzled, but it soon discovered that it had let the cat out of the bag. Heart of grass and trees? Since Guanli discovered it, there is no way he would let it go. This is something that even the silver-horned python is salivating over. Oh, it doesn't hurt to tell you. After all, you saved my life. The giant blue tree said slowly. I save you. Guanli was even more confused. Whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally, you did save my life. This giant python is guarding around me just for the sake of the heart of plants and trees. The giant blue tree continued to speak, helping Guanli to resolve his doubts. We, the Tsangji giant tree clan, possess a powerful life force. These life forces, when accumulated in the body, will form the heart of plants and trees. Heart of plants. It has the miraculous effect of helping organisms evolve and restore the origin of life. The silver giant python you killed wanted to devour the heart of plants to break through the limit of life. If it lasts another 2 days, it will definitely be able to break through my defenses. What a pity. I died in your hands early. The blue giant tree said slowly. I see. Guanli nodded. If I hadn't killed the silver-horned python, this giant tree is about to be killed by it. You tell me this, aren't you afraid that I will covet the heart of the grass and trees? Guanli looked at the giant tree and smiled. To be honest, it was impossible for him not to be tempted by such a good thing. The giant blue tree has the strength of 8 stars, but it has no ability to resist. Otherwise, I wouldn't have begged myself just now. Yongtu, as long as you don't destroy my body, I can give you the heart of plants and trees. The words of the giant tree of Tsang aroused Guanli's interest. Tell me about it, Guanli said as he left the room. The heart of plants and trees is the product of the accumulation of life energy. Even if it's taken away, it won't be a big problem. If my body is destroyed, I will die completely. I was just trying it out, but I didn't expect you to understand my language. The blue giant tree explained. Okay, give me the heart of plants. I won't touch you. Guanli didn't make it too difficult for the other party. He is not a greedy person. If you really push it, it might not be worth it. As for whether there is really only a plant heart inside the giant blue tree, so what does it matter? The heart of plants and trees. It was an unexpected surprise. Even if not, he still wanted to kill the silver-horned python. Thank you. You're a good man. The blue giant tree spoke. The roots scattered throughout the water began to tremble. The entire lake began to tremble. A wooden heart, slowly emerging from the roots of the giant blue tree. That heart was only the size of a fist, but it exudes a strong breath of life. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful beating sound echoed on the lake. Young brave, I hope you'll keep your promise. The voice of the giant blue tree came. The heart of plants fell into Guanli's hands. He could clearly feel his heart beating. Don't worry, I'm not a good person. But he can't be called a villain either. I promise not to touch you, and I will definitely keep my promise, Guanli said as he left the room. Chapter 79, Skyscale Python Legion. Lose the heart of plants. I should fall into a deep sleep for a while. This place is relatively safe. You can rest in peace. The voice of the giant blue tree was heard, and then there was no movement. The life force emanating from the branches gradually disappeared. It seemed as if the big tree in front of him was just an ordinary big tree. This is also the giant blue tree's means of self-protection. After all, who would be so bored as to bother with a tree? Guanli used the system to check the heart of the plant in his hand. Heart of plants. The giant trees of Tsang have condensed their life force for thousands of years to create a spiritual creature that contains a rich life force. Feel the energy emanating from the heart of plants and trees. No wonder the silver-horned python was unwilling to give up and leave. Unfortunately, I ended up getting the better deal. After Long Ju swallowed the heart of the silver-horned python, he condensed a blood cocoon. The blood cocoon kept beating, as if giving birth to a new life. Guanli did not interfere too much. He could feel that Long Chia was in good condition. After this devouring, its strength will at least be greatly improved. The bloodthirsty blade absorbed all the blood and flesh of the silver-horned python. The originally hill-like corpse was now reduced to a thin layer of snake skin. All the flesh and blood inside was devoured. The blade of the bloodthirsty blade became even more bizarre. 7-star intermediate. Devouring the flesh and blood of the silverhorn python, the blood-drinking blade jumped 2 levels. The bloody tentacles rolled up the 6-star crystal core and the dark purple card and handed them to Guanli. The crystal core of the silverhorn python is somewhat different. A mini silverhorn giant python condensed with energy was hovering in the crystal core. That dark purple card is full of brilliance. Mysterious gold-plated patterns are inlaid in the 4 corners of the card. You can tell from the appearance that this is a high-end product. Heart of Plants, 6-star crystal core, 100,000 points, silver dragon blood, thunderous blast, purple card. Although the number is small, each one is precious. Guanli opened the Legion system to check the resurrection time of the soldiers. It takes 12 hours. That is to say, within the next 12 hours. The only soldiers he could mobilize were the Elven archers and skeleton mages. It's a good time to digest the spoils. He is in no hurry to leave. The giant blue tree said that this place is very safe. Guanli checked and found that he had killed the silverhorn python and received 2 rewards from the system. Silver dragon blood, the blood essence of the silverhorn giant python, containing a trace of dragon blood. Thunderbolt. After learning, you can control the power of thunder and lightning and release thunder elements to attack the target. Nice one. Guanli's eyes lit up. System. Learn Thunderbolt. He learned the skills without any hesitation. Information flooded into his mind like a tide. The skills rewarded by the system can be mastered through learning. Even a pig can perform it. No talent is needed. Sizzle. In Guanli's hands, strands of silver electric current were jumping. He increased his energy output, and a silver lightning bolt fell toward the ground. Boom. Where the lightning struck, a charred mark was left behind. Handsome. Guanli tried again. He opened his hands, and silver electricity was dancing in his palms. Sizzle. Several lightning bolts like silver snakes struck towards the lake. The surface of the lake exploded instantly, and silver lightning ran everywhere. Guanli, after several attempts, gradually become proficient in the use of thunderous power. The more energy you consume, the greater the power of thunder. This is a good skill. After Guanli finished learning thunderous strength, take out the dark purple card. He exerted a little force with his palm, and the card was crushed in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Skyscale Python Legion card. The purple light spread out, and a golden card emerged from it. On the front of the card is a coiled python. What the hell? Legion card? Guanli himself didn't expect this. This purple card can actually create a legion. After all, he had just obtained the Silver Lion Cavalry not long ago. Sure enough, when luck comes, nothing can stop it. Guanli crushed the cards in his hand. A summoning circle slowly appeared in front of Guanli. 6 giant pythons of enormous size appeared in the summoning formation, coiled together. Greetings, my lord. The leading Skyscale python said. Although it is spiritual, it cannot speak. Guanli, who possessed the ability to communicate with others, was able to understand its meaning. It seems you don't even need to get up. He looked at the 6 giant pythons hovering on the ground and took back the words he was about to say. This was the first time that Guanli obtained a beast army. Fortunately, it is not an ordinary type of legion. After all, these Skyscale pythons are very large in size. It's obviously an evolved creature. Guanli checked the information of the Skyscale Python Legion. Skyscale Python Legion, Advanced. Number of people, 5. Potential, 4 stars. Strength, 4-star primary. Leader, Song Lin. Skills, Scaled Python Tail Flick, Entanglement, Strangulation. The ability doesn't seem to be very strong. Guanli nodded indifferently. There was no disgust at all. The Skeleton Legion didn't start out strong either. But after several advancements, hasn't it grown? Therefore, Guanli is not afraid of the Legion being weak, but is afraid that the Legion cannot be improved. Fortunately, the Skyscale Pythons are not ordinary types, and they can evolve. This is enough for Guanli. The development series is interesting. Guanli looked at the silver dragon blood in his hand. A bold idea emerged in my mind. The Skyscale Python just met the conditions for advancement. System. If the Skyscale Python is advancing, can the silver dragon blood be added? If Guanli doesn't understand, just ask the system. Sure. You need to add an advanced card. The system put on a face like Runga. No problem. I'm advancing to Cardo anyway. Guanli nodded and agreed readily. After this period of hard work, he has more than 600 advanced cards. System. Advance the Skyscale Python Core. Add silver dragon blood. Guanli chose the Skyscale Python Legion. Ding. To advance to the Skyscale Python Legion, you need to spend 200 advancement cards and 1 silver dragon blood. Do you want to advance? The system's voice came. Advanced. Guanli nodded without hesitation. Ding. The Skyscale Python begins to advance. A flash of white light. The Skyscale Python Legion was taken back to the system space. Guanli was looking forward to what the Skyscale Python Legion would advance to, although silver dragon blood has been added. But the final result is still unknown. Silver dragon blood is just an auxiliary prop. The commotion caused by this advancement was quite big. It cannot be completed in a short period of time. Guanli was not in a hurry either. Ding! Long Ju absorbed the heart of the silver-horned giant python and obtained the silver dragon claw. The system prompt sound came. Guanli turned around and looked. The blood cocoon condensed by Long Chia began to crack. A claw covered with silver scales stretched out from it. Tear. The blood cocoon was completely torn open, revealing the dragon inside. Well-proportioned muscles and silver hair. A terrifying aura emanated from its body. 5-star premium. The heart of the silver-horned giant python contains the blood of the silver dragon. After Long Chia swallowed it, his strength instantly increased by 2 levels. Not only that, he also obtained the organ of the silver dragon claw. The surprises that Long Chia brings him are increasing. Chapter 80 Colorful Rain of Light. Long Chia, try your new ability. Guanli held the bloodthirsty blade and rushed towards Long Chia. He was very fast and covered a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Long Ju followed Guanli's orders. It also disappeared where it was. 2 figures met in the lake. The arm covered with silver scales suddenly grabbed Guanli. Good job. Excitement appeared in Guanli's eyes. The blood-drinking blade slashed out and fell on the silver dragon's claw. Ding ding. A spark flew out. The silver dragon claw's defense is very strong. The attack just now only left a shallow white mark. You must know that the bloodthirsty blade can break the defense of the silver-horned python, although the silver-horned python was seriously injured. But this also proves the power of the silver dragon claw. Sizzle. Silver electric current was jumping on the silver dragon's claws. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying lightning attack came towards Guanli. Wow, he can even control lightning? Guanli was very satisfied. He used teleportation and disappeared from the spot. Okay. At Guanli's order, Long Ju stopped all actions. The silver dragon claw was also retracted into its body. Long Ju's body is indeed compatible with all abilities. Whether it is the tyrant's claw, the devouring demon's claw, or the silver dragon's claw, it can be converted at will. Guanli thought about it and felt that it was right. After all, he is one in a million corpse kings. Only one was born in the entire city of Z. It can be seen how rare it is. If Guanli hadn't discovered it early, he would have killed it in time. Otherwise, it will definitely be a nightmare for City Z. How terrifying is the grown-up corpse king? Guanli doesn't know, but it won't be too bad. After all, he can command the zombies. The current number of zombies in City Z makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. The 6-star crystal core appeared in Guanli's hand. The energy contained within has already condensed into a physical entity. That miniature silver-horned python. He took a few deep breaths and started absorbing it directly. Guanli trembled all over. He only felt a terrifying torrent of energy, running wildly inside the body. The miniature silver-horned python seemed to have found an opportunity for revenge. It constantly impacts and separates the organs inside the body. As expected, is this still too much of a stretch? Guanli clenched his teeth, enduring the severe pain coming from within the body. The crystal core of this silver-horned giant python is far superior to the ordinary 6-star crystal core. It evolves forcefully, trying to break through the limits of life. Even if it fails in the end, the remaining energy is all gathered in the crystal core. The energy of this 6-star crystal core is comparable to that of a 7-star one. Guanli is equivalent to absorbing across 2 levels. The silver-horned giant python condensed from energy is extremely violent. In just a moment, Guanli's body was destroyed into pieces. Cough cough. He spat out some blood. The skin was torn apart by the terrifying energy and blood flowed out. Owner. When the commanders saw this, they were all shocked. Guanli was fine just now. How come he suddenly turned into a bloody cover? I'm fine. No need to come over. Guard the surroundings well, and don't let any external forces interfere with me. Guanli gritted his teeth and spoke with his last bit of strength. Yes, sir. The commander will not disobey Guanli's orders. It's okay. I'm prepared. It is naturally impossible to ignore and absorb blindly. In his hand, a beating wooden heart appeared. The heart emits green light, representing the power of new life. The heart of plants. The reason why Guanli dared to absorb it forcibly was naturally because of the heart of plants. He swallowed the heart of the plant in one gulp. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful beating sound suddenly rang out. The heart of the plants melts, forming a rich life energy. The originally damaged organs gradually recovered under this life energy. There are two terrifying forces within Guanli's body. One comes from the crystal core of the silver-horned giant python, and the other comes from the heart of plants. Now these two energies have reached a balance point. No one can do anything to the other. This is exactly the effect Guanli wanted. Only in this way can he successfully absorb the two terrifying energies. Guanli admitted that there was an element of gambling involved, but now it seems that he made the right bet. Guanli absorbed the two energies and continuously strengthened his body. Gradually, his strength broke through to the advanced 5-star level. But the energy in the body is still very sufficient. Guanli did not stop and continued to absorb the two energies. As he absorbed the energy, the life energy slowly condensed and formed a green cocoon. Guanli's body was wrapped in the tree cocoon. Seeing this, the 5 commanders all showed anxious expressions. But they had no way out, because Guanli does not allow any external force to disturb him. This is an order that the commander cannot disobey. Outside the South Forest, there was a sudden heavy rain in the sky, breaking the tranquility of the survivors' camp. They discovered with horror. There was a colorful rain of light falling from the sky. They began to want to avoid it, thinking it was a bad thing. But people soon discovered that they were wrong. Some frail old people absorbed the colorful light rain. Miraculously, he regained his youth. The white hair gradually turned black, even though he is only a dozen years younger. But it's still surprising. In the end, people found out that this was not rejuvenation. But these old people have all awakened. The body evolves and its functions naturally return to a youthful state. These old men who had awakened inexplicably stood up directly. They stretched their muscles and performed a set of fitness boxing techniques flexibly. It flows smoothly without any obstruction. My old cold legs, they don't hurt at all. My cataract is healed. My lumbar disc is no longer herniated. My Parkinson's is cured too. It's amazing. Thank God. Those old people whose bodies have evolved. I thought this rain of light was a gift from God. It's not just these old people. Many young people have also had their bodies strengthened after absorbing the colorful light rain. Compared to those old people, young people have a higher chance of awakening. Among 10 people, 3 successfully awakened. Almost a 1 in 3 chance. Shit. I seem to be able to control rock and soil. A man with glasses said excitedly. He waved his hand, and the soil in front of him bulged instantly. I seem to be able to release fire. An ordinary-looking girl with flames shooting out of her hands. This is amazing. I can control gravity. A certain tech geek, his body 10 centimeters off the ground. Those who absorb the colorful light rain will either have their bodies strengthened or gain magical powers. Of course, not everyone is lucky. Many survivors absorbed the colorful light rain. There are no noticeable changes in the body. Even if there is, it is only slightly stronger. A colorful rain of light gives humans magical powers. But what they don't know is, these light rains also have effects on other creatures. After the zombies absorbed the light rain, their bodies underwent tremendous changes. They are evolving in a terrifying direction. After the mutated creatures absorbed the light rain, their strength became even more terrifying. Even weak creatures began to evolve madly. The natural disaster monsters that descended also absorbed the rain of light. On the 5th day after the apocalypse, the world once again underwent drastic changes. Guanli didn't know about these things. He was in a fantastical forest. Crazy breakthrough in strength.